Liu Yanran had already opened the car door and stood respectfully to the side. Without hesitation, Yeshuan leapt into the car with a kick of his foot. Once inside, a highball glass was already filled with warm drink awaiting him. Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, and there was an added touch of appreciation in his gaze toward Liu Yanran. Let's go, Yanran. You're becoming more considerate every day. Liu Yanran smiled shyly, gave a response, then started the car. The journey was smooth, and it didn't take long before they reached Renlan Grand Hotel. This hotel had no star rating and wasn't widely known, with not many people coming here to dine regularly. However, it housed the largest meeting hall in Nanjing, making it the preferred and well-known gathering spot for the entire city. Naturally, the antique exchange event took place in this hotel's hall, as it always had. Liu Yanran parked the car at the hotel entrance and followed Yeshuan inside. There were no greeters at the hotel's entrance, which made it seem somewhat vacant, but this added a mysterious air. The hall was already crowded when they arrived, and as soon as they opened the door, the clamor washed over them, directly colliding with Yeshuan and Liu Yanran's faces. Yeshuan glanced around and saw heads packed together in the hall. Although noisy, it seemed quieter compared to the shouting on Antique Street. Neat rows of long tables were arranged horizontally and vertically throughout the space. These tables were covered in red cloths, displaying various antique objects of different colors and shapes. Porcelain, weapons, jewelry, furniture, and calligraphy were all present in abundance. A glance revealed dazzling collections everywhere, captivating their attention completely. Chapter 286, Swiping Card. At the front of the venue was a stage that served both as an appraisal area and an auction house. On either side of the appraisal area were many glass cabinets displaying various museum exhibits, along with some valuable personal exhibition items. Yisu and Liu Yanran walked around and took a look. These antiques were indeed better than those on the Antique Street, but they were also mixed in authenticity. Out of about 10 pieces, there were 2 or 3 high-quality replicas, but overall, the quality was not bad. At this time, at another spot, near the corner of the venue, a middle-aged boss wearing a Zhongshan suit was holding up a scroll of calligraphy, introducing it to the crowd gathered around. This scroll has been passed down in my family, with no signature. I don't know which great master created it. Everyone, take a look. This calligraphy from over 1,000 years ago is still well preserved. You can all have a look. The font structure of this calligraphy wasn't very good, revealing the lack of basic skills of the person who created it. It lacked beauty and wasn't very good. Furthermore, while it had a touch of literary depth, it didn't carry the rhythm of music or the meaning of a painting. The brushwork and strokes were decent, but the overall framework was missing much. To be precise, this piece was barely considered to be above average in quality and wasn't worth much. There were quite a few people around appreciating the piece, but their appraisal abilities were weak. They were just here for the entertainment and novelty of it. At this moment, Yisu and Liu Yanran also arrived, hearing the boss shouting and couldn't help but approach out of curiosity. Liu Yanran didn't understand much about calligraphy and paintings, so she only looked at what was written. When Yisu saw this piece, his eyes lit up, and he clearly showed a surprised expression. On the other side of the stall, a stylishly dressed young lady who gave off a refreshing impression also found this piece intriguing. She frowned slightly, her face expressing a hint of affection, indicating that she liked the piece a lot. This piece of calligraphy carries a sense of beauty and meaning in its vagueness. It seems to transport me from here back to a green boat floating on light water 1,000 years ago, making me feel something stirring inside. Hee. Then I'll be the boatman, rowing the boat and taking little Bing to see the green mountains and clear waters, walking through ancient paths with the autumn wind. Beside her, a plump young man wore a face full of happiness as he looked at Zhou Bing, his eyes filled with infatuation. However, Zhou Bing showed a slight look of disdain, obviously indicating that they weren't in a romantic relationship. I will definitely go to admire the rivers and mountains with someone I like, hugging each other in his arms, admiring flowers and moons. How romantic. As for you, forget about it. The chubby youth froze, a flash of displeasure crossing his face, but it quickly disappeared. It's fine. I'll be your boatman and horseman. You go play and you always need someone to take care of you. In case you feel unwell, I can help. I can watch while you admire flowers under the moonlight. Zhou Bing was speechless and didn't continue the topic. Turning to the boss, she asked, Boss, how much is this piece? Hearing someone asking the price, the boss was secretly pleased and spoke firmly. Not too much, 200,000. The chubby youth, upon hearing the price, immediately frowned and pointed at the boss. Boss, don't say nonsense. Your calligraphy is quite average, and yet you're asking for 200,000. Oh dear, this piece was passed down from my ancestors. You can imagine its value. Saying this, the boss also felt a bit uneasy. Though this piece was indeed passed down by his ancestors, since he didn't understand calligraphy, he didn't know its actual value. If he priced it too high, it would be awkward, and if too low, it would be a loss. He needed money recently, so he had to sell it. The fat youth snorted sarcastically and stuck out his lips at the boss. My dad is one of the appraisers for this session of the Cultural Relics Exchange Conference. Do you get it? I'll give you one more chance. Now re-quote a reasonable price. Upon hearing the words appraisal expert, the boss became somewhat nervous. After all, this piece had not been appraised and wasn't penned by any famous calligrapher or poet. Therefore, it wouldn't be too valuable. If taken for appraisal, it would be quite embarrassing and might ruin his business during the exchange conference. So after pondering, he raised one finger and said to the plump youth with a fake smile, How about this? Without a signature, let's make a concession. You can take it for 100,000. If it turns out to be by a famous poet, your gain would be great and I wouldn't have anything to say. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhou Bing was also moved in her heart and excitedly pointed at the artwork. Then can I take a closer look? But at this moment, the plump youth quickly interrupted. Little Bing, there's no need to look. Since he's asking for 100,000, he's clearly blinded by money. This isn't worth 100,000, not even 1,000. The piece isn't that good. My father is an appraiser, and I've learned a bit too. It's really not that great. At this price, it's a big loss. Upon hearing the fat youth snagging, Zhou Bing retracted her hand immediately and gave him a dark look. Don't call me Little Bing, alright? We're not that close. The fat youth was left speechless and stood there stunned. Zhou Bing was also extremely annoyed inside. She had originally liked this piece of calligraphy a lot, finding a unique beauty and artistic conception within it. Just looking at it made her feel an indescribable comfort in her heart. After hearing the boss drop the price by 10,000, she became even more determined to buy it, thinking that it would make her happy every day if she were to frame it and keep it at home. But now, after the fat youth's remarks, if she bought it, she would seem foolish. Therefore, she was seething inside and felt irritated every time she looked at the fat youth. As she was lost in thought, from the other side, a young voice suddenly rang out. Boss, I'll take it for 100,000. Everyone turned their attention towards Yeshuan, the 7 or 8-year-old little brat. A kid, haha, what does a kid know about calligraphy and paintings? He's just joking around. It is true. After all, 100,000 isn't exactly a small amount of money. This kid really knows how to have fun, raising the price arbitrarily. Whose child is he anyway? Newborn calves fear no tigers. He called out the price without hesitation. The fat youth glanced at Yeshuan and Lu Yan ran behind him, with a smirk on his face, as if gloating. If you don't listen to good advice, you suffer right away. This little punk thinks he can just shout out prices, and will surely cry once he buys it. What an idiot. Seeing that everyone thought he was just playing around and didn't believe him, Yeshuan chuckled inwardly and said, I'm serious about this piece of calligraphy. Boss, can you accept card payment? As he spoke, he gave Lu Yanran a knowing look. Lu Yanran understood immediately, took out the bank card and handed it over to the boss. Chapter 287, Invitation. The boss was still a bit dazed, originally thinking that he would have to haggle some more, or perhaps even fail to make the sale. Unexpectedly, someone directly paid. It's like you plan to sell a pair of shoes. You bought them for 10 yuan and priced them at 100 yuan, thinking in your heart that if the customer bargains, you can sell them for 20 yuan and still make a profit of 10 yuan. But as soon as you quoted a price of 100, the buyer just pulled out money and purchased them. All the words you mentally prepared went in used. Suddenly, there's a feeling of loss. The boss is now in such a state, feeling a void inside him, looking at the bank card in his hand while falling into confusion. You're really buying it? Yes, I've given you the card already. Quickly swipe it. Don't just stand there. The boss, upon hearing Yisu's confirmation of the purchase, dumbly took out the POS machine, pressed an amount of 100,000, then swiped the card, allowing Yisu to input the password. The invoice ZZZ printed itself out. Looking at the payment success message on the POS screen, along with the arrival SMS from the bank, the boss finally got a sense of reality. A real smile emerged visibly on his face. At the same time, there was also a hint of regret and greed within his heart. Had he known this, he should have asked for an even higher price. Meanwhile, when the surrounding crowd saw Yisu actually paid, they were all astonished. They had originally thought this kid was just joking around, but he turned out to be serious, and he dropped down 100,000. Not only were they amazed, but many faces also showed regretful expressions. Sigh, what a wealthy fool, tossing away 10,000 like this. It would have been way more cost-effective to buy some other antiques. That's right, this scroll really doesn't hold much value, not knowing when exactly it was made. Just because the boss says it's 1,000 years old, does that mean it truly is? Too big of a loss. Really stupid. For 100,000, you could have gotten a porcelain piece with high collection value, which could appreciate too. Everything about this is way better than this scroll. Watching this makes me feel sorry for the kid. Kids will always waste money. The chubby youth, seeing Yisu actually pay, slightly felt surprised, but quickly resumed his expression of looking down on fools. Sneering disdainfully, he said, Go home and cry. Your parents won't let you live after seeing this. Truly foolish. These kind of writings, 500 yuan would have been too much. Yisu strained his ears to hear the crowd's ridicule and sighs. Smiling faintly, he spread out the scroll, calmly saying, The first layer of this writing indeed isn't worth 100,000. In fact, it has almost no value to speak of. However, if we consider the second layer, 100,000 wouldn't even cover taking a glance at it. Everyone present was startled, glancing at each other, unsure what he meant. The fatty also revealed a look of confusion, scoffing. What's this nonsense about first layer and second layer? Writing isn't just on one page? What's this kid rambling about? Just as everyone was perplexed, the cultural relics expert Zhou Bing, together with the fat man's father, approached since they sensed something happening here. Curious to know what kind of relic caused so much attention. What's up? Which artifact is causing such commotion? The group noticed the relics expert arriving, so they relayed all of Yisu's previous statements, hoping the two experts would clarify the mystery. After hearing everyone's accounts, the two started to examine the writing. Yet, no matter how they looked at it, they too were left utterly puzzled, exclaiming simultaneously, This piece of writing definitely isn't worth 100,000. After saying that, both looked at Yisu in puzzlement. Yisu didn't say much else, just smiled slightly and asked the two experts, Could you fetch some tweezers and very fine blades, please? I'll clear things up for everyone. Huh. The two experts exchanged glances, considering, and didn't reject the request. They turned around and went back to their working area, grabbing a few tools to bring over. In their minds, they had begun to vaguely realize something. Kid, are you preparing to? Upon receiving the tools, Yisu smiled and said, Just watch. Then he gently began using the blade, carefully scraping along the surface of the paper. Everyone watching grew increasingly confused and started discussing amongst themselves. What's this kid doing? Is there any hidden detail within this writing? Hearing his talk about layers, could it be? Wow, it's open. He split it open. Following the exclamation, everyone turned their gaze towards Yisu, who had already managed to peel off a corner of the paper using the blade. Next, he used the tweezers, carefully pulling at the separated edge while adding a bit of lubricant onto the paper for smoother operation. The two experts watched wide-eyed, amazed that there truly was a hidden layer. More astonishingly, how did this child, merely 7 or 8 years old, noticed such a thing. As they were pondering, Yisu had already finished separating the papers. The top layer revealed the original worthless piece of writing, whereas beneath it lay the genuine work of Wang Shiji. Seeing this moment, everyone instantly froze in astonishment. Writing within writing, art within art. The genuine work of Wang Shiji. My goodness, how much does this cost? Where does this kid come from? How did he know these characters were in 2 layers? Scary. If I had known, I would have bought it too. Forget it. None of us believed it at first. Did you? When the 2 experts witnessed this moment, they were already somewhat prepared. However, even upon seeing Wang Shiji's genuine masterpiece, their minds couldn't help but tighten with awe. This piece of calligraphy was worth tens of millions, or even $1 billion yuan. The chubby youth was also left speechless, his face losing all color, and his lips trembling slightly as he stared in disbelief at the real masterpiece by Wang Shiji. On the other side, Zhou Bing felt an even stronger sense of regret when he saw this scene. If only the fatty hadn't said anything, then he could have purchased this artwork himself. Wang Shiji's authentic work, valued at over 100 million. What weight is that? Thinking about this misfortune, Zhou Bing's face turned red with frustration, and he yelled at the fatty. Cut off all contact from now on. Block me. Then he stormed off angrily. Little ice, The fatty stood there, dazed, trying to salvage the situation, but the moment he recalled his previous actions, his eyes immediately dimmed. He knew very well that this time, there would likely be no way to mend things. Realizing this, the fatty slumped onto the ground like a deflated balloon, staring blankly, looking completely stunned. Meanwhile, the 2 experts had regained their composure. They fully realized how sharp Yisu's eye for art truly was. They approached him right away, smiling invitingly as they asked, "Hey, young man, what's your name? Are you interested in joining our appraisal association? A monthly salary of 20,000, plus a 3% commission for every authentic item you successfully appraise. With something like Wang Shiji's masterpiece, you could become rich overnight. And there's paid vacation every year. Besides these cultural relic exchange events, we don't get super busy often. It's a fun job." Chapter 288, Fine Cuisine. If you have any special requests, you can speak up. Everything is negotiable. No problem. Yisu heard their sincerity and found it amusing in his heart. He had no particular interest in such matters anyway. Besides, as far as money was concerned, he had never been lacking. So he waved his hand and said, "I'm just guessing randomly. I don't know how to appraise artifacts. It's all just for fun. Thank you very much for your invitation. Sorry." After saying this, he picked up the scroll of calligraphy, took Lu Yinran by the hand, and left. The 2 experts exchanged glances. Seeing Yisu decline, they had no choice but to return to their posts with a sigh. As Yisu and Lu Yinran wandered around and seeing nothing of interest, they decided to leave by car. While the 2 cultural relics experts were handling official duties, they inadvertently saw the pair again and wanted to invite Yisu one more time. After all, for a child so young to possess such discernment, if properly cultivated, would undoubtedly have an unimaginable future. However, just as they were about to approach him, they noticed Yisu directly walking toward a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine and slipping into the open door thanks to Lu Yinran. The relic experts were filled with shock upon seeing this. Passers-by who exited from the hall at that moment also witnessed this scene, staring in amazement and being deeply impressed. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine. What's that kid's identity? Holy cow, how much does this car cost? I've never seen it before. It's so cool. 200 million. This car costs 200 million. Shocking. 200 million. Hearing the bystanders' comments, and seeing the ultra-luxurious car worth hundreds of millions, the 2 relic experts couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Thinking about it now, the conditions they had offered Yisu earlier, monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, or 3% commission, were indeed laughable. If word got out, it would only make them look ridiculous. 200 million yuan wasn't something an average person could even dream about. Even a mid-level person might not earn that much in a lifetime. Only the elite could possibly manage it. Yet this car was merely one among Yisu's possessions. From this, one could imagine how terrifyingly high-profile that boy really was. A chilling thought indeed. Meanwhile, Yisu sat inside the car, switching on the massage function of the seat, and comfortably letting out a deep breath. Then he opened the refrigerator, poured himself a drink, gulped down several big sips, and let out a long sigh, feeling utterly refreshed. He then looked at the neatly wrapped calligraphy piece in his hands, and felt a sense of satisfaction deep inside. 100,000 yuan turned into over 1,000 times its value. What a business model. It was truly mesmerizing. At this point, Lu Yinran hesitated a moment and asked curiously, "Master, is that writing really worth hundreds of millions? Isn't it just words? Why is it valued so highly?" Hearing her question, Yisu smiled and said, "Well, it is, after all, the authentic work of the renowned calligrapher Wang Shiji. Naturally, it's worth a lot. However, simply put, the characters themselves may carry no intrinsic value, but the assigned value is extremely high due to market leverage. You deal with money frequently, so you should be clearer about these matters than I am." Well, Lu Yinran seemed a bit embarrassed, showing signs of not understanding fully. Seeing this, Yisu did not continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Let's have lunch at your place. I won't be going back home. Besides, I'd like to try your cooking." "Really?" Lu Yinran was somewhat surprised. "I will show my true skill then." Yisu chuckled and remained silent, turning his head to look outside the window at the passing scenery. At this time, the pedestrians and drivers around all stared in surprise at the sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine. There was a 5-meter radius around the car where no other vehicles dared to approach, and both Lu Yinran and Yisu found it quite normal. Not long after driving for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a bustling residential area in the city center. All the houses in this residential area were designed with individual Western architecture. Though not villas, they had their own unique charm. Each house came with a courtyard and a parking space. The courtyards were divided into front and rear sections. In the front yard, Lu Yinran planted many flowers. As soon as they entered, the fragrance of flowers greeted them, making people feel relaxed and refreshed. After entering the house, Yisu went straight to the sofa and lay down lazily. The sofa was so soft that his whole body sank into it. Lu Yinran put down her bag, walked into the kitchen, and grabbed a pink apron. As she tied it on, she softly addressed Yisu. "Master, I'll go prepare some dessert for you. How about we eat dessert for lunch? Dessert? Yisu looked up at Lu Yanran, clearly surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yanran to know how to make desserts. What shocked him even more was that this was the first time he'd heard of someone eating pastries as a meal. Wouldn't that be too sweet? Thoughts aside, he didn't voice his opinion aloud. Since she enjoyed this kind of dining style, he wouldn't reject it for her sake either, especially since Yisu was curious to taste Lu Yanran's culinary skills. Thus, he nodded towards her and smiled, saying, "It's up to you to decide. Whatever you make, I'll eat." "Great. Then I'll bring out my best skills and make a few cakes I just learned from master to taste." Lu Yanran was a little excited, gripping her small fists tightly as she declared this. Then she went into the kitchen and started bustling around. First, she prepared some bread slices, eggs, butter, a certain amount of salt, and an appropriate amount of honey. Based on her mental blueprint, what she was going to make was a Western dessert called honey French toast. Like many Western desserts, Lu Yanran first cracked the prepared eggs into a bowl, added a shell's worth of clear water, then added a certain amount of salt, and stirred evenly. Next, she put in an appropriate amount of honey and stirred it again until evenly mixed. After doing that step, Lu Yanran sliced the prepared bread into triangular shapes, dipped each slice into the soulful batter she had mixed, ensuring they were all evenly coated and soaked in the concoction. Lastly, she preheated the oven. The preheating lasted about 1 minute before the temperature was right. Lu Yanran gently placed the bread slices soaked with batter into the oven to heat for half a minute. When it came out, the surface of the bread had a golden crisp texture with a glossy sheen, making one's fingers twitch at the thought of eating it. Lu Yanran brought her nose closer by a few inches to sniff, closed her eyes, and slightly raised her corners of the mouth with satisfaction. At this point, the honey toast was considered complete and done extremely well. Even Lu Yanran couldn't help but marvel. This must have been her most successful attempt yet. Perhaps it was precisely because these were intended for others to taste that made her extra focused this time. Her attention to detail regarding ingredients and precision in each step had reached unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Lu Yanran arranged the honey toast on a plate, planning to carry everything out once they were all done. Looking at the neatly laid out pieces of bread in the plate, Lu Yanran swallowed her saliva, finally resisting no longer and sneaked a tiny piece. In an instant, her face lit up with happiness, as if she had tasted something from a celestial realm. Chapter 289, Serving Tea. Fantastic. This is absolutely perfect. Lu Yanran licked her red lips, savoring the aroma of the French toast and admiring it endlessly. She then hugged her arms, tapping her chin with her fingertips, pondering what kind of dessert to make next. We have an appetizer. With such hot weather lately, let's make a small sweet dessert after the meal. Once the plan was set, Lu Yanran opened the fridge and started searching through it for some fruits for inspiration. Unfortunately, the fridge only contained bananas and a few cake bases. Otherwise, it was quite empty. Oh no, I completely forgot about buying fruit on my way home. Lu Yanran patted her little head in disappointment, her lips pouting slightly. Frowning at the sight of only 2 or 3 remaining bananas, she paused to think and soon brightened with an idea. This dessert would serve perfectly as an afternoon tea snack or post-meal light dessert, and was extremely simple and convenient. First, she peeled the banana, took out the flesh, cut it into segments, and used chopsticks to string them together. Then, placing the strung banana pieces in a container, she poured the soulful yogurt over them, sprinkled breadcrumbs, and sealed the box before putting it in the fridge for quick freezing. In fact, this method somewhat resembled the fried bananas sold on the barbecue street, except that fried bananas require deep frying, whereas these were meant to be chilled. After around 10 to 20 minutes of chilling, the frozen banana dish was ready. Next came the time to prepare the main course. Lu Yanran opened the fridge again and reached for the cake base, but hesitated and put it back. The young master rarely visited, so at least something fresh should be prepared to entertain him. Having decided, Lu Yanran grabbed 5 eggs, separating the yolks from the whites into 2 different bowls. Next, she added 20 grams of sugar into the yolks, lightly whipped them with a whisk, then combined them with 45 milliliters of corn oil and 40 milliliters of milk, stirring until a smooth yolk mixture was formed. Afterward, she sifted 90 grams of low-gluten flour into the yolk mixture and gently stirred it with a rubber spatula. Having completed this step, Lu Yanran sighed in relief, then picked up the bowl with the egg whites for the next operation. First, she added a few drops of lemon juice to the egg whites, using an electric whisk to whip them until they reached a fisheye bubble stage. At this point, she added 20 grams of white sugar and continued whipping. During this time, she preheated the oven to 160 degrees Celsius with top and bottom heat for nearly 10 minutes. Continuing to whip, once the protein became thick, she added another 20 grams of sugar and kept mixing. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes until the egg whites reached a stiff peak stage. Lu Yanran turned off the whisk. Then she added 1/3 of the beaten whites to the yolk mixture, gently folding from the bottom upwards using a rubber spatula until evenly mixed. After repeating the same with another third, the final portion was blended until homogeneous. Finally, sweat dripping from her forehead, Lu Yanran poured the fully mixed batter into a mold, leveling it slightly. She then lifted the mold and firmly tapped it twice on the table. She subsequently placed the cake batter into the preheated oven, needing an hour to complete. As long as there were no issues with the oven, the chiffon cake would be ready. With everything finally done, Lu Yanran exhaled a long breath of relief. The chiffon cake and frozen bananas still needed more time. With no rush, she first cleaned the area and then served the honey-soaked French toast in front of Yeshuan. "Master Yi, please try this appetizing dessert. The main dish will come later, in about half an hour." Yeshuan leaned his head forward for a glance, then sat upright, using chopsticks to pick a piece of bread and take a bite. Delicious. It tastes better than in the restaurant. Hearing Yeshuan say this, Lu Yanran's exhausted look instantly disappeared, like a blooming flower. "Who would have thought you had such a talent for making desserts? I've eaten many kinds of French toast, but none match the depth of flavor you produce." Yeshuan slowly chewed on each piece of bread, praising nonstop. Clearly, in his tone and expression, he was deeply moved. Lu Yanran naturally understood, her heart already bursting with joy. "If Master Yi enjoys eating, I'll make it for you every day." Upon hearing these words, Yeshuan chuckled inwardly and replied, "No, don't make it daily. What if you end up gaining weight? Sweets tend to cause weight gain, and Lu Yanran naturally knew this. So, she simply smiled in response, teasing, "You'll just become even cuter if you gain weight." Cute. Yeshuan twitched the corner of his mouth, finding it hard to comment. If Lu Yanran realized that he was actually a reincarnated young man, how might she react? Recalling that scene, Yeshuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Shifting topics, he said. By the way, what's the main dish going to be? It's a chiffon cake. I made it large enough for both of us. If it's not enough, I'll make something else later. Lu Yanran answered solemnly, then picked up a cup and filled 2 cups with warm water from the purifier. Yeshuan thought about the look and texture of the chiffon cake, but didn't say anything further. After taking a sip of the hot water, he leaned back into the couch again. An hour wasn't too long or too short, just enough to pass while scrolling through his phone. The chiffon cake had come out of the oven, and the frozen bananas were ready as well. Lu Yanran sliced the chiffon cake into pieces and served them in front of Yeshuan, looking at him expectantly as she waited for his praise. Yeshuan smiled, tasting a piece of the cake. There was no denying that Lu Yanran's baking skills had reached a certain level of expertise. If she were to open a shop, it would surely become extremely popular, but there was no real need for that. Good. Your craftsmanship is certainly at the master level. Hearing the compliment, Lu Yanran grinned in satisfaction before picking up her fork to join in, savoring the cake slowly. Although these cakes and pastries looked light in portion, they were quite filling. When Yeshuan finished the last frozen banana, he finally gave in, lying sprawled across the sofa due to feeling overly full. Lu Yanran also felt bloated and leaned against the sofa, stretching her legs lazily. After resting for a bit, sleepiness overtook her. She greeted Yeshuan briefly before returning to her room to take a nap. Yeshuan, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. He wasn't the least bit interested in what Lu Yanran called her bedroom. Compared to that, this sofa, soft like ocean sand, was far more comfortable. So without moving an inch, he hugged a cushion and drifted off to sleep. Time flew by. When Yeshuan woke up, it was already after 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yanran, stifling yawns, was brewing tea, clearly still not fully awake. Yanran, what kind of tea are you making? It's by Tam Piao Shui, green mist over a jade pool. We only have this one left at home. Will the young master enjoy it? By Tam Piao Shui? Yeshuan raised an eyebrow. No wonder the whole house smelled of tea. I can handle it. This tea is good. Make mine strong. Tea that's too weak has no taste. It's meaningless. Lu Yanran glanced sideways at Yeshuan, inwardly surprised by the taste preferences of such a young child, though she did not outwardly show any reaction. Alright. While replying, she brought the tea over. Chapter 290, Get the menu. Yeshuan sniffed sharply at the tea aroma, and all his internal organs felt purified. The tea-making skills are getting better and better, nice. Yeshuan praised, picked up the small teacup, blew on it, and sipped with a slurping sound. I heard that the top floor of the Nanjing TV tower only provides 5 table seats every night. Let's go see tonight. 5 tables. What a high-end feeling. Lu Yanran looked at Yeshuan, holding her teacup blankly. Yeshuan had no expression, hands resting on his knees, looking like an adult, shaking his head slightly. We'll know tonight whether it's just hype or truly high-end. After drinking some tea, let's go before there are no seats left. Okay. Lu Yanran nodded. The Nanjing TV tower stands in the city center, with a height of 88 floors, standing out uniquely among the surrounding skyscrapers. The top of the TV tower is a flat circular building, and from afar, the whole TV tower looks extremely like a mushroom. Yeshuan and Lu Yanran had already arrived at the underground parking lot of the TV tower, after parking the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version steadily. They got on a transparent panoramic elevator and slowly ascended to the top floor. At the height of 88 floors, taking the elevator did take some time, but fortunately, it was a panoramic elevator. Looking out from inside the elevator, the horizon was right in front of their eyes. With the afterglow of the sunset, the waves rippled like the sea, truly a rare and beautiful sight. The elevator stopped steadily at the 88th floor. As soon as they opened the door, several elegantly dressed female attendants greeted them warmly. Welcome, enjoy your meal. Yeshuan nodded slightly, without even glancing around, leading Lu Yanran straight to the counter. Looking seriously at the busy receptionist, he said, please arrange a seat for me. The receptionist looked up, pushing her fallen hair behind her ear, smiling directly at Yeshuan, and said, little friend, which number seat did you reserve? 1, 2, 6, 8, or 9? She spoke with a tone as if teasing a child, while simultaneously revealing the table numbers she wanted mentioned, then turned her attention to Lu Yanran waiting for a response. Hearing reservation, Lu Yanran was completely puzzled and asked curiously, do you need a reservation to dine here? Upon hearing this, the receptionist seemed to understand. Yes, ma'am, we do require reservations to secure a table. I'm truly sorry. Why must one make a reservation? There's an empty table over there, isn't there? Yeshuan was also somewhat surprised, not expecting this matter regarding reservations, driving straight here. Because the boss has rules. Truly sorry for your trouble in coming. Apology. The receptionist kept bowing and apologizing sincerely to Lu Yanran, making Lu Yanran feel somewhat uncomfortable herself. On the other side, the boss saw this scene and couldn't help but be puzzled, assuming another argumentative customer. Thus, he quickly approached, scanning both individuals and finally focusing his gaze on the receptionist to ask, what happened? The receptionist relaxed upon seeing the boss. Nothing much, boss. It's just that this lady came without a reservation, so I'm explaining things to them. Oh, the boss nodded, looking at the unfamiliar Lu Yanran and instructed the receptionist, then handle things according to company policies. While speaking, preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed there was a 7 or 8-year-old child under the counter. Curiosity piqued. He glanced more closely, but when he looked at the child's face, he was momentarily stunned. Lu Chairman? The boss shouted in surprise, his voice loud enough to startle both the receptionist and Lu Yanran. He hurried out from behind the counter, crouching down beside Yeshuan, meeting his gaze evenly. Chairman Yi, why have you come? If you'd just said, I wouldn't have known, nearly failing to give proper respect to Chairman Yi. Seeing her boss in such a manner towards a child, the receptionist was shocked, her mouth wide open in astonishment. Boss, the matter on the top floor. At a table for Chairman Yi. Rules are dead, people are alive. Quickly go and arrange for the best seat to accommodate Chairman Yi, as the chairman of Dinglong Group has graced us with his presence. After finishing his instructions, the boss paused for a moment and corrected himself. That's wrong. Cancel all the reservations tonight. Leave all the spots for Chairman Yi. It doesn't look good to crowd him with others. Hurry up and deal with it. As the receptionist touched the mouse to follow her boss's orders, Yeshuan tapped her boss's arm. No need. Just add one table. Do what you normally would. Don't change anything because I've arrived. That way it keeps its charm. Yeshuan smiled after saying this, then led Lu Yanran to a seat with a nice view and sat down. The boss was startled upon hearing the phrase, then it's no fun, and looked at the receptionist, panic-stricken, saying, handle everything according to Chairman Ye's instructions. Unconditionally serve him any needs he has. Arrange for 2 waitresses to stand by their table later. I'll go inform the kitchen first. Remember, do not do anything against Chairman Ye's wishes or anything that displeases him. Got it. After speaking, the boss wiped the cold sweat from his face and rushed off in a hurry. It was the first time the receptionist had ever seen her boss display such a panicked look, scaring her out of her wits. She stood there dazed for quite some time. From this brief interaction, it wasn't hard to realize that tonight, a truly remarkable person had arrived. Upon realizing this, the receptionist also wiped the cold sweat from her face, her hand trembling slightly as she held the mouse. She then quickly called over a few waitresses and gave them stern instructions. At the same moment, Yeshuan and Lu Yanran had just ascended the steps towards the table next to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window when, even before they sat down, the servers brought over 2 high-end massage chairs to replace the regular ones. Lu Yanran was rather surprised and looked blankly at the waitress. Yeshuan, however, didn't appear discomposed at all. He plopped himself down without hesitation, pressing the switch on the massage chair to comfortably enjoy its functions. A while passed, and still no menu appeared. Yeshuan felt a little puzzled and glanced at the server standing stiffly beside him. Before he could speak, the server bowed and said, Chairman Yi, please state your request. Yeshuan paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure and asked his question. Why hasn't the menu been brought yet? In response to Chairman Yi, our boss has already instructed the kitchen to prepare all dishes available in the store. If Chairman Yi likes any particular dish, just let us know and we'll convey your request to the kitchen. Every single dish. This time, Yeshuan was genuinely taken aback. Such a large restaurant, with all the dishes. Could this table possibly hold everything? Chapter 291, Toasting. Moreover, there are only 2 people. There's no way we can eat all that. So, he immediately gave the order. No need. Just bring out your restaurant's specialty dishes. Other than that, nothing else is necessary. After saying this, he looked toward Lu Yanran and asked, Yanran, if there's anything you want to eat, feel free to say so. Lu Yanran shook her head dazedly, clearly still not fully back in reality. I don't have nothing in particular that I want to eat. Alright then, that's settled. By the way, go and brew a pot of Baitan Piao Shui tea along with 2 cups. Understood, Mr. Yi. The server responded and quickly scurried off to the kitchen. In no time, a pot of top-grade tea, served in an upscale constant-temperature thermos, was placed on the table by the server. Together with it came a high-end tea set, and even a professional tea master who carefully operated it in front of the tea paraphernalia. Yeshuan looked at the tea master and slightly rolled his eyes, speechless inside. It was good to pay attention to details, but the boss was too thorough, almost making one unable to handle it. At this moment, a group of servers, each holding a silver bowl for dishes, wearing white gloves, lined up neatly and arrived at the table. They presented the dishes one by one. As they uncovered the lids, they used white cloths to block in front of Yeshuan and Lu Yanran, being cautious that the oil wouldn't splatter onto them when opening the lids, even though none of the dishes had any sign of splashing oil. Once the dishes were all served, Yeshuan and Lu Yanran started picking up their chopsticks, savoring the delicious food while admiring the outside view, feeling a unique taste. Even more astonishing was that this TV tower was slowly rotating at 360 degrees, moving very gently. If it weren't for Yeshuan noticing that the sun's position had changed, he might not have known. At this time, guests from the other reserved tables also began arriving one after another. They were all major executives, dressed in expensive suits, cheerfully chatting. One of them noticed that his reserved spot was already occupied, looking momentarily perplexed. However, seeing the servers and tea masters standing nearby, experience told him that this person must be extraordinary. Thus, he humbly approached, ready to inquire. But as soon as he saw Yeshuan's face, he instantly froze. Mr. Yi? Surrounded people hearing his exclamation paused for a second, and their gaze simultaneously shifted to Yeshuan's face. Instantly, shocked voices rang out. It really is Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, how come you're here? The honor of Mr. Ye's presence. To meet Mr. Yi here truly feels like an honor bestowed over several lifetimes. To welcome Mr. Yi, we're truly unworthy. Seeing these executives all knew him, Yeshuan didn't put on airs and stood up, waving at everyone. You guys don't have to worry about me. Go ahead and sit down and enjoy your meals. Do things naturally and don't mind me. Hearing this, the executives exchanged glances and smiled. In that case, we will go ahead and take our seats first. Later, may I ask, would Mr. Yi be willing to share a drink with someone like Zhang? You can drink whatever you'd prefer. Yes, Mr. Yi, whether you drink or not doesn't matter. We'll certainly convey our sincerity. Waiter, bring all the best wines your restaurant has. It's rare to encounter Mr. Yi so closely. Naturally, we must present our sincerest respect. Everyone, please sit down first. Let Mr. Yi have some peace while he eats. Upon hearing the last sentence, it made sense to everyone. Instantly, they scattered back to their own tables. The executive whose seat Yeshuan had taken was jovially led to a newly arranged table by a waiter. There was no difference between this table and those others. The executive thus had no complaints. Not long after, having eaten a few bites and filled their stomachs, the executives began to move the alcohol around. Each of them took a sip to moisten their throats first, and then, one after another, they approached Yeshuan's table. Mr. Yi, let's toast. This glass comes from Li Zishan. Wishing Dingle Group greater prosperity day by day. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Please feel free, Mr. Yi. After finishing this sentence, Director Li drained the bottle of Feiqian Maotai and returned to his table. Yeshuan reciprocated with tea instead of wine and also toasted a cup. When he finished drinking, glancing at the long queue behind, he found it rather amusing. If he drank all these, his stomach would likely be full just of tea alone. Before the thought had faded, another person approached. This glass is my tribute, Ma Russian, as well as the entire Russian enterprise, offered to Mr. Yi. Please drink freely, Mr. Yi. My respect. Zhanghua means South China Wine Company also salutes Mr. Yi with a cup, as does Cui Jiming, representing the Western Army Holding Company, Limited, offering a cup to Mr. Yi. After a few rounds, the toast to these executives finally concluded. Yeshuan belched softly, feeling as though his belly was bloated with water, and with any slight movement, it seemed like he might throw up. Thus, he hurriedly went to the restroom. Now he understood. Apparently, these executives were taking advantage of this chance to introduce themselves. If Yeshuan remembered their names, it meant that Dingle Group remembered their names. If they could sign even a single business deal as a result, it would be an incredible opportunity. The executives understood this logic and, with such a rare encounter, naturally intended to take action. Yeshuan, however, was unfazed and didn't give it much thought. Returning to the table, he saw that Lu Yanran had finished eating, so he decided to settle the bill and leave. However, as soon as he mentioned paying, all the executives stood up. Mr. Yi, please go ahead. No need to worry about it. We'll settle the bill together later. Yes, Mr. Yi, you don't need to worry about it. Please drive carefully on your way home. Just leave it to us. Regardless of anything, we owe this meal to Mr. Yi. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yeshuan felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to speak, the restaurant owner rushed out. Waving his hands high, he announced, "Gentlemen, all of Mr. Ye's meals here are free of charge." Free of charge? The executives were taken aback. Even Yeshuan was surprised for a moment. Then the owner continued, "It's rare for Mr. Yi to grace us with his presence. Naturally, it should be my responsibility as the boss to treat him. If I didn't do this, wouldn't it be improper? Right, gentlemen?" The executives exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of unreadable emotions. Treating the chairman of Dingle Group to a meal meant, at the very least, that their business would inevitably thrive in the future. At the very most, well, there was no limit to the potential benefits. The executives understood the weight of this matter, so they were vying fiercely to make their mark. Firstly, they wanted Yeshuan to remember them and feel indebted to them. Secondly, they were doing this for their future careers and businesses. Yeshuan naturally understood this principle as well. The higher one's status and importance, the more cautious one must be when dealing with matters. Chapter 292, Self-Defense. Once you touch something you shouldn't, it will bring about troublesome troubles. So either don't touch it all, or go all the way. Yeshuan was fully aware of these matters. And based on his style, he certainly didn't want to have any ties with anyone, even if it's a favor as small as a meal. I've received your kindness, but I will waive the cost for the meal. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will treat you all. Boss, let's settle the bill. His tone was authoritative and left no room for negotiation. The group of general managers heard this and stared at each other blankly, instantly falling silent. And the restaurant boss was also somewhat stunned, but since it was Yeshuan's request, he naturally did not dare to object. Thus, he gave a signal to the receptionist at the counter, who immediately understood and printed out the bill. Yeshuan walked forward, took out his bank card to settle the bill, then took Lu Yanran to the elevator. They calmly withdrew amidst everyone's farewell, drawing the curtain down on this stage. The next 88 floors would be the real documentary. After stepping out of the elevator, the two got into the car, and night had already fallen, with streetlights lighting up one after another. The whole city was shining brilliantly, looking like the Milky Way pouring water, or stars hanging over the night sky. In the car, Lu Yanran seemed to have something on her mind, and was sighing continuously. Seeing her like this, Yeshuan couldn't help but laugh, and asked jokingly, "What's wrong, Yanran? Are you still hungry?" "Not really, I am actually full," Lu Yanran mumbled, seemingly hesitating. After a while, she continued, "But, master, it was so expensive. Over 2 million yuan for just one meal. Not worth it at all." Hearing this, Yeshuan couldn't help but burst out laughing, wondering what was bothering her. "Don't worry about it. Money is meant to be spent. If you don't spend, what's the point of earning it? But we don't have to spend it like that." Lu Yanran still wore a worried expression, as though it were her own money. Her pained expression made Yeshuan feel deeply touched inside. This sentence left Yeshuan puzzled on how to answer. After pondering, he came up with a metaphorical response. "It's like you having 10,000 yuan and spending 1 cent to buy a pack of spicy gluten. What could be inappropriate about that? Don't take it too seriously, be more carefree." Hearing this, Lu Yanran wanted to say more, but ultimately sighed deeply and stopped. By this time, the car had arrived at Villa number 1. Yeshuan didn't bother Lu Yanran to open the door for him. He got out himself and jogged back home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw his elder sister Yeshuan dressed in tight-fitting clothes, working out in the living room. Yeshuan also noticed Yeshuan right away, rushed over, picked him up, and held him tightly against herself. "Little Shinshin has come back. Where did you run off to play? You're home so late. Come on quickly. Big sister will take you to work out." Without waiting for Yeshuan's consent, Yeshuan carried him over. It didn't matter whether Yeshuan wanted to exercise or not. However, seeing her excitement, Yeshuan didn't resist. There was nothing else to do anyway, so exercising is exercising. He voluntarily picked up a dumbbell and started lifting it. Seeing how effortlessly Yeshuan did it, Yeshuan was amused. She ran into the gym and brought out several very heavy dumbbells. "Try these ones." Yeshuan glanced at them and said with disdain, "I'm too lazy to lift them, the light ones are fine." Sister Yeshuan laughed and pinched Yeshuan's little cheeks, saying, "If you can't lift it, it's alright. Big sister won't laugh at you." It was a taunting approach, delivered rather condescendingly. Inside, Yeshuan was quite amused, but he remained calm outwardly. "Hey, I can lift it, I just don't want to. It's all just for fun. Ha ha, you brat, you're doing a great job imitating sarcasm." Yeshuan pretended to tickle Yeshuan, but he didn't even blink, showing total immunity. Seeing that he felt nothing, Yeshuan thought it was meaningless. After considering, she said, "Big sister will teach you some self-defense moves. How about that? Then when you fight with people, you won't lose." Self-defense moves. Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, quite surprised by this. "Good idea. What kind of self-defense moves are they?" "Military-style self-defense moves. I learned them accidentally. They should be suitable for you." Sister Yeshuan stood straight, struck a pose, turned her head to look at Yeshuan, and said, "Watch carefully. There are 18 basic moves, and they're pretty easy to remember. They're useful in actual combat, but adaptability is still key. Remember, don't act rashly." While speaking, her eyes underwent a dramatic change. Her previous kind and gentle gaze suddenly became sharp and piercing. Just by looking at her eyes, a strange chill arose. Seeing this demeanor of his elder sister, Yeshuan was startled inside. The bearing of a grandmaster of martial arts truly has such a commanding presence. At the moment when Yeshuan was marveling, elder sister Yexin had already begun the movements. Straight kick, thrust, grappling, holding horizontally, side steps, gliding legs, reverse hook, frontal stab, counter thrust, clinging, jumping kick, elbow lock, throws, knee lifts, leg sweeps, front punch, hand maneuvers. The series of moves flowed like running water, not pausing for a moment. Every motion was powerful and vigorous, as if infused with an invisible force, leaving one in awe. After finishing the set, Yexin took several deep breaths and looked at Yeshuan with a smile, saying, "Little brother, did you remember? Give it a try." Yeshuan nodded, mimicking sister Yexin's stance seriously, and started executing the moves. Straight kick, thrust, grappling. In no time, he completed all the actions without missing any. Seeing this, Yexin stood there stunned, her mouth agape in astonishment. She couldn't help but sigh. This is sheer genius. He memorized it in just one attempt. Then she said to Yeshuan, "Shin, come on, let sister see how well you've grasped it." As she spoke, she executed a grappling move towards Yeshuan. Seeing this, Yeshuan didn't panic. He first stepped aside, quickly moving his body out of the way, then used a push to break the grip of the grappling move. Immediately after, he followed up with a reverse hook, using his toes to hook onto Yexin's heel and slid his leg back, causing Yexin to fall onto the ground. Before Yexin could react, she was already lying on the floor, looking at Yeshuan with disbelief. But at the same time, she felt quite speechless. How could a martial arts master of her level be taken down by a 7 or 8-year-old kid? Even if she held back, she shouldn't have been taken down. Her whole body was there, standing firm, yet it wasn't that easy for a little kid to take her down just like that. Continuously replaying Yeshuan's moves in her mind, Yexin became increasingly terrified. This little kid had only just learned these techniques, yet he used them with fluency. More astonishingly, he adapted the techniques mid-move, using the push to disengage from the grapple, and already had every subsequent move planned out in advance. This is truly a martial arts prodigy. At this moment, the front door opened and elder sister Yeshuan returned home. Chapter 293, Devil. As soon as he walked in the door, Yexin lying on the ground came into view, which made him feel a little surprised. He asked with a puzzled tone, "Hey, what's wrong with the third sister?" Upon seeing the decision-maker back, Yexin immediately showed a pitiful look and coaxed Yeshuan with the words, "Big sister, look, Xiao Xin hit me. You must stand up for me." After hearing her words, Yeshuan burst into laughter and smirked at her. The master of national martial arts being taken down by a child. Do you really think anyone would believe that? Usually, it's only you who beats others. Is there anyone else who gets to beat you? Get up already, lying on the ground like that. What does that even mean? Seeing her elder sister not believing her, Yexin glared meaninglessly at Yeshuan and then said looking at her older sister, "It's not that. I was actually taken down by my younger brother. Why would I lie to you? Yes. Xiao Xin is powerful. Such a small kid could take you down. Indeed, he is powerful." Yeshuan spoke indifferently, which made Yexin even more speechless. At this moment, Yeshuan also added fuel to the fire. "Right, big sister. Look, I can't even carry a bag of rice. How could I possibly fight against the third sister? I'm so small." Hearing these words, Yexin shot Yeshuan several disdainful looks. All right, I won't report it, okay? I'll drag you to scrub, you nasty boy. Just wait until I scrub you raw." Saying this, Yexin immediately lifted Yeshuan and took him to the bathroom without any hesitation. Yeshuan's heart tightened. Sister Yexin said what she'd do and did it right away. Before he could mentally prepare, his privacy had been invaded. At least he was still a growing child. Didn't know if anyone should have given him some consideration. Alas. Yeshuan let out a long sigh, but before he finished exhaling, he felt an excruciating pain in his arm. Without control, Yeshuan held out from the pain. The result of this howl only excited Yexin further. The strength in her hands increased as she mockingly said, "Hey, look at you. Your body is all muddy. This needs a proper scrubbing. Don't move. Today your third sister will make sure to scrub you clean enough to be spotless. Clean enough to be utterly pure, not stained by a single speck of dust." The last 4 words almost came out gritted through her teeth. Yeshuan felt inexplicable fear just hearing her, looking at her as if he had seen a devil. No. I'll wash myself. Look, your clothes are already wet." The pain was unbearable, so Yeshuan curled up into a ball. Yexin was still wearing her athletic tight-fitting clothing, specifically designed to absorb sweat, so it wasn't very obvious she had been drenched. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, adding to her charm under the moist atmosphere. "Hey, it's fine anyway. We're all washing up later. Big sister will scrub off the mud first. Hold still. Another half hour and you'll be good." Half an hour. Yeshuan twitched his lips. Judging by Yexin's attitude, it seemed she wouldn't stop until she got revenge. So he quickly curled himself up and refused her touch, begging unconvincingly, "Third sister, I was wrong. I promise I won't report anything anymore." Fortunately, upon hearing these words, Yexin finally relented. Leaning against her waist, she revealed a victorious expression and said, "Well done, you're finally wise." She patted her hands, stood up beside the bathtub which was already filled with water, while removing her tight-fitting top, saying over her shoulder, "All right, I'm going to soak now. Wash yourself properly, and then come over here to soak. Sleep next to the third sister tonight." Yeshuan didn't dare to peek over too much, yet somehow he felt like a mascot being passed around by his sisters. Snatched by one, then the other. Not long after taking a bath, Yexin continued with her usual carefree manner, completely ignoring whether Yeshuan agreed or not. Without further ado, she hugged the little one and entered the bedroom. A pleasant scent lingered in the air of the room, which looked spotless. After tossing Yeshuan onto the bed, Yexin went to the dressing table to dry her beautiful hair, the moonlight streaming through the window, shining brightly on her figure that exuded an exceptionally charming aura. However, Yeshuan had no mood to appreciate it. With a tilt of his head, he fell into a deep slumber instantly. There were no dreams during the night. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, shining onto his face, startling Yeshuan awake. The moment he woke up, he felt a pair of delicate hands tightly wrapped around him, almost making it hard to breathe. Helplessly, Yeshuan sighed. Sister Yexen truly deserved praise for learning martial arts. Her grip was heavy, even in sleep holding on tight, as if worried he might run away. While grumbling inwardly, Yeshuan started struggling, trying to pry open Yexen's snow-white tender hands. After some effort, he finally managed to escape from this restraint. Once free, Yeshuan hastily took a few deep breaths, watching Yexen helplessly. Just at that moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated with a ding-dong sound as a notification popped up. Yeshuan was a little puzzled, wondering who would send a message so early in the morning. So he picked up his phone and opened WeChat to check it. The message was from the bank, and it was quite lengthy. Good morning, Director Yi. In light of your assets, after 3 rounds of evaluations, you've been classified by our bank as a top wealth influence, king-level VIP. For this reason, our bank will present you with 50 commemorative gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. May I ask where you would like these gold bars delivered, Director Yi? After reading the message, Yeshuan did some quick calculations. 50 500-gram gold bars were worth about 10 million yuan. Not too much, but since it was a gift, he decided not to decline it. Thus, he tapped on the chat window and typed out a reply. I'll let you know where to deliver them when I get back. I don't have time at the moment. Understood, Director Yi. Whenever you're ready. As soon as Yeshuan saw the reply pop up, he lazily half-lowered his eyelids, pressed the back button, and then heard another ding-dong. A message from Lu Yun appeared. Bro Yi, these past few days, I found a really good place. You interested in checking it out? A good place? Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, unsure what kind of spot it could be. Seeing how excited Lu Yun sounded, he decided to inquire further. What's this good place? It's a club. They have dog races there, which are super fun. You just bet on which dogs will run faster. I saw some videos my friends posted, and they looked amazing. Yeshuan looked up, considering it for a moment in his mind. Dog races? He had never been to one before, only seen videos, but the live experience seemed pretty enjoyable. So he replied, sure, send me the location. I'll head over later. Great. Lu Yun responded enthusiastically and immediately sent the location. Yeshuan opened the map to take a look. It wasn't very far away. The venue was similar to a sports stadium he had passed by a few times without paying much attention. Chapter 294, Yoga. Subsequently, he turned off his phone and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he was halfway through washing up, Yexen rushed in all flustered, then plopped down on the toilet seat with a thud. Her complexion looked slightly better afterward. Yeshuan let out a bitter smile. This third sister of his really should be more discreet. After all, he was no longer just a little boy. Phew, little Xian, why are you up so early? Sister will take you to practice yoga later. Sister Yexen said casually, then shed her clothes and started rinsing herself under the shower. Yeshuan felt rather speechless. She was truly shameless. He hurriedly finished washing up and fled from the bathroom. After coming out and sitting for a short while, Yexen came rushing out. Seeing Yeshuan sitting obediently on the carpet playing with his phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her, it seemed like she was afraid that Yeshuan would run away. After I blow dry my hair, we'll head to the yoga room. Hurry up and change into workout clothes, or else you won't be able to move properly. It was still an unbending tone, and Yeshuan had long gotten used to it. It's normal for martial artists to be a bit dominant. In order not to continue being tormented by Yexen, he quietly returned to his room and changed into athletic wear. Then he went to the yoga room to wait. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows were bathed in golden radiance. The rising sun sloped its light indoors. Yeshuan basked in the sunlight, feeling a vibrant sense of vitality, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. Sitting there for a moment, Yexen rushed in all in a hurry. She had also switched into a snug-fitting outfit similar to yesterday's style, wearing a hairband that confined her black locks neatly behind her head. All right, come on, little Xian, follow me. If you don't know how, I'll teach you, she said before doing a splits right off the bat. Yeshuan sighed bitterly again. This third sister sure loved jumping straight into high-difficulty movements. Fortunately, his ligaments were flexible and supple, otherwise, he'd have gone through another round of torment. So imitating Yexen, he split his legs wide apart. Yexen was hoping to see Yeshuan struggle, but ended up shocked when he effortlessly managed the splits. Normally, most people cannot do the splits without training, unless they're naturally gifted in flexibility, though even then it is still challenging. But Yeshuan completed the splits with ease, causing Yexen to stiffen slightly, momentarily stunned. But snapping back quickly, she grinned and said, little brat, you've got this down already. Now, let's start with the main session. No sooner said than done. Yexen drew her legs together, lay face down on the yoga mat, extended her arms forward with her fingers spread wide. She gently inhaled, lifted her head, held this position for half a minute, then slowly slid her face, chest, and abdomen forward along the mat until her chest touched the surface, with her chin lightly resting against the yoga mat, finally lifting her hips and holding the pose for several breaths. Subsequently, Yexen exhaled deeply, forcefully pressing the mat with both hands, sliding her face, chest, abdomen backward toward her heels, and finally resting her buttocks on top of her heels. And with that, the move was complete. This is one of the basic poses in yoga called 8-limbed prostration. Did you remember, little Xian? 8-limbed prostration. Yeshuan mumbled, then mimicking the form and movement of his older sister step by step, seamlessly transitioning without hesitation. Yexen narrowed her eyes slightly, astonished by Yeshuan's talent since these moves could be mastered perfectly at the first try. It was indeed remarkable. However, these were only basic moves, and some highly perceptive individuals might get it on their first try. Reflecting further, since Yeshuan handled the splits so easily, Yexen decided to test his flexibility with something a bit harder, an intense lying down toe-touching stretch pose. For this move, one has to lie flat on the yoga mat, keeping the back firmly pressed against the mat, palms spread open on the mat parallel to the shoulders, then raising the left leg stiffly upward along the mat till it reaches hand height, grabbing the foot with both hands. Maintain the position for some time, then switch to the right leg, alternating repeatedly. This was a very challenging exercise of flexibility. As Yeshuan crouched beside watching Yexen lift her leg, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of something inappropriate. This made him sweat awkwardly. Yoga indeed isn't suitable for mixed gender practice, as it feels strange and uncomfortable everywhere. By this time, After completing 2 moves, Yeshuan sat up, gazing at Yeshuan with clear eyes and said, "All right, this action is simple. Try it for me, little brother." Without hesitation, Yeshuan lay down, following suit, and instantly raised his leg effortlessly. So effortlessly, in fact, that it bounced and struck his shoulder because he hadn't used his hands to control the movement. Upon seeing this, Yeshuan slapped her forehead with a paw and shook her head, completely speechless. "My goodness, you little brat. Why are you so supple? Even softer than girls." Yeshuan replied innocently, "Is that so? I thought everyone could do it." After saying this, he chuckled inwardly. This move was a hidden version of sarcastic comment. However, Yeshuan seemed not to have noticed, as she furrowed her brows in deep thought for a moment. After a while, she said stubbornly, "I don't believe it. Let's try another move." Saying this, she stood upright, and then split her legs apart before bending her entire upper body down until her head touched the yoga mat. This is called the double angle pose, also an action that greatly tests flexibility. Then she looked at Yeshuan and said, "Watch carefully. This move is also very simple. Hey, don't turn your head away, look back. This is how it's done. Did you get it?" Got it. Yeshuan replied awkwardly, then stretched out his legs and bent his whole upper body down. Not only did he manage to put his head on the ground, he even had spare space to press his face against the floor, doing it effortlessly. Upon seeing this, Yeshuan's mind churned like ocean waves. She could not calm down at all. After all, without professional training and daily practice, it would be impossible to achieve such flexibility. Let alone Yeshuan making it look so easy, bending down as naturally as drinking water, without any warm-up or stretching. My goodness, this kid must have amazing physical constitution. What on earth is his body made of? Yeshuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this time, elder sister Yeshuan suddenly poked her head in. Holding a spatula with confidence written all over her face, she said to the two of them, "Third sister, little brother, come eat breakfast already. It'll go cold later. We've got sunny-side-up eggs today, which I recently learned how to make in a new flavor. Come taste." Sunny-side-up? Yeshuan, upon hearing those words, immediately straightened up and hurriedly ran out. Actually, Yeshuan didn't have any particular thoughts about the sunny-side-up eggs. He just wanted to slip away for a rest, avoiding third sister Yeshuan's endless torment. Chapter 295, Betting Dogs. To say that torment doesn't quite count. At most, it's just a bother. Getting up early in the morning, brewing a cup of tea, and lounging on the couch. How comfortable is that? Isn't that better than yoga? And Yeshuan was still lying on the ground, not having fully recovered her senses, as visions of Yeshuan's awe-inspiring movements kept flashing through her mind. She couldn't figure out how this little guy's body could move like that, with ligaments stretching and retracting like rubber bands. No, it's too much of a waste for a body like this not to practice martial arts. I have to think of a way to deceive this brat into learning martial arts. Yeshuan mused silently as she absent-mindedly made her way to the dining table. No sooner had she taken her seat than her elder sister, Yeshuan, spoke with steady authority. "Hey, third sister, why haven't you changed clothes yet? Are you not going to the association today? Staying home to rest?" Truly, an older sister is like a mother. The moment Yeshuan's words left her lips, Yeshuan immediately stood up, went back to change into a new set of clothes, and then returned for breakfast. I thought you were resting." Yeshuan glanced at Yeshuan, then ladled up a spoonful of mung bean porridge, blew gently on it, and passed it to Yeshuan, saying softly, "Come, little Xian, open your little mouth wide. Make sure you eat plenty in the morning." Yeshuan felt somewhat speechless. Why had they started feeding him now? Despite this, he obediently opened his mouth and finished the perfectly cooled mung bean porridge in one clean gulp. Just then, elder sister Yifei also offered a piece of fried egg, bringing it close to Yeshuan's mouth. "Come, little Xian, eat some fried egg. Fourth sister cooked it especially well. Second sister wrapped your sandwich too. Take a bite. Come, don't just keep eating. Here, little Xian, drink a little milk. I got this fresh from the dairy farm last time. Open your little mouth so fourth sister can feed you." Feeling the sister's boundless affection, Yeshuan became momentarily dazed. It really was laughable, if only because he was the family's sole male child, and so small, chubby-cheeked. Before long, breakfast ended in an atmosphere full of indulgence. By then, Yeshuan was so stuffed he could barely manage another bite. In fact, he'd already been full far earlier. Still, Yeshuan continued to insist that one must eat heartily in the morning. Children always nibble a bit and then lose interest, but actually, their stomachs remain empty. Without further ado, she forced Yeshuan down, pouring 2 big bowls of mung bean porridge and 2 sandwiches into him, along with 2 glasses of milk and 3 fried eggs. By now, Yeshuan felt like if he burped, food would spill out of his throat. Shaking weakly, he collapsed onto the sofa, unable to rise again. At this point, third sister Yeshuan had already finished applying light makeup and quietly approached Yeshuan. She looked at him cautiously and proposed, "Little Xian, are you full? Come with third sister to play at the Jinling Martial Arts Association, and we'll help you digest. How about it? Would you like third sister to buy you some snacks and toys?" Yeshuan managed to raise his eyelids weakly, and, looking at third sister who used such typical tactics to lure children, responded indifferently, "No, I want to go out and play today." Feeling rather powerless, Yeshuan pinched Yeshuan's pudgy face with frustration. "You little brat, all you know is playing outside every day. Now's the best time to follow third sister and practice martial arts. You'll thank me when you grow up." Hearing this, Yeshuan inwardly chuckled. Would martial arts beat having a system? He may have entertained these thoughts, but outwardly showed no emotion. After giving Yeshuan 2 disdainful glances, he turned over, leaving a rebellious back towards her. Seeing this, Yeshuan sighed deeply. She wanted to say more, but just as Yeshuan exited her bedroom, "That's enough, third sister. Kids naturally love to play. It's in their nature. Let Xian go and enjoy himself." But, though reluctant, since big sister had spoken, Yeshuan couldn't continue any further. With a sigh, she followed the elder sister out the door. Hearing the door close, Yeshuan secretly smirked to himself, noting how effective big sister's authority remained. He grinned mischievously. Then he pulled out his phone and called Lu Yanran from the balcony. "Hey, young master. Are you awake? Come pick me up. Today, we're heading to the 8 Golden Public House in Jinling." "All right, I'll be there right away." Putting his phone away, Yeshuan rushed to the bathroom for a quick shower, changing into fresh clothing afterward. After tidying up, he stepped out, finding Lu Yinran already waiting outside the villa gates. Young master, wasn't the 8 Golden Public House supposed to host competitions? Why are we heading there today? Lu Yinran opened the car door, confused about today's itinerary. Jumping into the car, Yeshuan explained. Yes, exactly. We're going to watch gambling dog fights. Let's go. Dog betting? Although Lu Yinran felt a little perplexed, she didn't ask any more questions. It was rush hour, the roads clogged with traffic like a river of cars bumper to bumper. However, around the 5-meter perimeter of the Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine, not a single vehicle dared to approach. Some female drivers, unaware of the weight of the situation, still wanted to get closer. As a result, they immediately had their steering wheels snatched by their husbands from the passenger seat and were firmly held down. Their husbands even shouted nervously, "Let him go first. Let him go first. Just stay here. Stay as far away as possible. Don't move. That car costs 200 million. A collision would ruin several generations." The female drivers were utterly baffled, staring at the strange-looking foreign car in front, scared out of their wits, and didn't dare to make a move. On the other side, Lu Yinran held the steering wheel with her hands, couldn't help but smile seeing the vehicles around her moving aside. It was just like the procession of royalty. This was what true nobility looked like. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the 8 Golden Public House. At the entrance stood an attendant who, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce come to a stop, quickly came forward and opened the rear door. After Yeshuan stepped out, the attendant approached Lu Yinran to receive the car keys and drove it into the underground parking lot. Yeshuan took a glance at the 8 Golden Public House. It indeed looked pretty impressive, also very large, much like the Jinling Stadium, topped with a football field-sized circular reflective structure. Looking around, Yeshuan didn't see Lu Yun and his group, so he pulled out his phone and made a call. Do, hello? Yi brother, have you arrived yet? There's something going on at the company right now. We'll need to wait a bit. I gotta hang up now. Do. Yeshuan put his phone away. Since Lu Yun still had things to deal with, he decided to go inside and check things out while waiting without any hurry. Then he led Lu Yinran through the entrance of the 8 Golden Public House. As soon as they entered, the receptionist greeted them. Without beating around the bush, Yeshuan simply said, "Take us to the dog gambling area." "All right, please follow me." The receptionist gestured toward a direction and then took the lead, guiding the duo through twists and turns until they reached a place somewhat resembling a football field. Though relatively smaller in size, the field was not a circular arena but consisted of several racetrack-like dog racing lanes surrounded by fences. At that moment, the spectator seats were already filled with many people cheering excitedly, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the next breed of dogs. Chapter 296, Not Daring Anymore? Yeshuan and Lu Yinran scanned the audience seats and found a relatively quiet place with no one around, so they walked over. Just as they sat down, they saw several people walking up the aisle toward them. These few people were following a young man who was smoking a cigar and wearing a ring on his finger, clearly looking like they were trying to flatter him. When those assistants saw Lu Yinran, they all exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yinran. Lu Yinran glanced at them curiously after hearing her name being called. Then, those individuals spoke again. "I'm Lu Feng. Don't you remember me? I'm Li Lu. You've forgotten us, right? We were classmates in university. Great changes occur when girls grow up. It's been just a few years, but Lu Yinran has evolved from a goddess into a fairy now. Back then, quite a few people chased after you at the university, but none succeeded, leading you to be called the ice goddess within the department." Ho ho. Yes, thinking back to those days, it's truly nostalgic. Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Yinran finally realized who they were. The 3 young men before her were her former university classmates. She hadn't really spoken much with them back then, but she had some vague recollections. Thus, she greeted them. "Oh, I remember now. Long time no see. Are you here to watch dog races too?" Lu Feng chuckled, pointing to the young man smoking the cigar, and said, "This is Zheng Yu. We're here accompanying Brother Zheng for a little fun." Finally, Zheng Yu heard someone introduce him. He smiled confidently, not removing the cigar from his mouth. "This beautiful lady is called Lu Yinran, right? I'm Zheng Yu. My family owns a few companies. I have nothing better to do, so I like to travel around for entertainment. Is that boy your younger brother? There are only the 2 of you. Why don't you join us for some fun? Drinks and food are on me." Zheng Yu spoke without opening his mouth too wide, fearing the cigar would fall, making his voice sound strange. Moreover, while speaking, his eyes kept roaming over Lu Yinran's face, chest, waist, and her long legs clad in a tight skirt and black stockings. His intentions were obvious. After hearing Zheng Yu's words, the few people behind him also began to echo and persuade her. "Come on, Lu Yinran. There are only the 2 of you anyway. Yeah, your younger brother doesn't know any better. It must be boring for you alone. Let's have some fun together. It will be more lively. Remember how we used to play together during school events?" Lu Yinran felt uncomfortable seeing Zheng Yu's attitude and was somewhat displeased. She looked at Yeshuan, asking for his decision. As for what that second-generation rich kid Zheng Yu had in mind, Yeshuan naturally understood well, but free food and drinks, why turn them down? "Sure, let's play together. The more, the merrier." Yeshuan smiled and said to Lu Yinran. Hearing these words, the other sighed with relief and then looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was extremely pleased. He immediately waved at the staff members and declared arrogantly, "I'll take this whole area. Ask irrelevant people to leave. Bring some beverages and snacks over here." The seating area was divided into blocks. He referred to the block where they currently stood. The staff nodded and started arranging the requests. After giving those instructions, Zheng Yu approached and looked at Lu Yinran, saying, "It's your first time playing, right? Let me briefly explain the rules of the dog racing here. First way to play is by simply picking 2 dogs. If they can make it into the top 2 places, you get paid out. The base bet amount here at the pavilion number 8 is pretty high, minimum 100 yuan. It's relatively simple, but not very interesting if you're only betting small amounts. The second option is selecting a dog that must finish in first place, meaning victory. If you win, you get paid out, which is more interesting compared to the first option and offers a much higher payout. The third option is consecutive wins. Both chosen dogs must finish in the top 2, though the order does not matter. The fourth option involves choosing 3 dogs. All 3 need to place within the top 3 spots. Winning this will yield a large amount of money. As he was explaining, Zheng Yu pointed to the massive screen hanging midair and continued. On that screen over there, the odds for each dog finishing first are displayed, constantly changing. The closer to the start of the race, the faster they change. Watching this is crucial because if the dogs with high odds, the underdogs, manage to make it into the top 2, the prize money will be significantly higher. But for dogs with low odds, even if they win, the winnings will be meager. Sometimes you might only win $10.10 for every $10 wagered, which is practically meaningless. I consider myself an experienced dog racing enthusiast. I enjoy coming here during my leisure time and have successfully bet on many underdog winners, earning decently well. Zheng Yu grinned, letting his gaze wander across Lu Yanran's body as he added, "What do you think, miss? Doesn't it sound intriguing?" Lu Yanran was speechless. His previous lengthy explanation went completely unheard by her, leaving her uninterested. So she ignored him, gazing thoughtfully at the big screen instead. At this moment, the staff led 6 dogs of different breeds into the racecourse, placing them at the starting points of each track respectively. Seeing this, Zheng Yu quickly took out his phone and placed a bet online. The few people behind him gathered around Zheng Yu, following his lead to place bets with several hundred yuan. Hee, following brother Zheng is always profitable. This time I've placed 800 on the underdog dog. Its odds are incredibly high. If it wins, there'll be 8,000, 10 times as much. Just follow brother Zheng's betting. It pays handsomely. Listening to their flattering words, Zheng Yu was somewhat pleased. He then smiled at Lu Yanran and asked, "Beautiful lady, why don't you give betting a try?" Lu Yanran glanced at him and shook her head. "No thanks, you guys play. I'm fine." She had no such interest and could not muster any enthusiasm for gambling, even harboring some hatred towards it. Watching others gamble was acceptable, but being dragged into it herself, refusal would be considered polite already. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he thought for a moment before persuading her. "All right then, how about this? I can lend you money. Any winnings will be yours, and any losses will be mine. Why don't you just play for fun? Just watching isn't very interesting, right?" He was trying his best to ingratiate himself with Lu Yanran, simply because he lusted after her beauty. Anyone with sharp eyes could see this clearly, though nobody chose to point it out. Lu Yanran naturally understood all of this. She felt disdain toward his behavior, knowing full well that this was nothing but dog gambling. While she felt angry at the moment, she did not show it overtly, instead coldly saying, "I'm simply not interested. You all play by yourselves." Having said that, she turned her gaze away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Her classmates noticed Lu Yanran deliberately showing Zheng Yu a cold shoulder and mocked him a little. Their remarks weren't too offensive, but they weren't pleasant either. "Really, Lu Yanran? After so many years since graduation, you've lost your nerve to gamble on dog races." Chapter 297, Golden Brick. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yanran shot them a glance, remaining silent. Seeing that Lu Yanran was dead set on not participating, Zheng Yu didn't persist further. He casually addressed the crowd. "All right, since the beauty doesn't want to play, we can't force her. Let's go ahead and play first. Maybe she'll get interested later." With that, he walked down a few steps towards the track and went to watch the dog race. It happened to be the start time of the competition just then. A clear gunshot signaled the start, instantly opening the barriers before the track. 6 dogs bolted out like leopards. Charge! Charge! Run faster! Run even faster! Go! Pass it! Pass it! Pass it! Nice! In no time at all, the 6 dogs had reached the finish line. The large screen broadcasted the race and declared the champion. Sure enough, the dog on which Zheng Yu had placed his bet came in first place, making him cheer with joy. The groupies behind him also jumped up and down, shouting Zheng Yu's name in celebration. "Nice! Brother Zheng is just amazing. Who would have known this dog was certain to win, and it was such an upset. We made so much money." In terms of betting on dogs, Brother Zheng is clearly still the best. Those self-proclaimed dog betting experts I saw before, they were just trash. I'm completely amazed. I wasn't entirely convinced at first, but it really won. Damn, my bet was too small, sigh. Hurry, bets for the next round have already started. Brother Zheng, what should we bet on this time? Right? Following Brother Zheng means there will be meat to eat and soup to drink. With a smile on his face, Zheng Yu enjoyed the taste of flattery. He took out his phone, glanced at it, and pondered aloud. Let's still stick to the second type of betting, champion pick. This time, if there's no mistake, number 4 dog should take the crown. I've analyzed the breeds for this session, considering their performance comprehensively. It's practically a sure thing. Good. Bet on number 4. Quickly place your bets. This time I'm betting 10,000. If I win, it'll turn into 100,000 directly. Great move, Lu Feng. Since you're playing big, I'll match your 10,000. Anyway, following Brother Zheng ensures we recoup our losses even if we make a mistake. I'll join too. They were completely engrossed, eyes fixed intently on the 6 dogs racing fiercely in the field, red-eyed with anticipation. Only Zheng Yu occasionally glanced back at Lu Yanran, his eyes filled with admiration. Before long, the starting gun fired again, and the 6 dogs darted forward in blurs. After a while, the large screen flashed the close-up of the winning dog, and the prize pool began updating the payouts. Lu Feng and his crew stared at the winning dog, stunned and overjoyed, speechless with excitement. It took them quite some time before they patted each other's chests and cheered wildly. 10,000 yuan. Made 10,000 yuan in just a minute. Brother Zheng is incredible. I'm totally impressed. Too exciting. Thank goodness I followed through, or I'd be kicking myself. Zheng Yu felt excited inside, but his face betrayed no emotion. He turned to Lu Yanran. How about it, beautiful lady? Made 10,000 yuan in just a few minutes. Sounds fun, right? Seeing Zheng Yu talk, his lackeys chimed in. That's true, Lu Yanran. If you placed a bet earlier, you would have won those 10,000 yuan already. Following Brother Zheng is always right. He's been in dog gambling for a long time, and under his guidance, you'd make money. Come play. Don't worry. Brother Zheng said he'd loan you the money to play. What's there to worry about? Just do it. Hearing their chatter, Lu Yanran found it utterly nauseating, unwilling to respond at all, and turned her head toward Yeshuan. Noticing that Lu Yanran seemed rather concerned about Yeshuan, Zheng Yu said to Yeshuan, "Hey kid, weren't those running dogs interesting? Do you feel like placing a bet? Kids usually have good luck, you know. Perhaps you'll hit an upset and win some cash to buy snacks and toys. What do you think?" Recalling the amounts they had bet earlier in his mind, Yeshuan looked at Zheng Yu coolly and replied, "The amount you bet is too small. I can't get interested." Zheng Yu was momentarily stunned, as were the several lackeys behind him. Not very old, but the kid certainly talks big. Haha, does 10,000 sound small? His parents might struggle giving him 10 yuan a day. Laughing so hard, Talking nonsense. Hey Lu Yanran, whose kid is this? Such a poser. Humph, the kid loves jokes, doesn't he? Come on, tell brother Zheng how much you'd like to bet. As Zheng Yu spoke, he gave Yishin a smirk. But Lu Yanran frowned, displeased with her classmates' comments, ready to flare up, when suddenly Yishin's phone rang. Yes. Hello? Is that Mr. Yi? Oh, hello Mr. Yi. You know, this morning we talked about the golden brick matter, don't you have time now? Because Yishin cut him off. Oh, I'm free now. Just deliver it over to the number 8 Jingling Villa inside Dog Racing Area 1. I'll be waiting for you here. Villa number 8. Oh right, I happen to be nearby. I'll bring it to you immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yishin ignored those sycophants still mocking and jeering at him. This kid really has no sense of money. He must play too many games and mistakes money for virtual game coins. That's probably the case. Look at him, saying bets are too small to raise his interest. Wow, he's so boastful. He's already finished his posturing, and look how young he is. So hilarious. I wonder what his parents would think if they hear all these things. Of course, they should spank him until he learns better. If I had such a child who didn't value money, I'd whip his hide rotten. Haha, he needs some good spankings alright. Feeling neglected by Yishin, Zheng Yu felt a bit awkward, then turned toward Lu Yanran with a smile and asked casually, Beautiful lady, since you're not into this, do you prefer something else? Karaoke? Or perhaps a beach day? The new sauna room has just opened. Any interest in going there? What about yoga? His tone was gentle, but the places mentioned all carried subtle intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran found herself even more repulsed and became even less interested in talking to him. She chose instead to focus her gaze on the dogs racing around the field. Seeing his failed attempt made Zheng Yu frown slightly, as his smile stiffened. Just when he was about to utter another word, a middle-aged man wearing a blue suit carrying a black briefcase walked up to them. Spotting Yishin, he bowed respectfully and greeted. Mr. Yi, good day. Did I come late? Then he placed the briefcase down, opened it, revealing a box full of golden bricks inside. Chapter 298, The Young Master Arrives. Mr. Yi, this is the gold bar the bank has gifted to you. Would you like to check it? Yishin waved his hand to indicate. No need, there's no need to count. It's just a few gold bars. You can go. Then I'll leave you be, wishing you have fun. The middle-aged man said, bowed slightly, and then left. At this point, Zheng Yu and the others were completely petrified. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many are there? There are a total of 5 rows, with 10 gold bars in each row, 50 gold bars in total. Each bar weighs 500 grams. Yes, that's 10 million yuan. My goodness, 10 million yuan, right? This small box actually contains 10 million yuan worth of gold. Why would they bring these gold bars here? What kind of background does this kid have? Could these gold bars be fake? You fool, that middle-aged man had a bank badge on him. There's no way these could be fake. I'm shocked. That kid, he wasn't bluffing. What he said was true. What's his family situation? To casually bring out 10 million yuan in gold. Zheng Yu stared wide-eyed at the vast number of gold bars, uneasily glancing between Yishin and the gold bars. His face turned pale, his mouth slightly agape, as if trying to say something but unable to produce any sound, feeling as though his throat was tightly closed by steel and concrete. He could barely even breathe. It took quite some time before he regained his composure, instinctively stepping back a few steps. The several sycophants behind him also dared not speak anymore, looking at Yishin with eyes full of intense fear. Who could possibly offend someone who can casually take out 10 million yuan in gold? For some rich individuals on the Forbes list, perhaps 10 million yuan in gold is insignificant. But for Lu Feng and his gang, this represented the essence of terror. These people are absolutely untouchable. Thus, they all shut their mouths, standing awkwardly to the side, not daring to act arrogantly anymore. Seeing their frightened appearance, Yishin couldn't help but smile inwardly. He then closed the briefcase and placed it under his seat, continuing to watch the dog race taking place in the venue. Not long after, Lu Yun and a group of young masters and misses finally arrived at the scene. They entered the arena and spotted Yishin immediately. They approached him in great numbers. Hearing the commotion, Zheng Yu turned around and froze instantly. These people were dressed in high-end designer clothing, wearing extravagant watches on their wrists, exuding greatness and nobility. Their entire demeanor radiated with an air of wealth, making it clear that they weren't ordinary people. The surrounding audience, upon hearing the noise and spotting the group led by Lu Yun, started whispering amongst themselves in astonishment. Hey, look at that group over there. Their aura is so strong. They're all dressed in luxury brands. These must be rich second generations. Don't know where they come from. Wow, their presence is truly impressive. No wonder wealthy people are so enviable. They give off an air of being untouchable. I totally admire them. These aren't just your average rich kids. Just that woman's jewelry alone could buy me a few apartments. That man's wristwatch, Patek Philippe 5002P001. Worth over 7 million yuan. What the hell? Are you serious? Over 7 million yuan. Is that even a question? The sycophant beside Zheng Yu was equally amazed at seeing this crowd. Though such gambling events sometimes attracted rich heirs and wealthy individuals, never before had there been such a large gathering of rich kids simultaneously, making it seem almost unreal. Fengzi, do you recognize those people? How should I know? Haven't reached that level yet. Li Lu, do you recognize them? Don't ask me, ask Zhongyang instead. I've never even seen them, let alone recognize them. Just look at their powerful aura. They must be signs from major families or big companies. That's obvious, isn't it? Who else would have such presence? I don't know where they're from. But Zheng Ge, do you recognize them? Zheng Yu frowned, gazing at the procession of young masters and misses, feeling a tidal wave of emotion inside, profoundly stunned. When someone nearby asked him, he nodded confidently and replied, Of course I recognize them. See the man walking ahead there? His name is Lu Yun. His father is the CEO of Lu Group, Lu Haikong. The one on the left is called Chui Shengxian. His father is the chairman of Python Dragon Group. And the one on the right isn't anyone ordinary. His surname is Ouyang, named Ouyang Hai. His family are merchants who made their fortune through commerce. As for that miss over there, her name is Zhouang. Her family has been involved in trade for generations, genuine affluent folk. I won't introduce the rest, you wouldn't remember them all anyway. Just remember Lu Yun, he's someone extraordinary. The toadies listened with widened eyes, their faces filled with shock, and they started to regard Lu Yun with a hint of apprehension. After saying these words, Zheng Yu moved forward with a beaming smile, intending to greet Lu Yun's group. However, the young masters and misses didn't even glance at him, passing straight by and heading directly toward Yeshuan. Zheng Yu's face flickered with embarrassment as he stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. At this point, the group had already arrived before Yeshuan, with Lu Yun speaking first in apology. Sorry for being late, Yigo. There were some issues at the company which caused an unfortunate delay. Those following also greeted one by one. Hello, Yigo. Long time no see. Yigo looks even more handsome today. I could sense the commanding aura from Yigo as soon as I entered the entrance to the club. Haha, why didn't you say you felt it when you woke up? These words floated among the crowd, lingering above the first zone. For a moment, those around were filled with terror on their faces, their eyes wide open. Lu Xiao actually called that kid Yigo? MME, did I hear wrong? With people of such high status, how could they call a child Yigo? That kid looks only 7 or 8 years old. What background does he have? That kid is not just someone remarkable, he's beyond remarkable, considering the status of Lu Xiao and his group. None of those people are minor figures, and yet they call that child Yigo. Am I dreaming? What is going on? Chapter 299. How about having a meal? Yeshuan heard the whispers of people around him and smiled faintly. At this moment, Lu Yun looked at the dogs racing in the field, glanced at the big screen, and then turned to Yeshuan and said, Bro Yi, do you want to place a bet? Or, shall we gamble between us? Sure. Yeshuan smiled, then reached out and pulled out the password box under his seat, pointing at the box and said, just bet on this box. If your dog wins, the box is yours. If my dog wins, the money you put up is mine. How's that sound? Lu Yun looked at the box and his lips twitched. Then he turned to Yeshuan and sighed. Not to be rude, Brother Yi, this is too much. There are probably 500,000 yuan in cash in this box. Hearing this, Zheng Yu and those lackeys' expressions changed instantly. They exchanged glances, confusion mingled with surprise. Lu Yun also noticed the expressions of these few people beside him, silently laughing inside. He thought they really didn't know how to live, scared by 500,000 yuan. What a bunch of losers. At this time, Yeshuan pointed at the password box, looked at Lu Yun and laughed. The box isn't locked, go ahead and open it. Alright, let me check. Since I switched to using bank cards, I haven't withdrawn so much cash from the bank for a long time, still nostalgic. Lu Yun teased a bit, then grabbed the handle of the box and pulled it slightly. Just as he pulled it, his eyebrows furrowed and muttered, the craftsmanship of this password box is good. It's so heavy, it should be a bank-grade specialized security box, right? As he was speaking, there were some doubts in his mind because the box felt pretty thin when he touched it, and it did not seem like steel or alloy had been added. Curious, Lu Yun gently flicked the lock and lifted the lid of the password box. The surrounding group of young masters and ladies were curious too, gathering closer, stretching their necks to take a look. But instead of red bundles of cash, there were gold bars neatly stacked one by one, emanating golden hues and desires. Seeing this, everyone was stunned momentarily, completely dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally came to their senses and started looking at Yeshuan. Brother Yi, you're going way too strong. A whole box full of gold. Yes, who could withstand that? Too extravagant, Brother Yi. Walking around with a box of gold. I'm flabbergasted. I've never seen so many gold bricks. Everyone sweated profusely and marveled, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the gold bars. Then a voice popped out from the crowd. Speaking of which, how much money is in this box? This one question directed the group's attention and enlivened the atmosphere. There are markings for weight. Let me see. Each piece weighs 500 grams, and there are 50 pieces of gold bricks. How much does gold cost now? I'm checking, around 400. Let's say 400. So that's 50 times 500 times 400 equals. How much? 10 million. What? 10 million? Did I calculate wrong? This box alone amounts to 10 million. Do you think? This is gold. Seeing their bewilderment, Yeshuan looked at Lu Yun and smiled. Lu Yun, do you still want to gamble? Lu Yun quickly waved his hands in denial. No, I won't gamble. No one dare to bet against Brother Yi. The rich young gentlemen and wealthy miss around them also waved their hands quickly, signaling. Can't handle it. Impossible, too overwhelming. It equals my father's company profit in a month. I would probably get beaten to death if I lose. Only Brother Yi has such extravagance, starting with millions every move. We don't dare to bet against you. Yeshuan smiled without saying anything, closed the box, and pulled it back under his seat, crossing his legs lazily, and said, You play then, I'll stop betting and just watch. Here, the most we can bet is only 100,000, definitely too limiting for Brother Yi. Lu Yun ran over to Yeshuan with affected obsequiousness, rubbing shoulders and patting back, making himself look quite funny. Other people couldn't say much more, gathered together, and prepared to place 2 bets to play a bit. Come on, let's all place 2 bets to have fun. Forgive me beforehand, I've never done this before, don't bully this little lady. No problem, I don't even bring any money with me. Hey Brother Yun, lend me 20,000. Whoa, stay away from me. Haven't you forgotten last time? 5,000. You even went dancing and hunted with that other group's rich daughter. Don't pretend I don't know. But I did forget. In a rush earlier, I changed clothes but forgot to bring my card. I'll return it tomorrow, and I'll sneak 2 bottles of Dad's fine wine for you as an extra bonus. Okay, quick, the dogs are about to start running. Hey, you're the only reliable guy here. Remember, I want white spirit, not red wine. It makes me cough. Yungo, why are you switching to white now? Yeah, after drinking too much white spirit, it doesn't confuse your mind as much. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and place your bets. The dogs will start running soon. Once they're off, no one will count if we chase them back. Haha. According to young Master Huang's advice, which breed of dog should we bet on? Cut the noise, it's making me cough. Hack. Hurry, it's about to start. Just pick any dog. There are only 6 dogs anyway. I've already placed a bet once, spent 60,000 yuan. If there's a surprise winner, I might earn it back right away. I admire his business skills. You wouldn't come up with this move unless you've had brain thrombosis for 10 years. No wonder Madasha is so stupid. When you start your next business venture, please contact me first. Yeshuan couldn't help but smile listening to their chit-chat. Yin Ran was also covering her mouth beside him, giggling until she bent over. Just at this moment, a sweaty, middle-aged man in a suit who was bald suddenly rushed over to Yeshuan. Looking at Yeshuan, he caught his breath twice, originally still having some doubt in his eyes. But when he noticed the box under Yeshuan's seat, he didn't hesitate and smiled. Master Ye's presence honors us. I regret that I did not welcome you properly, Master Chun. Yeshuan took a brief look at him, completely puzzled, unsure who he was. People around watching the dogs, including the young masters and ladies, also paid attention to this newcomer, moving closer. Chun realized everyone was staring at him, thus finally catching on, smiling, and saying, "Whoops, I'm the owner of this 8-hall public house. My name is Chen Ken. Since all of you grace this humble place rarely, would you honor us by dining upstairs at noon? I'll treat." Chen pointed at the second floor above their heads, continuing. The racing experience on the second floor is also excellent. If you don't mind, shall we head upstairs now? Tea and snacks are prepared, ensuring that all of you have a pleasant time. Chapter 300, Betting on Alcohol. Chen Ken turned his gaze onto Yeshuan as he spoke. He knew the small figure before him was the one who'd been speaking. Even though he wasn't sure about his background, based on his ability to casually produce a case of gold at such a young age, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary person. Naturally, he didn't dare offend him easily. Furthermore, the fact that this individual had brought so many young masters and misses, each spending starting from 10,000 onward, made him realize that treating them well could ensure endless business in the future. As a seasoned veteran in the commercial world, this much he understood. Yeshuan, observing the earnest expression of the boss, felt a certain sense of authenticity befitting his name. Thus, after surveying everyone present, he said, "How about going upstairs to play for a while?" Everyone responded immediately. "We'll follow Brother Ye's lead." Hearing this, the boss's previously taut expression finally relaxed. "Great, esteemed guests, please allow me to guide you. It's close by, just take the elevator." With that, he led the way, nervously wiping his sweat while forcing a smile. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu and his cronies were silent, huddled in a corner, their eyes half focused on the dogs in the race. When they saw the crowd depart in full force, they came back to reality and scurried out of the manor like defeated mice. Being around Lu Yun and his group left these individuals breathless due to their overwhelming aura, entirely extinguishing any competitive spirit they once had regarding dog gambling. Recalling their previous rudeness towards Lu Yanran and Yeshuan, they now felt their hearts constrict, embarrassed almost to the point of wanting to rip their own scalps off. Especially Zheng Yu, who tried to save face by greeting only to be completely ignored, found himself utterly humiliated. He'd need months to recover from the shame. In another scene, inside the elevator, Yeshuan stood at the forefront, Lu Yanran by his side. Chen Ken crouched aside, anxiously rubbing his hands as he listened respectfully to the jests from the various young masters and misses behind. In no time, the elevator arrived at the second floor. Upon opening the door, a red carpet was immediately visible outside, leading straight to a large round table by the window. The place appeared completely cleared of patrons except for waitresses dressed in black stockings. The boss gestured with a please motion, allowing Yeshuan to step out and directly walk to the prominent high seat at the circular table. On either side of the red carpet stood over 20 attendants, bent in reverence, unisonly shouting, "Warmly welcome you, my knight. My knight." Yeshuan inwardly grimaced at the absurdity of this greeting word. Then, the waitresses chorused again, "All our staff will serve you wholeheartedly." Seeing a slight change in Yeshuan's expression, the boss quickly explained, "This restaurant is frequented mostly by knights and horse enthusiasts. Since the racetrack faces the other side of the second floor, it has become a regular greeting term used by our servers. Young master, please don't mind it, haha." Yeshuan slightly nodded, now understanding the situation, but not overly paying attention. Cold dishes were already set on the table, with cutlery arranged neatly. As soon as everyone sat down, chefs began serving hot dishes in succession. Accompanying the meals were various high-end wines and spirits, alongside some pure dairy products and beverages. Regardless of how it compared to formal restaurants, the service and cuisine offered a match worthy even of prestigious eateries. Boss Chen Kung bowed respectfully toward Yeshuan and everyone else, sincerely saying, "You all enjoy your meal then. I have some personal matters to deal with, hence must leave first. If there are any needs, just command the staff accordingly." Afterwards, he quietly departed. No one acted formally. They treated the place as home, eating as they pleased and drinking without restraint. After a few bites, Lu Yun suddenly brightened up and suggested to everyone, "Hey, what if we try betting on alcohol through dog racing? What do you think? Betting on alcohol through dog racing?" Everyone hesitated momentarily but quickly understood and approved enthusiastically. "Good. This sounds fun. So what's the minimum stake? A half glass for red wine or a full cup for white liquor? Does that sound reasonable?" "Yes, perfect. How about adding stakes as the game progresses?" "That's definitely necessary. Otherwise, it'd be too boring. Let's see. The races are about to start. Let's begin betting. I'll give it a try. 1 cup of baijiu, white liquor, bet on the first breed of dog. Go as you wish. I'll also join Brother Yun, betting half a glass of red wine on the first breed. I choose the 6th breed. I've had my eye on this dog. I'll pick the 3rd breed. In that case, I'll select the 2nd breed. Brother Yi, would you care to place a bet too? Maybe you can just drink milk instead." While Yeshuan was eating shrimp, hearing someone address him, he waved a hand dismissively. "You guys continue. I'll grow up a bit more before joining you in drinking games. Drinking drinks alone isn't that interesting." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and smiled, but did not further argue, instead watching intently as the dog races were about to commence. Here's how this game works. Each person picks a dog to bet on, with alcohol as the stakes. The starting bet is 1 cup of white liquor or half a cup of red wine. For example, if dog number 1 comes in first place, then Lu Yun doesn't drink, nor do others who also bet on dog number 1. But those who didn't pick it have to drink. The term, raising the stake, means that if Lu Yun chooses dog number 1 and bets 2 cups of white liquor, then should dog number 1 win, everyone else has to drink an equal amount of their chosen alcohol. If someone bets 3 cups of white liquor, exceeding the 2-cup limit set by the winner, they still have to drink all 3 cups, since they themselves placed that wager. Therefore, after several rounds, no one dares to raise the stakes too high, given that the outcome is uncertain and no one can predict for sure who will win. In case someone only bets 1 cup while another places 5 cups and the former wins, What should have been drinking just 1 cup turns into drinking 5 cups. How frustrating would that be? Chapter 301. Let's do it another day. After playing just a few rounds, several young masters and misses became dizzy. Lu Yun stuck out his lips, held his head high, with an air of looking down on everyone. Is that all? Is that all there is? I haven't even had a sip yet. I'm almost craving for it. Are you guys alright? If you're not, you can beg for mercy. Surrender means half the loss. Hearing this sarcastic and mocking joke, everyone laughed, and their fighting spirit rose. Today, I won't believe if I can't make Brother Yun drink. This time I bet on number 5 dog. Shit, this dog has come and last 5 times. This time it must pull off a surprise. I bet 8 glasses of clear liquor. I'll join one. If I don't get this guy drunk, I'm not going to the restroom today. I'll join too, I'll join. I bet 10 cups. Make him drink all at once. Arrogance. Ha ha ha. Brother Yun, you've angered everyone. This needs to be arranged clearly. Lu Yun smiled but said nothing, chewing on a toothpick, tapping his leg, glancing over these losers. He then picked up a whole unopened bottle of white liquor and placed it on the table. He jutted out his jaw, looked at everyone through his nostrils, and said, "Can your 10 cups finish me? If your 10 cups can defeat me, Lu Yun, I'll chug this entire bottle right here." Everyone heard this and exchanged a look, burst into laughter. Lu Yanran also turned her head, pulling Yeshuan's arm, laughing so hard her body was shaking. Yeshuan couldn't help it either. To say Lu Yun had learned it thoroughly, his expression matched perfectly, making it hard for people not to burst out laughing. At this moment, as the signal gun fired, 6 dogs simultaneously bolted. Whether heaven itself couldn't stand it, or number 5 dog suddenly got energized. Anyway, it was the first breed of number 5 dogs that crossed the finish line. It even left the other 5 dogs more than 10 meters behind. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately surged with energy, turning to glare at Lu Yun, now resembling demons with flashes of red light in their eyes. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth, staring at the large bottle of liquor on the table, breaking out in cold sweat instantly. I just started. Drink. Can I drink 1 cup at a time? Chug. Hurry up and drink. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Yun twisted open the cap, swallowed, took a deep breath, and began gulping down the liquor with a loud sound. The bottle looked big, but the amount of alcohol inside wasn't much, only 3 or 4 taels. With their regular drinking capacity, Lu Yun and the others didn't find it difficult. Drinking it all at once did feel a bit uncomfortable though. The aftertaste came quickly. Seeing Lu Yun finishing the whole thing in one breath, everyone finally sat back contentedly, dizzily catching their breath. Puff, puff. My goodness, isn't this too refreshing? Lu Yun stared at the empty bottle, seemingly wanting more. The crowd bitterly chuckled and shook their heads. I can't handle it. Drinking would make me throw up. I can't do it anymore. My head is spinning and I can't walk. If Brother Yun can do it, we wouldn't mind watching him blow another bottle. Haha, we'd end up hospitalized needing IVs. Who could take that? That's enough, no more drinking. We'll have another session next time. A little tipple makes life sweet. Do you want to look up the meaning of a little tipple on Baidu? Ha! As they chatted, they lay slumped on the leather chairs, feeling like limp mud. Seeing that everyone had had their fill, Yeshuan wiped his mouth and said, "Once we've had our fill, let's watch some more dog races before leaving. You guys can rest a bit. Alright, listen to Brother Yi. While number 5 dog is still in good form, I'll place another bet of 10,000. Yeah, I'll follow suit with the same bet. You're high from drinking. Bet starts with 100,000. You, what? Don't agree with it. No, never mind. I'll play along with 100,000 then." On the other side, in the dog racing area on the first floor, many had already heard about Yeshuan's gold brick incident earlier, which spread from 1 person to 10 and slowly began escalating. Hey, they're saying there's a rich second generation in Area 1 who came to bet on dog racing carrying a box full of gold bricks. Really? A box full of gold bricks? I walked by there just now and indeed saw a large box full of shiny gold bricks. It really TSK. How much money would that be? Heard it might be worth 10 million. Too shocking. And that rich second generation is just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Isn't that impossible? A 7 or 8-year-old kid. Where would they get so many gold bricks? Their parents gave it to them. Money gives one freedom. Though the kid is so young, instead of gaming, they come here to gamble on dog racing. Clearly influenced by their parents, someone from the upper class. Indeed, these are the true upper class people. I've met many who claim to be part of the elite with assets worth a few million or tens of millions. But after seeing this, it's all just a joke. These guys right here are the real deal. With one flick of their wrist, they toss out 10 million for entertainment. Their family fortune must be at least $1 billion to have such extravagance. Maybe even more than that. As the crowd continued their discussion, Yeshuan and Lu Yun's group also made their way downstairs, wobbling toward the entrance. The moment they were spotted, the chatter immediately reached its peak. Hey, they're coming out. Look quickly. It's that kid. Wow, there's another second generation helping him carry the box. That box is full of gold bars, isn't it? I'm so envious looking at it. Who wouldn't be envious? 10 million. If someone gave me that money, I wouldn't need to gamble on dog races. I'd be set for life. One could live comfortably off the bank interest alone and make some small investments. Look how young he is and already has endless wealth. Oh, truly, fate can be cruel like this. At this point, Yeshuan and Lu Yun's group had also arrived outside 8 Manor. Seeing the group leaving, the valets had already driven the luxury cars to the front door. The line of chauffeurs waiting extended long. As soon as some saw the supercars, they fled immediately. One called on the phone. "It's impossible, big brother. Your car? I can't drive something like that. I don't have the skill for it. You find someone else. I can't take this job." Many chauffeurs stared at the supercars hesitantly. Some wanted to bolt in fear of damaging them, while missing out on the experience, while others craved trying them, but worried about ruining them, caught between conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, a group of young masters and misses had gathered in front of the cars, bidding Yeshuan farewell before lounging inside. Lu Yun said, "Alright, Ego, I'll head back too. We should meet up again sometime." "Sure, go ahead." Yeshuan briefly responded, and then walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine, parked by the roadside to get in. Chapter 306. I'll give you. At this time, a female live streamer was broadcasting with a phone stand on the side of the road. The barrage filled page after page, completely covering the screen. It could be seen that this beautiful live streamer had a significant following. Alright, Now I'm at Donghua Street. Fans have always wanted me to show them this area, and here we are. The street here is quite prosperous. It's where wealthy people often come. Otherwise, there's no one else around. The prices here are all pretty high, but it's also very bustling. Even though it's the same city, once you step into this street, it feels like you're in the magic city. The beautiful live streamer continued walking as she aimed her phone to film the bustling street scene. Barges streamed across the screen, with several prominent ones standing out right before her. Hostess, since the street is so prosperous, why not do a street interview with random passersby? Yeah, ask these rich people what they think. Not bad. I like this idea. 1/10 of a blood letter begging the hostess to conduct a street interview. 2/10 add my vote to this. 3/10 I'm joining too. Hostess, do the street interview. Looking at these highly popular barges, realizing there wasn't much else going on, the hostess decided to comply by simply agreeing to it. Alright then, let's find a passerby and do a quick street interview. What kinds of questions would you guys want me to ask? As soon as these words came out from the hostess, another wave of barges swamped the chat room. Ask them how much money they earn every month. Wait, what kind of dumb question is that? The hostess should inquire about their perspectives on class disparity. I feel it's better if we understand how rich people perceive problems using their privileged eyes. That way, we can all gain clarity. The person above, don't you know the concept of a family fortune? Without family wealth, having a grand perspective doesn't really matter. Why not ask something useful? I am genuinely curious how these wealthy individuals view education, since many around me consider formal schooling useless. Or perhaps asking about marriage. Do they consider dating someone from an average household? Looking at the myriad of suggestions flooding her screen, the hostess became a little perplexed, unsure which questions to choose. Pick one group, and another might lose interest, making the wrong choice risk losing followers. Truly troublesome. Just when she was feeling distressed, the earlier suggestion regarding marriage suddenly gained traction and turned into an incredibly popular and highlighted barrage. Hostess, conduct an interview on this. What's the ideal amount for wedding dowry? This single barrage overshadowed everything else, continuously streaming on the screen. Seeing the large number of approvals for this topic, the hostess made up her mind. Great. Then, I will focus on the topic of wedding dowries and conduct some interviews on that. With that, she detached her phone from the tripod, holding it while turning the camera outward. Then, after searching for a bit, scanning around for suitable targets for the street interview, she soon reached the entrance of Jinling's number 8 mansion. There, she spotted a well-dressed, beautiful woman coming towards her with a young boy in a suit. Wow, look at them. That big sister is incredibly beautiful, and that little boy is also strikingly handsome, adorable too. We'll go for them. She said this into her phone and sprinted over to approach the pair. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat room was buzzing with enthusiastic comments flying across. Dang, this beauty is absolutely gorgeous. She looks like a star. And those black stockings, seductive. That little boy has perfectly delicate features, such smooth skin, pale and tender. He's amazing. Loved it. Loved it. She totally caught my attention. Her legs, her figure, her face, damn. Absolutely flawless. I can wait 10 years for that little boy. I'm only 15, and this little boy belongs to me. Please, old aunt, stay away. You keep calling me old aunt. Watch me crush you. By the time the live streamer arrived at Lu Yanran and Yeshuan's position, she held her phone politely and asked, "Hello, miss, may I conduct an interview with you?" Lu Yanran froze, not speaking. Pausing for a second, the live streamer continued. "So, how much dowry do you think is appropriate for a marriage?" Dowry. Lu Yanran paused again, unsure of how to answer such a question. Thus, she remained silent, looking baffled. For a few seconds, the silence lingered. Seeing Lu Yanran unwilling to answer left the live streamer slightly embarrassed. Smiling faintly, she then directed the phone towards Yeshuan. "Little boy, how much dowry do you think is necessary for a marriage?" Seeing that the interview was directed toward him, Yeshuan smirked slightly. Folding his arms confidently, he replied, "Why should I even give a dowry? By the time I grow up, women will be chasing after me like tigers. Why would I ever bother giving a dowry?" Hearing Yeshuan's comment, the live streamer giggled immediately, and even Lu Yanran couldn't help but stifle a smile. In the live stream chat room, the barges exploded in response. "Haha, what a funny little princeling. My dream man. Too funny, haha." The phrase ferocious as tigers suits him well. He looks like the top student in Chinese class, and already knows how to handle adult topics smoothly. What's the person before thinking? He's so young. Never mind, I can picture it now. After laughing her fill, the host asked again, "If you were to give a dowry, how much do you think would be appropriate?" Despite the fun, she couldn't forget the main point of the interview. However, Yeshuan waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "I cannot answer that question because I am only a 7 or 8-year-old kid." The host laughed again while covering her mouth. "You're such an interesting child, haha." Yeshuan also smiled, then said, "Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to go back. By the way, are you still single?" "No way, right?" Saying this, he waved goodbye, turned around with Lu Yanran, and walked away. The host, hearing Yeshuan's sarcastic tone, burst out laughing until her whole body shook as she watched Yeshuan enter a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine. In an instant, her laughter froze like sour milk. Her live broadcast chat room immediately exploded. "Wow, a Rolls-Royce? Who is it that you just interviewed? Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. My goodness, what are you all talking about? Is that car really worth a lot?" Previous commenters, Google it. "My god, is this car worth 200 million yuan? No way. Hostess, rich people on this street don't get this wealthy, do they? To start off with a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended edition? What kind of figure is this? I'm completely dumbfounded by this. This shocks me for an entire year. That beautiful woman was just the driver for the kid. What identity does the little princeling have? 200 million for a car. Holy crap, this little princeling is no simple character. Absolutely not. 200 million yuan for a car. This street really lives up to its name. We met someone driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom straight away, and it's even the extended version. Amazing." Chapter 303, Mistake. At the same time, Lu Yanran started the car and slowly drove away. The beautiful female anchor stood motionlessly at the spot, blankly staring at the Rolls-Royce as it disappeared from her sight, until it completely vanished. Yeshuan took a sip of waha, reminiscing about the words he had just spoken and couldn't help but smile faintly. Sometimes occasionally teasing someone is also a very fun thing to do. As for how others see it, that's their business. There weren't many red lights on the way, and today was particularly lucky. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Villa number 2. Liu Yanran didn't turn off the engine, got out of the car, opened the rear door, watched Yeshuan enter the villa, and then slowly drove away. Yeshuan ran into the house, wondering if his fourth sister, Yichan, had finished broadcasting yet. As soon as he entered, he saw Yichan and his third sister, Yexin, sitting on the sofa, each holding half of an iced watermelon and eating with spoons. Upon seeing Yeshuan bounce back home, the two sisters quickly put down the watermelon and rushed over, each hugging half of Yeshuan. Little Xinxian, where did you go to play today? Come here, let me feed you some iced watermelon to cool down. Hey, it's so sunny outside, why aren't you sweating? Exactly, there's not even a drop of sweat on you. The two sisters poked curiously at Yeshuan's clothes and felt him all over. Yeshuan blushed in embarrassment, but after all, he couldn't say that he was sitting inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition with air conditioning, could he? After pondering for a while, he said, I'm smart. I stayed in a shady place. They're all heat-crazed. His face looked innocent, and the words almost convinced Yeshuan himself. Hearing this, the two sisters glanced at each other and smiled, patting Yeshuan's head with praise. Oh my, you little guy are pretty sharp. You know it's hot, huh? Why do you still go out in such heat? It would have been better to follow Sister 3 to the Martial Arts Association. There's air conditioning and watermelon to eat. While speaking, Yexin dug a large spoonful of watermelon flesh and shoved it directly into Yeshuan's mouth without giving him a choice. This scoop was indeed a bit too heavy, stunning Yeshuan and almost making him choke. Sister 4 Yichan nodded and said, That's right, Xiaoxian. Don't go out to play in such hot weather. If nothing else, staying home to play games is fine too. While speaking, she also dug a large spoonful of watermelon flesh and rudely stuffed it into Yeshuan's small mouth. She spoke again, Eat slowly, don't rush. Don't be worried about losing this bite. Don't get choked by the watermelon juice. Yeshuan was speechless. Isn't this because of your feeding? Thoughts were one thing, but he didn't voice them. He just pushed the spoon aside and said, I've eaten enough, you eat. I'm going to lie down. After saying that, he jumped off Yexion's lap and nestled into the soft, sand-like sofa. Yexion didn't say anything either, munching on the watermelon while softly saying, Sister 4, hasn't Jinling recently opened a new Disneyland? Should we take little Xian there to play? Disneyland? Great. Do you want to go play at Disneyland, little Xian? Yeshuan slightly tilted his head up and looking at the eager expressions of the two sisters, felt it inappropriate to refuse. So he nodded and said, Sure, if we're going, let's go. Good. Then I'll prepare something. Yichan clenched her fists, made a motivating gesture, and then sprinted into the bedroom. Yexin didn't hesitate either, finishing her watermelon in 2 bites and running into the room. Yeshuan had nothing much to prepare, so he lay on the sofa and waited quietly for the two of them. Not long after, Yichan came out of the room with a big bag of snacks and some sunscreen stuff. While walking, she mumbled, Little Xian, have you seen my sunglasses? I searched for a long time but can't find them. No, my head can't possibly wear your oversized glasses. Don't blame me for them going missing. Upon hearing this, Yichan gave Yeshuan a scornful look, as if I frequently wrongfully accuse you, you little rascal. At this moment, Sister 3 Xin also emerged, carrying an even bigger bag of snacks than Yichan. It left Yeshuan dumbfounded. No wonder girls love snacks. This is absolutely true. Alright, let's go. Yexin stood at the door, waving at the two, full of anticipation. Wait, third sister. Yichan called out, and then looked down, pacing hesitantly, filled with worry, searching everywhere in the living room for her beloved sunglasses. While searching, she murmured, It's strange, I really can't find my sunglasses. They might have been lost last time we went out, but I remember bringing them back. She scratched the back of her head, and the pair of sunglasses perched atop her head shone brilliantly, adding to her charm significantly. Seeing this, Yexin was utterly speechless. Yeshuan suppressed his laughter and didn't remind Yichan, instead grabbing his phone and rushing to the door. Seeing both waiting for him, Yichan stopped searching and sighed resignedly. Let it go. When we go later, I'll just buy a new pair. After saying this, she pushed the door open and casually pulled down the sunglasses perched on top of her head over her eyes. She complained while looking at the scorching sun. This weather, couldn't it rain? The heat is making it hard for me to keep my eyes open. Then muttering curses, she headed towards her car. Yeshuan and his third sister Yexin exchanged a glance, smiling silently. Everything was understood in their hearts, no need to articulate. A moment later, Yexin drove up in her pink minicar and parked it at the entrance of the villa. This car was specially gifted to her by one of her fans, who felt it was uneconomical that 30% of any gifts given would be deducted by the platform. So, he used the money to have this kind of small commuter car made instead. It wasn't very expensive, but was indeed practical for Yexin. Yeshuan and Yexin squeezed into the narrow car doors, and the space inside was surprisingly good enough for both of them to move around freely. Just that Yeshuan, accustomed to sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition, found himself slightly unaccustomed to this switch. He even subconsciously reached out for a highball glass to pour himself a couple of large gulps of drinks. Yexin glanced at him somewhat bewilderedly, but she didn't dwell on it too much and considered it nothing more than a random habit. At this moment, Yichan turned back and looked at the two of them nervously. Are you all strapped in? I'm going to drive now. Seeing her tense expression, Yeshuan also started feeling inexplicably nervous. Sis 4, you can't possibly. What are you talking about? It's just driving a car, isn't it? Yichan forced herself to appear calm as she replied with a feigned assurance. Then she turned the key in the ignition and disengaged the handbrake, only to have the car lurch forward abruptly, startling the three of them. I'll take over. You'd better go sit at the back, little 4. Yexin patted her chest, speechlessly said as she quickly stepped out of the car and dragged Yichan out of the driver's seat without giving her a chance to argue. It was just a slip-up before. Chapter 304, A Good Beating. Yichan tried to retort stubbornly, but under these circumstances, her words fell flat. Seeing Yichan like this, Yeshuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The laughter reached Yichan's ears, and she got a good tickling in response. At this time, Yexin fastened her seatbelt and drove the car out with composure, without any bumpiness. Feeling the difference, Yichan sank into her seat with some sense of inferiority, her face expressing despair. After a while, the pink car slowly drove to the entrance of Disneyland. Yexin found a parking spot, parked the car, and then the three went straight to the entrance. Yichan took out 3 all-access Disneyland tickets from her bag and handed them over. After a brief check, they were allowed to enter the channel. There was a long line in the channel. The entrance was undergoing inspections to prevent unsafe incidents and prohibited items. But besides the security check, there wasn't much else. At this moment, a young security guard at the entrance noticed the looks of Yexin and Yichan, and had some ulterior motives because he was the nephew of the Disney manager, and the staff here knew it, so he did have a little bit of authority. So the young man dismissed the female worker nearby, and waited for Yichan and Yexin to come over. After a short while, the 3 arrived at the entrance. Since Yixin was small, and didn't carry a bag, he was let in directly, but when Yichan and Yexin passed through the security check, they were stopped by the young security guard. Hello, recently the control inside the park is very strict, so we need to check if the 2 of you are carrying any fire hazards. Please cooperate, and let me pat you down. Pat me down. Yichan looked startled. She peeked at the few people who had gone ahead. They didn't seem to have been patted down either. So she calmly said, the ones who went before weren't patted down either. Why us? The guard hesitated for a second, clearly unprepared. Oh, that's because they've been checked beforehand, so no need. Yexin heard that, and mentally rolled her eyes at how ridiculous the lie was. She then looked at him coldly, and replied, it's men who are more likely to carry fire hazards, right? We are 2 weak women. Just by looking, you can tell we wouldn't carry anything dangerous. That's right. And anyway, there are female staff members over there. Why should it be you? Yichan agreed, her tone tinged with obvious displeasure. Clearly trying to grope them, the 2 understood his intentions perfectly well. Seeing that he couldn't justify himself further, the young security guard put on a stern face, furrowing his brows and saying, please cooperate with the inspection or you won't be able to enter. Hold on, what do you mean? If you want to pat us down, get one of those female workers over there. What makes you think you should do it? Aren't guards supposed to guard the gate? Why are you meddling here? Upon hearing Yichan mention guarding the gate, the young security guard lost his temper and pointed at Yichan angrily. Everyone goes through this, and everyone must accept the body search. If you don't want it, go back. No entrance for you. Seeing his attitude, Yexin also became enraged, glaring at him icily. Either call over one of those female staff members to conduct the body search, or call your manager over. As for you, forget about it. Manager, the male guard countered, his face showing an overly arrogant expression. My uncle is the manager. Do you really think you can complain? Haha, joke. If you want to enter this gate, you'll either let me pat you down or go back. Don't hinder us here. As he spoke, he stepped closer, muttering to himself. So you thought you could threaten me with the manager? Do you even know who you are? I'll tell you. Only if I allow it can you enter Disneyland. If I don't, you won't enter no matter what. Showing total disregard for Yichan and Yexin, he smirked arrogantly. Seeing that he was moving closer, Yichan instinctively retreated 2 steps, wrinkling her eyebrows and glaring at him intensely. So what if your uncle is the manager? Rules are rules. Do you really think you can act however you want? Unless a female staff member comes to search us, we refuse to cooperate with you today. So what will you do? Hearing these words, the young security guard silently cursed twice and took 2 steps forward, ready to lunge at Yichan. Seeing this, Yexin was already in position to punish him when suddenly Yixin ran over instantly. He used the self-defense techniques taught by Yexin, a sweeping kick combined with a reverse push, and easily threw the young security guard to the ground. Then, with one foot, he stomped hard on the neck of the security guard. The small and delicate foot pressed down like a steel rod, leaving the security guard gasping for breath. In no time, his neck started to turn purple. The people queuing behind them were instantly shocked at the scene unfolding before their eyes, and murmurs erupted in an instant. My gosh, a 7 or 8-year-old kid just took down the security guard? Quick look, that little kid just took down such a big security guard. My goodness, the security guard couldn't win against a kid. Geez, send a message to the group chat right away. I'm not taking elementary school orders anymore. This is terrifying. He took him down in just 2 moves. Is this kid learning martial arts? These 2 moves were so neat and swift. It's obvious he's been training for years. This security guard really asked for it by insisting on the body search. If I were them, I'd let my husband beat him too. Any sensible person can see that all he wanted was to grope the 2 girls under the pretense of checking them. He totally deserved that. Yexin and Yechan were also stunned as they watched the scene unfold, standing dumbfounded. They had assumed Yixin was just playing around with some self-defense moves and practicing when idle. However, they never expected this young boy to be so proficient in using them. Not only was he skilled, but somehow he had learned how to channel his strength. Within a few moves, he managed to take down an adult. Yexin was deeply moved, yet she felt a surge of excitement inside her. This child truly is a prodigy in martial arts. No way, I must come up with a plan to lure this brat into the Martial Arts Association, cultivate his skills until he's 18. Then, he will surely carry on my legacy and become a grandmaster of national martial arts. Perhaps, he could even achieve international fame. At the same time Yechan was shocked. Her heart warmed knowing that this little boy, despite being so young, already knew how to protect his sister. Sigh, what a considerate little rascal. Chapter 305, Resolution. At this moment, the young man looked at Yixin with a panic-stricken face. He then pointed at Yixin and yelled at the people around him. He hit me. Did you all see that? Call the police quickly. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Being beaten by a child, yet still blaming someone else? Yixin also thought this person was worthless and shot him a cold glare before kicking him twice more. The young man let out 2 groans of pain and didn't dare to speak any further. His eyes now brimmed with wariness as he looked at Yixin. Seeing this scene, not only did no one attempt to mediate, they even cheered Yixin on, defending him vociferously. You were just trying to take advantage of that little girl. Don't pretend we don't see what you're up to. Getting beaten is probably the best thing that could happen to you. Absolutely right. And he thinks he can get away with anything because his uncle's a manager. So arrogant. Just like those traitors in TV dramas who rely on Japanese forces. Ugh. How audacious, broad daylight, and still attempting to molest girls. First time I've seen such a shameless person, disgracing all men. Well deserved. People like him need more punishment, if not taught a lesson now. He'll likely try kidnapping innocent women next. I've already recorded the video. Let's see how he argues his way out. So have I. I've already posted it in our group chat. At this moment, the supervisor saw the commotion and rushed over quickly. Upon arriving, he witnessed the young security guard lying helplessly on the ground, his body being stepped on by an apparent 7 or 8-year-old child. Confused, the supervisor scanned the scene and asked the gathered crowd, "What happened here? Why is the security guard lying on the ground under the foot of a child?" He assumed Yeshuan must be some spoiled child, and that the security guard had reluctantly given in to the parents' threats. Therefore, his expression carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Yeshuan glanced at the security guard and snorted, addressing the supervisor. "Your Disneyland security officer sure is something else, claiming we have contraband and insisting on searching us." There were female staff available, but he insisted on doing it himself. It's clear to anyone what he wanted, isn't it? Yeshuan chimed in. He takes advantage because his uncle is the manager, doing whatever he pleases without fear. We refused the search, and he tried to force it, behaving extremely rudely and threatening to kick us out if we refused. If it weren't for my younger brother stepping in, his dirty hands would already be all over us. Who will bear this responsibility? Exactly. Do you know how your people are assigned? Is it possible to bribe your way into these positions? The surrounding crowd became indignant and shouted. Indeed. How does Disneyland recruit such guards? If this continues, how will women like us feel safe coming to your place? How outrageous for someone like him, completely disregarding laws. Beaten is what he deserves. We all saw it. No wrong done to this youth guard. People ahead didn't need searches and entered normally. When it came to these two girls, he started trouble and demanded searching them. Totally ignoring us, he truly believes others won't catch his schemes in broad daylight. Utterly ridiculous. I have the video. Leader, please watch. Yes. Solid evidence. With that, a young woman from the crowd held her phone close. Hearing about the video, the supervisor diverted his gaze from the young guard and Yeshuan back to the screen, intently watching. Though the video was short, it didn't miss a crucial detail. The supervisor's face visibly flushed red and rapidly turned iron gray as he glared angrily at the young guard. After a moment of silence, the supervisor shouted furiously, "You're fired. Disney having an employee like you is truly disgraceful. And your uncle is the manager? Fine, wait, he's fired too. In a civilized society, there's still such backdoor practices happening, and you exploit those connections recklessly. Roll up your things and leave immediately. Don't disgrace yourself further in front of everyone." Sitting on the ground, the young security guard gawked at the furious supervisor, speechless, his face pale. Having grown accustomed to being favored due to his manager uncle's authority, orders were usually followed unchallenged, creating an illusion within him of his own greatness. But faced with this sudden harsh reality, the stark contrast shattered him instantly, leaving him unable to move. Not only had he been beaten by a kid, but he had lost his job. Worse still, his uncle, who worked his entire life for decades at Disneyland to reach the managerial position, had now been compromised and dismissed, all because of him. He had lost everything. How could he bear it? No one knew, and no one cared. It was his retribution, the punishment he brought upon himself. Given his actions, there wasn't a soul who felt pity for him or would show him mercy. After dealing with the young guard, the supervisor approached Yeshuan and Yeshuan with a smiling face, saying, "Mrs., we sincerely apologize. It's our fault for lacking proper management that this happened. Allow me to sincerely apologize on behalf of the park. A person like him should not affect your mood. Here's what I suggest. Once you enter the amusement area, all projects you participate in today will be at half price as an apology. How does that sound? Keep in mind, Disneyland is very large with dozens of attractions included. The commitment of having the total entertainment cost shows how truly apologetic the supervisor was." Yeshuan and Yeshuan, seeing the supervisor's sincerity and appropriate punishment, nodded their heads and said, "It's fine. Just be more careful in the future. If such an incident happens again and gets exposed online, wouldn't it be detrimental? With the agreement of having all project costs, we accept it. We will stop digging deeper into the matter, but hope that you conduct more regular checks regarding employee behavior and upbringing." With that, the two sisters walked into Disneyland hand in hand with Yeshuan. As soon as they entered the park, they saw the Thunder Mountain Rapids attraction. They exchanged glances, their previous unpleasantness forgotten, and jogged toward the ticket booth. Thunder Mountain Rapids is Disney's exclusive adventure aisle. Visitors sit in circular rubber rafts that ride down rapids, experiencing thrilling excitement and adventure, which made everyone shout out in joy. Chapter 306. I'll give it to you. After finishing the Thunder Mountain Drift, the three of them went to Hyperspace Mountain Speedway. This was a unique feature of all Disney theme parks. It was exhilarating and fast-paced. After playing it, Yeshuan and Yeshuan both felt a little dizzy. They then suggested to play something more leisurely to recover, so they headed to the Seven Dwarfs mine train. Sitting on the mine train, the three passed through various mine caves, marveling at the beautiful colors inside, their faces filled with joy. As lovers of beauty and romance, they naturally could not miss the enchanted Storybook Castle. It was the landmark building of Disneyland, and also the tallest, largest, and most interactive castle in the world. Fantasizing themselves as princesses within the castle was truly unique. After leaving the castle satisfied, the three then went to Toy Story Hotel, admiring the color palette here and looking at Chinese kites themed around animated characters. They followed by going to Pirates of the Caribbean Adventure Salaway, among others, practically covering almost every attraction in Disney. Having had an incredibly satisfying time, they finally left the park extremely pleased. Driving home, while humming songs along the way, they happily returned to their residence. Upon arrival, Yifei, the eldest sister, was sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone. Seeing that they had returned, she quickly invited them to sit down. After chatting for a bit, Yifei got up to fetch a glass of water. As she sipped on it, she looked at them and said, "I've been invited to deliver a lecture at Jinling Art Academy tomorrow. Would you like to come and take a look?" Yeshuan and Yeshuan shook their hands to signal that they had other plans and wouldn't be able to go. Seeing this, Yifei did not say anything more, but turned her gaze toward Yeshuan's face. "Xian, would you like to go with Big Sister tomorrow?" "If I have time, sure." Yeshuan replied casually and turned back to browse on his phone. Yifei smiled faintly without pressing further. Children, after all, always think about playing. But hearing Yeshuan say he'd go if he had time also made her feel happy. Then she went back to her room and began preparing the topic for tomorrow's lecture. In no time, Yi-chan got up to prepare dinner, and Yi-Xian followed to help. Their movements were quick and coordinated, and within a short moment, they had prepared a full table of dishes. After eating dinner, they took a brief rest, and everyone returned to their respective rooms to busy themselves. Leaning back on the couch, Yi-Xian was just about to lie down when he saw a flash of white light. Clang. Please complete your sign-in. Sign-in completed. Congratulations, host has received 6 villas in Yinghai Garden. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yi-Xian searched for Yinghai Villa on his phone. This villa was located on the hillside by the sea, part of the villa area in Yinghai Garden. Its reputation and environment were excellent. However, the price correspondingly matched its high quality. After turning off his browser, Yi-Xian thought for a moment. With too many houses, he didn't bother renting them out anymore. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yinran. Come over tomorrow morning. Yes, master. Looking at the instant reply, Yi-Xian pursed his lips, turned off his phone, drank a sip of water, and went back to his room to rest. The next morning, when Yi-Xian arrived in the living room, Yi-Fei had just gone out, dressed gorgeously, radiating fragrance. Breakfast was already ready. Yi-chan and Yi-Xian were busy inside their rooms. Yi-Xian did not call them, and just finished his breakfast, and went outside. Lu Yinran had already pulled open the car door, and stood respectfully beside it. When Yi-Xian got into the car, Lu Yinran gently asked, Master, where are we heading? To Yinghai Garden. Yi-Xian quietly responded as he leaned back in his comfortable massage chair, calmly gazing at the passing scenery outside the window. Understood. Lu Yinran replied, pressed the button on the key, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase engine emitted a pleasant low hum. After about 20 minutes, the car slowly entered the gate of the community and parked in front of the property management department. The property manager had already waited by the garden entrance for quite some time. Seeing the two get out of the car, he rushed forward to welcome them. He opened the rear car door, slightly bent his body, and respectfully greeted. On behalf of all the employees of the property department, we warmly welcome Mr. Ye's arrival. Yi-Xian waved his hand, signaling him not to be too formal, and then scanned the surroundings and housing design here. Nodding appreciatively, he said, let's go, take me for a tour. Oh, this way, Mr. Yi. The manager gestured toward the direction and led the way to the best villa in this area. It didn't take long before they reached an independent villa facing the sea. Around this villa, there were no other houses, only lush green trees and pavilions, resembling a small park. Moreover, its location was perfect. On the seaside side, a large open-air balcony was built on the second and third floors, directly facing the ocean, offering an immensely pleasant view. There were also a front yard and a backyard, along with an independent parking space. The entire style of the villa was inclined toward a combination of Chinese and Western elements, standing 3 stories tall with an area of about 500 square meters. It looked luxurious and exquisite, exuding grandeur. Yi-Xian looked at the villa and nodded, then walked toward the main gate. The manager quickly rushed forward to open the door, bowing respectfully. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by a grand staircase with a golden theme, while on either side were the living room and tea parlor. A white piano stood prominently in the center of the space right in front of the stairs, looking especially prominent under the luxurious chandelier. Lu Yinran looked around everywhere, her face filled with awe. The sheer size of this villa alone was enough to leave anyone astonished. Not to mention its extravagant decoration. Such splendor was something an ordinary person might never see in their entire life. It was truly breathtaking. Lu Yinran swallowed hard and cautiously asked Yi-Xian, Master, is this one of your new purchases? Yi-Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, This one is for you. You've worked diligently and hard. Consider it your year-end bonus. Hearing this, Lu Yinran was so surprised that she covered her mouth instantly, her eyes even welling up with tears as she was overwhelmed with emotion. The property manager stood beside them, stunned by Yi-Xian's generosity. Was he really just giving away such a magnificent villa, worth tens of millions, or even more, with an unparalleled location near the sea? It was nearly impossible to buy such a villa elsewhere. And now, it was simply being given away. The manager's face showed disbelief, cold sweat breaking out as he stared at Yi-Xian's seemingly unassuming figure. At this moment, Yi-Xian reached into Lu Yinran's bag and pulled out her ID card, handing it over to the property manager and saying, What are you waiting for? Go ahead and process the transfer. The manager snapped back to reality, took the ID card, and led the two to the property management office. Lu Yinran hesitated several times, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. All her emotions eventually merged into a single soft sigh. In no time, the real estate bureau staff arrived, and after some procedures at the property management office, the villa officially became Lu Yinran's property. When Lu Yinran held the property certificate and saw her own name printed boldly on it, she still had no sense of reality. It felt like a dream, everything unreal and fleeting, as if none of it had actually happened. Chapter 307, Eating Alone. Not until Yi-Xian's urged her to drive did she snap back to reality and sit on the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended. She started the car, forcefully shifting the gear lever with her arm, as a tremendous change came over her demeanor. Looking at her silent happiness, Yi-Xian felt glad for her too, with this feeling of giving roses to others and having the fragrance remain on one's hands. It made his heart feel fulfilled, completely filled with comfort. After driving out of Yinghai Garden, Lu Yinran then inquired, Master, where are we going now? Her voice was still brimming with joy, making her speech faster by several degrees. Yi-Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, To Jinling Art College. There should be a lot of people there today. Park far away when we get there. Yes, master. Lu Yinran responded, put it in third gear. At the same time, the entrance of Jinling Art College was bustling with a sea of people, filled with excitement. Today happened to be the opening day of the art college, with many freshmen dragging their large and small luggage across the square in front of the college. The school gates were festively lit up, surrounded by countless cars and numerous flower baskets. Above the entrance, a particularly large banner was hung with welcoming slogans for the new students. On the side of the entrance, a group of female students from the campus gathered, chatting idly. Hey, check if my makeup has smeared. Let me take a look too, as well as my appearance. How do I look today? Is this outfit paired with these canvas shoes okay? Old me waited 4 months for this start of school day. All of you give me an honest opinion about how I look today. Am I beautiful? What if I miss out on promising younger male students? That would be a huge loss. Not just a loss. That'd be utterly terrible. Yeah, these new younger students look much fresher than the seniors, and they don't know anything. Very easy to train. Vivid images appear in my mind already. So embarrassing. You old pervert, quickly help me see if my hair is messy. Because of the gender imbalance inside Jinling Art College, more women than men, and an exaggerated ratio, they were all seizing the opportunity on the first day of school, hoping to spot some promising younger male students, moving swiftly to find themselves a date, thus concluding years of bachelorhood in their college lives. Meanwhile, it also gave them something to show off to other sisters, giving themselves some sense of satisfaction. At this moment, a voice rang out. You guys should let it go. Men can be pretty shrewd. By the way, haven't you heard that a pop diva is holding a lecture in our school? How come you didn't go? They all sighed, bitterly smiling. How could we not go? We rushed out at 6 in the morning to snatch seats, but even arriving that early, there were no more spots left. Yes, I even saw people carrying bedding rolls, like they spent the night waiting in line for seats. I was dumbfounded. They're all good at nothing but securing prime seats. Alas, no choice, only to welcome the new male students here. Everyone finished speaking, letting out a long sigh once again. At this point, another girl walked over from the side, slim in stature, dressed in a strapless dress, draped in a thin white shirt. With regular and beautiful features, a beauty mark by the corner of her eye complemented her red lips, exuding an alluring charm throughout. This person's name is Sunny. She heard the conversation among the group and smirked, saying, Can't help it. Who would have thought Yifei was so popular? Last night, I saw lots of people queuing up there, knowing full well there'd be no seats available today. The last time the school saw such a grand spectacle was probably during the visit of a famous professor, wasn't it? Finishing, she casually placed her hand on one of the girls' chests to compare sizes, laughing and saying, At this size, any younger male student coming over to talk to you must be extremely calm. That girl shot Sun Yi a dirty look, then glanced at Sun Yi's attire and makeup, jokingly saying, Wow, President, did you take out your New Year outfits for today? A few other girls burst into laughter, agreeing. President, don't. Things are complicated within the school on the first day. You're getting older and may not be able to handle it. Leave it to us. My chest is bigger than yours, President. Step aside. President, with this outfit, aren't you scared of meeting some simple, handsome younger male students? It's too seductive. Sunny pouted, saying nothing else, but still looked down and checked her own outfit carefully, uncertain for a while. The rest of the girls didn't say much either, taking out compact mirrors to touch up their makeup, being extra meticulous, lest there be any tiny flaws. Seeing this, Sun Yi also took out her mirror, looking left and right at her face. After ensuring her makeup hadn't smudged, she pocketed the mirror, faced the entrance, and slightly straightened her chest. Then, looking at the incoming freshman passing by, she tiptoed and waved her hand, saying, I'm the president of the Music Department Graduate Association. If you have any questions, you can come to me. As a group of freshmen passed by hearing Sun Yi shout, their eyes all focused on her, following her movements, trembling with appreciation. Seeing Sun Yi's actions, a nearby girl became anxious and pulled Sun Yi's shoulder, saying, President, can't you put away your charms? Leave us some soup to drink. Hearing this, Sun Yi turned her head and looked at her severely, replying, What do you mean by putting away my charms? How many relationships have you had? In over 20 years, I've never been in one. My mother has already given me an ultimatum. If I can't find someone, she will take control. Have you no conscience considering how good I usually am to you all? This time, you should give way to me. You've already eaten so much meat. Why do you still need more soup? The other girls, upon hearing Sun Yi's words, were filled with question marks and retorted, Not so fast, President. What does that even mean? We found our own partners before. It wasn't like we were stealing from you. That's right, President. We're all in the same association, and since you're the president, shouldn't you be taking care of us members more? You don't date regularly, that's your choice. I remember there were several people pursuing you, but you rejected them yourself. Who else is to blame? As for what your mom wants, well, you're still young. Surely she's not forcing you into blind dates already. How dare you say we have no conscience? That's something I won't accept, President. Haven't we brought you food and drinks often enough? You're good to us, sure, but we've always treated you kindly as well, so it doesn't make sense for you to talk like this. And anyway, with so many new younger students here, how could you possibly eat them all alone? Are you going to turn them all into your pond fish? Plus, it's unknown whether anyone would actually go for you or not. Just let each person try their luck based on merit. President, eating alone is not good behavior now, is it? After arguing for a while, their tone fluctuated between good and bad, unsure whether they were debating or teasing. Chapter 308, Academy. Sun Yi listened to everyone's words but ignored them, stood firm with her chest puffed out, and looked around for prey with greedy eyes. The crowd, seeing her this way, said no more, shrugged their shoulders, and turned their attention back to retouching their makeup. Elsewhere, Yeshuan and Lu Yanran also drove to school. Since all the parking spaces were taken, they had no choice but to park in the square at the entrance of the academy. The students around watched as a Rolls-Royce Phantom stretched limousine came into view, all faces revealing shock, staring at each other speechlessly. In no time, murmurs spread among the people, noise echoing all around. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stretched limousine. Whose young master has arrived? Such a show of splendor. They say there are many rich boys at the art academy, but I've never seen one with such an extravagant display. Ha ha ha, this is too luxurious. A 2 billion yuan Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch limousine. This must be someone high up. Am I transported into GTA 5? This is my first close encounter with a second-generation rich person. I'm a little nervous. It would be great if we could connect, then after graduation, wherever we go, it will help development. Let's just dream about this situation. Among the crowd, those girls looking at the Rolls-Royce were also dazzled, licking their lips subconsciously. One by one, their eyes lit up. Some even had green eyes, involuntarily taking a few steps forward, wanting to catch a closer glimpse of the noble young man's true appearance. With overheated heads, they pulled each other aside, lifting red lips gently, and talking among themselves. Hey, who do you think it is? What a big scene. Who else? It must be a wealthy husband-to-be. I feel like my spring has finally come. You guys better not compete with me. Hee hee. You should stop dreaming. With my figure and face, isn't that a sure thing? When I achieve success, I'll definitely give you guys a hand and introduce some young masters. Eek, too weird. If we can attach ourselves to this kind of person, the rest of our lives might be worry-free. Today is truly a good day for everything. Sorry sister, today is my lucky day. On the other side, while the crowd was restless, Sun Yi wasn't idle either. She quickly took out her makeup mirror and makeup bag from her bag. Her movements were smooth and seamless, finishing her sensual witch male-killing makeup in barely a minute. Then she checked herself from left to right in the mirror. Seeing the dazzling lip color shining on her light lips, fully displaying her enchanting seductive allure, she gave a satisfied smile. Lifting her jade hand effortlessly, she casually, and without leaving any trace, unbuttoned her blouse collar slightly, revealing a hint inside. Sun Yi secretly smiled, raised her mouth slightly, wearing a hint of confidence, and elegantly walked toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. Seeing Sun Yi move forward, the surrounding people's steps immediately stopped, standing frozen in place, whispering to each other. Look at that president's face and figure from the Music Department Graduate Student Association. She's absolutely stunning. Known as the Ice Queen of the department, no one could chase her for years. Sigh. Money is so good. Without needing action, the beauty called the Ice Queen comes willingly. I envy her so much. I've wanted to pursue her for several years. Who doesn't? I can't stand it anymore. It would be great if I were in the car. Back to the dormitory to sleep. Dreams have everything. As the boys envied, those girls also noticed Sun Yi's makeup and the details around her chest, exchanging glances, covering their mouths, and sneaking smiles. The president of the Music Department Graduate Student Association really understands these subtle points perfectly. She controls everything to death directly. Who could handle that? I as a woman find it hard to withstand when looking for a long time. Take a good look, steal the essence of this makeup back home. Also learn the fashion, start a fish pond offline after learning. Open what kind of fish pond? Go fishing for a wealthy husband at higher levels. You young ones, did you see the president's pace? And the unintentional coquetry that leaks from between her brows? Sigh. We're all educated 9 years and study at the same university. Yet how could there be such a huge gap? Clearly, the president is a veteran player. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of effort behind it. Girls from the Graduate Association, seeing Sun Yi's initiative, were all somewhat surprised, chatting incredulously. My God, the president actually made a proactive move. Is this still our president? The president is nailing every detail. She's giving away her first love here. No wonder she's the president, always picking the richest targets. That detail is too bold. I couldn't handle it if I were her. It would probably look awful. Huh, do you know who the president is? She's been preparing for years, just waiting for an opportunity like this. Even a cat ear bikini she can pull off effortlessly. Just wait and see how president performs. I'm already looking forward to it. Hee. If this works out, we should definitely have a big feast with her tonight. First, we need to deplete her wallet before talking about anything else. Wow, you guys are terrifying. While chatting, the crowd paced back and forth around the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, eagerly awaiting the descent of the noble young man from within. At this moment, the rear car door opened slowly, revealing 1 foot of Yeshuan. With an effortless push using his hand on the seat, he smoothly stepped onto the ground. Seeing this, all the girls stood frozen in place, their eyes slightly twitching with obvious disappointment. What? How is this a child? How are we supposed to make a move? Yeah, isn't he way too young? 7 or 8. Sigh. I went through all that trouble to put on my most refined makeup and use everything I've ever learned, and now it's wasted on a little boy. This is so embarrassing. Just thinking about my previous actions makes my toes cramp up. I'm so embarrassed I could dig a Mont Saint Michel castle with my toes. How nice it would be if this little boy could grow up instantly. Yeshuan glanced around at the crowd, noting their evident disappointment with a faint smile. Then, he turned his head and spoke indifferently to Lu Yanran. Go back. I'll call you when I need you. Yes, master. Lu Yanran replied softly, gave a light press on the gas pedal, and drove away slowly with the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version from the Academy Square. Chapter 309. Silence. Only Yeshuan was left alone to face the crowd of beautiful women, inhaling the overwhelming fragrance in the air, feeling as though he was in a dream. Sun Yi saw Yeshuan get out of the car and paused for a moment, but she still walked over, slightly tempering her alluring gait. Many female students followed her over, but their thoughts had changed. Seeing such an adorable child, they all wanted to tease Yeshuan. One of the girls turned around first on the way and stood in front of Yeshuan, bending over and waving her hand with a bright smile. Hello little boy, what's your name? The others also caught up and said, do you want some snacks? Call me sister, and I'll give you my hidden snacks. They're very tasty. You have such a chubby, cute face. How old are you little boy? Come on, call me sister, be good. Tell sister, am I not beautiful? Does sister smell nice? How did you come here all by yourself little boy? Why didn't the driver in the car come with you just now? He's so cute. I love him so much. I want to hold him. Do you mind if sister holds you? That girl spoke and then couldn't help herself as she hugged Yeshuan. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to hug him as well. Yeshuan twitched at the corner of his mouth, somewhat speechless, but being surrounded by such beauty brought a kind of indescribable happiness. At this moment, Sun Yi approached, took Yeshuan's little hand, and said, I will show you around the school, alright little cutie. Without giving him a chance to respond, she directly hugged Yeshuan tightly in her arms and began walking while enthusiastically pointing at the buildings around them and introducing them. That's where the sisters go to study, and there's the society office, the place for each club. There's the playground over there, the canteen over there, and the library over here. Feeling the soft warmth, Yeshuan felt deeply moved inside, but outwardly maintained the innocence of a child. He nodded thoughtfully, following the direction that Sun Yi pointed toward. Such a scene wasn't missed by the boys nearby, their envy and jealousy written all over their faces. Ugh, that kid is really enjoying it. I'm so jealous. Why isn't it me? That's my senior student. I'm so envious. Knock knock. It's unbearable. I've barely exchanged words with Miss Sun, yet this guy got straight into her arms. Knock knock. Too difficult to watch. My heart feels hollow. Tell me, why isn't it me in her arms? Suggest sleeping. If you sleep, it'll be you. In your dreams, anything is possible. You might even do more. The boys clenched their hearts, staring blankly at Sun Yi's back, as if everyone's eyes were saying, Let go of that kid. Let me take his place. Meanwhile, in the side courtyard of the school, few students were around, and silence enveloped the pine tree-surrounded courtyard. Older sister 5, Yifei, was walking on the narrow path scattered with red leaves, smiling at her surroundings, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. Beside her walked a gray-haired middle-aged man dressed in a gray suit, wearing a leadership badge with a blue ribbon. This middle-aged man was the leader of the school, who accompanied Yifei after her lecture, according to higher-ups' wishes, taking a tour around the campus. The school leader had heavy eyelid bags, but his eyes were sharp, radiating with an authoritative presence that seemed humble at the moment. This time you've truly gone through a lot, Miss Yifei. Our college feels extremely honored to invite you to lecture here. I originally thought you'd be hard to get along with, but instead, you are elegant and courteous. Not only are your musical achievements awe-inspiring, but you've also infused music's essence deep into your soul. One sound from you made me feel as if I were standing by a vast lake. All worries and restlessness suppressed and disappeared. Wonderful, simply too profound. The ability to bring music to this level is truly rare among the people I've met in decades. This class has really been enlightening, and I believe it must provide great inspiration to the students. The school leader turned around at this point and bowed deeply to Yifei. I once again sincerely thank you on behalf of our institution. Hearing all these compliments, Yifei felt a little bashful inside. Shaking her hand with a smile, she said, no problem, don't mention it. To be able to lecture here is also my honor. If my insights can inspire the students, then it's my honor as well. Haha, polite, very polite. The school leader laughed several times, showing full approval. Yifei also returned a dignified smile, adjusted her bag, and shifted her gaze back to the surrounding environment. The architectural style of this school was unique, blending seamlessly with nature while evoking an intangible sense of musical notes jumping around. This greatly interested Yifei, causing her to instinctively take a few more glances. Just as she shifted her gaze to the distant pine trees, she noticed a large group of female students turning onto the nearby road. Some were dressed in splendid outfits, some in school uniforms, and others in club attire. Their hairstyles varied, their makeup was meticulous, and they all possessed different styles, each one a beauty radiating either cleverness or elegance, cuteness or gentleness. One girl leading the group stood out, her charm striking and her aura entirely distinct from the others. What drew attention most was the child cradled in her arms. At the sight of this scene, Yifei hesitated for a moment, squinting at the child. A second later, her eyes widened. This is... Without hesitation, she took quick steps forward. Over here. Sun Yi gently pinched Yi Xian's chubby little face, her face full of warmth as she pointed at the scenery around them and smiled brightly. So how do you like it? Isn't my school beautiful? Yi Xian, with pure innocence, nodded slightly, but did not speak. Seeing him nod, Sun Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. However, the child wasn't too big yet not too small. After holding him for so long, she was getting tired. She then bent down to place Yi Xian on the ground, rubbing his chubby cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, a soft, elegant voice cut through the commotion, calmly echoing into everyone's ears. Little brother, how did you come here? Both Sun Yi and the other girls froze upon hearing this. Little brother? They looked up to see Yifei approaching gracefully, stopping in front of Yi Xian. Due to the crowd, she subtly nudged Sun Yi aside. Her eyes flickered as she focused on Yi Xian and said, Little brother, did you come looking for me? Why didn't you call me first? I thought you weren't coming. Everyone around hesitated again, a chill running down their spines. Is this child the younger brother of the singing diva Yifei? Could this adorable boy really be Yifei's younger brother? This. Stunned expressions filled the faces of the onlookers as memories surfaced of Yi Xian stepping out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. The truth finally dawned on them like a waking dream. Complete silence fell over the crowd. Chapter 310, Strolling Around the Plaza. The air suddenly turned silent. Chimu looked at the singer he had only seen on TV in front of him, then glanced at her biological younger brother. He couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, Yi Xian spoke up. It's just that I didn't want to bother you, Sister Wu, so I came over by myself. Hearing this, Yifei gave him an exasperated glare and scolded. You rascal, running around alone. What would you do if you encountered bad people? As she said this, she walked forward, took Yi Xian's little hand, and pinched his nose. Upon hearing Yifei mention bad people, Sun Yi felt slightly uneasy. Just as she was about to say something to explain that she wasn't a bad person, Yifei smiled at her and said, Thank you. My little brother loves to wander around. Did he cause you any trouble? Seeing Yifei's smile and gentle tone, Sun Yi was instantly won over. All her discomfort and negative assumptions disappeared. She felt like a flower bud suddenly nourished by morning dew, blossoming immediately. She quickly shook her head and said, No trouble at all. Your little brother is so cute. We all love him very much. Everyone present chimed in agreement. That's true, Sister Yifei. Your little brother is adorable, and he doesn't run around recklessly. He is no trouble at all. Just that, especially well-behaved and cute. We all like him very much. We've been taking him around school to have some fun. I hope we haven't caused you any inconvenience, Sister Yifei. If there's anything we did wrong, please let us know. In front of Yifei, everyone behaved as if they were children, their whole demeanor subdued, too nervous to breathe a word. If Sun Yi stood out with an extraordinary aura such that her presence could be easily distinguished in a crowd, then Yifei was like a celestial being, emanating divine grace, embodying the purity of not being stained by mud or dulled by clear water. You could feel her powerful presence from far away. This atmosphere made everyone extremely nervous, breaking into cold sweat. However, Yifei only wore a graceful faint smile, nodded at everyone warmly and said, It's best if there are no inconveniences for you all. If you ever have any questions about music in the future, you can leave a message under my social media account. I will try my best to answer them for you. After finishing her words, Yifei gently raised her hand to wave goodbye to everyone, then held Yi Xian's hand and walked towards the school gate. Everyone stood in place waving goodbye, momentarily forgetting to take photos or ask for autographs or even record a video to commemorate this significant encounter. Only when Yifei disappeared from sight did someone finally react. But it was already too late. By the time they rushed out, the two had already gotten into a car and left the campus road slowly. What remained was lingering regret, suspended in the half air over the school gate. When they got home, Yichan had already finished eating lunch and was sitting at the dining table scrolling through her phone. Seeing Yifei come home, she asked curiously, I thought big sister Wu wasn't going to eat at home. Little brother is here too. Did you go to the school? Yifei nodded, sat down at the dining table, and sighed. The kid came without saying a word, wandering around alone. Luckily, the students took him along for some fun. There isn't much happening at school anyway. It's just students, but it still feels unsafe somehow for such a young boy. While speaking, Yichan got up and served rice for the both of them. Yifei nodded, thanked Yichan while holding the bowl, and turned to look at Yixian's fearless little figure. She sighed softly and didn't continue the topic further. Not long after, both sisters returned to their rooms to rest and nap. Yixian also felt sleepy, lay in bed for a while. When he woke up, it was already mid-afternoon. Both Yifei and Yichan were busy in their rooms, and Yixian, having nothing to do, nestled on the couch playing with his phone. It wasn't until close to evening that the two emerged from their rooms. Yifei rubbed her stomach, thinking for a moment, and said, Little sister, let's not cook at home tonight. I'll treat you to hot pot at Lu Yushui. Bring little brother along. Lu Yushui. Yichan unconsciously mumbled, nodded in agreement. All right, let's go little brother. Big sister Wu is treating us to dinner. Hearing this, Yixian scrambled off the sofa, ran to the front door, and opened it. Yifei and Yichan exchanged glances and smiles, picked up their bags, went outside, and drove out onto the main road from the small path in front of the villa. The car moved smoothly ahead, steady and calm. It didn't take long before they reached the front of Lu Yushui's shop. Yifei parked the car by the roadside, led the two straight upstairs to the third floor, and found a window seat facing the street to sit down. Subsequently, Yifei used her phone to scan the code and ordered a plate of duck feet and duck wings, along with a dish of rabbit meat and other snacks and drinks. In just a few minutes, the hot dishes were served one after another. The three sipped on some hot tea to moisten their mouths before picking up their chopsticks and indulging in the feast. The dry pot from Lu Yushui was sticky and smooth, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste and a lingering aroma between the lips and teeth. Particularly noteworthy were the snow beans inside, which melted in the mouth, making them the essence of the dish. After eating for not long, all three were feeling quite full, though there wasn't much left in the dishes either. Upholding the belief of not wasting food, they each forced themselves to eat a bit more, eventually finishing off the three large basins spotlessly. After resting for a while, Yifei got up, paid the bill, then led Yichan and Yixian down the elevator and drove to a nearby park. They planned to take a stroll here to aid digestion. This park was most famous for its open-air square located at its center. At this time, the square was bustling with people and lively with activity. There were aunties setting up speakers to dance to square dancing music, as well as students practicing ballet on the other side. Additionally, there were street singers standing at the edges of the square holding microphones, and street musicians playing guzheng position behind them. In a designated area for skateboarding adjacent to the square, numerous young people could be seen skateboarding, showing off their skills, laughing, and chatting happily. On the other side of the square, however, presented a different scene entirely. Compared to the noisy area filled with songs and dances, this section felt quieter. It resembled a gathering place, where many tents were set up for shade and shelter from the rain. Under the tents, various stalls were spread out, each featuring a different game. There were stalls for throwing rings to catch plush toys, using toy guns to shoot balloons, using paper baskets or fishing nets to scoop goldfish, and even ones for throwing darts at balloons. The venue was spacious, and entertainment booths were scattered everywhere. Besides these, there were also stores selling accessories and small stands offering fish pedicures, creating a lively atmosphere throughout. It was such a vibrant environment that being immersed in it filled one's entire body with joy. Chapter 311, Darts. After Yixian and his companions entered the park, they looked around. They weren't particularly interested in dancing or skateboarding and soon wandered into the amusement bazaar. Seeing the lively atmosphere with many interesting games, both Yifei and Yichan lit up, their eyes shining brightly. They began strolling along the stalls, glancing left and right, hoping to find some interesting games to play. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a stall where you could throw darts to pop balloons. When she saw that the prizes were plush dolls, Yifei immediately became interested and stopped, pulling Yixian and Yichan to a halt. Yixian looked at the red balloon on the wall, as big as apples, and said, "Fifth sister, can you actually do it? Darts are quite hard to control." Yifei rolled her eyes and replied confidently, "Little brother, don't underestimate my skills so much. I'm an old hand at this." "You're right, I don't believe that for a second. Guns might be alright, but darts, please." Yixian clearly didn't believe her, sticking out his lips while muttering under his breath. Slightly flustered, Yifei huffed and pouted, saying nothing. Then she waved to the owner and asked, "Boss, how much for the darts?" 10 yuan for 5 darts. It's better to buy 50 all at once. You'll enjoy the game more thoroughly. You can also get a 10% discount. The owner was an elderly man with white whiskers, full of a gentle smile. As he spoke, he held out a WeChat payment QR code before Yifei, adding, "How many do you want? Cash or WeChat?" Yifei thought for a moment, pulled out her phone, and scanned the code. "Then give me 100 darts. 90% off makes that 180 yuan, correct?" "Already paid." The boss checked his phone, then took several large bunches of darts from a bamboo basket on his back and placed them before Yifei. He explained, "Hitting 20 balloons earns you a doll over there. Hitting more than 5 allows you to exchange for a small gift. If you manage to hit 500 balloons perfectly, I'll give you the whole stall." People around Yifei and Yichan burst into laughter at the humor of the boss, exchanging some lighthearted banter before returning to their activities. With a toss, Yifei let the dart spin briefly in her hand, then fixed a sharp gaze on the balloon-covered wall just a few meters away, declaring confidently, "Watch closely, little brother. Let me show you what skill is." As she finished speaking, she tightened her grip and hurled the dart forcefully. But the dart didn't even fly straight. Instead, it struck the wall horizontally, missing the balloon by a country mile. Well, this doesn't count. That was a mistake." Her tone faltered. Then Yifei hastily grabbed another handful of darts and threw several more, only to miss every single time. The darts hadn't even hit the target, lying askew on the ground in complete disarray. At this sight, Yixian and Yichan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yifei turned crimson with embarrassment, her expression filled with frustration. She sighed, "This is so difficult. It's different from what I've played before. It's really hard to control. Finished, she glanced down at Yeshuan tentatively, asking, little brother, would you like to try? So simple. I'm not even interested. No fun at all. Yeshuan shrugged indifferently, looking absolutely unconvinced. Yifei grinned slyly, mocking him as well, saying, little brother, even your older sister can't hit the targets. And here you are claiming simplicity. So big talk from such a small kid. How about it? Show off your so-called skills, and give your elder sister a demonstration. Naturally, Yeshuan understood what she meant, though he showed no reaction, responding smoothly. Isn't it normal that fifth sister can't make it? Yifei was left speechless. On the side, Yichan couldn't help herself, bursting out laughing again as she leaned on Yifei's shoulder, shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, Yeshuan moved closer, picked up a dart, and looked at Yifei, asking, fifth sister, do you really want the stuffed toy? Staring at how Yeshuan gripped the dart, Yifei paused, unable to speak. She merely nodded silently in response. Upon hearing this, Yeshuan stepped forward, pushing Yifei aside, and stepping onto the dart-throwing platform. He stood confidently, explaining meticulously. With this kind of non-professional plastic dart, use your index finger and thumb to hold it about an inch from the tip. Use your waist to generate power, while the elbow assists, and the wrist should provide most of the force. This ensures accuracy. Besides, since it's made of plastic, it's quite light and susceptible to air currents during flight. Therefore, when aiming, don't point directly at the center of the balloon. Instead, aim about 2 inches to the right from the left. Using this method, although you won't always hit 100%, you will succeed more than 90% of the time. Listening intently to Yeshuan's detailed explanation, Yifei was astounded, as if she were a newbie gamer being given an in-depth walkthrough by a seasoned pro. His description was vivid, professional, and meticulous. The onlookers nearby who were also throwing darts couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Yeshuan's explanation. One teased, look at this kid, clearly an old hand at throwing darts. I wouldn't have even thought of that explanation myself. It suddenly reminded me of how I got beaten by a kid playing King of Fighters at the arcade not too long ago. Throwing darts really should start from childhood. Look at him, so precise and professional with all these theories. It makes total sense. Haha, little kid, you must play darts often. Already sounds like a pro, even putting together a guide. This is my first time hearing such a professional take on it. I'm thoroughly impressed. Yifei, overhearing the banter, smiled and said to Yeshuan, little brother, how many times have you thrown darts before? You sound so experienced, so professional. That's impressive. Yeshuan shook his head seriously. No, I don't normally play this game. This is actually my first time throwing darts. What I just said earlier was based on observing fifth sister throwing them. Initially, they thought Yeshuan had practiced hard. Now, Yifei found herself speechless. It turned out he was only talk, silently thinking, give me back my admiration. Many others around also laughed at this. Watching Yeshuan pick up the dart, no one expected much. After hearing his professional explanation, they thought the boy might be skilled, but now it seemed clear that he was merely spouting theories, lacking real skill. Anyone could give advice when talking. The hard part lay in practicing what you preach. But Yeshuan didn't care about their jeering. The best way to prove words was through action. He understood this well. Then he picked up a plastic dart, tested its feel, and aimed carefully at the balloon on the target. A moment later, he abruptly twisted his wrist with force, sending the dart flying like lightning toward its mark. Everyone around tensed up as they watched, their palms sweaty, all eager to see whether this kid could actually hit the mark. Chapter 312, Too Powerful. However, a bang was heard. The lightning-fast dart accurately punctured the balloon and landed steadily on the target. The tail of the dart swayed like a fish's tail to dissipate the violent force. Without waiting for the first dart to stop, Yeshu immediately grabbed the second one and threw it again. Bang! It hit again. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, 20 darts were thrown in sequence, each one hitting and bursting the balloons before sticking into the target, their tails continuously shaking. Witnessing this scene, everyone looked at each other, stunned in place with confused expressions. Praises began echoing through the crowd. My God, this kid is amazing. His words turned to actions. Modern-day great sorcerer, all hits without a miss. That's too incredible. My God, he's just bragging. He's cool, man. I'm dumbfounded. What a guy. Are his methods really that effective? Can't be possible. Newbies are still asking questions while veterans are copying his methods. Practice tonight, and then come buy supplies from the boss tomorrow. There's something fishy going on here. Everyone has got to admit there's some kind of cheat in play. How else could this happen? Even the boss was shocked by Yisu's skill. Despite losing the bet reluctantly, he handed over a plush bear doll to Yisu with an awkward smile. The kid's good. You must play darts often. Here, these are your prizes for the 20 darts. Yisu took the soft doll larger than himself, turned around, and flashed a smug grin at Yifei. Yifei stared at the 20 neatly aligned darts on the wall, her eyes wide open with confusion, finding it hard to believe. She thought to herself, no way can someone perform like this. 20 hits perfectly aligned. It must be pure beginner's luck. Despite these thoughts, she approached Yisu and extended her hand sweetly. Thanks, little brother. Without a word, Yisu raised his feet and handed over the big doll to Yifei, then smiled. Sister, do you want more? If so, I'll get you some more. Yifei hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yisu, and said, little brother, don't you think throwing darts isn't that easy? Luck won't last forever, right? Though saying this aloud, deep down she remained skeptical. Who could achieve perfect accuracy every time? Even professional players couldn't accomplish such feats, let alone Yisu who was so young, similar to catching a toy from a vending machine by chance and expecting it to happen again. Upon hearing Yifei's tone, Yisu chuckled but said nothing. Then, gripping another dart, he applied strength forcefully. Bang! The dart hit its mark once again, piercing through the balloon and landing precisely on the target. Then, bang, 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 bang 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 bang. From single shots earlier, Yisu now started throwing 3 darts simultaneously using only his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, all 20 balloons burst as directed, leaving behind darts neatly aligned and fixed on the target. Everyone gaped in awe, their faces full of astonishment. If the first round was due to luck or good fortune, then the second round, with every single shot hitting perfectly even while throwing multiple darts at once, left no doubt. His prowess was undeniable. Yifei looked at the darts and shattered balloons on the target, and then glanced at Yisu's small yet confident figure. For a moment, she felt as if she was dreaming, staring blankly with wide eyes filled with astonishment. And the owner's expression grew increasingly solemn, maintaining only a faint smile while handing over the second plush toy to Yisu. He gave a tentative thumbs up and praised. The kid's truly remarkable. Every dart hit the target. Truly impressive. Yet, Yisu said nothing further. After passing the stuffed doll to Yifei, he gripped another batch of darts and swung his wrist powerfully. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Before long, another 20 balloons burst on cue, finally pushing the boss beyond tolerance. Though under so many people's watchful eyes, he still managed to maintain composure and handed over yet another stuffed doll to Yisu. Approaching closely, Yifei accepted the plush toy without much excitement this time. Not just Yifei, but also those nearby were gradually becoming desensitized. One after another, 60 darts found their marks without fail, completely precise, with zero error. If this had been the regular ironhead darts, perhaps there wouldn't have been much controversy. Trained professionals achieving 100% accuracy wouldn't be implausible. But these were specially designed plastic darts which couldn't possibly achieve a perfect score under the influence of airflow. It was impossible to not make a single mistake out of 60 throws. Yet, Yisu had accomplished it. Not only did he achieve this inconceivable feat, but he also accurately arranged the darts in perfect alignment, as though they had been placed there originally. Even more astonishingly, Yisu was a complete novice who had never thrown a dart before and hadn't received any professional training. Just by taking one look, he knew exactly how to achieve 100% accuracy and even elaborated on his precise theoretical strategy. The crowd's reactions evolved from initial derision and disbelief, through awe, astonishment, and incredulity, to eventual numbness, unconscious cheering, and total acceptance without doubt or surprise. They accepted the marvels calmly, as naturally as breathing. At the same time nearby, a few fashionably dressed, youthful, and cute young women, having finished their meal with great enthusiasm, headed to the square. They had planned for a long time to visit the park night market and were highly interested in some of its game stalls, particularly the balloon-popping dart game. However, recent busy schedules at work had left them exhausted every day after work. Today, close to the Dragon Boat Festival, they finally found an opportunity for the four of them to get together and play heartily. As they entered the night market, they saw a large group of people gathered near the pine forest, completely encircling a stall. Every now and then, a loud cheer would erupt, just like the amazed audience watching a circus performance. Glancing at each other curiously, the girls jogged over to see what all the excitement was about. But the crowd was extremely packed, and despite putting in tremendous effort, they barely managed to squeeze into the circle. Opening their eyes wide at the scene, when they saw that it was a little boy throwing darts, their eyebrows instinctively rose in disbelief. Subsequently, they noticed Yifei standing beside him. At this moment, Yifei was hugging a doll larger than half her height, and beside her on the ground were several big plastic bags stuffed full of dolls of all sizes. Chapter 3:13. Too many. At the sight, the four girls' pupils shrank, and they glanced at each other in shock, starting a discussion. What the hell? What's going on here? We finally waited for this chance to play some darts, but it looks like all the prizes will be won soon. Hey, I've been practicing darts for several months specifically for this. I thought I would show off my skills, but now what? This has to be addressed. If they keep this up, we won't have anything left to play with. The girl who spoke frowned with evident displeasure and shouted toward Yeshuan. Little boy, you can't monopolize the game yourself. Let us have a try too. This comment acted as a trigger, igniting reactions from the other three girls, who also voiced their opinions. Yes, we've waited such a long time for this opportunity to play darts. Lady over there, are you related to the boy? Can you let us have a go at least? At this rate, you'll have no more darts to throw. What's the point of coming here if you're not really playing darts, but restocking? That's right, winning one plush toy is enough. Everyone comes here to play darts and experience the joy of winning these plushies. If you take them all, what's left for us? What's the point of continuing to win nonstop? Onlookers watched quietly since they were not interested in the darts game. However, upon hearing voices from the crowd, the boss finally stepped forward. With a smile on his face, he said to Yeshuan, young man, it's getting quite late already. You've been playing for so long, your arm must be tired. Here, this is my small token of appreciation. Would you like to grab some tea? Or perhaps have a snack or explore elsewhere? I run a small business and really can't afford this. After saying that, the boss handed over a red envelope, staring expectantly at Yeshuan. In an instant, everyone froze. Whispered discussions erupted again, spreading through the crowd. Haha, it seems the boss can't handle this anymore. I've only seen market stall owners collect money before. This is the first time I've seen one give out red envelopes. Haha, being outsmarted by a kid. Genius move, trying to buy him off with a red envelope. I'm dying laughing. It's the first time I see a situation like this. That boss is impressive. Haha, the first time I see a street stall owner giving out red packets just so people stop playing. This young lad is sharp, completely stunned the boss. Yeshuan looked at the sincere attitude of the boss, glanced at Yifei, and then checked the time on his phone. Upon consideration, he realized it was indeed quite late. Considering the difficulty of running a business, Yeshuan jumped down from the dart platform and said to Yifei, fifth sister, let's collect our winnings. We'll pack up the spoils and head home. Yifei nodded, approached the boss, and accepted the red packet with a smile, saying, thank you for your hard work, boss. We'll definitely come back another time. Then she and Yichan each carried a pile of stuffed animals, delightedly leaving the night market. They left behind the boss with a look of frustration and the amused laughter of the crowd. Haha, secretly the boss is thrilled inside. A new regular customer acquired. Another broken-hearted person appears in the square. Get rid of the stall quickly. Who could bear this? Tomorrow, the boss will likely vanish after rushing away during the night because he can't wait for the train, opting instead to carry the whole stall and run. The child became famous in one fell swoop. Vendors around here probably won't want to serve him ever again. He's someone even ghosts dread encountering. To say the least, that child is indeed extraordinary, clearly practiced regularly. I agree. Walking down the road, despite the weight of the dolls, Yifei and Yichan felt lighthearted inside. Just from their perspective, being able to win even one doll usually made them feel incredibly grateful. This time, thanks to Yishuan's help, they managed to win a pile of them, filling them with joy beyond measure. Seeing their expressions, Yeshuan found happiness within himself. To think how easily satisfied women are, a few dolls solve everything. However, seeing them so happy, Yeshuan felt gratified. If not for the boss being unable to continue, he would have certainly attempted to win all the toys in the pickup truck, gifting each sister a few. The cost price of these dolls isn't expensive. The money spent on darts could essentially buy multiple plush toys, but it wasn't necessary. Playing was fun in itself. Meanwhile, many passers-by on the square saw the two girls carrying countless dolls, naturally stopping to observe. Envious admiration filled their faces. All were exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, those two girls won so many stuffed toys. The boss must be crying his heart out. I've always wanted to win a couple of dolls for my kid, but alas, my skills are lacking. Are these two girls really that good? How do they manage to win so many dolls? Professionals perhaps. Wow, their success makes me envious. Let's give it a try, shall we, sisters? Go on then, I want to carry a few back too. As Yifei and Yichan listened to the astonished murmurs around them, they couldn't help but beam with pride, walking even taller than before. But what those people didn't know was that all these plush toys were actually won by Yeshuan, who's just a child. If they found out, one wonders what expressions would cross their faces. Yeshuan couldn't help but think this over. Still, while pondering was fine, there was no real necessity in it. Meanwhile, as the adults around them gasped in amazement, nearby children also watched with longing glances toward Yifei and Yichan. With wide, pleading eyes, they tugged at their parents' hands, earnestly begging. Dad, I want that doll too, please. Please. Mom, could you win me one too? The doll is so cute. Mom, can I have one too, please? Hearing their children plead, several of the parents looked at the dolls in Yifei and Yichan's arms, feeling rather troubled. Buying the dolls outright wasn't worth it. Going to play the game themselves would probably be even less economical given their own lackluster skills. Caught between both dilemmas, the parents ended up consoling their children. Be a good child, don't feel bad. We'll get something delicious tomorrow instead. Toys are much more fun. Mommy will take you shopping for proper toys tomorrow, okay? There's a new amusement park open nearby. How about Dad takes you there tomorrow? No need for stuffed animals then, alright. The children, though hearing such offers from their parents, still wouldn't let go, gazing longingly at the dolls held by Yifei and Yichan. Upon seeing these little ones' heartwarming reactions, neither Yifei nor Yichan hesitated. They picked out some adorable dolls from their spoils and gifted them to the kids. Instantly, the children, now clutching the cuddly toys in their arms, leapt up and down joyfully, shouting in pure delight. On the other hand, the parents of these happy kids appeared slightly embarrassed yet grateful. Warmly thanking Yifei and Yichan, they promptly taught their children to say, "Thank you, big sister." Chapter 314, Sign In. There were even some who directly pulled out Grandpa Red from their wallets, intending to pay for the doll as a token of gratitude. But Yifei and Yichan both declined. After all, it wasn't anything particularly valuable, and they had won so much already. Giving one away wouldn't hurt. Seeing the happy faces of the children made the two of them extremely pleased. Compared to gaining, perhaps the happiness that came from giving was more fulfilling. After walking for a while, the three of them reached outside the park, found their car, and stuffed the dolls into the trunk. With their favorite music playing, they drove happily towards home. Not long after, they returned home. Yifei and Yichan placed the plush dolls in various spots around the living room, tea hall, flower stand, and balcony. At a glance, everywhere was filled with cute dolls, making anyone who looked at them feel relaxed. Just as they finished arranging the dolls, several elder sisters opened the door. Before they could put down their bags and speak, they noticed the change in the living room. Elder sister Yeshuan. Oh my, how did so many dolls suddenly appear? Second elder sister Ying. They look so adorable. Younger sister, are these ones you bought? Third elder sister Yexine. Wow, this feels so fairy tale-like. The three spoke with great joy, coming over to pick up a large doll and swinging it around. It was obvious how much they liked it. Seeing how much their sisters liked the dolls, Yifei was quite proud and stood tall as she said, "Today we went to Linhai Park. In the night market, we played darts and burst balloons to win these dolls. But it wasn't me, it was all little brother who won them. Isn't he amazing?" Yichan also chimed in. Yes, little brother is so capable, hitting every single target without fail. The owner's face turned black. In the end, he packed a red envelope and kicked us out. Hearing this, the elder sisters exchanged glances and smiled with amusement. Little brother has really mastered his skills, hitting bullseyes every time. I can imagine the vendor's expression already. Haha, the boy's quite talented at everything. Not bad. I like this doll very much. I'll take this one back to sleep with tonight, little brother. I'll also take a big one. Oh dear, our little Xian hasn't let us down. He brought back so many cute dolls for us. This one is mine. The elder sisters praised Yishian as they each took a human-sized doll and headed into their rooms, looking utterly content. Seeing this, Yifei and Yichan raced forward and each grabbed a large doll before retreating into their own rooms. Yishian just smiled faintly and quietly laughed, lying on the sofa. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. Ding. Please complete the sign-in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the random skill of Advanced Foreknowledge. Upon hearing this, Yishian's eyebrows arched. Advanced Foreknowledge messages? That skill sounded pretty good. Not knowing exactly what it would be, he would find out later. With that thought, Yishian drank some water and, taking advantage of the elder sister's immersion and happiness with the dolls, quickly took control of the bathtub in the living room's bathroom and swam some laps in the hot water. Feeling thoroughly refreshed afterward, he returned to his room, dried his hair, and leaned his head onto the bed to play chess with Zhou. The next day, a streak of dawn pierced through the horizon, resembling an ancient deity splitting the heavens, bestowing vitality upon all life. The first rays of morning light seeped through the cracks of the floor-to-ceiling windows, lightly sprinkling on Yishian, who lay askew on the bed, waking him up abruptly. He stifled a yawn, stretching his arms wide. Just as he was preparing to get up and wash his face, a flash of white light suddenly shot through his mind, revealing a vivid scene. This was the randomly acquired precognitive message skill. Immersed in deep concentration, Yishian examined the image projected by the white light. His eyes widened instantly, and without hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed Lu Yinran's number. Do. No answer. Listening to the dial tone, Yeshuan tapped his teeth anxiously, shifting his legs restlessly. Do. Sorry, the phone you dialed is temporarily unattended. Please call again. Where has she gone? Yeshuan silently muttered, hung up the phone, threw on a random outfit, and dashed out of the room. Yichan was cooking in the kitchen and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Yeshuan didn't care either, rushing straight out, standing on the main road looking around. Taxis came and went, but none were empty. Feeling increasingly anxious, after waiting a few moments, Yeshuan decisively stepped into the road, stopping a taxi with passengers. He pulled out a large red bill from his wallet and quietly said, I have an urgent matter. Could you please flag down another taxi? Driver, I'll pay double your fare if you drive through High Garden Villa area immediately. Hurry. The man accepted the red note in a daze, looking utterly confused as he got out of the passenger seat. Scratching his head, he watched the taxi speed away, feeling completely bewildered. On the other hand, at High Garden Villa area, in the standalone villa by the sea, Lu Yanran stood with her arms crossed, lightly tapping her chin with her fingertips. She appeared lost in thought, gazing nonchalantly at the grass in the front courtyard. She was pondering whether to design it into a Western-style garden or a Chinese-style courtyard, or perhaps a combination of both. However, each choice seemed challenging, causing her to feel stuck and let out a light sigh while propping her forehead with her hand. Behind her, many property management staff members dressed in work uniforms were bustling about, carrying furniture or waste in and out of the villa's entrance, sweat pouring down their faces. They were, at Lu Yanran's request, redecorating the interior of the villa to give it new vitality. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yanran finally made her decision. Since she had already done a garden in front of her old house, this time she would try a Chinese-style courtyard to see if she could manage it well and gain some knowledge in the process. Having made up her mind, Lu Yanran took out her phone and pulled up a few selected courtyard designs from before. After careful consideration, she chose one that looked promising. Then she signaled to the property manager, standing not far away. When he came over, she told him, I want to create a Chinese-style courtyard in the front yard. Here is the plan. You can arrange some people to handle the setup. The property manager briefly glanced at the plan, nodding with a smile as he said, all right, I'll arrange the personnel immediately. With that, he took out his phone and made calls to the building materials market, designers, and others to set the plan in motion. Lu Yanran turned off her phone, exhaling deeply, relieved that a matter she had been agonizing over for days was finally settled. Unconsciously, she began to look forward to what it would look like when completed. Chapter 3:15, Tackling. Just the thought of it made her overwhelmingly delighted. So, she took a stroll around the front yard. Despite the overgrown weeds, it felt like walking into a well-maintained garden, incredibly comforting. In her heart, she became even more respectful and grateful to Yisu, glad that she had such a good boss. Then she entered the villa, glanced at the newly redecorated living room, hall, tea party room, and other places, and headed straight to the large master bedroom. This bedroom faced the sea, with panoramic curved floor-to-ceiling windows, frameless and crystal clear. Sitting here to watch the sea gave a sense of openness and serenity. Lu Yanran exhaled gently. Her eyes looking at the sea were warm and soft, shimmering with profound ripples, making her appear purer and more beautiful. Everything about this house was perfect except for the lack of an air conditioner. Lu Yanran checked online and picked out a relatively reputable brand, placing an order on JD self-operated store. With city service, it would arrive in about 10 minutes. Lu Yanran wasn't in a hurry. She walked out of the bedroom, toured around on the second and third floors, then sat on the balcony for a while to enjoy the sea view. Not long after, the phone rang. Lu Yanran checked the caller ID. It was an unknown local number, so she didn't answer it, knowing that it must be the air conditioner installers. She went downstairs, looked outside the door, looked up all around, and beckoned the envious staff who approached, saying, Bring it in, follow me, install it in the bedroom. The staff suddenly snapped back to reality, lifted the air conditioner, and followed Lu Yanran into the master bedroom. When they saw the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window facing the sea view, they exchanged glances, their faces filled with awe and amazement. One of them asked sheepishly, Miss, how much would it cost to get hold of this villa set? As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby added, Haha, you're done for. Just like those people who say overpasses only cost hundreds of thousands. These villas in this area start at tens of millions, let alone this one by the sea, right miss? Don't talk anymore, let's work quickly. Once we finish early, miss, can I take a picture later? Lu Yanran smiled, seeing their mannerisms making her carry herself more uprightly. A mysterious aura arose naturally, as she slightly nodded and said, You may take photos freely. If you do a good job, I'll give you all a red envelope afterward. Upon hearing about the red envelope, their eyes lit up. They put on gloves, took out knives, and broke through the cardboard to take out the air conditioner. Lu Yanran pointed to a place by the window and said calmly, Install the indoor unit there, there's a hole, making it easier to connect with the outdoor unit. That spot didn't face the 3-meter-long double bed, which was a pretty good location. The staff responded accordingly, splitting into two groups. One group carried the outdoor unit outside, while the other group set up a ladder, carefully lifting the indoor unit up. They drilled holes, screwed in screws, and fixed everything effortlessly, their professional techniques beyond question. In no time, both the indoor and outdoor units were installed. The workers tested the air conditioner with a remote control, confirming there were no issues before nodding and smiling at Lu Yanran. Miss, it's installed. By the way, the boys will take a few pictures of this sea view before leaving. Okay, go ahead. Suggest using panoramic mode. It looks better. Lu Yanran squinted and smiled as she stood under the indoor unit of the air conditioner, enjoying the cooling breeze, dispersing the heat, feeling extremely comfortable. The workers, having received permission from Lu Yanran, took out their phones laughing, treading cautiously over the carpet with foot covers, and stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window attentively taking photos. The sea view is secondary. What mattered most was the high-class chic panoramic floor-to-ceiling window itself, which was paramount. Paired with the half-beach half-island scenery in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, it resembled game CG graphics, simply unmatched. After a little while, the workers had mostly finished taking photos and were turning around, trying to thank Lu Yanran who was blowing cool air from the air conditioner. Out of professional duty, they instinctively glanced at the air conditioner but immediately noticed the screws fixing the indoor unit hanging precariously on the side, evidently loose. And the entire air conditioner had already tilted, swaying lightly with the vibrations of the airflow, clearly about to fall. Lu Yanran happened to be directly underneath the air conditioner, blissfully closing her eyes and enjoying the cool breeze. Their pupils constricted instantly, beads of cold sweat breaking out. If it fell directly, disregarding whether or not death occurred, given the weight of the indoor air conditioner and its height, her face would undoubtedly be irreparable. Just at that moment, the fixing bracket of the indoor air conditioner and the loose screws could no longer bear the weight. With a clang-ting sound, the last screw hit the ground, and the entire indoor air conditioner dropped like a rope-cut stone, crashing down directly toward Lu Yanran's exquisite face. For a moment, the workers froze in shock, momentarily stunned and unsure of how to react. They rushed forward, but with several meters still between them and Lu Yanran, it seemed they would not make it in time. Suddenly, a small figure darted out at an incredible speed, knocking Lu Yanran to the ground just as the indoor unit of the air conditioner smashed down onto the child's back with a deafening bang. The force tore a huge gash in their clothing. Seeing that it was a child around 7 or 8 years old, the staff members were momentarily startled, but quickly rushed over. They moved the heavy indoor unit off the child and anxiously questioned, "Little friend, are you alright? Does your back hurt? You need to go to the hospital immediately, come on. It's bad, very bad. A child this young being hit like this, it's unbearable." However, Yisu shook his head indifferently, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood up effortlessly, showing no signs of pain whatsoever. After all, his body had been reinforced. Although he looked young, having the air conditioner fall on him felt like nothing more than a piece of foam striking him, pain-free and negligible. It was a minor issue, not worthy of concern. But upon seeing it was Yisu who had saved her, Lu Yanran turned deathly pale. She pulled the little boy close, inspecting him thoroughly from head to toe, nearly breaking into tears. "Master, are you alright? You're so young. Why did you shield me from the air conditioner? Oh, you're such a fool, Master. How does your back feel? Is it hurting badly? If there's any bone injury, it would be terrible. This is all my fault, all my fault." Her nose turned red immediately, and tears welled up in her eyes as she watched Yisu. Moved by her distress, he smiled gently and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. I may look small, but I exercise regularly, so my body is strong. That air conditioner wasn't that heavy. I'm fine. Don't concern yourself with me." Despite his words, Lu Yanran remained uneasy. Observing the 2 large rips in Yisu's clothes and noticing the slightly reddened skin beneath where the air conditioner had struck, her worries only deepened. Chapter 316, Go to the hospital. Looking anxious, she gently touched the reddened area and said with a heavy heart, "Not good, young master. We must go to the hospital and take a look. It's already red. What if the bone is injured? You're still growing. At such a young age, there should be no hidden illnesses left in your body. Otherwise, you will regret it for a lifetime when you grow up." At this moment, a few staff members heard this and nodded in agreement. "Right, we should still do a checkup. Miss, we sincerely apologize for the negligence in our work which led to such a major incident. Regarding that air conditioner, we can offer you a refund, give you another one for free, and ensure it's strictly secured. Our side will cover the examination fees and medical expenses of this little friend." Although Lu Yanran was also somewhat angry, due to the urgency of going to the hospital and having no time to settle the matter with them, she frowned and replied, "We'll talk about it later." After saying that, she picked Yeshuan and prepared to head to the hospital. Yeshuan felt a bit speechless and explained, "I'm really fine, Yanran. There's no need to go to the hospital. A wasted trip, it's unnecessary." However, Lu Yanran remained very firm, anxiously leaving the room and placing Yeshuan in the car, saying, "Young master, listen to me. We must definitely go to the hospital and get you checked. If everything is fine, that's best. It's not that 1 in 10,000 chance I'm worried about, but that 1 in a million. If because of today's incident you end up with a hidden illness and delay your whole life, I would cry myself to death." Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, with tears on the verge of falling, Yeshuan felt unable to say anything more at the moment and instead scratched his head, a bit awkwardly, agreeing. Then all right. Let's go early and return early." Upon seeing Yeshuan's agreement, Lu Yanran revealed a smile on her face. She then immediately pressed the keyhole of her Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition, starting the engine and producing a pleasant yet expensive-sounding rumble. She, who always drove slowly and steadily, today broke all records by risking driving fast, stepping hard on the accelerator and shooting out. Because no one dared to approach, Lu Yanran directly accelerated up to 100 miles per hour, causing surrounding drivers to curse loudly, their souls almost frightened away. Who could withstand such an impact? After a while, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition stably parked in the square outside the hospital entrance in its designated parking spot. Lu Yanran turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake fluidly, unbuckled her seatbelt, and carried Yeshuan into the hospital, jogging inside. At this point, Nanjing No. 1 People's Hospital was incredibly crowded, packed with people. Even the square in front of the hospital entrance was filled with crowds. After great effort, Lu Yanran finally squeezed her way into the hospital. It made Yeshuan feel rather speechless too. Why come to the hospital just to watch the crowd pushing through here and there? The atmosphere was stifling. After entering the hospital lobby, Lu Yanran glanced at the registration counter and brought Yeshuan to stand at the end of a queue that stretched all the way out the door. The queue seemed endless, making Yeshuan feel quite suffocated and exclaim, "Let's just go back, I'm really fine. When will we reach the end of this line?" But Lu Yanran shot Yeshuan a disapproving glance, firmly refusing. "No, young master, we still need to check it out for peace of mind. This queue isn't long. Registration is quite fast, it seems. People keep moving forward, so it shouldn't be too long." Yeshuan let out a slight sigh and did not say anything more. However, it indeed went as Lu Yanran had said. Within 10 or so minutes, it was their turn. Lu Yanran thought it over and registered under internal medicine, thinking that since there were no wounds on the back, she would check whether any bones inside were injured. Then she brought Yeshuan upstairs to find the chief surgeon's office on the 2nd floor. However, the scene was identical to the one during registration. Here, too, there was a massive queue that stretched endlessly. What can you say? Being a chief physician means dealing with many more patients. Lu Yanran was also a little speechless but did not say anything. She obediently stood at the end of the queue, glancing toward the front from time to time. Compared to registration, this process was significantly slower. The doctor reviewed each patient's medical history, prescribed medicine, issued test forms, etc., all very slow. After roughly half an hour of waiting, with only 2 people remaining ahead, Lu Yanran inwardly relaxed slightly. It was finally nearly her turn. Subsequently, after another 5 minutes or so, the person who went in emerged with a worried expression. Gradually, Lu Yanran was the only person left ahead, which made her feel even more relieved. Just at this moment, suddenly, a wail arose from behind, creating a significant commotion. Everyone turned their heads to look backward, including Lu Yanran. They saw a man and woman rushing in with their child, looking panicked. They came straight to the chief physician's door, knocking on it hastily and shouting, "Doctor, my child has a cough. Please take a quick look." Their tone wasn't rude, but it was certainly far from polite, acting extremely arrogantly as if treating the doctor like a servant. Furthermore, they showed no regard for those in the queue, attempting to cut in line without hesitation. Seeing this, Yanran Lu immediately became unhappy and frowned in displeasure as she argued. "We've been waiting in line for over half an hour to get here, and how dare you just cut in like that? Do you have any sense of decency or upbringing? Moreover, your child just has a cough. What's there to rush about?" Upon hearing this, the man and woman's faces turned sour at once. The woman retorted sharply with a biting tone. "My child is so sick. Can't you just let us go ahead? What difference does it make if you wait a bit longer? If something more serious happens to my child because of the delay, do you think you'll be able to take responsibility for that?" Lu Yanran felt her anger rising at the woman's attitude and tone, and she snapped irritably. "It's strange indeed. Do you think your child is made of gold? Your child's body counts as a body, but everyone else's doesn't count as one. For a mere cough, you should be going to the throat specialist instead of the internal medicine department. And you want to cut in line? No way. Go back to the end and wait your turn like the rest of us. Why are you so special? Everyone else followed the rules. Do you even have the right to question where I bring my child for a checkup? Just because this doctor is known for being good, does that mean anything to you? My child might as well be made of gold for all you care. What do you care about our bodies? Rotten, the better. You people lack compassion entirely, and you're not the one who sets the hospital rules either. How does my cutting in line affect you anyway?" The woman was obviously furious now, her face turning red as she shouted loudly, spitting saliva everywhere. Meanwhile, the man beside her also flared up in anger, glaring fiercely at Lu Yanran and sneering. "With such pale skin, how come your heart is so black? This isn't called cutting in line. It's called special circumstances warranting special treatment. If something happens to my child, do you think you can take responsibility for it? Even your whole life won't be enough compensation. Besides, you're not in a hurry anyway, but we are. What's wrong with letting us go first? Everything has a priority system. Even the law stipulates it. Priority for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. My child is sick, so why shouldn't we have priority?" Chapter 317. Handling. Lu Yanran was somewhat speechless at his blatant nonsense and responded sternly. "The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled refer to social resources. Everyone is treated equally in the hospital. If you're really in a hurry, go to the emergency room. You don't go to the emergency room, but rush here to grab a spot. Aren't you insane? What special situation? Just a cough. You really scared me. What? Does your child have a throne to inherit?" After Lu Yanran finished speaking, the people waiting in line couldn't bear it either and joined in agreement. "Haha, throne inheritance? More like brain thrombosis. No one with decades of brain thrombosis could say such things. Cutting the line and saying something so pretentious. How about going back and eating your own poop? What a disgusting person, making us feel like our bodies aren't valuable. Only his is noble. What crap is that? You must be having cerebral palsy. I've been queuing for over an hour. Do you think you can just come whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Listen, if your child gets hurt, it has nothing to do with us. Even if educated by you, even if they get cured, they'll still get into trouble later. Easily getting beaten outside because of shameless behavior. What a bunch of buffaloes thinking they're right after cutting the line. Do you see the grandma behind me? She's over 80 years old. I let her go before me for a quicker diagnosis, but she declined, insisting on following the rules without cutting the line. Your life view is far worse than hers. Spit. Such a great mood has been ruined by these 2 buffaloes. Normally, we just see them online. Never thought I'd actually encounter them today, truly speechless. Do you 2 know how to read? The state offers 9 years of free compulsory education. Are you 2 looking down on it and teaching yourselves at home? All my life, I hate people who ask for special treatment. Our country's policies have been suppressing this kind of thing, yet you dare to cut the line in front of me? Disgusting. As the crowd continued, they grew angrier and began to curse. Hearing everyone start cursing, those 2 couldn't maintain their composure anymore. The man turned red in anger, while the woman became an abusive harpy. Pointing and screaming at everyone, she yelled, "You all have no skin on your babies. A bunch of peasant scum. Our family is just noble. Go ahead and buy a coffin while you still have time. Otherwise, you'll die without somewhere to rest. Cowards. A bunch of unkind-hearted trash. What's wrong with this society? Not a shred of humanity left. The nation wasted its time raising you bunch of wide-eyed wolves. A group of smelly beggars, deserving to wait in line like this. No talent, useless waste. We're noble and deserve priority. What are you? I wish your family goes extinct, met with car accidents every time you step out, struck by lightning 5 times. Little ghosts will feast on funeral food daily at your house." Being cursed like that, the crowd couldn't help but retort. The previous words were mere greetings. Now came real cursing. Thus started a verbal battle with this uncivilized couple, the scene extremely intense. "Your mother is dead, and I'll scatter her ashes. Take it to the crematorium." The staff asked whether to burn raw or cooked. "You idiots are unreasonable. Didn't your mothers get hit by cars and burnt, resulting in 3 pounds of ashes scattered all over, mixed with excrement, and sent into your dog mouths, causing your foul breaths? Wait for extinction yourself, dumbass. Just seeing you 2 makes me angry. Your mom's grave shall be dug up. Rotten mouth, what manners are these? You think you're polite just because you cut the queue? Don't use kindness where it isn't needed. Just 1 cough and you act so superior. What kind of cerebral palsy is this? Saying I will be extinct? Your whole family is cursed with extinction. May you sew each other's skins together. How vicious your curses are. People like you should definitely be struck by lightning 5 times, not dying well. When dead, no one collects the body. Graves being dug out, struck by lightning repeatedly, rain destroying your grave. The couple, both red-faced, panting heavily, realized they were overwhelmed. Suddenly, the woman remembered something, took out her phone, and pointed it at everyone. Do you know I know the director of this hospital? Don't act arrogant here with me. Soon the director will blacklist all of you. Heartless people like you won't be allowed medical care. Just wait to die. The hag kept talking, searching through her contacts, then dialed a number. After the call connected, she hid in the back, speaking quietly but deferentially, which anyone could see. Everyone showed disdain. This woman really thinks too highly of herself. Can the director do anything? Can the director rule everything? It's hard to believe that a director could blacklist so many people and deny them healthcare. Thus, neither of the couple paid the woman any heed, continuing to hurl abuses and accusations. Seeing so many people criticizing the couple, Yanran Lu felt a sense of relief well up inside her. At present, what she was most anxious about was waiting for the people ahead to finish quickly so Yeshuan could be checked, lest delays bring about any tragedy. On the other hand, Yeshuan didn't bother with the couple, just browsing on his phone, completely ignoring the two. However, upon hearing their vicious words, he did grow somewhat angry, though it wasn't apparent on his face. The man couldn't hold his ground against the group alone and closed his mouth, staring fiercely at everyone, waiting anxiously for his wife to call reinforcements, a rampant aura surrounding him. After making the call, in no time a middle-aged man dressed in a white coat approached, with a blue badge hanging on his chest bearing 4 glittering characters, Medical Department Director. Upon seeing the director arrive, the uncultured couple's ferocious looks immediately turned flattery as they moved forward to fawn. Director, how busy are you today? Our child has been coughing nonstop, and we've come to the hospital immediately for a checkup. It's an urgent situation requiring immediate attention, isn't it? But there were these heartless individuals who wouldn't let us through and insisted we go to the back of the line. Should anything happen to the child, who would be responsible for it, Director? It's troublesome for the director to have come over for such a trivial matter. We'll pay a visit sometime later and bring some gifts to replenish the director's energy. At hearing the word gifts, the director arched an eyebrow and waved his hand. No need for gifts. It's okay to drop by casually if you want. Any discerning person could tell this was a cover-up due to fear of being reported, not knowing how much bribe had been accepted secretly underneath the surface. Chapter 318, Lu Yun arrives. At the moment, everyone had no good feelings toward this director. The two were complicit in wrongdoing and truly unworthy of being doctors, tarnishing this sacred profession. Now it was clear why that couple dared to be so arrogant. It was originally thought they merely knew each other, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a bribery relationship, which made the situation serious. After the director finished speaking, he glanced around at the crowd, and then his gaze fell on Lu Yinran's face. He mused aloud. Since they're anxious, let them go ahead. Everyone has moments when they're in a rush, especially with children. There should be no delay. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran's eyes flared with anger as if about to burst into flames, and she immediately countered. I'm also checking up on a child. His cough isn't severe, so why should he cut in line? We've been waiting for such a long time. Does your hospital have any rules left? Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, the dean was strolling with hands behind his back, making inspection rounds. Seeing so many people here and sensing something amiss in the atmosphere, fearing a medical disturbance, he hurried over quickly. As he reached the middle of the corridor, he noticed a rather familiar-looking child among the people at the front. The dean squinted his eyes and took a few more steps forward. Upon getting closer, he clearly recognized Yeshuan, causing his pace to quicken even more, almost running. On this side, after hearing Lu Yinran's rebuttal, the director spoke unpleasantly and appeared discontented, just about to criticize her when he heard some commotion coming from the silent corridor. Turning his head, seeing the dean approaching, he hastily greeted him with a forced smile. Dean, what brings you here? It's just a small matter, nothing serious. It will be handled soon. However, the dean completely ignored him, walked directly over to Yeshuan, crouched down facing him, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, why didn't you inform me you'd come to the hospital? I apologize for being neglectful. Hearing this, everyone instantly froze, looking at each other in confusion, whispers spreading like birds chirping in a dense forest. The director was also stunned, asking bewilderedly, Dean, this? Mr. Yi. The dean nodded, standing up and staring straight at the director. Yes, this is the chairman of Dinglong Group, Yeshuan. Mr. Yi. Have you not been disrespectful towards him? Upon hearing these words, the unqualified and already somewhat guilty couple collapsed outright in fear, sitting paralyzed on the floor, their spirits utterly lost. It wasn't much better for the director either. His face flushed green and red alternatively, glaring at the couple with hidden anger. Seeing the couple collapse right onto the ground, the dean was baffled too, unclear about what had happened. He questioned immediately, what exactly has happened? Hearing the dean's question, Lu Yinran took a deep breath and spilled all her grievances in one go. Dean, that couple claimed their child had a cough, came to see the doctor without queuing, insisting on cutting in. We've waited for a very long time. Moreover, they insulted us, calling us lowly while considering themselves high and mighty. Then they also boasted about knowing the director and called this director over through bribes. This director asked me to yield and let them go first. After listening to this, the dean's face reddened visibly, filled with fury as his bloodshot eyes stared at the director, shouting, Get out. Don't come back to the hospital tomorrow. Do you really think you're an official? You're taking bribes. If this gets out, our hospital's reputation will be ruined by you. You'll never work in any hospital ever again. Get out now. When the director heard Lu Yinran's full recounting, he had realized everything was over. Now, receiving an earful from the dean, not only losing his job but also being permanently barred from hospitals thereafter, his heart was consumed by rage, hating the couple with every fiber of his being. His eyes bloodshot, like a mad bull, he lunged forward to grapple with them, yelling and cursing while fighting. You two brought me to this state. I didn't want to help you anymore anyway, yet you kept bribing me daily. You dog-like people deserve death. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, who applauded and cheered for the dean. Yeshuan chuckled softly and said to the dean, You can carry on with your work. I just have a minor issue. I'll get checked and go home. Just as those words faded, the patient inside stepped out. Lu Yanran immediately thanked the dean and pulled Yeshuan into the office of the attending physician for examination. The dean, upon seeing this, said nothing further. Bidding farewell, he walked away and instructed the security guards along the way to handle the brawl here. After being pressed on his back by the doctor, without even needing an x-ray, Yeshuan smiled at Lu Yanran and said, "There's no need for a checkup. I'm perfectly fine, without any issues. Sometimes, as parents, you worry excessively. It's alright, go back home." After hearing these words, Lu Yanran finally put her heart at ease. She then thanked the hospital staff, took Yeshuan out of the hospital, got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, and returned to the villa happily. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Yanran hurriedly brewed a pot of tea for Yeshuan. Then she went to check the master bedroom where the fallen air conditioner had been replaced with a new one, which was fixed very securely with many additional screws and support rods added around it. The floor was spotlessly clean, as if no one had ever been there. Lu Yanran looked at this scene with satisfaction. It was truly a win-win day on both fronts. At this moment, Yeshuan sipped his biliuakun tea when his phone suddenly buzzed. Taking it out, he saw a message from Lu Yun, the young master of Nanjing. "Bro Yi, where are you? Let's hang out." Yeshuan thought about it. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, and going anywhere would be playing, he replied, "By the seaside at Enhai Garden Villa area." "Alright, I'll be there in 5 minutes." Yeshuan turned off his phone, leaned comfortably back on the couch, and waited quietly for Lu Yun's arrival. Not long after, a few loud car horn sounds came from outside. Yeshuan jumped up from the couch, said goodbye to Lu Yanran, and went out. Upon stepping outside, he immediately saw Lu Yun standing outside the villa, looking up at it, and muttering under his breath. Yeshuan glanced at the car behind him and noticed that the Passat was gone, replaced by a Mercedes. He couldn't help but tease him. "Did your dad have a change of heart and get you a decent car?" "Nah, don't even get me started," Lu Yun responded. "What do you think, bro? It's an upgraded version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, top-of-the-line displacement, super sturdy. As for the price, I won't mention it, don't want to embarrass you." As Lu Yun spoke, he pulled open the rear door of the car. Yeshuan smiled, didn't say much more, stepped into the car, and tested the seat hardness. It felt pretty good. Chapter 319, Traffic Jam. He then chuckled and said, "Driving this car out, doesn't it give you the feeling of being a road bully?" Lu Yun also got in the car, fastened his seatbelt, and smiled. "Brother Yi, don't kid me. When I first drove this car, seeing all those cars in roadside parking spaces, I almost couldn't resist ramming into them. This car is too thick, and it's also tough. Driving on the road gives a sense of security. Your old man really knows you well. He knew you liked to crash, so he gave you something sturdy and durable. Haha, Brother Yi, that's just jokes. In a law-abiding society, as a model citizen, I am very honest." After saying these words, Lu Yun turned the key in the ignition and slowly drove the reinforced Mercedes out. Passing through the tranquil landscape surrounding, it smoothly merged onto the main road. Yeshuan leaned back on his seat, crossing his legs with a smirk, finding amusement in Lu Yun's words. Speaking of their circle, in terms of temperament, Lu Yun was undoubtedly the first to take a car and crash it. However, he didn't continue on that topic and changed it, saying, "How's your dad's company doing recently? I heard the scale has grown a bit more, hasn't it?" "A bit more? Just like that. Last time we adjusted the strategic deployment and development direction. Now the profit is a little more than last year, but according to the current market conditions, this strategy probably won't last long. Phew, my old man just hands all the work over to me. A day is exhausting me. To come up with plans, I've been losing hair in droves. Haha, I'll recommend some hair growth agents to you next time. I guarantee your hair will be black and shiny, smooth as silk." Yeshuan joked, turning his head to glance outside through the dark window, continuing, "Oh yeah, can you take me to Huaxia Bank first? I need to increase my credit limit." "No problem at all," Lu Yun responded, steering the wheel to turn the reinforced Mercedes G-Class onto another road, teasing, "My goodness, Brother Yi is still Brother Yi, making moves big enough to reach the heavens. We are all figuring out how to split the transfer fees, but Brother Yi has already started increasing limits. So boring, right? Ha ha ha, yes, extremely tedious." Lu Yun laughed several times, seeing the sudden red light, slowing down and parking the car. He pulled the handbrake, sighing, "Brother Yi's power really leaves us far behind." Hearing this, Yeshuan chuckled softly and remained silent. Thinking about it, Yeshuan lowered the car window, just about to lean out for a look when a warning sound approached from afar, coming quickly from behind. The cars behind made way one by one. Lu Yun also saw this situation through the rearview mirror, voluntarily driving the car to the side greenbelt, giving the fire truck a passing position. After all, whatever happens, rescuing people cannot be delayed. If someone else needs help, helping them is like helping oneself. As a good member of society, Lu Yun clearly understood this. Even though the car body got scratched a few times by small trees while turning into the greenbelt, Lu Yun's face still carried a pleasant expression, assuming everything would proceed smoothly. However, the Civic sedan waiting ahead for the red light, clearly knowing there was an emergency fire truck behind needing to pass, remained absolutely stationary, showing no intention to move aside. Seeing this, the fire truck became anxious and honked a few times. But the Civic paid no attention, remaining unmoved, silently waiting for the red light, blocking the fire truck tightly, refusing it passage entirely. The firefighter driving the fire truck looked at this situation and felt utterly helpless. Opening the door, he stepped to the Civic, advising the driver, "Excuse me, please cooperate with us. We need to go to East Street to put out a fire. Could you possibly make way for our vehicle to pass?" "Sorry, I can't move." The Civic owner sternly refused without any hesitation or intent to negotiate. The firefighter felt troubled, sincerely saying, "Sir, if you don't let us pass, we can't get through. There's a fire there, waiting for us to extinguish it. Please let us through." "That's not my concern. I know I can't let you through now. Wait till the red light ends, then talk." "I'm definitely not moving." The Civic owner spoke with righteous firmness, not letting the fire truck pass. Upon hearing this, the firefighter glanced at the time and anxiously rubbed his hands, saying, "In situations like this, you can file a report. It won't result in demerit points on your license or fines." Filing a report? A friend of mine believed these promises, moved over, got penalized by traffic police, and then tried to file a report. The process dragged on for weeks, getting tossed between various departments, nothing solved in the end. So, I have no choice but to wait for the red light. As law-abiding citizens, we should follow the rules. No, your friend might have done it wrong. Here's what I'll do. I'll leave my personal number with you. If the traffic police really deduct points from your license or impose fines, just give me a call and I will testify on your behalf. Will that be okay? The firefighter finished speaking, looking hopefully at the Civic driver. However, the Civic driver paid no heed, waving his hand dismissively and firmly said, "No need. Don't bother yourself. I won't believe your words. Let's just wait for the red light. It's almost over. My driver's license only has 1 point left. Another deduction would suspend it, so I dare not take any risks." After saying this, the Civic driver coldly rolled up the window, clearly indicating he had no intention to continue talking. Seeing his actions, the firefighter's face slightly frowned in dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do. He returned to the fire truck dejectedly. Lu Yun heard every word exchanged between the two, and seeing how uncooperative the Civic driver was, he could no longer bear it. Determined, he shifted gears, released the handbrake, sharply turned the steering wheel, and charged straight toward the Civic car. When they collided, everyone was startled, including the firefighter who widened his eyes in confusion, unsure of Lu Yun's intent. Inside the Civic, the driver jolted upon impact, shaken by the sudden collision. Before anyone could react, another bang sounded as the reinforced Mercedes G-Class crashed again, pushing the Civic onto the side road for several inches this time. The force was immense, causing the door to slightly dent. A third collision followed by a fourth, fifth. Alongside a series of loud bangs, Lu Yun drove the Mercedes G-Class, relentlessly ramming the Civic off the road until there was enough space for the fire truck to pass before stopping. Chapter 320. So much money. The Civic owner immediately exploded, jumping out of his car and yelling curses. "Stupid turtle. Are you trying to die? Who crashes like that? Rushing to reincarnate? What the hell? Wait for the red light. Is that so hard? Look at my car now, what a mess. I saw a ghost today. Meeting someone like you makes no sense at all. Driving like this." While he was cursing, the fire truck sped off with its siren blaring. On the other hand, surrounding onlookers recorded the incident clearly with their phones, uploading the footage instantly to major social platforms online, sparking widespread condemnation. When the Civic owner went back, it turned out his own house was on fire. People like him, blocking even a fire truck. Who knows how many ambulances he's blocked too. If anyone in his family gets sick later, I hope someone blocks him too until he dies on the road. A textbook case of stupidity. Not even a decade of stroke treatment would explain this behavior. That was a fire truck, big brother, and he dared block it. I applaud his incompetence. I can't help but admire the ignorance of the Civic driver, thinking he's someone just because he drives a Civic. He deserves to drive a Civic. He deserves being crashed into, and the one who crashed him deserves driving a luxury Benz. Looks like he's eaten too much. Blocking a fire truck with nothing better to do? These witnesses prove it beyond doubt. No way the traffic police could make a mistake here. Just asking for trouble. If he delays the fire response, dismembering him won't even satisfy the anger. Last time, our neighborhood caught on fire really bad. Another fool blocked the fire truck, leading to 3 families burning alive. I still have photos. It was truly terrifying. Suggest shooting people like this and executing them. While condemning online, Lu Yun noticed many drivers had already exited their cars and surrounded the cursing Civic driver tightly, yelling curses directly at him to the point he couldn't say a word. By the time the red light turned green, those in a hurry paused briefly, then returned to their cars and left, not forgetting to report the incident to the police. Soon after, the patrol car arrived and stopped right in front of the Civic. They took the Civic driver away under charges of disturbing public order. Seeing the matter settled, Lu Yun didn't linger, starting the car and heading onto the main road, slowly cruising. Yeshuan glanced at the hood of the car, recalling the fierce collision moments ago, and chuckled lightly, laughing as he said, "Did my crash damage your car? That was quite a hit." "Nope, it's good. The car's reinforced edition, super durable. Otherwise, my old man wouldn't choose this one. At first, I thought it wasn't worth it, but now, well, it's pretty amazing. Given your nature, if I were your dad, I wouldn't let you drive any supercars or luxury vehicles. You'd spend an entire year's salary just repairing your car after these stunts. But hey, that move back there was great. Hee hee, guys like him need a reminder every once in a while, otherwise they don't know their place. All about bravado and nonsense." Lu Yun spoke, making 2 steering adjustments smoothly, parking his fully intact fortified version Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the bank entrance. Then he shut down the engine, pulled the handbrake in one smooth motion, and turning his head, said, "All right, you go, we're here." Yeshuan nodded, opening the car door and jumping out, heading straight into the bank. At this hour, quite a number of people were present to handle their banking affairs. Yeshuan scanned around briefly, took a number, and waited patiently in line. Lu Yun sat quietly on a chair, noticing the long queue. He then pulled out his phone and started reviewing some proposal documents sent by various departments, which made his headache worse. Quickly switching to Xiaoyu, an app, he watched several funny videos to relax himself. In no time, Yeshuan finally reached the counter where a female bank teller dressed in uniform slightly startled at seeing the small stature of Yeshuan, then smiled and asked, "Little boy, what kind of business are you here for? Where are your parents?" "I want to adjust the maximum transfer limit upwards," Yeshuan replied casually, knowing she was teasing him and paying no mind, pulling out his bank card and handing it over. Upon realizing Yeshuan actually produced a real bank card, the teller realized it wasn't a joke, put aside her playful tone, received the card with a smile, and inquired, "Little boy, how much higher do you want the limit set?" In her eyes, this card probably belonged to him, used for saving pocket money or lucky money. It shouldn't have much balance on it. She presumed he wanted to adjust the limits for future use. Thus, she casually swiped the card, grabbing a form to fill out details. Yeshuan pondered for a moment regarding the amount, refrained from beating around the bush, and directly stated, "Raise it to 1 billion for me." Hearing that, the teller immediately froze. The people behind Yeshuan also suddenly became bewildered. "Little boy, stop kidding around, haha. Do you even know how many digits are in 1 billion? What grade are you in? How far can you count? Don't fool your sister." The bank clerk thought Yeshuan was joking, so she put the form aside, picked up her mouse, and clicked to check the balance in his card. Upon seeing a number as long as a telephone number inside the account, her pupils immediately shrank, and her face turned deathly pale at an alarming speed. Her eyes widened and couldn't believe what they were seeing. She stared intensely at the computer screen for quite a while, before hurriedly standing up to tell Yeshuan. Little sir, please wait a moment. I will go call the supervisor. With that, she rushed off in her high heels toward the supervisor's office in the back. The supervisor was sitting in his office, frowning deeply in thought over some documents. When he saw the clerk so flustered, he was momentarily confused and grabbed the baton under the table as he stood up. Startled, he asked, "Are bandits robbing the bank?" The clerk caught her breath, then suddenly started laughing upon noticing the supervisor's reaction. She smiled. "No, there's a child who wants to increase the maximum outgoing transfer limit to 1 billion yuan. I checked his account balance. It's horrifying. Over a trillion. Over a trillion?" The supervisor doubted, coming out. "Didn't you see wrong? Over a trillion. Not at all. Sir, please take a look yourself." Afraid to delay any longer, the supervisor widened his eyes slightly and rushed to the clerk's station. Standing in front of the computer, when he saw the balance, just like a phone number length, his whole body trembled violently against his will. Is it really? Meanwhile, Lu Yun found the reactions of both the supervisor and the clerk very puzzling, also extremely shocked, not knowing what they had seen that would scare them into this state. After letting out a startled cry, the supervisor looked at Yeshuan with a ghostly pale face, not daring to be disrespectful, quickly said, "Little sir, please follow me." He came out and bent over beside Yeshuan, making an inviting gesture. Chapter 321, I don't drink alcohol. Yeshuan didn't say anything, jumped off the stool, and was led by the manager into the VIP lounge. This lounge differed from ordinary ones. It wasn't large but had excellent soundproofing. Once the door closed, it felt as if entering a world apart, all noise vanishing completely. Only the clack-clack sound of the manager's leather shoes tapping on the wooden floor and his fawning words remained. "Dear little sir, honored by your visit. We failed to welcome you properly. Apologies for this. With your presence, our bank is indeed graced with honor." Speaking, the manager hastily brewed an exquisite Dahongpo tea, carefully placing it in front of Yeshuan. He then served a big plate of pastries, cakes, and some fresh fruit. Respectful, not daring to slack off even slightly. Though he was facing a child 7 or 8 years old, anyone capable of casually producing trillions in assets would be respected, whether infant or adult. Sitting on the sofa, Yeshuan watched the manager bustling around without saying anything. He picked up the teacup, slightly shook his head while blowing a few times, then sipped twice. His movements were not at all clumsy, exuding a demeanor of adulthood, causing the manager to gaze in surprise repeatedly. After a pause, Yeshuan finally spoke. "The money is deposited in your bank. No need to worry about me suddenly transferring it. Just make sure what I've entrusted you with gets done." Hearing this, the manager felt like he'd taken a tranquilizer pill, and he immediately relaxed. With such enormous deposits, banks could do countless things. Even just investments alone could generate huge profits and fill their pockets with wealth. One could imagine how significant Yeshuan was to the bank. As the bank's manager, the importance of his role was well understood. Such respect was truly justified. Yes, we will definitely ensure satisfaction for the young sir. Rest assured to place the money here. The annual interest will surely be delivered entirely to you. If there are any issues, do not hesitate to instruct us. Through fire and water, our bank will go. Fire and water. Listening to these statements, Yeshuan couldn't help but laugh a little. He picked up an orange and replied kindly, "Hee, manager, don't overstate things. Are there any updates on adjusting my transfer limit? I am actually pressed for time." After speaking, he calmly ate a section of orange. On the other hand, upon hearing that, the manager inwardly trembled. "It'll be ready in no time. Let me check. Please rest for a moment here. It will be presented to you immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the manager rushed out in evident nervousness and urgency, amusing Yeshuan slightly in his heart. After about 2 minutes, the manager returned, panting lightly beside Yeshuan. Bowing, he respectfully handed over Yeshuan's bank card, saying, "All done. The limit has been increased to 1 billion yuan. Here's your card. Please keep it safe." Yeshuan took another sip of tea, slowly accepted the card, hummed lightly through his nose, yawned, and said, "That's fine. You all get busy. I must leave." The manager noticed and hurriedly took out several bottles of Maotai Feitian from the cabinet, offering them to Yeshuan, saying, "Hee, with the young sir's visit, we have nothing valuable to present. These are just my tokens of gratitude. Kindly accept them." However, Yeshuan waved his hand, declining without turning back, saying, "I don't drink alcohol. You can keep them." Then, he pushed open the door of the VIP room and walked away, leaving a back view for the manager. Since Yeshuan didn't accept, the manager didn't press the matter further and followed him to escort him outside the bank door. Once Yeshuan and Lu Yun got in the car, the manager straightened up and turned back to the office. In the car, Lu Yun didn't ask too much, made a couple of turns with the steering wheel, and drove the car to a club. Getting out of the car, they directly entered a VIP billiards room. As soon as they opened the heavy glass door of the billiard room, a wave of noise came rushing in. Yeshuan glanced around. All these people were the previous rich sons and daughters. At that moment, they were concentrating fully on playing billiards, accompanied by laughter and chatter. But once they saw Yeshuan coming, all stopped what they were doing and greeted him warmly. "Big brother Yi, we've waited for you guys so long. Is everything alright on your way? Brother Yi looks regal. You're getting more handsome each day, brother Yi. Would sister wait 10 years for you? Tsk tisk, you'd better stop tormenting big brother Yi. So, brother Yi, fancy a couple of rounds?" Lu Yun heard this, laughed, picked up a cue stick, and said to Yeshuan, "Big brother Yi, do you know how to play this? Shall I teach you?" Upon hearing that, others gathered around as well. "I'll teach. Let me come forward to teach big brother Yi. Don't trouble. Haven't hit a single ball yet. Better stay aside. Don't spoil big brother Yi." "What are you talking about? That was a mistake, understand? Let me teach brother Yi. My cueing skills are second to none, right? This thing should be handled by me. Step aside, everyone. In terms of cueing and technique, I'm the best. Who dares to say otherwise? Haha, if there's a second place, who dares claim first? You're too inexperienced. Better not teach." Listening to all their exaggerated claims, Yeshuan smiled faintly and went to take a cue stick. Then he approached the arranged pool balls and started with his opening shot, potting 3 balls in one stroke. Seeing this, everyone paused momentarily, but assuming it might be luck, they reined in their surprised expressions. Yeshuan leaned over the pool table without even aiming at a red ball, yet perfectly sent it into the pocket with a single strike. He then aimed for the black ball, also precisely pocketing it. In no time, all the balls were accurately potted. Yeshuan cleared the table in one continuous effort without any deviation or error. Meanwhile, the young aristocrats and wealthy misses surrounding him were already utterly speechless, staring wide-eyed in astonishment as they watched from their knees throughout this impressive performance by Yeshuan, unable to utter a single word. The air was deathly silent, the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. It wasn't until Yeshuan placed the cue back on the rack and the sound of collision occurred that the crowd snapped out of their stupor. Suddenly, cheers and admiration rang out. My God, what kind of skill is Brother Yi showing here? He's got cheats activated. This is impossible to play against. One stroke clear. I am totally stunned. And all the highest scoring black balls. Incredible, I tell you. So terrifying, I'm completely surrendered. I'll never claim I'm number one in billiards again. That stop shot, spin, angle, jump shot, return shot, too professional. Does Brother Yi have some secret script? If I see something like this in online games, I'd instantly report it. It's just like an invincible cheat mode. Just now, who mentioned teaching Brother Yi how to play? Not me, definitely not me. Dare not, dare not. Brother Yi, will you take apprentices? Chapter 322, Convinced by Force. The group of young masters were utterly convinced by Yeshuan's one-turn clearance, plus a variety of professional ball-striking techniques. One by one, they became instantly deflated, slumping in their chairs, hugging the pool cues and pondering the meaning of life. For such a grown man to play worse at pool than a 7- or 8-year-old child, it would leave anyone feeling a bit socially withdrawn. Although everyone had some understanding that Yeshuan was incredibly talented, after going through something like this, it was still hard for them to bear. After taking a while to recover, they managed to pull themselves together. Still, they no longer dared to let Yeshuan play again. Respectfully, they escorted Yeshuan to the spectator seats, served tea, and then went off to play elsewhere. Yeshuan found this amusing and quietly watched their amateur techniques from a distance, occasionally sipping tea leisurely. After playing for an hour or so, all were exhausted and decided to rest. Then they found a pretty decent hotel, and with their luxury sports cars, set off toward it. When they arrived at the hotel, the doorman, seeing the multitude of expensive cars, was utterly astounded and immediately called the supervisor to arrange the most premium private room for Yeshuan's group. This room was vast, with a 360-degree panoramic architectural design. Sunlight poured through the transparent glass, creating a very comfortable, serene atmosphere. Upon first glance at this style, everyone was surprised. Despite having been to countless hotels and stayed in many top-tier private rooms, none of them had ever seen a room designed in this way. Even drinking alcohol seemed much more enjoyable here. Not long after everyone took their seats, the hotel brought up exquisite wine and dishes. All were masterpieces carefully prepared by top chefs, featuring a wide range of cuisines including Sichuan, Cantonese, Hunan, Shandong, and Jiangsu, as well as Thai and Western cuisine styles, filling up the entire table. The finest wines of various colors, red, yellow, white, and purple, were fully supplied. Sitting at the head of the table, Yeshuan scanned these dishes with his eyes before focusing on the cocktail shrimp. He picked up his chopsticks and took one. Seeing that Yeshuan had begun eating, everyone else also started to pick up their chopsticks and dig in. Some were pouring wine, others drinking milk, making for a lively atmosphere. After a short time, with everyone having eaten something to pad their stomachs, the inevitable dinner game began. Each person placed a bottle of alcohol in front of them and played dice games with cups. It was a common occurrence that Yeshuan didn't drink alcohol and didn't join in their games, so no one said anything, happily continuing to eat their meals while laughing heartily at the others' antics. Suddenly, the door to the private room opened, and a slim waitress pushed a small dining cart inside, while reminding everyone, please move aside, be careful, it's hot. She carried a plate of boiled slices of pork belly to the table, but due to a slip of her hand, the oil soup splashed suddenly onto half of Yeshuan's body. With an scream, the waitress quickly grabbed napkins and gently wiped Yeshuan's clothes. She frantically apologized. Sorry, little sir, I slipped my hand. There was too much oil on the edge of the dish. I should have worn gloves. Sorry, I'm truly very sorry. It's my work fault causing you so much trouble. Sorry, really sorry. When they had arrived at the hotel, she had taken note of the impressive sight of the row upon row of luxury cars. She was aware of the status of Yeshuan's group, especially Yeshuan sitting at the head of the table, a child who couldn't be offended. And unfortunately, she accidentally splashed him with oil, the one person she least could offend. Naturally, the waitress felt extremely anxious. Her sudden scream drew the attention of the young masters and young ladies who were playing games over there. Seeing that Yeshuan's whole side was covered in oil soup, their faces immediately darkened. They gathered around to scold her. Hey, what are you doing? How did the oil splash onto our guest? In such a large patch. It would be terrible if it got into the eyes. How could you have made such a serious mistake? Brother Ye's outfit is super expensive. How can he wear it now with oil on it? Are you new or something? Why are you being so careless? We were playing games over there. Brother Ye's side of the table was almost empty, yet you still managed to splash the oil. I can't believe this. Seeing Brother Yi sitting there, being so young, you should have served the food from another direction. None of us were around the table. How did you manage to mess things up this badly? Don't wipe anymore. Can the oil even be wiped away like that? TSK, you're supposed to be a star-rated hotel. Didn't you receive proper training before employment? You're committing basic mistakes. The waitress hung her head, nearly in tears from the harsh reprimands of the young masters and misses. Her nose was red, tears welling up in her eyes. Though she felt wronged, it was indeed her mistake. Seeing her like this, Yeshuan felt sorry for her since it wasn't intentional. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. So he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down, then smiled at her softly and said, It's fine, don't worry about it. Everyone makes mistakes. It's just a piece of clothing. It's no big deal. The important thing is that you didn't get burned. Do you have work uniforms here? You can bring one and I'll make do with it. Don't worry, I won't ask you to compensate for it. Hearing Yeshuan speak, the group stopped scolding the waitress. In silence, they gazed at her but were inwardly impressed by Yeshuan's magnanimity. If it were an ordinary person dressed in expensive and exquisite clothes, being splashed with such a large patch of oil would have ruined the outfit, causing them embarrassment in public. Even someone with a good temper would probably frown and complain a bit. However, Yeshuan seemed completely unfazed. He didn't even furrow his brow and instead revealed a look of compassion, showing concern whether the waitress had been burned. This was what people called a great man having the capacity to tolerate. This was what people called having enough grace to harbor ships in one's belly. This was what people called reaching a higher level. In an instant, the group felt they had learned something profound, and their irritation dissipated. Upon hearing Yeshuan's words, the waitress's eyes lit up with surprise. She had expected demands for compensation and apologies, but never did she think this young boy would not only show no resentment, but also care if she had been hurt. Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes, moved as two clear streams trickled down her face. She quickly nodded and said, yes, I'll bring it over right away. With that, she hurried out as fast as her legs could carry her. Less than a minute later, she returned with a service uniform, handing it to Yeshuan. The smallest size we have is this one. We couldn't find any. Her sentence was cut short by Yeshuan. Chapter 323. Brother Yi? No problem, this is enough. You can go back to work, but be more careful in the future. Others may not be so easygoing. Yeshuan accepted the work uniform and smiled at her. The waitress wiped her eye socket and bowed 90 degrees very respectfully to Yeshuan. Thank you, sir. I will definitely pay more attention in the future. Wish you a pleasant dining experience. If you need anything, just call me. After finishing, she backed out of the private room and gently closed the door. Seeing that everyone was still stunned there, Yeshuan laughed and said, What's wrong with all of you standing there like statues? Continue what you were doing. I'll go to the restroom. Everyone reacted and returned to the battle. They started shaking the dice cup, exchanging drinks, and engaging in heated competition. Yeshuan smiled and said nothing further. Holding the uniform, he went to the restroom and changed out of the oil-stained clothes, then used the restroom, preparing to buy another piece of clothing outside. But as soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he caught many people's attention. Although Yeshuan appeared young, only around 7 or 8 years old, his face was good-looking. He was a prototypical handsome man, and exceptionally so. His features were regular, angular, with a mature charm between his brows, and his every movement carried an air that didn't belong to someone his age. Naturally, he attracted the gazes of many who looked at him and exclaimed, Look over there, that cute little boy is so handsome. If he's already this attractive now, imagine how stunning he'll be when he grows up. My heavens, isn't this my dream guy? But he's a bit too young. My DNA tingles, sisters. I love this little cutie. His charm radiates through every gesture. Too handsome. I'm about to explode. Alas, he's too young. God truly likes teasing me. Yes, he's incredibly handsome. However, why is he wearing a waiter's uniform? Could he really be working at such a young age? All right, he's wearing our service uniform. That's weird. Let's ask. Many people discussed by the street and gradually approached, surrounding Yeshuan, blaming the hotel loudly. What kind of hotel is this? How could it have no limits like this, hiring such a young boy as a worker? That's exactly the issue. Hiring child labor is illegal. To employ one this young, what are they thinking? How can a child this age even do the job? What if his health gets affected? This hotel is disgraceful. The boss must be out of their mind. Report them. We should contact the Commerce Bureau and let them handle this. Yeah, report them. This is abuse. A boy this young shouldn't be pulled into hard work. I feel so sorry for him. So young yet exposed to such hardship. If his hands become rough, it'd ruin his whole life. The hotel has no protective measures whatsoever. Report. Definitely report. Such hotels shouldn't operate. It's repulsive and nauseating. Standing outside the hotel entrance and pointing at the gate, the crowd cursed profusely. The lobby manager happened to be patrolling the lobby, and upon seeing the gathering crowd cursing loudly, grew nervous immediately. Thinking someone might have been offended somewhere along the line, he rushed out. Just as he stepped out of the hotel doors, the crowd immediately berated him with curses, leaving him completely bewildered, unable to understand why. Lobby manager? Great, an official comes along. What's your hotel's deal, making children work so young? What on earth are you thinking? Exactly. Your hotel knows no limits. Even employing child labor is against the law, so what gives with hiring such a young child laborer? Isn't the law powerless against you guys? Is this place beyond the law? Reporting this immoral hotel immediately. Let the Commerce Bureau handle it, and we'll see whether it's the laws or you guys who are harder. You're lacking morality. Imagine something bad happens to this child. Can your hotel compensate for ruining his entire life? Do you know how to be a lobby manager? It's as if your conscience has been eaten by dogs. The lobby manager was utterly confused. Spit flew all over his face as he was scolded, yet dared not argue because he had no clue what was happening. He could only hear things about children, child labor, and Commerce Bureau. When his eyes landed on Yeshuan's face, he became even more perplexed. I've never seen this kid before. Why is he wearing our hotel staff uniform? We haven't employed any child laborers. Furthermore, the hotel has never hired child laborers. A series of questions surged in the mind of the lobby manager, leaving him lost and entirely unclear about the situation. At this moment, Lu Yun and his group who were dining on the second floor had already heard the commotion. Seeing Yeshuan surrounded by a crowd, they quickly ran downstairs and pushed their way through the people. Among the crowd, there were several high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. Upon seeing Lu Yun's group, they were startled and began greeting them one by one. Little Lu, what a surprise to see you here too. How is your father's company recently? Very busy, I imagine. Little Li, Little Ma, Little Zhang. My goodness, you're all here. You've practically gathered all the top corporate leaders of Nanjing at this table. Young masters and mistresses, what a great chance meeting today. Is the food to your liking, everyone? Little Lu, your father praised you just the other day. He said how capable you are. The tiredness in your eyes shows how hard you've been working recently. Lu Yun smiled politely and responded. Not at all, it's all part of the job. It's been quite some time since I've seen you, Mr. Wang. Your business must be flourishing as always, though it seems you're also very busy, huh? By the way, what's going on here that has drawn such a large gathering? The other young elite and noble women also chimed in curiously. Yeah, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here like this? Did something big happen? And why are these CEOs here as well? Upon hearing their inquiries, the crowd sternly explained. Ugh, you don't know yet. Look at this hotel. They actually have such a young child working as a child laborer. That's terrible. If he gets hurt doing heavy work, it would be catastrophic. This hotel has really hit rock bottom. Not only are they breaking the law by hiring child labor, but they've hired someone so young. This is outrageous. Who knows what they're thinking? The manager over there didn't even say a word. Clearly because we've caught them red-handed and they can't refute our accusations. We're going to report this hotel immediately for these unethical actions. It breaks my heart. I wish we could boil all these unscrupulous people into buns and steam them together in one pot. After hearing this, Lu Yun froze for a moment before looking at Yeshuan with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Brother Yi, I told you not to wear this uniform, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. Yiga? Chapter 324, The Upper Class. Everyone froze in their spots at Lu Yun's casual call. If you were someone who didn't know Lu Yun's background, you might think he was just joking around. After all, many people humorously call children brother, mostly to amuse them. But these executives, what kind of people were they? They knew exactly the identities of the young master of Nanjing and his entourage. Would they ever joke around by having a child call Yeshuan brother? Absolutely impossible. Thus, there was only one answer left. Realizing this, beads of cold sweat immediately broke out on their foreheads, their faces visibly paling as reverence filled their eyes when looking at Yeshuan. At this point, the group of young masters and misses standing behind also called out to Yeshuan. Haha, Brother Yi, how did you get yourself into this trouble? Brother Yi, isn't that hilarious? Wearing work attire causes so much commotion. Our Brother Yi is someone important. Haha, he naturally draws attention wherever he goes. Brother Yi remains Brother Yi. Even being plagued by issues astonishes us. Upon hearing the crowd addressing the boy as Brother Yi and references to him being an important person, everyone grew even more stunned. Their faces displayed unmistakable expressions of shock, lips trembling slightly. After all, the group traveling with Lu Yun consisted of noble offspring and distinguished daughters from some of Nanjing's most prestigious corporate families. And now, these individuals were calling a small child Brother Yi. Anyone with basic common sense would understand how severe this matter truly was. Therefore, the executives were utterly speechless, staring at Yeshuan with looks of disbelief. A person like this, his background was far beyond what these executives could investigate or comprehend. After poking fun at Yeshuan briefly, Lu Yun turned around and faced the flabbergasted and nervous hall manager drenched in cold sweat. He smiled and said, just before serving the dishes, a waiter accidentally splashed soup on a Brother Ye's clothes, so we borrowed a uniform for him to wear. We intended to buy new clothes, but ended up getting mistaken for employing child labor in your hotel. A whole drama unfolded. But don't blame her. Brother Yi didn't get angry or take it too seriously. The hall manager wiped his cold sweat as he heard from Lu Yun that the oil soup had been spilled onto Yeshuan by the hotel waitress. His entire body trembled slightly, breaking out in even heavier cold sweat. However, upon learning that Yeshuan hadn't held any grudge, a long sigh of relief passed through his heart. He promptly approached Yeshuan, bowing deeply and apologizing sincerely and respectfully. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the troubles caused by the staff's mistake. Please don't hold it against her. I guarantee nothing like this will happen again. If it does, I'll immediately resign from my position as the hall manager and beg for your forgiveness. Having finished speaking, he gave Yeshuan a standard 90-degree bow. His attitude was earnest and extraordinarily respectful. Seeing this, Yeshuan felt moved inside and helped him stand up, smiling gently. It's fine, just a piece of clothing, after all. Mistakes happen to everyone sometimes. Don't be too harsh normally. Don't put excessive pressure on employees. A relaxed working environment reduces the chance of errors. So don't worry about it too much. I don't feel anything is amiss. After saying this, he turned to address Lu Yun and the others. Let's go back and eat. I won't buy new clothes anymore. Let Lu Iran come later to pick me up, and I'll change once I return. Alright, we'll follow Brother Ye's orders. Let's go back and eat. My crab only had one claw broken off so far. As for me, I've barely taken a bite of my abalone. You guys haven't suffered yet. I've just taken a sip of wine. It rushed up my nose in haste, and it still burns. Ha ha ha, even you're not spared, huh? As everyone joked around, they followed Yeshuan back upstairs and resumed their banquet. This meal, however, progressed quickly. Within half an hour, they were all full, without drinking too much alcohol. Everyone was mindful of Yeshuan's clothing. Yeshuan understood the sentiment behind this, feeling warmth inside but not showing much outwardly. Soon after, he paid the bill, exited the hotel, and immediately spotted Lu Iran waiting outside in a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version parked in front of the hotel entrance. The executives and passers-by had not yet left. Standing at the roadside, they whispered and speculated about the luxury car. Hey, whose special car is that? This extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's no cheap car. Not only is it not cheap, it's outrageously expensive. My company makes hundreds of millions per year in gross profit. Do you know how much this car costs? 2 billion yuan. One would need 20 years of hard work, with absolutely no expenses, and still might not be able to afford it. Not to mention the maintenance costs every year, plus needing a professional driver. Sigh, the life of being rich is truly good. Unfortunately, I lack talent and only run a small company that makes tens of millions per year. It's barely worth mentioning. This kind of identity. This should be the upper class we can't even touch, right? We've only ever heard about them. Today, although we only saw one car, it still counts as seeing one. Just think about Lu's family and all those people behind them. If you add up all their assets, I doubt they'd measure up. Sigh, I wonder who this person could be. Why haven't we heard about him before? Let's wait and see. Since it's parked here, we should get to see the owner soon. Everyone sighed in disappointment, but at the same time wore expressions filled with awe and anticipation. For this Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, there was nothing more to say. They admired it without reserve. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yanran noticed Yin stepping out of the hotel and immediately got out of the car, pulling open the rear door, respectfully standing aside. Upon seeing this, Yishin tapped Lu Yun's arm lightly and waved goodbye to everyone else. I'll go first then. You guys continue having fun. We'll catch up another day. Take care, Brother Yi. Drive safely. See you again soon, Brother Yi. Safe journey, Brother Yi. Stay safe. Don't let some other girl charm you away, Brother Yi. Yi Yin smiled, taking a look around at everyone, then stepped into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version with a composed and authoritative gait. In an instant, the executives standing by the roadside turned pale, their lips trembling slightly, almost unable to stand firm. None of them had ever imagined that the person Lu Yun and the others called Brother Yi actually had such terrifying background. Those who had previously claimed Yishin was child labor were struck speechless upon witnessing this scene. Their hearts quivered with shock, and their faces flushed hotly. Recalling their earlier words, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. What a farce, calling someone like him child labor, when he was clearly a tycoon. Not just any ordinary tycoon either, but one rarely seen. The so-called upper-class magnate, existing only in hearsay. Chapter 325, Cosplay. Here, Yeshuan sat in the car, glanced around at everyone's expressions, leaned back in his chair, and smiled. At this moment, the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom also drove to the villa entrance. Louis Enran didn't turn off the engine but got out and opened the rear door respectfully, saying, "Master, we have arrived." Meanwhile, inside the villa, fourth sister Yichan had just finished her live broadcast and placed a lot of clothes on the living room sofa, flipping through them one by one. As Yifei walked out of the room and saw this scene, she asked curiously, "Fourth sister, why are you placing so many clothes here? Tomorrow I am going to participate in a comic exhibition livestream, so I'm looking to see which clothes would be appropriate." Yichan replied while holding a few clothes and flipping them from side to side. "Cosplay." After taking a sip of water, Yifei's eyes sparkled as she continued. "Fourth sister, what will you cosplay? Can I take some pictures then?" Yichan smiled slightly, then turned and said, "I'm not cosplaying. These clothes are all bought for my younger brother." The moment those words landed, Yeshuan opened the door and came in. Hearing the commotion, Yichan turned and looked at Yeshuan, pulling up the corners of her mouth with a smile. Then she approached and pulled Yeshuan over, telling him, "Younger brother, take a look. How are these clothes? Do they fit? I'm going to participate in a comic exhibition livestream tomorrow, and these clothes are all bought for you. Remember to pose more during that time." "Comic exhibition? Bought for me?" Yeshuan felt a bit dazed, suddenly understanding. He was very helpless at the moment. This fourth sister really knows how to cause trouble. She should cosplay as a secondary dimensional beauty. The viewership rating would be better than having himself cosplay, right? While he was thinking, Yichan picked up a small suit and glasses, and without waiting for him to say anything, took off Yeshuan's clothes and replaced them. This was a Conan cosplay outfit. For someone of Yeshuan's height and appearance, the cosplay turned out pretty good. Nice. Little brother really suits cosplaying as Conan. Good job. Let's bring it tomorrow." Looking left and right a few times, Yichan nodded appreciatively, her eyes brimming with anticipation for tomorrow's comic exhibition. Yifei was also filled with joy, circling around Yeshuan. "Little brother looks great in this. I haven't seen this before. Maybe buy more little suits for little brother." Yeshuan sighed inwardly. Even though he complained a little in his mind, he didn't say it aloud. Very helplessly, he changed back into his own shirt. Right when he fastened the last button, the villa door opened, and the sisters walked in one by one. Seeing this scene, they all gathered around curiously. Is this a cosplay costume? All so small, for the little brother? When did the little brother start liking cosplay? Not bad. There are so many interesting characters. Let me see. This clothing looks quite good. I wonder what it looks like when worn." Yichan, seeing the sisters were interested, smiled and said, "Tomorrow, I am going to a live stream comic exhibition. I've bought some cosplay costumes for the little brother, and I'll take photos of him. Just now, I had him try out the Conan outfit, and it really looked great." "Really? Let me try too." Eldest sister Yiwan completely transformed, shining brightly as she grabbed a crayon Shinchan outfit and came over. In 3 easy moves, she stripped off Yeshuan's clothes and pants, had him put on Shinchan's clothes, and covered his hair with a cap. Surprisingly, it looked quite spot on. The sisters tightly surrounded Yeshuan, pulling him back and forth happily. "Wow, Shinchan, you're cute. The little brother fits these cosplay outfits perfectly. Haha, Shinchan. Haha, feels so fun. Let me give it a try too." Being tugged around by the sisters, trying on different outfits, Yeshuan had an expression of total resignation on his face. Why can't fourth sister Yichan just do a normal live stream? Instead of doing cosplay and making him cosplay, and buying such a pile of cosplay costumes to cosplay with. Who could handle all that? Sigh. Seeing the sisters so enthusiastic, Yeshuan stopped resisting, decided to go along with their antics. He lost all sense of time while being pulled around, until Yichan loudly announced, "It's time for dinner." Only then did the sisters stop and took Yeshuan to the dining table, feeding him affectionately with chopsticks and spoons, showing immense affection, which made Yeshuan feel quite awkward. After finishing the meal, Yeshuan finally had a little time and curled up on the couch to scroll through his phone. As soon as he had lain down for a little while, Yeshuan was picked up again by the sisters and taken to the large bathroom in the living room, where they all soaked together in a beauty bath. Yeshuan was extremely embarrassed about such things, so he just covered his face with a towel, listened to the sisters splash water at each other, and helplessly closed his eyes for a bit. Not long after, everyone got tired of playing, so they stood up and went into the drying room to dry off the water droplets on their bodies and hair. Then they put on pajamas and returned to their rooms. Just as Yeshuan was about to sneak away, Yichan suddenly picked him up again, humming a little tune as she brought him back to her bedroom and threw him onto an extremely soft Simmons independently sprung mattress, 3 meters wide and pink in color. She then tightly hugged him and slept through the night. The next morning, when Yeshuan woke up, feeling quite speechless, Yichan had already prepared breakfast and was putting on light makeup at the vanity. Seeing that Yeshuan had woken up, she quickly urged him to wash his face and eat before it was time to leave. Yeshuan sighed, got up, washed his face, and went to the dining table. Most of the sisters had already left to take care of their own business. The table was full of used bowls waiting for Yichan or whichever sister who wasn't busy to clean up. Without wasting any time, Yeshuan quickly finished his breakfast, changed into the cosplay costume Yichan had picked out for him, and left the house, feeling quite embarrassed. After getting into the car, it took about half an hour to arrive at the destination. This comic exhibition wasn't in a square, but in a specially constructed mansion designed for comic expos, spacious and open. There were crowds of people, but relatively quiet compared to the usual clamor. Some groups were organized, others were more casual, but most attendees formed smaller clusters here and there. At a glance, it was easy to see. There were Gundam enthusiasts who had spent huge amounts of money creating mechanical cosplay costumes, and armor warriors created from common tools with a touch of paint. Also present were cosplayers dressed as Ultraman, League of Legends characters, Overwatch heroes, yin-yang magicians, and countless other game and anime figures. Almost every popular film, anime, or game character could be found among the crowd. Chapter 326, Comic Convention. The quality of the cosplayers' costumes varied greatly, with some being extremely accurate while others were not. Regardless, they were all here for fun and didn't mind too much. Among the crowd, the most eye-catching were inevitably some girls who flirted on the edge of appropriateness. They dressed up as female characters in alluring outfits, inexplicably stirring up many male hormones. This resulted in photographers surrounding them tightly, snapping away at certain parts relentlessly. And they, with smug faces, posed provocatively, causing those who followed the righteous path nearby to sneer and show disdain. After Yeshuan parked her car, she stood by the entrance of the convention hall, started a live stream on her phone, and then walked in with Yeshuan. As soon as they entered, many people turned their eyes toward Yeshuan's Conan cosplay outfit. Instantly, a wave of discussions erupted. Wow, this little handsome boy looks so great as Conan. What a good-looking lad, absolutely stunning. The eyebrows are making me drool, too perfect without any touch-ups, and the nose is also high and defined, giving him a mixed blood beauty, so handsome. The mouth is adorable and red, I just want to give it a kiss. You stop it, he's too young, don't harass him. Uff, like you're not thinking the same thing. Umph, we'll wait until he grows up. With my looks, I can still wait another 10 years. Nonsense, I'm going to take a photo with this cutie, it'd be a waste not to. Me too. It's rare to meet such a handsome little boy, no way to miss this opportunity. A group of beautiful sisters cosplaying various anime characters rushed over happily, grabbing Yeshuan, and said, "Cutie, can you take a picture with your sister? Sister, can your little brother take a picture with us? He's absolutely stunning. Let's line up, one by one, don't push the little boy around. I'll report anyone taking advantage of this moment. Ah, up close, he's even handsomer, I love it. Do you mind if I record a video, little cutie? I'm taking the photo. Say cheese." A flash went off, shining onto Yeshuan's face, and without asking, several pictures were snapped. Embarrassed, Yeshuan's sweat dropped, but didn't refuse them. Instead, he awkwardly made some Conan gestures to match their poses. Yeshuan watched from the side as Yeshuan was surrounded by beauties, covering her mouth with a concealed smile. After those girls finished taking photos and videos, they uploaded them to various social media sites, forums, Weibo, and groups. This caused quite a stir, increasing their fan base rapidly. The comments below the video and photos quickly piled up, breaking the 10,000 mark within a short period. So handsome at such a young age. I wonder how many girls will be captivated when he grows up. This facial structure is too exquisite. Once he grows up, countless girls will fall for him. My goodness, what divine good looks. Absolutely love him. So handsome. I adore him so much. Judging by his appearance, he should be around 8 or 9 years old. I am 15, so I can wait. Why don't you post your pictures to see if you measure up to the little cutie? Alas, if I was born a few years later, I could have been classmates with the little cutie. How do all of you dream so easily? I've already bought my ticket, flying right now to become the little cutie's child fiancé. The comment above is also inappropriate. Everyone knows now. Advise you to turn yourself in. He's so young. Ha ha ha. I'm also at the comic exhibition, seeing the little cutie. So excited. I'm going to take a photo with him too and upload later. My gosh, I'm so envious. Which exhibition? I'll come immediately. Just fired my boss. Tell me where. After all the sisters finished taking photos, Yeshuan finally sighed in relief and followed Yeshuan to browse around. This area was filled with people cosplaying League of Legends characters, with every kind represented. Among them, the most attention-grabbing was undoubtedly the one cosplaying as Braum. What a guy, shaved bald, stuck on 2 patches of mustache, and came holding a real security door. Except for the security door, everything else, physique, hairstyle, mustache, clothing, looked almost identical to Braum. Just the security door alone, held in hand, was enough to make everyone burst into laughter. What level of absurdity is this? Too funny. Yeshuan and Yeshuan couldn't help but laugh loudly, exclaiming, "Good job," several times. It happened during the live broadcast, so Yeshuan approached and took a series of shots of Braum holding the security door. The live stream audience immediately exploded with laughter. Tens of thousands of likes poured in, and gifts were flooded in streams of all sizes. Goodness, this Braum is absolutely amazing. True anti-theft door Braum. I burst out laughing until my head falls off. Pick it up and continue laughing. Whose general is this? Too absurd, huh? You can always trust Braum. I'll laugh at this video for a year. The anti-theft door Braum is a forever legend. Why doesn't someone cos as a rat crouching under Braum's crotch? Ha ha ha. There's the picture. That anti-theft door Braum was still posing there, enduring the photographers taking pictures of him, without realizing that he had unexpectedly become famous. From Kuaishou to Douyin to Weibo accounts, fans were increasing dramatically, but he remained completely unaware. With his funny grin, he continued to strike amusing poses. People laughed heartily, their continuous laughter echoing through the air above the area for quite some time. After staying around here for a little while, Yeshuan took Yeshuan to another place. This area featured cosplay from the Avengers. People gathered in small circles discussing among themselves. There were many realistic cosplayers, professional players who created an immersive experience. They would shout, "Wakanda forever," making everyone feel like they were right in the midst of the scene. After streaming this area for a while, Yeshuan moved on with Yeshuan to the next section. Here it wasn't as professional. There were more civilian artists present. Some just attached 2 banana leaves to their bodies and joined the party. Seeing this, Yeshuan couldn't help but smile and snapped a few shots as people danced awkwardly nearby, causing her to stifle laughter with her hand over her mouth. Then, they visited a more refined, aesthetics-focused cosplay location where they saw various cosplayers dressed as beautiful men and women or striking slightly exaggerated yet handsome poses. Also present were many Hanfu and Tang costume-clad brothers and sisters holding oil paper umbrellas walking elegantly across the antique bridge set up by the official organizers, providing a picturesque backdrop for videographers capturing moments. Witnessing this beauty made Yeshuan deeply moved. She covered her mouth and whispered, "Wow, so beautiful." Due to her immense affection, she spent more time live streaming here, which delighted her audience. They finally went around several more areas, but there wasn't much else interesting to see. Yeshuan, noting that the broadcast had lasted long enough, bid farewell to her viewers, closing the stream amidst fans' extremely reluctant stares. Then, she led Yeshuan back to the car, returning home happily along the way. Chapter 327. Is this Brother Yi? At this moment, on the other side, In a theater. Ho ho, what you said doesn't count. Just wait and see next time. I don't believe you would dare to sell half of your stocks. Lu Yun said with a smile, sipping a bowl of high-grade Tiguanyin tea. The people sitting around were all rich young masters and noble misses. They took advantage of a nice weather day to gather in the theater. The young master sitting opposite Lu Yun was cracking sunflower seeds while enjoying the performance of a red-clad flower Dan on stage. But after hearing Lu Yun's words, he turned his head and laughed. If I dare, Brother Yun, what would you say? Joking aside, if I don't sell those stocks now, waiting any longer will definitely trap me. Am I stupid not to sell? Last time, wasn't there someone who said the same thing? In the end, they didn't dare to sell a single stock. That guy got lucky when it turned green the next day and directly hit the upper limit. Another young master stood up, nudging his shoulder half jokingly, half enviably saying, it's just that I was too busy that day and forgot. Who would have thought it would turn green the next day? Alas, heaven is helping me get rich, nothing can be done about it. Saying this, he leaned back particularly arrogantly in his chair. Over here, a young miss was scrolling through short videos on her phone while eating sunflower seeds. After sliding past one video, she suddenly saw a small video. Instantly choking, she widened her eyes so much that she even forgot to chew her sunflower seeds. Look quickly at this. My goodness. Everyone was drawn by her exclamation and gathered around asking, what's wrong? What happened that you're shouting so loudly? That young miss, full of surprise, held up her phone for everyone to see, not even noticing the sunflower seed shell stuck to her red lips. Everyone stared at the phone intently. When they realized what the video contained, their mouths dropped open in shock and disbelief. In the video, a little boy dressed in a Conan cosplaying outfit was surrounded by a group of older sisters, posing in various cool but naive positions under flashing lights. The title read, Comic Expo, Conan Cosplay Pillar Force. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly, then gradually returned to their senses and sighed helplessly. Brother Yi really has his own style. His cosplay skills are superb. I've never seen Brother Yi like this before. Today is quite an eye-opener. I feel the same way. Usually, Brother Yi always gives off a sense of stability and maturity, but suddenly becoming mischievous looks so out of place. Oh my domineering President Brother Yi. How did he turn into a cute kid? But it's kind of fun, he looks like Conan. Still, Brother Yi knows how to have fun. While we're here listening to opera, Brother Yi went straight to the Comic Expo and transformed. Either way, Brother Yi is Brother Yi. No matter where he goes, there's always a group of beautiful women around him. It makes me envious. Alas, what can you do? He's born handsome with an aura of nobility. Don't say it. Seeing Brother Yi acting so lively feels pretty interesting, better than being solemn before. Not really. I actually prefer the old Brother Yi. The one in the video looks completely like a kid. I find it uncomfortable. I also prefer the old Brother Yi, but this version has its own charm. I agree with both versions. However, I still prefer the previous one as there's no generation gap. Not. How did you end up talking about this? Haven't you noticed that Brother Yi is acting outrageously? Outrageous? How outrageously? Acting mature when he can be, or acting childish when he wants to? I'm confused. But, whatever he does is fine, I think. Therefore, Brother Yi is special. I've known it for a long time. The world is vast, with all kinds of peculiar people. True. Speaking of which, how many points would you give Brother Yi's Conan cosplay? 9 points, I think. Leaving 1 point in case Brother Yi gets arrogant. Haha, Brother Yi sure had an idea. He actually cosplayed as Conan, wearing glasses, he really resembles it. Only his hair isn't as spiked as in the animation. The poses he made are truly amusing, looking so adorable. The truth is always one. Haha, I already pictured it in my mind. Seeing this makes me want to play cosplay. It looks so lively and interesting inside. Miss Ma, please take care. As a public figure, you'd better stay conservative. What are you thinking? I'll cosplay a Tang costume, and nothing inappropriate will show. What have you been thinking all day? That way, huh? Hee. On the other side, Yishan parked the car steadily and led Yishin straight back to the villa. As Yifei was drinking coffee on the sofa, upon seeing the two return, she anxiously asked Yishan, how did it go? How did little brother perform? Haha, Sister 5. You wouldn't believe how popular little brother was. As soon as he went in, a bunch of older sisters were asking him for photos and selfies. Loads of them. They even pushed me aside. I've got the videos right here, let me show you. As Yichan said this, she sat on the couch, pulled out her phone, scrolled through her album, and opened up some recorded videos and well-taken pictures to show Yifei. Yifei eagerly picked up the phone. Seeing the scene in the video where a swarm of older sisters surrounded Yishin, she immediately started laughing. Then she saw Yishin making Conan's iconic postures and muttering cheesy lines, which made her laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, little brother is really good at this. The truth is always one. Huh. After laughing, she continued watching. After finishing, she laughed again, going back and forth like this for quite a long while. Laughter left Yishin feeling thoroughly awkward. He shrunk into a corner of the sofa and used a cushion to hide his face. He couldn't recall why he had made those silly gestures in the first place. Just thinking about it now made his embarrassment deep enough to dig out a seaside villa with his toes. Worse still, Yifei laughed so much, and Yichan joined in with her own fits of laughter, making Yishin feel even more embarrassed, wishing there was a crack in the ground to hide in. Chapter 328, Invitation. Finally, with no other choice but to half walk and half run back into the house, he closed the soundproof door, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. So he entered the bathroom for a beautiful hot bath. When he returned to the bed intending to sleep, his phone suddenly dinged. Yisu picked it up and found a message from Lu Haikong, president of Lu Group, the father of Lu Yun. Mr. Yi, we're having a banquet here tomorrow. Would you grace us with your presence? Yisu thought about it. Since he had nothing better to do, he simply replied with a yes. Then, he sent a message to Lu Yanran asking her to come over early the next morning and fell asleep afterward. The next morning, Yisu got up, took a shower, ate a few bites of breakfast made by his fourth sister, Yichan, and left. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lu Yanran and the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. He then got in the car and they departed, driving for approximately 20 minutes until they arrived at the hotel where Lu Haikong was hosting the banquet. Lu Yanran dropped Yisu off at the entrance of the hotel and drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version to the underground parking lot, as leaving such a luxurious vehicle outside would surely attract attention. Yisu took a good look around the hotel. Seeing that no one was there to greet him, He wasn't bothered and casually strolled inside. At the same time, elsewhere, fifth sister Yifei had just passed by this place. Narrowing her eyes, she saw a young man entering the hotel. It looked like Yisu, but also not quite. She couldn't decide, muttering under her breath. Is that my little brother? Looks like it. After contemplating for a while, she decided to approach and confirm. But before she reached him, the person had already vanished. Meanwhile, after entering the hotel, Yisu glanced around, then headed straight to the top floor. On the upper floors were several luxury private rooms with lavish decorations and expansive space. Adjacent to each private room was a card room connected for people to relax, have tea, or entertain themselves. Yisu walked leisurely, taking a quick glance around. All the private rooms were already full, and the card rooms were lively as well. Since all doors were open, one could immediately see the conditions inside. Walking not far, Yisu spotted the private room occupied by Lu Haikang's group and meandered his way in. Meanwhile, in Lu Haikang's banquet private room, the presidents who had initially thought Yisu wouldn't arrive until later since the mealtime was still far off weren't particularly worried yet. They intended to go down later to personally welcome Yisu. Taking advantage of the idle time, Lu Haikang took out a chessboard and played Go with an elder. Move after move followed, after dozens of rounds. The expressions on both faces changed from relaxed and joyous to knitted brows and deep thoughts. Both players hesitated over their moves, uncertain. Everyone else gathered around them, intently watching the chess match between Lu Haikang and the elder without uttering a single word. No one even noticed Yisu sneaking into the room at this moment. Seeing Lu Haikang playing Go, Yisu slightly squeezed into the crowd out of interest, examining the chessboard closely. Lu Haikang was mumbling silently, but the words formed on his lips were soundless. Apparently, he seemed to be calculating the next step, even steps further ahead, as well as his opponent's strategy. His face was filled with worry, his gaze lost in thought as he held the black piece in a suspended hand, yet hadn't placed it on the board. Clearly, the current chess game had put him in a difficult spot, making it hard for him to make a decision. The elder opponent's strategy was extremely fierce, consisting entirely of aggressive moves. He didn't give the slightest opportunity for Lu Haikang to attack. Rather, he kept expanding the encircling maneuvers with rather sharp tactics. From appearances, it seemed Lu Haikang was nearly surrounding all of the elder's troops, leaving just a sliver of life for his pieces to survive, only able to gasp in the corners, incapable of making any big achievements. However, the seemingly disordered white pieces outside of Lu Haikang's black ones turned out, with a few deft placements by the elder, instantly connecting with a third of the route, creating new opportunities. The situation on the chessboard drastically changed. Lu Haikang's originally surrounded forces were now instead surrounded, as awaiting slaughter lambs. This was akin to ancient warfare, sending out a force to conquer a state, but failing completely, becoming enemies' forces. Seeing the sudden expansion of white forces, Lu Haikang became increasingly tense. Outside were still two more white armies. If the elder could connect them, it would be a real problem. Yet, fortunately, he still had some fighting power left. If he could eliminate the outside white pieces, i.e., the scattered troops, with just the main army, the white pieces wouldn't stand a chance against the black. Lu Haikang realized this and started paying even closer attention to many small disconnected groups and seemingly insignificant opposing forces. With the elder's prowess, those forces could easily become significant compared to the main army within seconds. Hence, they had to be wary. As those surrounding them witnessed the remarkable battle of wits unfolding, they too recognized the subtleties and began to marvel aloud. Mr. Lu truly lives up to his reputation as the best Go player among us. If it were me, I would have probably fallen into a trap in an instant, losing all that advantage. Mr. Lu is indeed talented. Even against a national master, he plays so brilliantly, not only capable of putting up a strong fight, but also showing signs of gaining the upper hand. This match is splendid, incredibly well played. I didn't notice anything unusual just now. I thought about pressing the advantage further, but now I realize how foolish I was. A few steps ahead, the master could have used a counterattack to cut right through the middle, resulting in devastating losses. Absolutely true. If Mr. Lu hadn't controlled the situation tightly, he'd have lost yet another significant army by now. The executives nodded approvingly, then turned their gaze toward the elder sitting across from Lu Haikang, whispering softly amongst themselves. No wonder this man is one of China's national Go masters. Truly incredible. Every move he makes is in perfect control, not only playing with divine precision, but cleverly setting multiple traps. Indeed, what looks like overlooked or abandoned pieces are actually intentional sacrifices on his part, aimed at baiting Mr. Lu for strategic gain. Truly terrifying. Every step he takes is perfectly calculated. His layout is extraordinarily complex, with every single piece holding profound significance. Each could potentially become a vital force, a highly advanced level, unmatched indeed. No doubt about it, a master is a master. His expertise is impeccable, though Mr. Lu has managed to play to such a high standard, which is commendable. If I were in his shoes, I would have been defeated in just a few moves. It's beyond comprehension. It's far too intricate. One false move, and you're bound to lose everything. Yeshuan observed the chessboard closely, narrowing his eyes as he gained a rough understanding of both players' skill levels. He also understood the broader dynamics of the game and the potential outcome, recognizing that Lu Haikang wasn't doing badly considering the gap of a few ranks between them. However, the game had already reached its conclusion, so continuing would be unnecessary. With that, Yeshuan sighed and said to Lu Haikang, "It's over, Mr. Lu. Time to admit defeat." Upon hearing his words, everyone finally noticed Yeshuan's presence. They paused momentarily, then their faces quickly filled with shock. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, and the entire room fell silent. After several seconds of stunned silence, they finally came to their senses and hurriedly apologized. "President Yi, we sincerely apologize for not welcoming you earlier. How embarrassing. You arrived without mentioning it, and we assumed you'd come later. We intended to greet you afterward, but we never expected you'd already make it upstairs. Sorry indeed. We failed to receive you properly, President Yi. Forgive our negligence. We got carried away watching Mr. Lu play against the national master, inadvertently neglecting you, President Yi. Please forgive us. Please accept our apologies, President Yi. This has been most disrespectful." Chapter 329, Saw Through It. As Yeshuan listened to the chorus of apologies, a faint smile played on his lips. He waved it off indifferently and said, "It's fine, don't worry about it. I just came a bit too early." Hearing this, the group secretly let out a sigh of relief, fearing even the slightest offense to Yeshuan. After all, Yeshuan was the chairman of Dinglong Group, a weight they were well aware of. But when they heard Yeshuan telling Lu Haikong to concede, they felt confused. This national chess master, despite his brilliance in ingeniously planning to devour 1/3 of Lu Haikong's pieces, had not yet determined the big picture. The match was at its most intense peak, with both sides still capable of fighting on. It was impossible to discern the winner from loser at this point. Why did Yeshuan immediately ask Lu Haikong to concede? The crowd, puzzled, looked questioningly at Yeshuan and asked, "Mr. Yi, earlier you said something we couldn't quite grasp. With both sides in such fierce battle, why would you tell Mr. Lu to give up?" "Yes, Mr. Yi, I really don't understand why. Could you explain that to all of us, Mr. Yi?" Yeshuan smiled and, gazing at the chessboard, sighed. Those in the game are often blind, while those watching see clearly. Watching a chess game, if you become immersed as if a player, then naturally you can't see things clearly. Only by being an observer can you see everything clearly. The current situation may seem like both sides are evenly matched, and although the board seems clear, there are hidden dangers, all lethal moves. Thus, within 3 moves, Mr. Lu will surely lose. At these words, everyone was stunned. They were all surprised that Yeshuan had such insight. His understanding and control of the game was impeccable. However, as they were shocked, they didn't fully believe it. This so-called hidden tricks, all fatal strategies, seemed obvious. Every move of the opponent, the national chess master, was watched by all. Where were these subtle tricks mentioned? And with both armies facing each other in combat, where was there any talk of a fatal blow? So they dismissed Yeshuan's claim, believing he was simply speculating or showing off with mere talk. Lu Haikong felt the same way. As a player, every move came from his own hand. All the layouts and his control over the game remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Even though he fell for a trick and lost some pieces, it was no big deal. Even though he wasn't completely in control of the overall strategy, he was confident enough to play against the opponent with a 4-6 split advantage. To make either side lose now, several more rounds would be necessary to determine the outcome. Yet Yeshuan stated flatly that Lu Haikong would undoubtedly lose in 3 moves. Clearly, just a joke. Lu Haikong, a man of considerable age, possessed a certain degree of judgment. He therefore completely disbelieved what Yeshuan had said, chuckling lightly as if he was just teasing. Then, picking up a black piece, Lu Haikong executed the move he'd planned before, returning to contemplation for the next few steps. On hearing Yeshuan's comment, the opposing national master's eyes momentarily flashed with sharpness, squinting but saying nothing. Upon seeing Lu Haikong's move, exactly as expected, the chess master also smirked, casually lifting his hand to place the white piece, in an ordinary-looking position. First move completed. Lu Haikong silently smiled, scanned the whole situation once, and placed another black piece on an attack route. He mentally rejoiced at the prospect of swallowing up a large cluster of white pieces soon. Winning this territory would mean a significant loss for the chess master, and could influence the overall strategic layout, significantly aiding in the victory of black pieces. Just as Lu Haikong was celebrating internally, suddenly the opposing chess master placed a white piece in a completely unexpected pivot point, overlooked until now. Abruptly shattering Lu Haikong's dream. Second move finished. The two seemingly disconnected moves actually linked as vitally as arteries, dramatically reversing the entire game in an instant. In a blink, all the advantages laid out by Lu Haikong crumbled into ashes. It became clear, every move the chess master made before was laying groundwork for these final few moves. While Lu Haikong thought himself advantageous, in fact, all the apparent strengths were gifts from the chess master. Behind their brilliance lay a few fatal flaws, which the chess master always kept tightly under control. When the endgame finally took shape and everything was prepared, only 2 clever pieces wiped out all Lu Haikong's supposed gains. Finally, the last move dropped as Yeshuan predicted, sealing Lu Haikong's complete defeat. Defeat was certain, with absolutely no possibility of rescue or reversal. Upon this scene, Lu Haikong suddenly broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, and his upraised right hand trembled slightly. The black piece in his hand slipped and fell onto the chessboard with a "pa" sound. He stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. He had thought it would take dozens of moves to discern the hint of victory or defeat. But unexpectedly, it indeed turned out as Yeshuan had said. 3 pieces determined the game, and there was absolutely no doubt about the loss. Lu Haikong took a long breath, and after a while, he gradually regained his composure, bowing respectfully to the national master and saying, "Sir, you are truly remarkable, I concede." After speaking, he turned around and also bowed respectfully to Yeshuan. "Wow, Mr. Ye's insight is truly extraordinary, and his skill at chess unmatched. I, Lu, am utterly confused and humbled." Once Lu Haikong finished speaking, the surrounding executives gradually recovered from their shock and amazement, all exclaiming in awe, "Mr. Yi is too impressive. It really only took 3 moves for the outcome to be decided. Wonderful, wonderful, so wonderfully executed." Just as Mr. Yi predicted, what appeared to be an ordinary game concealed profound intricacies, with every move being lethal. With the current large picture now set, the National Master's 3 moves have revealed all hidden strategies, truly leaving one awestruck. Indeed, Mr. Yi lives up to his reputation. Such sharp insight leaves us far behind. It's incredible how he could see through the entire chessboard like that. Who would have thought Mr. Ye's skills were so outstanding? Not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine this chess game held such subtle mysteries, making it all the more thrilling to watch. It's breathtakingly magnificent, truly deserving of Mr. Yi. Hearing everyone's praises, Yeshuan smiled faintly. Although countless witty remarks swirled in his mind, outwardly he remained calm and said nothing. Meanwhile, inside the heart of the national chess master was astonishment as well. How could this child, who looked just 7 or 8 years old, pierce straight through his setup? And not only that, foresee exactly each step he planned to take next. Chapter 330, Subtlety. How could a child, barely 6 years old when he learned the game of Go, and only 2 or 3 years into playing, outmatch him? Despite playing Go for decades himself, he prided in his intricate layout of the game and his exceptional grasp on human nature. But how could this child of about 7 or 8 still be unfathomable? Who exactly was this kid? The national Go player felt a chill at this thought and looked at Yisu with astonishment. Just as he was about to ask something, he saw the senior executives pulling Yisu forward to introduce him. Let me introduce you. This is Yisu, the chairman of our country's famous Dinglong group. Mr. Yi, this is Li Min, one of the top Go players in our country. Yisu nodded and extended his little hand to politely shake hands with Master Li and said, I have long admired your name, Master Li. Your skills in Go are indeed well-deserved recognition. Not at all, just what others say. I know only the basics of Go and use it merely as a pastime. As Master Li modestly replied, he was deeply shocked by Yisu's identity. He couldn't believe that the half-grown child who had puzzled him turned out to be Chairman Yi from the Dinglong group. No wonder he possessed such insight and vision. It was terrifying. But then again, meeting today was a rare chance. Moreover, with the boy's extraordinary skill, missing out on even one move or a round of chess would be regrettable. Thus, he immediately suggested to Yisu, Mr. Yi, today is rare. Since I see that you have a profound understanding of Go, why don't we play a round? Just watching Lu Haikong battling with Master Li had already made Yisu eager. Since Master Li now invited him personally, Yisu naturally had no reason to refuse. So, he nodded, sat in the place vacated by Lu Haikong, and made a please gesture toward Master Li, saying, Mr. Li, please begin. You will take the black stones. Black goes first. These words meant that he offered Master Li the lead and let him go first. After hearing this, Master Li immediately smiled, inwardly amazed by Yisu's audacity. In the game of Go, those who dare to be arrogant and proud are either masters with godlike chess skills or foolish people speaking rashly. Given Yisu's surprising moves in the earlier few steps, Master Li certainly wouldn't consider him foolish. Instead, since Yisu said so, there was no need to be polite, so he picked up a black stone and smiled. Well then, I won't be shy. After saying that, he directly placed the black stone right in the center of the board, seizing the most crucial position. Yeshu remained calm, holding a white stone and placing it not too far away from the black one. In Go, it can be simply described like land grabbing during ancient warfare. Each person starts by occupying one area, then expands outward, attacking the other's territory. Your soldiers are your stones, and you are the general in control of the whole situation. Simple, yet filled with deep intrigue. Just as that saying goes, often the simplest things contain the deepest wisdom. Like the concept of great ingenuity appears clumsy. This is the charm of Go. A cup of tea time passed, and the gaming room was silent as if no chickens were around. All the executives held their breaths, their eyes tightly focused on the game, afraid of missing even a single step. There was nothing but horror etched on their faces, gradually turning pale, disbelieving. For no other reason. It had been over a cup of tea time, but there were still only 8 stones on the chessboard. Each side had 4 stones, and now, it was Master Li's turn to make a move. However, Master Li frowned deeply, his eyes wandering, revealing a perplexed look deep within them. The black stone he held in his hand also lingered for an unusually long while without being placed, continuing like this for the duration of drinking a cup of tea. On the other hand, Yisu leisurely sipped his tea from a big bowl, smiling full face, completely untroubled by the match. Inwardly, he secretly rejoiced, having placed the 4 white stones in a spot incomprehensible to anyone else. However, given Master Li's chess expertise and thinking 10 steps ahead, it was not difficult to discern what these 4 white stones implied. As time went on, the 4 black stones he dropped along with all possible routes would inevitably be blocked or ambushed by these 4 white stones, leaving no vitality. That was precisely the reason why he couldn't place the black stone in his hand, because no matter where he put it, it would always fall within Yisu's control. It could already be seen from the very beginning of these 4 chess pieces. Thus, after hesitating for quite a while, Master Li finally retracted the raised hand. He bowed respectfully to Yisu and said, Chairman Yi, the old man concedes. These 4 steps of chess are truly inspired. In my mind, I concocted 108 possible routes to survival, yet still could not bypass the interception created by these 4 white stones. I concede this game. Chairman Yi is indeed formidable. How about another round? Upon hearing these words, everyone's face was filled with indescribable astonishment. They all stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Their hearts surged like stormy waves, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. A renowned national Go player conceding after merely placing 4 stones? If these executives were not themselves skilled in chess, slightly understanding some intricacies, they might have assumed Master Li conceded due to Mr. Ye's status, letting him win deliberately. At that moment, their estimation of Yisu's chess prowess only rose higher, eyes full of reverence. On the other side, after listening to Master Li's remarks, Yisu also politely replied with a traditional clasped hand gesture. Mr. Li, please bear with me. Then he gave a subtle smile, gesturing with a please motion, courteously stating, Please go ahead, Mr. Li, I'll take the white pieces. Master Li nodded and, without hesitation, seized a black stone, landing it again at the very center of the board, a crucial position. This time, he was definitely determined not to repeat his mistakes, having learned from them. He prepared to use an unconventional strategy to make things inscrutable for Yisu. It was a highly decisive tactic he had devised during decades of his Go career. Once before, during the final of a Go competition, he had successfully employed this strategy, winning the championship in a crushing manner. Later, the authorities even took that game and placed it in the Go Museum. Over so many years, having reviewed tens of thousands of games, no one else managed to execute this complete strategy again. Hailed as the acknowledged divine play, unless a miracle happened, it was nearly impossible to break this tightly interlocked tactical setup involving a total of 81 deadly moves, as intricate as the Mo family's mechanical contraptions. Chapter 331, Seeking. So, Master Li was quite confident. It was precisely because of this strategy that emboldened him to challenge Yisu for another round. Indeed, Yisu didn't expect Master Li to have such remarkable skills, and when he glimpsed the prototype of this strategy, he was deeply astonished inside. But there is absolutely no lock in the world that cannot be undone. If truly unsolvable, then smash it with a hammer. Smash it into smithereens. And this was exactly the method Yisu was using now. He was placing his pieces randomly all over the board, grouping them in threes, continuously encircling Master Li's scattered stones. Within no time, Master Li's strategy was reduced to shambles. After the tactic failed, Yisu followed up relentlessly, placing each piece strategically in critical spots, basically wreaking havoc. Master Li turned pale, surrendering his pieces soon after, looking exhausted and admitting defeat. I give up. Chairman Yi, your chess skills are simply amazing. There's nothing I can do against them. They're purely killing moves. I couldn't block them. Truly, I couldn't block them. Yisu smiled slightly, raising his clasped hands in courtesy, and saying, Master Li, you've shown great restraint. It's all down to luck on my part. After finishing, he secretly chuckled inside, knowing he had a system on his side. People versus AlphaGo? Who could possibly compete? Meanwhile, the surrounding executives were completely speechless, faces turning pale, eyes wide with disbelief. They were well aware of Master Li's tactics. They had even specifically studied them at the museum before. Once set up, they were considered unbreakable. Yet, not only had Yisu dismantled it, but he also thoroughly dominated Master Li. Who exactly was Master Li? The 5-time champion of the national Go competition, a master hailed as a national player, and regarded as a representative of Go. And now he'd been dominated by Yisu? Executives were left speechless, stunned, unable to utter a single word. After quite a while, they regained their senses, shaking their heads at Yisu, saying, Chairman Yi, you are truly a god of Go. For years, this tactic has been unsolvable. Not only did you solve it, but you also beat Master Li. Chairman Yi, this is terrifying. What kind of chess skill is this? Are you a genius of Go, Chairman Yi? If you play against AlphaGo then? If Chairman Yi could beat AlphaGo, it would truly be like a divine descent of a chess god. I am totally amazed. Such a game I've never heard of before. Thrilling to watch. I recorded a video, and I'll study it when I get back home. Haha. If I can learn just a bit of Chairman Ye's chess skills, then in the future, I'll be unstoppable in any game. Send me a copy. Send me one too. Haha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yefei, dressed in a light mesh white blouse and a loose knitted pants, stood at the hotel entrance hesitating. The silhouette of that little kid from before really resembled her younger brother too much. She couldn't bear not checking it out, but was also afraid of recognizing him wrong. Besides, it was a hotel. Everyone might be having dinner already. Walking in without reason would be awkward and inappropriate. This situation left Yefei in quite a dilemma. But after some contemplation, even though she didn't know if that was indeed her younger brother, she felt uneasy unless she confirmed it herself. Thus, she adjusted her custom-made black mask for 2 breaths and stepped onto the steps of the hotel, walking straight inside. As soon as she entered the hotel, she saw waiters wandering around in the hall and many security guards. No one paid attention to her, so she remained relaxed. This hotel, being a star-rated hotel, adopted a soothing light gray as the main color tone. It used gold as the auxiliary color, looking soft yet dignified, giving people a very peaceful feeling. There were murals carved on the walls around, depicting stories from European and American medieval times. On the other side were legends from ancient Chinese folklore. This allowed guests to enjoy their meals while appreciating these stories on the wall, adding a unique charm. Apart from murals, the hotel had statues placed all around. These statues represented tycoons from the Forbes list, with their autobiographies engraved underneath along with golden words they wished to pass down to others. This design helped many business tycoons, even leading to enlightenment. Yefei took a look around. The craftsmanship of these statues, murals, and various decorations was very exquisite, clearly indicating how meticulous this hotel was. However, she had no interest in these commercial stories. Not seeing Yeshuan in the first floor lobby, she directly went up to the second floor intending to search around since she had no idea where Yeshuan could have gone. After reaching the second floor, Yefei looked around. There were many private rooms here, but they didn't seem like dining areas. Instead, they looked more like places for leisure gatherings. Yefei didn't understand the interior design theme of this hotel, but she didn't care much about it either, strolling casually, looking east and west freely, enjoying herself. 5-star hotels were truly spacious. She spent a good amount of time on the second floor and still hadn't finished exploring. Yefei was somewhat amazed inwardly, secretly marveling. At this moment, she passed by an open private room that wasn't small, filled with people. And they were all women, beautifully made up, dressed in what appeared to be designer clothes, and carrying branded bags. It was noisy and looked very lively. Yefei curiously approached to see if her younger brother had caused some disturbance. As soon as she walked in, she was drowned in the chatter of the group of girls. Yefei exhaled gently, looking around. All these women were beautiful, slim figures, radiating an aura that was somewhere between vulgar and elegant. Yefei couldn't exactly explain it, but found it slightly unsettling. The girls were all taking photos with their phones, some capturing coffee, tea, and various high-end pastries on the table, others posing against panoramic bay windows of the room, some focusing on the valuable exhibits hanging on the walls, including Qinghua porcelain vases displayed nearby. No one noticed or bothered acknowledging Yefei. Even as she walked through the crowd, not a single person glanced at her, completely treating her as if she didn't exist. Yefei appreciated the quietness and looked around curiously, searching for Yeshuan. But as she moved around, besides those girls, she saw not a single male, let alone a child. Chapter 332, Group Eyeing Young Ladies. She was about to head out and look elsewhere. However, at this moment, a girl with curly hair suddenly appeared in front of Yefei, stopping her and saying, "Are you new here? Let me explain the rules. When it's time to take photos, you need to line up. We've purchased Gucci stockings, an LV bag, a Vacheron Constantin watch, and a Cartier ring. If you want to use them, you have to pay extra. Also, there will be afternoon tea soon. If you want to take pictures with it, you'll also need to pay extra. We've bought authentic European red tea and many European pastries. You can't drink or eat them. They're only for taking pictures. Additionally, there are European royal aristocratic costumes. If you want to take photos with them, you'll also need to pay extra. Got it. By the way, we've rented luxury cars as well. The rental fee for one day is quite expensive, so if you want to take pictures, the additional fee will be higher. But the return on investment is still high, right? That's about it. If you have any questions, just ask me. Just remember the basics so there won't be any mistakes. It can get troublesome." Yefei looked puzzled after listening to her long explanation and didn't quite understand what she was talking about. She couldn't figure out why wearing ordinary branded clothes, watches, and driving normal cars required lining up to take pictures. Moreover, you had to pay to take pictures. So she asked perplexedly, "What do you mean by these things? I don't understand this paying extra to take pictures business." The curly-haired girl, upon hearing Yifei's words, was slightly stunned. Then her face changed. With a mocking expression, she coldly laughed at Yifei and said, "You don't understand? Are you from the countryside? Haven't you heard of these luxury brands? I explained it very clearly, didn't I? These are basic procedures, and you don't even get this. How did you end up here? You must want to pretend to be a second-generation rich person, huh? Well, since you're from the countryside, my suggestion is that you go back and study first what luxury cars and brands are before coming here." At this point, people around them also noticed and came over, eyeing Yifei and mockingly said, "So, you're really from the countryside? This complicates things. You still have a long way to learn about luxury goods. The first time I've seen a woman who doesn't know anything about luxury brands. With this, how do you even dare to come here and take pictures? Huh, you made me laugh. Sister, you're too honest. Coming here without knowing anything. When did the entry level for us young ladies drop so low? Any stray cat or dog can come now. Rural bumpkin, go home and farm. Coming here to take group photos is quite amusing. Dressed like a villager, not showing off your figure at all. Looking at you, I bet there's a roll around your waist. You don't even have our young lady's grace. What gives you the audacity to come here? Who introduced you? To be honest, you're too unsophisticated, looking entirely common, dressed in cheap goods from street vendors. Not even understanding the process, and yet you have the nerve to mix in our young ladies group. Go home and farm. The upper class doesn't belong to you. Is your makeup from a street vendor stall? A pretty face wasted with poor dressing sense and no grace. Did you come here by bicycle? Ha ha, you've got me rolling. When it comes to cars, you wouldn't understand, but yesterday someone driving an Audi tried to date me. An Audi? Isn't that funny? Do drivers of BBA-level vehicles even have the qualifications to date us? What? An Audi? Ha, how does he dare? Driving an Audi and still having the gall to approach us young ladies. Where does his confidence come from? This is too ridiculous. How did you manage to attract someone who drives an Audi? Last time, a guy driving a domestic-made Maserati came to invite me, worth over $1,000,000 RMB, and I still looked down on him, considering his car unclassy and embarrassing. I refused him, but he kept bothering me. So hilarious. All the photos I post on my social media show me riding Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Someone driving a Maserati? That's pushing it already. Your Audi is beyond absurd. That's right. They're all smelly chumps, broke as dirt, but still trying to pick up women. Pretending they can charm someone like us, huh? High-class ladies like us shouldn't even glance at their reflection in the urine stream. I admit, those chumps disgust me, but using them as ATMs isn't bad. Don't tell me. I've got a man drooling over me for years now. I've spent tens of thousands of his money. I ask him for festival red envelopes every holiday, and he buys me so many bags, clothes, and cosmetics. Using him as an ATM is indeed refreshing. The funniest part is, he still thinks he'll eventually win me over, the illustrious young lady. Huh, I haven't given him a definite answer. First, let's suck him dry, then kick him away and find another slob. You're much better than me. My few dog followers are all a bunch of dirty dorks. During festivals, they give me worthless music boxes as gifts, and still think I'll be thrilled. So disgusting. Each of them is poorer than the other. They send red envelopes with a few $100s at most. I'm too lazy to accept them, but do so just to save their face. All the money went into buying one lipstick. Last time I met a real rich second-generation guy. He drove a sports car and invited me out. I was so delighted, until I realized how stingy he was. He only sent a 520 yuan red envelope during the holiday and took advantage of me for 3 nights. I was so angry. Hey, you're too naive, letting someone sleep with you so easily. The bottom line for us socialites is to spend those men's money without allowing them to touch us. Only then can we keep dangling them. By the way, speaking of sports cars, you all haven't paid the group buying money for the sports car from a few days ago. The girl with big curls suddenly said this, then pulled out her phone and opened the QR code for payment, stretching it towards the other girls. Pay up. It's been dragging on for several days already, and the daily rent for a sports car isn't cheap. At the mention of money, the faces of all the socialites turned grim. Reluctantly, they pulled out their phones and scanned the code to pay, looking as if their hearts were bleeding. Only the girl who complained about being taken advantage of by a rich second gen for 3 nights for just 520 yuan looked worriedly at her Qingwa 6 phone, trying to operate the frozen screen of Alipay with her manicured nails. Seeing her hesitation, the big curly-haired girl impatiently urged her. Hurry up. Everyone has already paid except you. You're always the slowest in everything, like taking photos, and now this. Just get on with it. What's with all the fuss? Let me borrow a bit via Jiabei. Seriously, it's just the rental fee for a sports car. Why all the rush? It's not like I won't pay. Such bad luck. The girl grumbled unhappily, and because her Qingwa 6 phone was too slow, it took ages to even reach the Jiabei page. Chapter 333, simply unavailable. Taking advantage of the pause, she glanced sideways at Yifei a few times, her face full of disdain, and said coldly, I bet you can't even afford the Qingwa phone. Do you want to touch it? 100 yuan can buy you a few moments of touch, or take a picture with it. But I think you can't even afford that money either, judging by your shabby appearance. How do you dare come here for so-called noble ladies group photo shoots? You use an Android phone, right? Too low class, not elegant at all. I'm done talking to you. That was unlucky. The girl rolled her eyes and turned her gaze back to the screen of her Qingwa 6, which was still frozen, showing white. After a long time, she finally managed to get in. Looking at the credit limit of 3 million, only 1 or 2,000 remained available. Despite the pain, she scanned the code and paid several hundred yuan for the supercar photo shoot. She then exhaled deeply, instinctively looking at Yifei, her face full of mockery and disdain. Seeing that all the payments were completed, the wavy-haired girl smiled contentedly, checked her wallet's balance, and then said to the other noble ladies, in a few days, there will be more group buying news. I'll notify you then. Let me give you a sneak peek. Next time, we might visit Jinling's largest 6-star hotel. Hearing this, the noble ladies cheered immediately, dancing around joyfully. They were delighted. After all, a 6-star hotel offered them the chance to snap some photos, further solidifying their identity as noble ladies. This had crucial implications for attracting wealthy men and pretending to be part of high society. It also allowed them to flaunt in front of their former classmates and relatives, letting them know what the upper-class life is like and how noble ladies live daily. Everyone was very excited. Although they would spend some money, if they could snag a wealthy partner later on, then money wouldn't be an issue. No one cared. It was no big deal. The wavy-haired girl, seeing everyone so happy, smiled slightly and continued like a manager of courtesans. As for which day, I'll inform you when the time comes. Also, after this afternoon's tea session, tonight we can form a group for the Seaside Party Hotel with its pool area. It will be especially fitting for us noble ladies to take pictures wearing bikinis. Don't worry about renting bikinis. Tomorrow, we'll rent a yacht casually. A friend of mine can rent one cheaply to me, and I'll charge you guys less too. Just remember, when taking photos, find good angles. Don't include the whole yacht, because it's relatively small. Remember that pitfall. Tomorrow morning, I've already arranged with a local outdoor archery range for our group, and they're giving us discounts since we have such a large crowd. You can take pictures while riding horses, creating that European aristocratic vibe, which is very nice. In the afternoon, Starbucks coffee is scheduled. Everyone understands, right? Buy a cup of coffee, line up for pictures, and then leave. Anyone drinking gets fined. Everyone clear. Yi Fei listened in stupefaction, now realizing these girls were indeed group-buying noble women. That explained why they seemed off in character, and having been mocked and looked down upon just made Yi Fei feel even more disgruntled. She came looking for a brother, not for a photo op. Clearly, she'd come to the wrong place. Realizing this, Yi Fei sighed and prepared to leave. At this moment, others noticed Yi Fei was leaving after hearing the arrangements from the wavy-haired girl and began sneering. This hillbilly peasant really is interesting. She shows up wanting to join the noble ladies photo shoot group, but as soon as spending money is mentioned, she wants to run away. Clearly a scammer who isn't willing to shell out any cash, yet hopes to fish for good men. Want to set up a dating game too? Exactly. If you don't spend money grooming yourself, how will you attract rich second-generation types? Anybody knowing your real status won't even consider a date, let alone willingly spend on you. You're nothing but a poor scammer unwilling to invest in this group photo event. Are you planning to freeload off our efforts? It's my first time encountering such an incredibly stingy participant. How embarrassing to show up at a group buying event like this. Haha, this person's just making fun of us. It's funny. Can you believe it? Someone who lacks funds, but shamelessly insists on posing for photos. Truly remarkable. Why not try borrowing through Huawei or credit cards? Spending some money, borrowing debt for something like this, it's not disgraceful. Beautify yourself, then lure a rich man. When he marries you, the wealth awaiting you will be endless. What's there to fear? That's true. Having debts gives motivation to look better. Anyway, it's a sure thing, profit guaranteed. Listening to their mocking words, Yi Fei found herself speechless and decided not to waste time explaining things to these deluded, noble women. Not wanting to engage with their mockery, she remained silent and turned around, walking towards the door without a word. And at this moment, an extremely surprised shriek suddenly erupted from the crowd. Her shoes are Louis Vuitton. I knew that print looked so familiar. Louis Vuitton, the most expensive brand in the world, has a highly distinctive print on all its products. As frequent dealers with luxury items, these group-buying noble women were naturally well acquainted with the Louis Vuitton brand. And after that voice rang out, many more voices joined in, filled with extreme surprise. Her clothes are Ralph Lauren. Her pants are Gucci. The handbag she carries is Prada. Who exactly is she? The group let out gasps of astonishment, looking at Yi Fei's designer outfits with expressions of sheer shock, their disdain quickly transforming into a fawning demeanor. After all, anyone capable of wearing these high-end brands undoubtedly had a background far from ordinary. Just those Louis Vuitton shoes alone would be enough for them to indulge in extravagance for a good while. And upon hearing everyone's exclamations, the wavy-haired girl furrowed her eyebrows, eyeing Yi Fei up and down and muttering, could they be fakes? She's just one of those group-buying noble women, isn't she? It's pretty common for her to buy counterfeit luxury items. No sooner had she spoken than the first shocked girl shot back. What fake? Did you see the print? You've been dealing with luxury goods for so long, and now you can't even tell if the print is real or fake. Moreover, every single piece of clothing on her is a custom-made, limited edition item. They're simply unavailable on the market. Don't trust your own eyes? Get closer and take a look if you don't believe me. I have confidence in my judgment. I definitely wouldn't make a mistake about something like this. After hearing this, the wavy-haired girl couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed inside. Chapter 334, Embarrassing. A custom-made limited edition, and it's also a big brand. What does that mean? At the moment, she immediately ran over, pulling Yi Fei's arm to take a look, and her face instantly changed color. It was visibly pale, and she stammered to Yi Fei, Sis, where did you buy these clothes and shoes? You. Can we borrow them to take a picture? This limited edition outfit must look so impressive. Rest assured, we will definitely pay. We will not wear your clothes for free. The other people gathered around as well, tugging on Yi Fei's arm, earnestly saying, Yes, lend us to take a picture please. Please, sorry for troubling you. We failed to recognize your importance earlier. Please don't be angry. It was all in jest. We're used to talking like this, so please don't mind. Please, sis, let us take a picture. Just one is enough. We'll return it to you right after. Sis, is the perfume you're wearing the limited edition of Chanel? It smells so good. How rich you are. Why are you here competing? Oh, did you come to the wrong place? Only then did the group realize this fact, their expressions growing more shocked. Someone who can wear an entire set of limited edition brands and sprays only high-end limited edition perfumes would actually come here to join a socialite bargain group. This person is probably a wealthy daughter of an affluent family already. How rich would someone need to be to afford such expensive, limited edition designer clothing and shoes? The group of socialites were so stunned they couldn't think straight anymore, grabbing Yi Fei even harder. They tightly held on to Yi Fei, afraid she might run away. Sis, please let us take a picture. Just one, please. The money will not fall short. So rich, sis. Which group's daughter are you? Definitely leave your WeChat or phone number. Let's be friends. Why don't we take a selfie? One photo is fine. Can I post it on my friend's circle? Sis, please help. Today is fate, right? A selfie will do, okay? Don't mind our previous words. Please, sis, help us out. We'll remember your kindness forever. Or if you could sign something for me, would that work too? Seeing the crazy looks on the women's faces and their insistent pleas like addicts having a fit, she didn't stop until she had run downstairs and outside the hotel, making sure no one was following her. Only then did she lean against her knees and catch her breath heavily. She was still terrified afterward, worried those people might resort to force, damaging her clothes which would create a problem. On the other side, after the Go match finished, Yeshuan also arrived at the banquet main seat, surrounded by many guests. The large round table was already filled with hot dishes, and the best wines occupied the whole wine rack beside the wall, showing a luxurious atmosphere. Yeshuan doesn't drink alcohol, but Lu Haikong has been well prepared. Milk, goat milk, mare's milk, soybean milk, soda, top-notch specially supplied tea, and various kinds of drinks were available. It was all up to what Yeshuan wanted to drink. When a little trolley filled with drinks was pushed in by a waiter, Yeshuan felt happy too. He then helped himself freely, picking several bottles he wanted to drink, and poured himself a cup, raising his glass and toast to the executives with drinks substituting alcohol. Everyone, I'll use drinks instead of alcohol. Come on, let's have the first round, and wet our throats. All the executives saw this and picked up their glasses, smiling broadly, and said, it's rare for us to gather with Mr. Yi. I'll first toast a cup to Mr. Yi, also to Mr. Lu and all executives, wishing everyone a prosperous future, wealth like the East Sea. Ho ho, I also wish Mr. Yi and all executives good health and longevity. This cup I'll finish, and you guys can go as you please. Not Mr. Lu, longevity may be hard to handle. Terrible if King Yama personally asked for retribution. My old bones, living 80 years would satisfy me. Ha ha ha, President Wong, you're really funny. Then I wish everyone good health, and everything goes well, free from all diseases. I'll finish mine, and you all can go at your pace. I'll finish mine too. Come on, let's all finish ours. Drink up. Finish. Let's go. In the sound of cheers, the entire feast was filled with a lively atmosphere. After drinking a cup, everyone sat down and started eating, becoming even more casual. During the banquet, Lu Haikong also exchanged some commercial matters with Yeshuan. Although Yeshuan relied on the system, his experiences during this long time in Dinglong Group have provided him with some insights, which he then shared with Lu Haikong and all the general managers. After listening to his thoughts, everyone found them quite reasonable. Right away, they made calls to ask their vice presidents to prepare plans accordingly. They each toasted a cup of wine to Yeshuan in gratitude. Conversations flowed freely as they enjoyed each other's company. The meal was neither too short nor too long. Before long, everyone had finished eating. Lu Haikong and the executives planned to play some cards in the afternoon for entertainment. However, Yeshuan wasn't interested, so he prepared to head home instead. Polite refusals followed the executives' invitations, and Yeshuan took the exclusive car arranged by Lu Haikong back to the villa. Upon entering the gate, Sister 5, Yi Fei, was sitting on the sofa talking with Sister 4, Yi Chan, about what happened today at the hotel. Her face showed a mix of amusement and exasperation, while Yi Chan couldn't help but find it ridiculous hearing about those group-buying socialites. As soon as she heard some movement, Yi Fei immediately turned around. Seeing Yeshuan return, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. She questioned him, little brother, were you at the hotel today for dinner? Yeshuan hesitated for a moment, not understanding how Sister 5, Yi Fei, knew this, but replied nonetheless. Yes, I went to eat dinner at the hotel. Hearing this, Yi Fei sighed heavily, sitting down on the sofa, and complained to Yeshuan. Little brother, you almost got me into big trouble, sigh. Got her into big trouble? Yeshuan was completely baffled and didn't know what had happened that made Sister 5, Yi Fei, feel so wronged. He looked at her and asked, what's the matter, Sister 5? What happened? Yi Fei sighed once more, organizing her words, then recounted everything that had occurred at the hotel today. I saw you enter the hotel when I went out today. Not sure if it was really you, so I decided to check it out. After going upstairs, I noticed a private room that was unusually lively. Thinking it might be where you were creating some commotion, I peeked inside. Can you guess what I saw? Chapter 335, burst out laughing. That place turned out to be a private room of a group-buying noblewoman. I didn't know at the time, and I was confused as to why so many girls were taking pictures here. Their aura felt weird. Later, I heard them talk and learned they were all group-buying noblewomen. Those who are especially popular online as noblewomen. And they sarcastically mocked me, assuming that I was also here for the group ideal. It was utterly speechless. They later recognized the brands of the clothes I was wearing, and their attitude changed immediately. They became very respectful and surrounded me, begging me to let them try on my clothes for a picture. There was no way I could agree to that. I didn't say anything, but they kept pleading with me, looking extremely desperate, which scared me. When they saw that I wasn't speaking, they insisted on taking a selfie with me, grabbing me tightly as if they feared I would run away. They kept saying how dignified my outfit looked and promised to pay me if they could take photos for their WeChat circle. At that moment, I was speechless because I could see they had no money, still borrowing loans to participate in such group deals. Why not find a steady job and learn some skills, like piano or singing? But instead, they chose this, truly believing they could lure rich second-generation men. This made me particularly speechless. Later, each one of them seemed completely obsessed. It frightened me so much that it reminded me of drug addicts in withdrawal. Scared out of my wits, I ran out of the hotel immediately. I'm still shaken just thinking about it. You foolish boy, you should have eaten somewhere else. You almost got me into trouble by going to that hotel. After Yi Fei finished speaking, she patted her chest, still showing signs of shock. Upon hearing this, Yeshuan burst out laughing after a poo-teasy, wondering what all the fuss was about. It turned out to be this incident. To think that the fifth sister actually walked into the wrong private room of the group buying noblewomen, and it caused such a great commotion, turning into quite a funny joke. Yeshuan knew all the luxury brands that the fifth sister, Yi Fei, wore. Just imagining the scene in his head, he already had an image of what happened. A group of group buying noblewomen pulling Yi Fei desperately, eyes gleaming green like drug addicts in withdrawal, urgently asking for a chance to take a picture of her outfit to post on social media. The mere thought of it made Yeshuan laugh heartily. While laughing, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, fifth sister, you crack me up. How could you possibly end up in such a situation? Huh?" Yi Chan nearby was also amused by Yeshuan's laughter, leaning forward and backward in fits of laughter while Yi Fei glared at her. After laughing for quite some time, Yeshuan finally calmed down, then went back to the room, took a shower, and enjoyed a sound nap. When he woke up, the sun had already started to set in the west. Yeshuan got up, washed his face, and lounged on the living room sofa scrolling through his phone. In the evening, Yechan had prepared dinner early despite sweating profusely from cooking, but she was highly confident in the dishes she had prepared. Third sister Yexian picked up a pair of chopsticks, tasted a bit, nodded approvingly, and praised Yechan's culinary skills. Then, scanning the others, she cautiously asked, "Tomorrow, a friend of mine is opening a fitness and boxing club. Shall we go play there? During the grand opening promotion, we can get free gifts without spending a cent." Good idea. Everyone immediately agreed without hesitation since they had nothing better to do tomorrow anyway. Going there for fun and supporting the opening seemed reasonable. Yexian was delighted to hear their agreement. With her siblings accompanying her, it would be a lot of fun, an intimate and sweet kind of enjoyment, unlike hanging out with friends. After the meal, Yeshuan didn't linger at the dining table but went straight back to his room, rested for a while, took a shower, and went to sleep. The next morning, the sky was cloudless, making it a rare perfect day. After washing up, Yeshuan joined the breakfast table where Yechan and both older sisters had already finished eating and were leisurely patting their stomachs. Seeing Yeshuan awake, they urged him over to eat. Taking a glance, Yeshuan realized the breakfast included famous stir-fried liver from the capital and a steamer full of large meat buns. When did fourth sister learn how to make stir-fried liver? Although Yeshuan was curious, he didn't ask further questions. Instead, sitting down, he scooped up a sip of the soup from the bowl, pinched his throat, and teased them in a mocking tone. "Hey, guess what? The proper way to eat this stir-fried liver is slurping it right along the rim of the bowl. That's real sophistication." As soon as the sharp voice came out, it provoked the sisters to burst into giggles. This voice combined with these lines used to be a big meme on the internet years ago. People often filmed videos mimicking outdated actions and voices of modern capital citizens to attract attention. With one bowl of stir-fried liver and 2 meat buns in his stomach, Yeshuan sighed contentedly and gulped down a cup of freshly heated milk, feeling thoroughly satisfied. It has to be said, Yechan, the fourth sister, truly has a first-class technique for making this stir-fried liver. It's delicious without being greasy, melting in your mouth and leaving a lasting fragrance that lingers with every bite. But whether she bought it ready-made or made it herself remains unknown. After seeing Yeshuan finish eating as well, the several sisters returned to their rooms to change into snug sportswear, revealing their slim and curvaceous figures with long legs that captivated all. Yeshuan had already dressed in sports attire when he woke up in the morning, so there was no need for him to change. Following his third sister Yexian, fourth sister Yechan, and fifth sister Yifei, they got in the car and headed straight toward the boxing club. The early morning sunlight felt especially warm and comfortable on the skin, with gentle breezes like soft silk quilts, bringing a slight coolness that refreshed the entire person. After about 20 minutes, the car arrived at the entrance of the boxing club. This club was located in the second ring area of Jinling City, adjacent to the first ring, making its location an excellent one. As you walked by from the main road, the conspicuous boxing club could be seen immediately, which is why even before 10 in the morning, many people had already heard the news and couldn't wait to come and explore. The store's design featured black tones, modern in style, with its entrance building having an arched exterior, carrying a touch of solemnity. On either side stood 2 large flower beds, the ground covered with red carpet, scattered with confetti celebrating the grand opening, and prominent red banners hanging above the door. Chapter 336, Live Broadcast. By now, quite a few people had come out, all expressing follow-up interest and praise for this club. Yeshuan and the elder sisters glanced at the entrance decorations before pushing open the glass door and entering the club directly. Upon entering, they saw a front desk counter shaped like a circular ring, resembling a curved display screen. Behind it hung clocks from all over the world, and below were 2 glass cabinets. Inside the glass cabinets, on exquisite trays, lay several boxing gloves that were heavily damaged and had lost their leather. On top of these gloves, there were bold red or black outlines, signatures of various boxing champions. Behind them were a few photographs taken with those same boxing champions. It was evident that the owner of this fighting club, Yexian's friend, cared deeply about this place and had some substance to back it up. After Yeshuan and his group entered and looked around for just a few moments, the beautiful female boss behind the counter warmly greeted them. She gave Yexian, the third sister, a big hug, delightedly saying, "I thought you'd be coming a bit later. Who would have thought you'd show up so early? How do you find the decorations here? Not bad at all. There are even boxing champion signatures and photos here. I see quite a number of visitors, and I've heard they're all highly praising your club." With a smile, Yexian replied briefly, and then turned around to introduce everyone. "This is my fourth sister, Yechan, and my fifth sister, Yifei. And this young man is my little brother, Yeshuan. And this is my friend Lu Ying, the beautiful boss of this combat club who's exceptionally skilled in Wing Chun Kung Fu. No matter how good you are, you wouldn't last 3 moves against her," Yexian added teasingly. Lu Ying gave Yexian a playful glare, and then flashed a sweet smile as she extended her hand towards Yechan and Yifei. "Nice to meet you both, such beautiful sisters. You radiate an artistic aura. Clearly you're inclined towards literature and music." Yechan and Yifei were slightly surprised at how perceptive the beautiful boss was, but soon laughed and shook hands with Lu Ying in response. "Hee, Sister Lu Ying has keen eyesight. We merely enjoy singing and playing musical instruments. It's not really much to speak of. Sister Lu Ying looks far more beautiful than us, full of charm. You look really impressive standing right in front of us, offering a sense of security." Lu Ying smiled softly, showing charming dimples, her gaze deep yet warm, sparkling faintly like stars in the sky as she joked. "Look at the two of you, with lips sweeter than honey and personalities as endearing as Sister Yexian." Then, she shifted her focus to little Yeshuan, eyes shining with light. She leaned down and touched his face, continuing, "Cute little brother. A baby-faced handsome man. How about it? Would you like to learn boxing or martial arts with sister?" A sly grin flickered across Yeshuan's heart internally. Since he had the support of a system, an inherent advantage, so did he need to learn how to box? Thoughts aside, he kept them inside, maintaining a purely innocent demeanor as he replied, "I don't need to learn anymore. My self-defense skills are already quite excellent. I once even put Sister 3 on the floor." "Ha ha, what a cute little brother." Lu Ying stifled a laugh with her hand covering her mouth, obviously not believing him. After all, adults often play along with kids' games, leading them to take it seriously sometimes, treating it as nothing more than a joke. Only Yexin and the other two sisters exchanged sweat-laden glances, but didn't bother explaining such matters, also regarding it as playful banter. Subsequently, Lu Ying checked the time, returned to the counter, grabbed a floor plan, and introduced the layout to everyone. The store decoration was designed by a famous designer, and it cost a pretty penny, but it turned out really well. Inside, there are 3 combat halls, 2 archery halls, a gym, and a swimming pool. The place is rather large, so I'm worried you might get lost. Yexin took the floor plan and looked it over with her 2 younger sisters. Shortly afterward, she furrowed her brows slightly, clearly feeling troubled by the complex routes within. Thankfully, after familiarizing herself for a moment, she memorized it, albeit straining her brain a bit. At this point, Lu Ying pulled out her phone, fiddled with it, and smiled sweetly as she addressed Yexin again. Sister Xin, I won't accompany you inside. Since the shop has just opened today, none of the employees have arrived yet, so I need to watch the front desk. Enjoy yourselves. Alright, if you need help, give me a call. I'll go ahead and bring them in to explore. Yexin nodded, handed the floor plan back, and then led Yichan, Yifei, and Yixin straight into the 3rd combat hall according to her memory of the map. This particular venue was not very crowded compared to the previous ones, quieter, with fewer men around, thereby avoiding unwelcome stares that could make others feel uneasy. Once inside the combat hall, the group felt more at ease. Yexin first warmed up on the treadmill and then proceeded to work out using weight machines. After working up a good sweat, she rested for a while before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the punching bag. Then, she proceeded to strike the wooden dummy with lightning speed, leaving the surrounding people practicing boxing utterly stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. After all, it's not easy for a girl to reach such a level. Not only was her movements swift and powerful, but they also included a wide variety of standard martial arts techniques, clearly showing her expertise. Naturally, this attracted many gazes, making Yexin feel somewhat speechless in return. On the other hand, Yichan and Yifei, after running for a bit, took quite a long rest, and then prepared to do some weightlifting. But after just a few lifts, they couldn't continue and could only opt for lighter exercises. Then they mimicked Yexin by trying to box against the punching bag. Their strikes were feeble, making Yixin, who was resting on the sofa, inwardly amused. Soon after, Yichan and Yifei became exhausted, walking with heavy steps toward Yixin and slumping onto the sofa without any strength. Their faces were flushed red, their brows dripping with sweat, adding even more charm, and making them look all the more enchanting. By this time, Yexin was also somewhat tired. She came over and sat on the sofa, panting heavily, but recovered quickly. Then, looking at everyone, she said, "Isn't there an archery hall here? Shall we go take a look and play a little? After all, it's free anyway, and you might as well experience what archery feels like. It's quite interesting." Yichan and Yifei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, then got up and held Yixin, leisurely following 3rd sister, Yexin, into the archery hall. At this moment, there were already quite a number of people inside the hall. A minority were professionals, but the majority had come just to try something new and have fun. Thus, the atmosphere wasn't serious, but instead filled with joy and excitement. At this point, Yichan opened her live streaming platform on her phone, beginning a live broadcast to showcase 3rd sister, Yexin's archery skills. After all, among them, only Yexin knew how to shoot arrows. As soon as the live stream started, millions of viewers poured in, as if they had been waiting 24 hours a day for Yichan to start streaming so they could rush into the live room instantly. Chapter 337, Child's Play? Some of the big spenders, right from the start, directly brushed off a few planes and rockets to warm up the scene, making Yichan feel a bit embarrassed. Then, after interacting with the audience and fans for a while, she fixed the phone on a table next to the archery range, perfectly facing the shooting position where Yexin was located. After seeing Yexin shoot a few arrows, Yifei, Yichan, and Yixin also took a bow and stood at the shooting position, aiming at the target dozens of meters away. Yichan and Yifei didn't know how to shoot arrows, so they just played around aimlessly. Since the bows were quite heavy, it was already exhausting just holding them, let alone drawing them. As a result, the arrows they shot flew like weak paper airplanes and dropped to the ground halfway. After glancing at the two of them, Yexin walked over curiously, picked up the bow to check it, and immediately looked very frustrated, sighing. "You two have taken the wrong bows. These are for boys, 22-kilogram bows. The ones for girls are over there, much lighter." The two exchanged glances, then burst into laughter before quickly heading to the other side to grab the female-specific bows. Compared to the male bows, these were much lighter, only 7 kilograms, easy to lift, and could be fully drawn, which made Yichan and Yifei very pleased. Even so, without professional training or any experience in archery, hitting a target several dozen meters away was still extremely difficult for them. As a result, almost none of their arrows landed on the target, instead turning the area around it into something resembling a hedgehog. This left the two inexperienced women glancing at each other, slightly embarrassed. At this moment, nearby at another shooting position, a young master, upon witnessing these amateurs' antics, smirked disdainfully and sarcastically remarked, "Some people, if they can't play archery, insist on embarrassing themselves. Not only do they fail to hit anything, but they don't even know shame and laugh about it. If you can't do it, don't bother playing. How funny." A few lackeys standing nearby clearly understood what the young master meant, and chimed in. "Exactly. I think some people are really odd, perhaps having some mental issues. They can't even shoot an arrow properly, yet they love joining in and making a fuss, acting like they'll die unless they take a shot. These people are probably having strokes. They can't even hit the target and still laugh as if nothing's wrong. What fools. Their smiles look like someone who's mentally unstable. To tell you the truth, my foot would be better at drawing a bow than some people. It feels like they've got no eyesight. Missing from such close distances is ridiculous. Laughing me to death. It's probably glaucoma plus cataracts, coupled with severe myopia, but not wearing glasses. We should understand their condition, their patience." What he said makes sense. But if sick people don't go to the hospital and instead come out to humiliate themselves publicly? Pointless. Why waste your time? What's the point? They might be masochists who like being cursed at. It pleases them internally to make others laugh at them. These kinds are indeed strange. Every time I see them, I curse them, laughing myself silly. Just look at me, someone who's just started learning archery. My worst shot still managed to land in the second ring. Today, I realize there are people who can't even touch the rings. Incredible. This must be the bottom of the barrel incompetence. I mean, what level of incompetence doesn't even allow you to score one ring? They probably have tumors on their necks. Anyone who knows understands why they can't hit targets. The voices of those lackeys were neither too loud nor too soft, but just enough for Yi Fei, Yi Chan, and Yi Xian to hear. These were all the Ye family's fiercest business rivals who always despised the Yi clan. The Yi sisters knew this and recognized the young master. So Yi Fei naturally understood that they were being cursed at and mocked. While it stung verbally, there was little the Yi group could do in return. You wouldn't retaliate against being bitten by a dog, right? Hence, they merely sighed inwardly, pretending not to notice that young master or his followers, ignoring their mockery and insults, and continued practicing their archery skills. But with their minds unsettled, their hands trembled, and their arrows went wildly astray, nearly flying onto someone else's target. On Yi Xian's side, upon hearing those words, his eyes instantly flickered with sharp coldness. Then, he raised the bow, set the arrow, drew the string, and turned to fire it straight toward the young master's head. That arrow, swift and forceful, flew with a speed faster than lightning. By the time the young master and his lackeys reacted, the arrow had already grazed past the top of his scalp, cutting off a few strands of hair, and accurately pierced the wooden board behind. In an instant, the young master was completely frightened out of his wits. A professional arrow had flown past right above his scalp, missing by just a millimeter, or it would have grazed his head and left a bloody mess. Had it been lower by a centimeter, wouldn't it have pierced directly into his forehead? The toadies surrounding the young master were also terrified, their wide eyes fixed on the arrow quivering from the force against the wooden wall behind them as its tail wagged ominously. Their faces visibly turned slightly pale. The others practicing archery nearby had noticed this scene too, and all froze mid-action, utterly perplexed as they stared at Yeshuan. No one could believe that someone really dared to fire an arrow straight at another person, and with no hesitation at all. Just watching made everyone afraid. Internally, they were even more fearful. Luckily, the arrow merely grazed past the young master's scalp and didn't hit him. If it had struck him, the situation would have been disastrous. Not only would the archery range get involved in a lawsuit, but that child would be dragged into legal trouble as well. Yi Chan, Yi Fei, and Yi Xian were also scared out of their minds. After all, none of them expected Yeshuan to suddenly fire an arrow directly at a person. If he had hit someone, a minor injury would still result in serious consequences, while a major one might lead to death. So they all stood there, mouths agape, looking at the arrow embedded in the wooden wall, and then glancing at the young master's scalp before their gaze fell upon Yeshuan. After a long moment of silence, Yi Xian finally broke the tension, saying incredulously, "Xian Yu." At this point, the young master regained his composure and began jumping up and down furiously, shouting, "Are you trying to commit murder? Whoever heard of shooting arrows at people? What the hell do you think you're doing? Did I provoke you? One arrow aimed straight at my head. If that had injured me, would you have taken responsibility for it? What kind of trash are you guys? Your so-called leader of the Yi family isn't worth much either. You've all grown up without any morals. To actually shoot arrows at people. How can you act as if the law doesn't exist? You treat human lives like a joke. Not a single decent person exists in your entire Yi family." Chapter 338, Drawing the Bow and Arming the Arrow. Clearly you have no idea how to educate a person, with zero sophistication. A typical unruly brat. Crooked beams above lead to crooked ones below. Honestly, I despise this situation. I couldn't believe I'd run into such brain-damaged people. The value of your life means nothing. My life is precious. You damn well want to die, but don't drag me down with you. What nonsense. I'll be calling the police shortly and report your miseducated beast, so they can take him to a juvenile detention center for proper education. Once there, I'll pull some strings to make sure that boy gets beaten daily. You've truly driven me mad. Look at all the hair I've pulled out of stress. What an absurd thing. You even dared aim an arrow at someone like it's nothing. Old as hell, aren't you? If you keep it up, I'll fire back at you. It's lucky for me that my fortune has protected me. My family ancestors have blessed me greatly. It's shameful to think how close I came to being taken by your incompetence. Hell's bells. One of the lackeys standing nearby chimed in, agreeing with the young master, while also hurling insults nonstop. Spit. A bunch of murderers dare come here and shoot arrows? Truly audacious. Without any awareness of their insignificance before greater forces. That kid must have killed before. That single shot was unwavering. Soon, the police will investigate your Yi clan thoroughly and turn your house upside down. For the first time, I'm witnessing such bold recklessness. Could you compensate if you seriously hurt someone? Can you joke about something so serious? It involves human lives. Do you understand that? He looks utterly dumb. Has your Yi family raised a fool? Normal people wouldn't dare do anything remotely resembling this. Our hearts are trembling in fear from this event. There's little difference between this and premeditated murder. The arrow just grazed his scalp. Given its force, if aimed directly at someone's head, who could resist it? How does your Yi family teach its people discipline? How could such a matter involving human lives become trivialized in your eyes? If this child would dare use arrows against people now, then next time, he'll surely grab a knife and stab people on the streets. I feel like pounding that kid right now. Who could have foreseen such reckless behavior? I'm shocked beyond measure, never imagining such occurrences possible in this place. The shop owner must have allowed dangerous people inside recklessly. With this audacity displayed even at such a young age, imagine the consequences when he grows up. It's terrifying to picture a future terrorist. A potential serial killer indeed, absolutely terrifying to contemplate. Every reflection sends shivers through my spine. We strongly suggest the authorities imprison this boy for several decades. Better yet, execute him outright. People like him shouldn't roam freely in society or cause widespread suffering. When Yi Xian and her group saw the young master and his lackeys shouting loudly and cursing fiercely, though knowing mistakes were made, their faces darkened hearing such vile words hurled at them. Defending themselves. What our Yi family does in educating our own should not concern you. Furthermore, isn't it absurd calling our young Xiaoxian a murderer merely because of his youthfulness? And execution. Frankly speaking, those who deserve execution are none other than yourselves, constantly throwing shade indirectly, yet saying whatever vile comments come to mind. Just because we outperform you business-wise, does that mean daily quarrels must ensue? Moreover, our younger brother never intended harm by shooting that arrow. Whoever talked so obnoxiously caused this. Our younger brother will grow up to be an excellent, kind-hearted individual. It's you who will be terrorists and murderers, not us. Your entire family comprises murderers. All the despicable acts you commit behind closed doors won't stay hidden forever. Police should arrest you instead. You hypocrites call others madmen, yet clearly, you're the insane ones. Police ought to search every inch of your residences for secrets too hideous to bear daylight. Execute you all. Our young sibling lacks the strength at such a tender age to wound anyone severely with an arrow. His intentions are purely innocent. You deliberately pick faults, seizing every chance to criticize us harshly, starting everything with insinuations only you understand. Hearing this, the young master and his cronies nearly exploded with rage. Their faces alternated between pale and red, abandoning all pretense to launch into a verbal assault akin to Gatling gun mode, showering them with endless vitriol. What are you guys blabbering about? A bunch of dumbass, claiming there's no strength behind the arrow? Are you all blind? Didn't you see the arrow pierce the wood and still quiver with energy? That's power right there. No need for me to elaborate. One lunatic, a group of idiots. Eat shit. Why don't you? Meeting you guys today has been a curse. If anyone dies because of this, I'd love to see what you'll have to say then. A pack of stinky bitches. When I go home tonight, I'll pay respects at your mother's graves, ask how many spirits ride them down below, and give you a cheerful update. You dime-on pieces of filth. You messed up but refused to admit it. Who implied anything or spoke ill of you? It's just your guilty consciences acting up. Truly mentally deranged people. What bad luck. We're in a law-abiding society now, and I loathe hitting women, or else I'd arrange a taste of fists for you lot, and show you what real punishment feels like. If this were the old days, you kinds of shrews would have been beaten by me long ago. With that imbecile boy's behavior, if you don't teach him properly, he'll end up dead without knowing where or why. Be sure to warn him when he steps out, or I might catch him. Exactly. If I catch him, I'll cripple his hands so he won't dare shoot arrows at others again. What a talent. Someone actually dared fire an arrow like that. So thick-headed. What trash are you all? Upper beams bent lead to lower ones crooked. You stinking bitches must frequently do similar things yourselves, corrupting that little beast. Absolutely outrageous. If our young master Han gets injured, even if you were sold, you couldn't repay the debt. Filthy wretches, wasting such pretty faces on ugliness inside. Chapter 339, not simple. These people seem to have poured out all their past grievances at this opportunity, berating Yi Fei and her group without mercy, showing no restraint. The abuse caused several of them to grow dark-faced with indignation, but left them at a loss for words to counter. They felt utterly stifled. At this moment, Yeshuan suddenly spoke up, stepping forward and looking at the crowd calmly, saying indifferently, Sorry, I was just about to shoot a fly earlier, but it happened to fly past Hong Xiao's hair. Did I scare you, Hong Xiao? Listening to these words, they didn't stop in the slightest and continued their harsh tirade. What nonsense is this? Shooting a fly? It's laughable. You're clearly insane. Me? Scared? Do you think you can scare me with such an excuse? And shooting flies really? Truly laughable. If you must make excuses, find something less flimsy, please. How could there be such a thing? Using arrows to shoot flies. That joke has gone too far. Such a moron, speaking nonsense from start to finish. Encountering you is truly unlucky. Even a professional archer would find it challenging to hit a fly. How absurd. Simply incomprehensible. If you can nail a fly with your arrow, then I could probably pin down ants' legs with a needle. Every throw will be spot on, every shot successful. I'll weave Bee's winter clothes using hair strands. It'll be made of 9-strand thread, so warm, everyone praises it. Young as he is, his talk is bold. How does someone even utter nonsense like hitting a fly with an arrow? Isn't this guy hooked on too many martial arts dramas? All talk. Isn't this the sort of education your family gives? Teaching this boy to say impractical things, utterly embarrassing. Just go back and restart life? Listening to him is headache-inducing. Thought only online braggarts existed, but now reality has thrown one right in my path talking about arrow shooting flies. Laughing till tears roll down. Don't be so hilarious. Fool is a fool. What's the point in even engaging? Seeing that nobody believed him and were mocking and cursing instead, Yeshuan didn't get angry. He smiled faintly and said lightly, Why don't you take a look to verify whether what I've said is true or false rather than wasting breath here? Ha ha ha. Hong Xiao and his sycophants burst into laughter, exchanging glances with each other. Their eyes carried the expression of seeing an idiot. Seriously? He actually believes he can shoot flies with arrows. How could anyone be so dumb? Is he delusional from watching too much martial arts TV series? Absolutely impossible. There's no way such a thing exists. Even in wuxia novels where kung fu masters spend years practicing to pin flies with needles, let alone this green kid attempting to hit flies with an arrow. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As they spoke, they moved towards the wooden wall with faces full of disbelief, clearly not taking this matter seriously nor giving any weight to Yeshuan's words. Only when they gathered around the arrow tip and saw that indeed a fly was pinned dead there. In an instant, everyone's face dramatically changed color, turning visibly pale. They stared at each other, filled with horror. Their worldview had shattered in a second. Something they deemed absolutely impossible had actually appeared before their very eyes. This stark contrast and shock made every person suck in a cold breath. Their hearts churned like sea waves, splashing thousands of ripples akin to throwing a large stone into a river. Everybody fell silent. None dared to say another word, mouths agape with nothing more to say, creating an atmosphere of sudden stillness. Meanwhile, on this side, Yi Chan and others noticed this expression from the crowd and guessed accordingly. For a while, they were all shocked, standing there dumbfounded. Glancing occasionally toward Yeshuan's small figure, their eyes brimmed with disbelief. An 8-year-old child using a bow meant for adults not only successfully fired an arrow but nailed a fly. A situation no one would ever believe under normal circumstances. Even professional archers wouldn't guarantee shooting a fly. Yet, Yeshuan not only achieved this, but did so with precision, without hesitation, letting an arrow fly accurately. It brushed over a person's scalp, directly nailing a fly onto the wood board without allowing it any chance to escape. This level of archery was terrifyingly extreme, leaving everyone unable to distinguish between dream and reality. making the scene seem surreal and illusory. It wasn't until Hong Xiao and his lackeys slunk away like defeated dogs that Yi Fei and the others snapped back to reality. They hurriedly went forward to pick up Yeshuan, cradling him as if he were an unparalleled treasure while making their way out of the archery hall. Yichon also retrieved her phone and took a glance at the live stream room. She noticed that the number of viewers had soared to over 90 million, almost reaching 1 billion, and was still growing. The popularity of the stream surged as if ink were spreading through water, reaching unprecedented heights. Instantly surpassing many renowned streamers, they reached the top rank across the entire platform and remained there firmly. The chat messages kept flooding in one after another, completely overwhelming the screen so much so that images were indiscernible, and the messages continued increasing with no end in sight, threatening to overload the platform. Holy cow, is this a kung fu master or something? How can he be so powerful? This younger brother is absolutely incredible, shooting a bow and arrow capable of nailing a fly. I'm dumbfounded. How on earth did he do it? Can normal people achieve such accuracy? Even professional archers aren't always hitting 9 or 10 rings. How does he pin a fly perfectly with one shot? Divine skill. And it flew right past that big shot's scalp. When I saw the child draw the bow and release the arrow so decisively, without any hesitation, I wondered what made him so confident. Was he truly that assured? All knees are shattered from kneeling. This kid must be some kind of hidden kung fu master. I assent this terrifying. You guys understand the implications here, right? This is an arrow we're talking about, not a gun. And even a gun wouldn't hit a fly so easily. This is Hui reincarnated. For the first time ever, I've seen someone shoot arrows with such precision, and the kicker is, he's just 7 or 8 years old. You realize how terrifying that makes him. That group of people has been left utterly stunned, unable to say a word, and slinked off quietly. I'm still bewildered, having never witnessed archery skills like this before. Chapter 340, Letting Off Steam. This kid is not ordinary, absolutely not ordinary. If he were to participate in the Olympic Games in any competition, the gold medal would be a sure thing. If there was a real competition, what would be the point? He's like a cheat in the game, completely overpowered. This kid is really a genius. I've been a fan of Chanbao for so long, and this kid can do everything, all at a genius level. He's literally walking cheat code. The one who gets him will own the world. When this kid grows up, he's going to be incredibly amazing. Forget waiting till he grows up, even now he's amazing. By the time he's an adult, he'll be straight up deified. Darn, there are truly many talented people in the common folk. My worldview has shattered. I've never seen such incredible archery. When I saw that there was a fly on the arrowhead, I instantly knelt down. My roommate asked me why I knelt. Then I beat them up, making them kneel as well. Xian is God forever. Simply all-round talented, constantly refreshing my worldview. He's too amazing. I've never seen someone like this in this world. It should be like the mighty river flows from heaven. Truly a celestial person come down to earth. We mere mortals, we're truly admiring, very admiring. Yichon looked at the barrage of messages appearing one by one on the screen, feeling profoundly astonished inside. Although she didn't know much about archery, hearing everyone say how terrifying it was and remembering the scene just now when Yeshuan shot the fly made her feel uncomfortable. Then, after interacting with the audience and fans for a few words, she went off-stream, running out of the boxing club to her car, leaving the fans filled with reluctance and attempts to persuade her to stay. As soon as she got in the car, Yichon pinched Yeshuan's nose and questioned, "Little brother, when did you learn archery, and you're so good at it? You scared me to death when you suddenly shot at that Hong Sha earlier. I was really afraid you'd hurt him." The sisters also gave Yeshuan a glance full of reproach and added in unison, "Indeed, little brother, you scared us half to death. That bow and arrow, if it really hit someone, it could easily result in death. I have practiced with the bow and arrows for such a long time, and I wouldn't dare shoot that way. Little brother, you're really bold. What if you make a mistake?" I'm still trembling with fear thinking about it. My palms are sweating cold sweat, my heart tightens. Yeshuan chuckled secretly inside. With the system, how could anything go wrong? After all, he had the equivalent of external assistance. However, this matter couldn't be disclosed, so he rephrased it, saying, "Previously, I used to play with bows, but they were wooden ones my dad made. I often took them out to shoot birds. As I played more, I became really accurate. Although this bow differs from a wooden bow, the methods should be similar. After shooting twice, I quickly adapted. It was intended to scare that guy. Why did he have to talk so rudely?" Upon hearing his words, the elder sisters felt enlightened. They were also deeply touched by Yeshuan doing this to get revenge for them. "You brat, you're worthy of our affection. From now on, tell sister if there's something you want to eat. Sister will buy it for you. And toys or anything else, you can tell us." Although it was quite dangerous before, fortunately, nothing bad happened. Scaring that Hong Sha into the state he was, it felt incredibly satisfying. Yes, I feel my whole body is clear and relaxed now. Great job, little brother." Listening to the sister's praise, Yeshuan didn't say much. Leaning against the seat, he looked out the window, recalling Hong Sha's expression earlier, couldn't help but chuckle slightly. After returning home, Yichon took out her phone to check the backend data of the previous livestream. Only when she calmed down did she notice that during the livestream, where third sister Yexine demonstrated archery, the data broke records, seemingly better than when she broadcasted herself. Noticing this, Yichon thought for a moment and pulled third sister Yexine aside before she returned to the room. "Third sister, how about you introduce some self-defense knowledge and let me handle the live streaming for you? The fans love you so much." Hearing this, third sister Yexine arched an eyebrow. Being liked was definitely pleasing, so she nodded. "Alright, then I'll casually teach some self-defense techniques." Saying that, she stood up and led Yichon into the gym, intending to broadcast live from there. On the way, Yichon had already turned on the live stream. The viewers swarmed in immediately, and the number of watchers soared to tens of millions. Inside, Yichon was moved too. She pointed the phone towards herself and greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm already back home." Seeing Yichon, the audience was extremely excited, which could be observed through their barrage of comments. Chanbao, another broadcast started. I was just about to go to work, darn it. I'll have to take leave again today. I thought Chanbao wouldn't broadcast again today. It scared me to death. I'll start with a super like, warming up for our Chanbao. Brothers, be quick, I'll also add a super like. Atmosphere team, come on over and get the live stream bumped to the homepage's top pin. Chanbao looks great in this sportswear. Super moderator, I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Yeshuan glanced at the barrage of comments and smiled slightly, then turned her head and saw that third sister Yeshuan had already prepared. Without hesitation, she shifted the camera towards her. Today, we're going to livestream third sister. Let her introduce everyone to some self-defense techniques. Listen carefully. Third sister is a martial arts master, and her self-defense skills are quite formidable. The audience got interested upon hearing this, all expressing their eagerness to learn a move or two. Yeshuan was stretching her body and warming up by twisting her waist and shaking her hands. When she noticed the camera pointed at her, she gave a sweet smile, then warmly waved and greeted the audience. Hello everyone. It's now self-defense time. Since this is a live broadcast, we must take care of your feelings, so this time I will teach you a gender-neutral set of self-defense moves. These self-defense techniques were learned from the military, combined with various countries' self-defense methods, plus a little bit of my own understanding, adjusted into a cohesive system. Its practicality is very good, so rest assured, I won't teach you any useless fancy moves. If by chance, in the future, any cute ones among you encounter trouble, though I do hope this never happens, useless self-defense could only backfire. I won't make videos that might injure you, so I'll only teach you truly practical self-defense techniques. Alright, let me first tell you what to do when you face an assailant choking your neck or pressing a knife against your back. But before that, let me say something. For those often seen but ineffective self-defense techniques on the internet, I highly recommend not learning them. Chapter 341, Live Streaming Lesson. I've seen a lot of self-defense techniques, and many of his moves are not standard. For example, when someone is held at knife point with the blade against their back, they say you should reach back to grab the knife, turn around, and counterattack. I do not recommend this action in any way. There are 3 reasons for this. 1. When you attempt to take the knife, remember that you're using your weaker hand while the attacker is using their dominant hand. A person holding a knife has a firm grip, so it's impossible to simply grab the knife away like in those videos. Moreover, using your weaker hand will limit your strength even if you manage to grab the knife. In the end, you might only enrage the attacker, leading to irreversible harm. Secondly, there's the issue of reaction and posture. If the attacker has a knife pressed against your back, they will always have the first chance to act. You can't afford to be reckless in such a situation. The misleading videos out there show people taking knives from attackers, which seems malicious and completely disregards human life. In reality, once you move, the attacker could easily stab you before you even begin the turning motion. Even someone trained cannot perform such a maneuver easily. A mistake would cost you your life, which is why I don't suggest trying this approach. Finally, third point, it's about the environment. Attackers usually strike in dark alleys or places where there's poor visibility and few people around, or similar scenarios like dim alleyways. When transitioning from a well-lit area to a dark alley, your vision temporarily adjusts poorly, leaving you unable to see your surroundings clearly. This situation makes resisting more dangerous because Yeshuan was listening intently as her older sister spoke confidently and articulately. When it came to teaching, Yeshuan's older sister was indeed professional, speaking clearly with strong logic, never wasting words. Not only did Yeshuan become absorbed, but so did the livestream viewers who started discussing enthusiastically. Wow, a national martial arts master really knows what they're talking about. The marketing videos we've seen earlier were complete nonsense compared to the solid points Zinsis just made. Full of practical knowledge, loving it. No wonder she's considered a master. Wait, doesn't that mean if an attacker holds you with a knife at your back, there's no way out? What are you rushing for? Sister Yeshuan hasn't begun explaining yet. She's just correcting misconceptions. Agreed. Some people just like to argue without fully hearing things through. Let's ignore them. Let's continue watching. She's about to start teaching. Alright, now that we've gone over common misunderstandings, please take note so you don't forget later on. Next up, teaching time. First off, given what I've mentioned before about being held at knife point with the blade to your back, I'll provide you all with several solutions. After finishing her explanation, Yeshuan took a sip of tea to clear her throat and then returned to her phone. She stood sideways, simulating a scenario where a criminal held a knife to her back. Alright, now imagine I'm being held hostage by a criminal with a knife against my back. I'm going to teach flexible girls a method. It's actually quite simple. High knees with your toes targeting the attacker's shoulder. See, you want to strike whichever shoulder holds the weapon. Do it quickly and forcefully, since the shoulders contain acupressure points and muscles that can weaken their grip. After kicking, immediately free yourself from their other arm that may be choking you. With that, you've successfully broken free. Then, use self-defense techniques to subdue them and call the police. Yeshuan demonstrated by lifting her leg high and striking above her shoulder before lowering it again. The audience began chatting excitedly after seeing her demonstration. Impressive. That could work. Short women could hit the criminal's shoulder just right. What if I'm 170 centimeters tall and facing a 160 centimeters attacker? True, there are some limitations here. Not everyone can kick high enough, and it requires good flexibility. If you can kick their shoulder, why not aim higher and kick their face directly? It would hurt them more. Are you stupid? Kicking their face might hurt them, but they'll still have the strength to stab you, showing you red-soaked blade afterward. Alright, we've covered the pitfalls, and everyone remembers these. Now onto the lessons part. Given the situation of having a dagger pressed against your back, here are some solutions. Yeshuan said this, and then raised her cup to drink some tea, before returning to demonstrate further. As soon as her demonstration was shown, it sparked lively discussions among the crowd. Haha, that's right. Kicking the shoulder can make the attacker temporarily lose strength in their hand. Even if you don't kick well, it can disrupt their balance and allow you to break free quickly to use the 18 styles of Awe. Ha, hold on. Sister Yeshuan hasn't finished yet. There are some bugs now, but just wait and see. Yeshuan noticed everyone's comments and also felt that there were too many uncertain factors, making it hard to implement. At this moment, after putting her leg down, Yeshuan still stood sideways and stretched her hands before continuing. Alright, let's talk about boys next. Lifting knees high is tough, and even some girls might be taller than attackers, making it difficult to kick the shoulder. Therefore, there is another method, and that is using your elbow to strike the attacker's arm, specifically the muscles of the arm holding the knife. That area is weak. Once hit, it causes the attacker's hand to spasm briefly, allowing you to escape their grip and prevent them from committing harm. Oh, I'll demonstrate for all of you. Like this, when being held hostage, you just strike upward with your elbow, then punch their ribs or abdomen, and you'll be able to break free from their other hand. As she spoke, Yeshuan demonstrated a set of actions, first striking the hand holding the knife so it spasms, and then hitting the other side's stomach or ribs to fully break free. To prevent other situations, Yeshuan also showcased several moves against knife-wielding attackers as well as self-defense techniques to apply after breaking free, including how to avoid the knife and take the attacker down. There were many kinds of techniques, nearly answering all the viewers' questions and perfectly resolving all flaws. This formed an impeccable process that left the audience astounded and amused at the same time. Attacker, who would have thought? I'm also watching the live stream. Attacker, understood? I've already started learning to. What if the attacker doesn't cooperate with me when it happens? Chapter 342, sign in again. Then you just beat him up with self-defense moves and make him cooperate with you. If he doesn't cooperate, hit him. I also have a question. What if the thug points a gun at my back later, like an AK? That's easy. You can just put your ID card in your mouth beforehand. Remember to drink more flower tea before so that when it is burned at the crematorium, it will smell better. Ha ha ha. All of you are really talented people. I've already learned it. I'm going to run through the streets tonight and find some thugs to test on. You're not afraid of ghosts, huh? Who would go down alleys late at night? That's too crazy. I've already taught my boyfriend. He asked me whether the thug is assigned by the country or hired personally. I just knocked my boyfriend down. He was confused about where I learned this move. Ha ha ha. I said a kick to the shoulder made his entire arm go numb. With a little more strength, it could even dislocate. I suggest everyone practice more. My boyfriend sighed in relief. Finally, he can stay home to play games instead of picking me up after work. Sister, lend me your boyfriend for 2 days. I want to use him to practice self-defense. Haha, what a shameless person. I suspect what you're practicing is some kind of moisture-proofing technique. I just taught it to my close friend. She practiced those moves, looking very excited, as if she couldn't wait for the thugs. Maybe it's now supposed to be hitting them with your butt. Don't ask, my sister says this way makes it easier to incapacitate the thug. Ha 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 ha, you guys crack me up. On the other side, Yeshuan peeked through the doorway and watched as Yeshuan smoothly performed the set of self-defense techniques, sighing deeply inside. This set of self-defense techniques was much more advanced than the one taught to him last time, though it seemed he wouldn't need to use it anyway. He glanced once, and then turned back to the living room to continue playing, but had barely walked a few steps when suddenly there was a flash of light before his eyes. Ding! Please complete the sign-in, host. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90% shares of the cinema chain. Yeshuan puckered his lips and felt no particular ripples inside. He had long grown accustomed to such things, unwilling to waste energy feeling surprised anymore. He plopped down onto the soft sofa. Just as he sat down, Sister 5, Yifei, came out of her room, pulled Yeshuan's hand, and said, "Come on, little brother, let's go watch a movie in the movie room." The villa did have a movie room, but its screen and audio equipment weren't as comfortable as the cinema. Not many people used it, so nobody cared much about it. Let's go to the cinema. The movie room screen here is too small. It's much more comfortable in the cinema, Yeshuan replied, somewhat puzzled by Sister 5's logic. Oh come on, they're all old movies. Cinemas won't schedule them. They only show at home. Yifei said helplessly. Old films didn't attract enough viewers, so tickets were rarely sold, profits were low, hence cinemas almost never scheduled them. Only after hearing this did Yeshuan understand. But recalling how he'd just obtained shares of the theater circuit, he slapped his chest confidently and said, "There is. I saw some people watching recently, so they started scheduling again." Really? Clearly skeptical, Yifei nonetheless saw Yeshuan tapping his chest with assurance and decided not to hesitate. She changed into fresh clothes, grabbed her bag, dragged Yeshuan along, and headed out in the car. While Yifei went back to change clothes, Yeshuan also made a phone call to the cinema chain and arranged several old movies to be shown. He also booked the venue exclusively. There's nothing one can do about it. This is simply the lifestyle of wealthy people, who act whimsically, monotonous yet boring. The next day, when Yeshuan woke up, it was still gray and dim outside. Since he had nothing planned for the day, he sent a message to Lu Yanran asking her to come over soon and prepare to wander around. After getting up, he took a hot shower, styled his small haircut, and then went to the living room. Fourth sister Yichan had already finished preparing breakfast, but Yeshuan didn't see her. She must have finished eating and returned to her room to take care of some business. Yeshuan didn't pay it much mind, picked up a bowl of plain noodles placed on the table, and slurped them down in a few quick bites. As they say, being young means convenience. Eating not too much fills you up nicely, keeps the body healthy, leaves one refreshed and in good spirits. After finishing the noodles, Yeshuan brewed a cup of morning tea and sat on the balcony sofa, watching the sun rise from the east and enjoying the refreshing early morning breeze. It was truly a rare moment of leisure. Not long after, Lu Yanran arrived slowly driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended. From the balcony, Yeshuan could clearly see everything, so he tidied up the teacup, opened the villa door, and slipped out. Lu Yanran had noticed Yeshuan. She had already opened the rear passenger seat and stood respectfully aside. Once Yeshuan got in the car, she returned to the driver's seat and slowly drove out. As soon as they left the villa area, she turned to Yeshuan and said, "Master, I might have a school reunion today. In that case, let's go together. Anyway, I don't have anything to do." Yeshuan gave an immediate response, since he truly had nothing going on. If he did, he wouldn't be driving around aimlessly. Yes, good idea. Then let's go now. Lu Yanran was clearly delighted. She turned the steering wheel, guiding the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended onto another road. They moved slowly along, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of a 2-star hotel. The hotel's entrance featured a large parking lot. Lu Yanran didn't bother with the underground parking and simply parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended in a less conspicuous spot. Then, she led Yeshuan directly to the 3rd floor of the hotel. Following a message from her classmates on her phone, they located the private room. As soon as they entered the room, a cacophony of sounds hit them immediately. A group of young people dressed fashionably sat chatting merrily on the sofas inside the private room, their laughter filling the air. Tea aroma mixed with cigarette smoke, mingling with the cool air from the air conditioner, giving the room a lively atmosphere that didn't feel too suffocating. Upon seeing the door open, several pairs of curious eyes were immediately drawn toward them. Upon recognizing Lu Yanran, they immediately gathered around, warmly welcoming her and Yeshuan onto the sofa. Voices started ringing out. Wow, girls really change after 18. Lu Yanran was our school flower back in the day, and now she's more beautiful than ever. Just dazzling, making us commoners hesitant to look straight. Hee hee, among all of us classmates, the one who's done best is our school flower Lu Yanran. Now you're already the director at Huaxia Bank, earning in a year what would take me 10 years. Truly admirable. That's right, the director of Huaxia Bank. That's no small feat. Hey, Yanran, are you married yet? Your child seems so big already. Why didn't you tell us? Chapter 343, Class Reunion. Right? Your kids should be around 7 or 8 years old already. How? 7 or 8 years ago? Back then, we were still in school, right, Yanran Lu? You couldn't have possibly. You guys are implying that it shouldn't be her younger brother, right, Yanran? Anyway, speaking of your outfit, it's from a big brand. Impressive. That's the kind of vibe a director gives. To be honest, I'm really impressed with Yanran Lu. At such a young age, she's already the director at Huaxia Bank. With how things are going, who knows what high position she might reach. That's true. In the future, if we ever need help, Director Big Beauty Queen, please lend us a hand and show some favor. After all, we're old classmates. We should support each other more, right? This bond between us has lasted for years. Hee hee, when I get married, please come over to celebrate with a glass of congratulatory wine. Sure. Just give me a call, and as long as there's nothing pressing, I'll definitely show up. Yanran Lu sat on the couch greeting everyone with a smile. As people praised her accomplishments, she didn't say much but quietly listened, occasionally nodding and exchanging polite words. Not too long after, the door to the private room opened again, and a girl dressed in designer clothing and carrying an LV bag appeared. Upon seeing her, someone whispered, "Hey, it's Lei Yin. She's no ordinary person. I heard she is currently serving as the general manager at Huanglong Holding Group Company, Limited. Absolutely incredible. General manager at Huanglong Holding Group?" Upon hearing this, the group's faces lit up with astonishment. Then, they rushed over to flatter her, immediately changing their prior fawning demeanor toward Yanran Lu. Without even glancing back at Yanran Lu, they left her and Yeshuan alone on the sofa. Seeing this, Yanran Lu sighed softly, clearly feeling helpless. Yeshuan also felt helpless and sighed inwardly. This was the current state of class reunions. Flattery went to whoever had power. Everyone showed off how well they were doing. It was almost comical, since none of them were truly extraordinary figures. Yet they acted as if they were important. Though even just being the general manager of a holding company seemed enough to impress these ordinary folks. Oh my goodness, Ms. Lei has arrived. Long time no see among old classmates. Our Lei Yin now surely is the best performing one among us all. General manager at Huanglong Holding Group Company, Limited. Amazing indeed. Ms. Lei, general manager. Ms. Lei, this LV bag is stunning. Every piece you wear is a famous brand, worthy of a general manager like you. You're so capable. At such a young age, you're already a general manager, with a limitless future ahead of you, a bright path. Compared to someone like me, just a nobody, it's truly admirable. The annual salary of our Ms. Lei probably equals several decades of mine. Sigh, this is what we call a gap. Ms. Lei probably earns shares, with yearly dividends reaching millions. I must admit, she's extraordinarily capable. I predicted during school days that Lei Yin would achieve great things. Look, how accurately my prediction came true, and she's achieved something significant as the general manager at Huanglong Holding Group. That's true. Our Lei Yin not only possesses beauty that could outshine the moon and embarrass flowers, but also became a general manager at a young age. Both beautiful and capable, she's a perfect person. One can only imagine who will be lucky enough to marry her. Such an excellent person is rare indeed. Exactly, a person as outstanding as Ms. Lei will certainly join the upper class through marriage to a prominent family. And besides, which nobody could possibly match our esteemed Ms. Lei. You're absolutely right. Out of all our classmates, only Lei Yin is both attractive and exceptional. If she doesn't marry into a wealthy family, then those families truly wouldn't know what they're missing. It's such an honor to have an outstanding person like Ms. Lei as a classmate. When I get married, I sincerely hope Ms. Lei will grace the event and support me as an old classmate. If anything happens in the future, Ms. Lei, please feel free to contact me. Within my capability, I will provide full assistance. Everyone showered Lei with compliments, dripping with servility. Lei smiled broadly, evidently pleased, saying, "It's been such a long time, old classmates. Have you all been well these past years? If you ever face difficulties, don't hesitate to let me know. Though I may not be overly capable, as a general manager, I can manage to offer some small assistance. In the future, when any of you get married, just invite me, and I'll be sure to show up for support." This outfit and this LV bag aren't very expensive. They were gifts from friends. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of this style. I'm merely trying it out, but surprisingly, it does suit me quite well. There are still a lot of these clothes at home. I don't bother wearing them usually. If anyone wants them, I can give them away. They're all new, with the tags still on. To tell the truth, becoming the general manager is all down to good luck. I just happened to catch the chairman's eye, and he handed over the branch company for me to manage. Honestly, I was quite reluctant. After all, I'm so young and lack experience. But the chairman insisted that I take up the position as general manager. Sigh, there wasn't much I could do about it. There's no choice but to try it out. Most of the time, there isn't much to do anyway. Just sitting in the office watching dramas or having afternoon tea and going shopping with friends, and the day passes by like this. Speaking of money, I earn an average amount. The company's profits are decent. Every year, I get dividends of 2 to 3 million yuan. Still, it barely covers my expenses. Investments alone have caused many losses. Phew, let's not talk about such mundane things anymore. It's hard for old classmates to gather like this. Let's chat about something else instead. Lei Yin was brimming with satisfaction. This feeling of being surrounded and flattered was absolutely delightful. And she subtly flexed her superiority while appearing casually dropping hints about her job, daily life, and current assets, all while seeming extremely humble. The classmates around her naturally understood the underlying bragging in her words. But what could they say? She truly had every right to boast. After hearing her boasting, each person couldn't help but feel envious. Just her annual dividend of 2 to 3 million made people green with envy. Thus, everyone treated her even more respectfully. Some people were simply like this. When standing before those more accomplished than themselves, a deep sense of inferiority crept in from their bones. This inferiority made their speech hesitant and their behavior rigid. They didn't act relaxed or friendly like it was a typical old classmates reunion. But it seemed Lei greatly enjoyed seeing them acting so timidly. Chapter 344, Get Lost. In the company of many, she elegantly and gracefully approached the sofa to prepare for tea. But as soon as she arrived, she saw Yanran Lu and Xianyi. Instantly, her face flashed a trace of displeasure, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a roaching smile. Because during their schooling days, they had some friction, and she deeply resented and envied everyone treating Yanran Lu as the school beauty. Moreover, her grades weren't as good as Yanran Lu's, so she often vied with Yanran Lu overtly and covertly. Yanran Lu also found Lei particularly annoying. During school, she often ignored Lei because they shared the same dormitory and would frequently sneer at each other indirectly. Although they never directly confronted each other harshly, their mutual grudge was evident, and neither one had forgotten the resentment after all these years, disliking each other equally. However, since this was a class reunion, naturally they had to exchange pleasantries. So Lei approached Lei with a smiling face and greeted her. It's been such a long time, Yanran. You are getting more and more beautiful. I heard that you now work in Huaxia Bank, and you're even a director, truly impressive. As for me, running my small company as a general manager doesn't yield much profit annually. But if I ever have deposits, I will definitely need your help to manage them. The implication of these words was clear to Yanran Lu. Isn't she treating Yanran like a money-obsessed little maid? Internally scoffing, she was utterly unkind, responding expressionlessly. I don't accept small deposits anymore these days. With this single sentence, she retaliated, making Lei Yin's face fall immediately. The surrounding crowd was shocked too. After all, everyone knew Yanran Lu as the famous cold beauty who had some issues with Lei Yin. Still, speaking such words on an occasion like this was inappropriate. Hence, someone hurried to ease the tension. Hee, Yanran is as humorous as always. Working in the bank for long has indeed expanded the view on money. I fully understand that. Yes, as the director of Huaxia Bank, surely daily clients include chairmen, involving tens of millions to billions. Thus, dealing with mere millions feels different, so don't mind it, please. Come, Lei Yin, sit here, have a cup of tea. Are all of us present? If so, let's start serving the dishes. I'll check. Yes, everyone is here, serve the food. Even though someone tried to ease the tension, Lei Yin sat furrowed with a scowl across from Yanran Lu at a distance and muttered discontentedly. The last time I ate at an airport restaurant, the bill included a few $100s for just a bowl of noodles. I was astonished. Why should an ordinary bowl of noodles cost so much? So, I asked the waiter, who arrogantly responded in a contemptuous tone that if I couldn't afford it, I shouldn't have come there. This puzzled me. Why did an airport restaurant server feel superior like that? Later, I realized he thought he owned the place. After she finished, everyone laughed awkwardly. It was obvious. This statement indirectly criticized Yanran Lu for acting as if the Huaxia Bank belonged to her. Naturally, Yanran Lu understood the insinuation but was unwilling to bicker further with Lei Yin. She continued eating sunflower seeds indifferently. Lei Yin noticed Yanran ignoring her as before, increasing her inner rage several-fold. However, with so many people around, she restrained herself and started chatting with others. At this point, the hot dishes were served by a few waiters, filling up the entire round table over several trips. Seeing the dishes and wine all set, everyone took their seats. Lei Yin was welcomed to the main seat, while Yanran Lu occupied the second position. This arrangement made Lei Yin proud, diminishing some of her anger. As for Yanran Lu, she didn't care about such formalities, worrying only whether Yisu might be uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yisu seemed unconcerned. These individuals were unaware of his identity, and he preferred not to disclose it anyway. He considered sitting at the main seat or the secondary seat irrelevant. Relieved, Yanran Lu sighed in relief, then picked up her chopsticks to eat and served Yisu quite a bit of food. During the meal, Lei Yin noticed Yisu and seized the opportunity to subtly insult her. Yanran, your child is already so big. Were you pregnant in your teens? Why haven't you told us? No wonder back in school when so many people pursued you, you refused them all. Turns out, you were already taken. Yanran Lu felt infuriated upon hearing this. It tarnished someone else's innocence and reputation. Before she could retort, the group clarified. No, you've got it wrong, Lei Yin. That's Yanran Lu's younger brother, not her child. Otherwise, getting pregnant at just over 10 years old would be too much for such a young body to handle. Yes, Yanran's little brother is quite adorable, a handsome guy in the making. Just imagine how many girls he'll charm when he grows up. The kid's sister was quite popular back in school, but no one could win her affection. So, little brother, will you grow up and aim to sweep all the beauties of the school off their feet? This kid has potential. Change girlfriends once a week. Too short-sighted. With that face, he should change them daily. What are you all talking about? Don't corrupt this young boy. Yeah, you're all behaving improperly. Listen, young man, you should only have one girlfriend. Buy her flowers, cakes, rings, bags, and love her forever. You treat him like an ATM. No, listen to me, kid. When girls chase after you later on, neither agree nor refuse them. Keep them hanging. They'll then treat you well by buying gifts and breakfast. Stop right there. What nonsense are you teaching him? Be careful, or Yanran might hold you accountable. We're joking. By the way, I heard last time that you and your husband divorced. Weren't you two doing fine? Why did you divorce? What actually happened? Ugh, don't even get me started. That guy was a full-blown mama's boy. You wouldn't believe it. He'd ask his mom about everything. And both he and his mom had no boundaries. I simply couldn't stand it anymore. His mom was always right, and I was always wrong. It sickened me completely. What? Is this actually real? I thought these kinds of stories were made up online, but mama's boys really do exist. Isn't that gross? A man without any initiative. What else can you call it but spineless? Anyway, I'd never go for such a man. Pick me. I'm not spineless. I beat my wife every day, very manly. Go bother someone else. Chapter 345, Rolls-Royce. The meal didn't last long and ended amidst laughter. Everyone had plans in the afternoon, so they wouldn't go for tea, play cards, karaoke, or clubbing. They discussed gathering again when they were free next year to have fun. Lu Yanran originally didn't intend to join their activities. After eating, she went downstairs and led Yisu straight to an inconspicuous corner of the parking lot. Lei Yin's car was parked prominently at the entrance of the hotel, and everyone noticed it as soon as they came down. It was a domestically produced Maserati, priced at around 1 million yuan after taxes, which was indeed a luxury car for the group. For a moment, all were astonished and full of flattering words. President Lei is President Lei, a Maserati. This car is really good. I own a 9-hand Otomi, and I don't even dare to drive it out. Lei Yin truly has skills. This car must cost over 1 million yuan. It's admirable. I can't even afford a car, let alone buy it on installment. I'm genuinely impressed. A luxury car is a luxury car. Look at the texture of the body. It's excellent, exuding nobility. It suits President Lei perfectly. Luxury cars match beauties, successful in career. President Lei is truly a winner in life. I don't know if I will ever be able to afford a Maserati. President Lei said bye and just bought it outright. Truly enviable. Listening to the flattery, Lei Yin's heart was already blooming with joy. She also generously opened the door to show everyone what the car looked like inside, opening their eyes. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version slowly drove towards them. Everyone noticed this vehicle. Those who recognized it knew its worth. Those who didn't also knew about the brand Rolls-Royce and its starting value of millions. My god, a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Extended edition too. What kind of person is this? This. I am seeing this luxury car for the first time. Do we even have such luxury cars in our Jingling? I've never seen any. This is too cool. 200 million yuan car. Oh my goodness, what kind of person can afford this and still come here? It left me stunned. Too stylish, brimming with authority. Lei Yin's face hung with shock. Despite being a general manager who usually greets CEOs, she'd never seen such an expensive car before. She exclaimed, "This car is for tycoons only. Heaven, what kind of person is this?" Just as she finished speaking, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition stopped in front of everyone. Lu Yanran lowered the window, waved at her old classmates, and smiled, saying, "I'll go ahead, see you next time." After raising the window, she slowly drove away. A group of bewildered old classmates could do nothing but look at the back of the Rolls-Royce leaving, speechless. Each of them was regretful beyond measure. If they had known earlier, they would have built a better relationship with Lu Yanran instead of flattering Lei Yin. But no matter how they say that, who could have imagined that a director of Huaxia Bank drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition? Suddenly, they recalled Lu Yanran's previous statement, "I don't take small deposits anymore," and suddenly understood everything as if waking up from a dream. Meanwhile, Yisu sat in the car, looking at the expressions of that group through the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Whether it's because the muddied ones remain muddied while the clean ones stay clear, or simply put, had their hearts been a little clearer, they might have realized that someone who says such boasting words calmly, was she really boasting? Unfortunately, they were blinded by their desires and interests, and people like them are entirely disregarded by Yisu even if they showed great enthusiasm and flattery toward him. Even Yisu didn't want to speak to them. Suddenly, his phone buzzed and rang. Yisu took it out and found that it was Lu Yun calling. Without much thought, he answered, "Hey, Brother Yi, where are you now? We're going to barbecue on the beach soon. Brother Yi, are you coming? Everyone's there. It's quite fun to enjoy the weather." "Sure, I'll be there soon." After replying, Yisu hung up the phone. Since he had nothing better to do, it wasn't bad to barbecue at the beach. With a sunshade erected, roasting meat while watching the sea, sipping drinks under the mild salty breeze, occasionally swimming and surfing, it was truly delightful. There was naturally no reason to decline. On the other hand, under the noon sun with light, salty winds caressing, on the Jinling beach, a few luxury supercars were parked at a corner near the seaside rocks. At this time of day, there were hardly any people around, so Lu Yun and his group had casually taken over this usually most popular spot. This place was on the shaded side of the blazing sun, with many coconut trees surrounding it. The seawater that occasionally rose could barely cause any ripples due to the terrain. Naturally, it became a well-known spot, one that required claiming overnight during holidays. Although Lu Yun didn't come to the beach often with everyone else, he still knew about this. This time, he just happened to seize this perfect timing, and sure enough, there was not a single person there. It was incredibly comfortable. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly chase others away, right? Sure, they could throw money around, but there was no need for that. Various wealthy young masters and ladies surrounded Lu Yun as soon as they unloaded everything from the trunk, all eagerly looking at Lu Yun. Lu Yun put his phone away at this moment, glanced at everyone's expectant faces, and smiled faintly, saying, "All right, brother, you will be here soon. Let's get ready." The rich young masters and aristocratic young ladies all felt relieved upon hearing Lu Yun's words. After all, such an interesting event wouldn't be the same without Yisu anchoring the scene. With Yisu on his way, everyone stopped procrastinating and started preparing immediately. Lu Yun also got busy, taking out the instructions for the modular barbecue grill to take a look. This barbecue grill was specially made a few days ago. It came in pieces, consisting of a total of 36 parts made of stainless steel, which could be assembled without a single screw, making it extremely convenient for carrying and cleaning. However, putting it together was somewhat complicated. Although it wasn't some intricate mortise and tenon structure, the different parts scattered all over the place were quite annoying, and it would be impossible to assemble without checking the manual. Chapter 346, Grabbing Clothes. After Lu Yun roughly took a look, he had a pretty good idea and began to give orders. He commanded the group of young masters to assemble the pieces together, and in a short time, a complete barbecue rack appeared. "Hey, I said that the rack should be turned over. You guys wouldn't have been able to assemble it until night if you hadn't listened to Brother Yun." "Brother Yun, is the instruction manual upside down? The words don't seem reversed to me. It's strange." "Haha, Brother Yun is also talented. Everything was installed backwards, almost making the barbecue rack look like something completely different. To say that the maker of these parts is also a talent, they can actually be assembled backwards. This made me laugh so hard. Check it out. Make sure there are no issues, otherwise when Brother Yi comes, and it blows up while eating, that would be quite embarrassing. Is this thing even capable of exploding? Didn't you see? One side is for barbecuing, the other side is for frying meat. That area needs to be checked if it's ventilated properly, and with the battery, or else with high temperature, it might explode. We need to check it." Lu Yun stood on the side dumbfounded, his face blackened. This instruction manual didn't know who created it, but it was entirely wrong, according to which assembling would be akin to repairing a stove where the pot is facing downwards requiring the opposite cooking process. Not only does it question normality, Key point is, the object assembled backwards really could be installed. Truly remarkable. What kind of hellish instructions are these? It's giving me a headache. Lu Yun muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the busy backs of the young masters before turning to head to the other side. Over here, amidst a group of young ladies were sprinkled several young gentlemen, slicing meat and vegetables, their movements inexperienced as they threaded onto the metal skewers. Seeing their cautious, fearful demeanor lest they hurt themselves, Lu Yun felt speechless. There were even those wearing manicures who spent half a day threading a single skewer, holding a delicate finger position all the while the meat was being squished. You're treating this like creating artwork. Spend half a day threading only half a plate. When Brother Yi arrives, do we eat sand instead? Lu Yun approached with a joke, then picked up the skewers himself, threading pieces of raw fish and donkey meat. Because of the plan, they intended to straighten the slices, which meant placing them flat from head to toe without folding. This style of preparation made it easier to barbecue and season more evenly, but was more difficult. Easy to mess up the meat. The moment Lu Yun touched the skewers, his facial expression changed dramatically. His nerves tightened immediately. Seeing this, several young ladies smirked at the corner of their lips and shouted, "Oh dear, I thought we had a barbecue god come by. Turns out it's my poor eyes playing tricks on me." Speaking of handicrafts, none of us dare compare with Brother Yun. See Brother Yun's state. That skill takes more than a decade to refine. Brother Yun, tell me, is there anyone foolish enough to believe it's so easy to thread this meat? Right, Brother Yun? Well, let's not bother Brother Yun. Any flaws once these artworks are done would ruin its exhibition value. After all, they're painstakingly produced by Brother Yun. Lu Yun's lips twitched repeatedly after hearing their words, originally thinking that threading some slices of meat wouldn't be too difficult, but never imagined it required circus-level skill. Such thin slices demanding a straight pass gave him headaches. Hours passed, and no piece of fish meat managed to get through, breaking midway each time. Annoyed, Lu Yun grabbed a bunch of fish slices in wave-like patterns, and within moments threaded an entire plate effortlessly. Seeing this, the young ladies mocked with sarcastic tones. "Oh dear, someone is getting nervous now. I wouldn't touch that plate if I were you. Cooked unevenly. It might cause diarrhea." Brother Yun, listen to your sister's advice. Young people mustn't be hasty. You ought to try fishing practice. Really, isn't someone getting agitated because they can't do it? Didn't I hear someone saying earlier we're creating art crafts? If unable to thread, just say it. We won't ridicule you. Go ahead and try the vegetables instead. Huh, Brother Yun? Yes, Brother Yun, among family. There's nothing to be shy about. Simply speak up if you cannot manage it. We'll all help think of solutions. At most, let's try eggplants. With a grimace, Lu Yun shrunk in the corner, momentarily speechless. At the same time, Yeshuan sat in the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom's rear seat, gazing through the tinted windows at the outside scenery passing by, lost in thoughts though seeming bored. Suddenly, Lu Yunran's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Armani's manager. Without hesitation, she pressed the hands-free button. "Hello, is this Secretary Lu?" "Hello, it's me." "Ah, hello. The few sets of costumes Mr. Yi ordered previously have already been completed. I wonder when you will have time to pick them up." After hearing the call, Lu Yunran turned her head to take a glance at Yeshuan. Seeing him nod, she replied, "All right, we'll come pick them up immediately." After finishing the call, she hung up and made a turn with the steering wheel, driving the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom down another road. Moving slowly, they arrived at the Armani flagship store in about 10 minutes. The Armani manager had been waiting early at the door. As soon as he saw Yeshuan and Lu Yunran getting out of the car, he hurriedly greeted them with respect, warmly saying, "The visit from Mr. Yi is an honor for our humble shop. Secretary Lu is also becoming more beautiful day by day. Welcome. Please come inside. Tea has already been prepared. Feel free to relax before looking at the clothes." With that, he gestured for them to please enter, leading Yeshuan and Lu Yunran into the store. The service staff were already prepared, standing neatly in a row. After bowing together, they all welcomed Yeshuan. "Welcome, Mr. Yi, to Armani flagship store. All of us employees will wholeheartedly serve you." Initially, they had resisted treating a child so respectfully, but after their manager hinted at some background information about Yeshuan, their attitude changed dramatically, and they became fiery in their welcome. Yeshuan didn't pay much attention to them, merely nodded, and followed the manager's lead to sit on a sofa. On the table were 2 cups of premium Tiguanyan tea, whose aroma wafted through even under the lid. Lu Yunran, noticing this, took the teaware from the tray and reheated the tea several times, ensuring it wasn't too hot before placing it carefully in front of Yeshuan. Yeshuan didn't hesitate to drink it with his leg crossed over the other, savoring it thoroughly before giving a slight nod. The manager stood humbly nearby, too intimidated to even breathe loudly, his face full of smiles. When Yeshuan finished his first cup of tea and relaxed slightly, the manager finally dared to speak respectfully. "Mr. Yi, please sit, have a cup of tea and rest. I'll have someone bring the clothes over for your review. If anything isn't suitable, don't hesitate to mention it. We'll modify it immediately to ensure it meets your satisfaction." Chapter 347, This much money? After saying this, he gave a slight bow twice and then trotted over to the counter. He instructed a few words to the waiter. Not long after, 3 waiters each carried an exquisite gift box and placed them on the coffee table. They opened the lid of the gift boxes in front of Yeshuan. Yeshuan glanced at it once. These 3 sets of suits were black jacket with white inner shirt, red jacket with flaxen inner shirt, blue jacket with gray inner shirt respectively. Each collar had a butterfly knot matching the color of its outer jacket. It looked nice, though the fabric quality remained unknown. Thinking about this, he put down his crossed legs and leaned forward a foot towards the coffee table. He picked up the black suit, touched it, and examined it. He noticed that when the suit moved, there was a faint glint of light, but yet it did not appear to have anything shiny added onto it. Quite peculiar. At this moment, the manager quickly introduced, "Mr. Yi, these 3 sets of suits are made using this Sekabeo superfine wool fabric produced by a famous British fabric company. This is currently the best fabric available. Amongst them, they contain trace amounts of diamond powder and gold to create a fabric with glossy sheen. Hence, its own appearance reflects luster with movement. The wool material brings both high-end formality and warmth compatibility. Its heavy silk and lightweight smoothness allow for fluid lines created from various material combinations through characteristic craftsmanship. In such a sweltering summer, This fabric makes everything ultra lightweight and breathable, enhancing comfort while also luxurious and intricate. The manager's professional vocabulary came across clearly, and indeed the material was excellent. Subsequently, looking at Yeshuan hesitantly, he asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think about this fabric? Are there any inappropriate places in the design? While feeling the suit material, Yeshuan was inwardly shocked by this sense of comfort. Indeed, more expensive items are somewhat better. Right away, he put on the coat to feel the lightness and breathability, as well as the perfectly fitting size, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he took off the outerwear and put it back into the gift box, standing up and saying to the manager, All right, very good, we'll go ahead with this. The manager immediately nodded and signaled to the waiter carrying the black gift box. The waiter immediately understood. Folding the black suit, Yeshuan tried on neatly inside the gift box with white-gloved hands as if it had never been taken out before, showing no disarray. Just as he was about to close the cover, suddenly, a thick voice full of regional accent came from the store entrance. Hey boss, how much for the clothes? My kid has to attend the school ceremony. Do you have kid sizes? Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A man dressed in a suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and holding a small leather wallet, entered, whether a bureaucrat or businessman, unsure. Behind him followed a child about Yeshuan's size, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle and missing a front tooth. After entering the shop and shouting, the middle-aged man looked left and right, and seeing the manager next to Yeshuan, he walked over and fixed his eyes on the gift box. Then he glanced at the manager and asked, Are you the manager? This suit is pretty good, right? Can I buy it? How much? The manager paused, not expecting the man to be so lacking in perceptiveness. It was clear that this was someone else's clothing. Why would one ask like that? That's just absurd nonsense. Even though he thought this, on the surface, he still maintained a smile, rubbing his hands together, and said, Sorry sir, this suit is custom made for this gentleman here, and thus cannot be sold. If you want to buy a suit, I can have the sales guy show you around and pick some options. It seemed as if the middle-aged man didn't hear what the manager had said, still gazing thoughtfully at the suit. Then he asked Yeshuan and Lu Yanran. This suit is indeed attractive. Big sis, could you sell me one? You've already got 3 pieces. Maybe I can get one for my kid to attend the school ceremony. He mistook Lu Yanran for Yeshuan's parental guardian or something similar. However, to the outside world, Yeshuan and Lu Yanran did look likely to be in that kind of relationship. Right after the middle-aged man finished speaking, the manager grabbed him, constantly gesturing wildly with raised eyebrows, leaving the middle-aged man thoroughly confused, full of question marks in his head. At this time, Yeshuan's phone rang again. Yeshuan saw the words Lu Yun on the call notification, realizing Lu Yun had called to expedite things. Thus, without hesitation, he signaled Lu Yanran with a glance, completely ignoring the middle-aged man as he stood up and left. Lu Yanran understood immediately. She picked up the 3 not-so-big gift boxes, and without uttering a word, followed Yeshuan towards the door. Seeing this, the manager hurriedly followed along and saw Yeshuan off all the way until he boarded a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Afterward, he returned inside the store. The middle-aged man from out of town felt somewhat embarrassed that the people he was addressing didn't even acknowledge him before leaving. He also recalled how the manager had pulled him aside and winked at him earlier, which left him quite puzzled. However, he did not ask much further. Instead, he looked at the manager and said, Can your suits be custom-made? I would like to have one custom-made for my child as well. The manager nodded with a smile, replying, Yes, sir, we can custom-make them. However, to order this set requires asset verification. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter, but there was also a tinge of displeasure in his voice, though it wasn't very noticeable. You folks sure are interesting. To order a suit, what's a few money, yet you need to verify assets. The manager smirked slightly, unapologetically stating, Sir, that set is 3 million yuan. At this, the expression on the face of the middle-aged man froze like spoiled milk. He became completely dumbfounded, standing rooted to the spot. After a brief pause, he finally stammered incredulously, 3 million? Those 3 sets earlier, each was 3 million. The manager nodded again, thoroughly pleased with the man's stunned reaction, smiling as he said, Yes, each set is 3 million. 3 sets amount to over 9 million yuan, almost reaching 10 million. Son of a bitch. Out of habit, the middle-aged man blurted out an oath, unconsciously stepping back 2 steps. His eyes were wide open with shock, and even his child was surprised at seeing him like this, pulling on his pants urgently asking, Dad, what's wrong with you? But at this moment, the middle-aged man had no time to attend to his child. Stuttering while staring at the manager, he said, that. Who is that big sister then? It's not that big sister. The manager sighed inwardly, understanding why the man was confused. Most ordinary people wouldn't think a teenager could possess such wealth. Calming down, he introduced solemnly. Chapter 348, Barbecue. The so-called big sister you were talking about is Secretary Lu. She is the secretary to the little kid standing next to her. I'm sure you must have heard of Dinglong Group. That child is none other than the chairman of Dinglong Group, Chairman Yi. This is precisely why I held you back earlier. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man from out of town was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open and mouth gaping in astonishment. His face was filled with sheer amazement. Being someone who moves in certain circles, he naturally knew a thing or two about these matters. With years of experience, he knew more about Dinglong Group than he did about which grade his child attended. But what he could never have imagined was that the leader of this intimidating enterprise group was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. Or perhaps it was an adult whose body hadn't fully developed. Or maybe it was some kind of anti-aging miracle. He didn't know the specifics, but one thing he did know was that he had almost acted recklessly toward the chairman of Dinglong Group. Fortunately, the manager had stopped him before he could push further. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The weight carried by the title, Chairman of Dinglong Group, would be clear as day to anyone with normal thinking, especially since he himself ran in certain circles. This kind of shock was akin to being a teacher, even the head teacher for several classes and grades, where all the students feared and respected you. Any orders you gave for tasks like classroom cleanups, homework assignments, moving chairs, or carrying books were followed without question. Students would do them all without complaint, saving any dissatisfaction for behind closed doors. No one dared speak up against you directly. Then one day, you give an order to a student only for them to completely ignore you and walk away. You're just about to forcefully pursue your demand when another teacher informs you that this student is actually the Education Bureau director, there for an inspection. In an instant, your scalp tingles, as if struck by thunder. You feel like falling into a deep freeze, wave after wave of cold washing over you. That was exactly how the middle-aged man felt now, completely shaken and lost in a stupor, unable to utter a single word. On the other side, after Yeshuan got into the car, Lu Yanran pressed the start button. The Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version emitted a sound like a sleeping dragon waking, its engine rumbling softly. After much practice, Lu Yanran's driving skills had improved significantly. Sitting in the car felt as if they weren't moving at all, devoid of any sensation of acceleration or stopping. Even the braking when parking wasn't noticeable. It was as though sitting on a couch in the living room, feeling nothing at all as you mysteriously arrive somewhere else. Such a sensation made it seem like a dream. If it weren't for the scenery continuously retreating outside the window, it might not have felt like movement at all. Yeshuan shared this sentiment as he sat in the rear seat, enjoying the stable and tranquil ride, inwardly marveling at Lu Yanran's driving ability. Though it was true the car was excellent, had another person been driving, they likely wouldn't have achieved this same smoothness. Before long, the scenery outside the window transitioned from city views with lush trees to an endless expanse of sea. Looking out, Yeshuan saw the afternoon sun casting its rays through clouds onto the crowd and reflecting brilliantly off the water's surface, rippling with tiny waves under the light breeze. A faint salty, fishy smell wafted towards him, prompting Yeshuan to lower the window to breathe in this free-spirited air deeply. For a moment, it was as if he was suspended in the air above the sea, looking around freely and feeling entirely liberated. Elsewhere, on the beach adjacent to the rocks, after a prolonged period of delicate work, the young missus finally finished skewering all the slices of meat, fish, and vegetables. Totally exhausted, they constantly shook their hands, their faces weary, muttering complaints at the rich young masters surrounding a large turtle-sized basin debating enthusiastically. Hey you bunch, didn't think of helping us even after you finished? It took all my energy to prepare so many slices. That's right, all you know is eating. We'll leave the cleanup of the trash to you later. What are you still standing around for? Come help move the skewers and start roasting already. Don't mess with the poor turtle too much. This turtle rarely gets to bask in the sun, meeting you guys is bad luck. Look at the mean faces, feeding chili peppers to the turtle and laughing heartily. Everyday faces look human, but don't do humane things. The young masters paid no heed to the young missus' complaints, still immersed in the simple joy of teasing the sea turtle that men enjoy. However, upon seeing all the ingredients prepared, and since Lu Yun had already called to urge Brother Yi who was presumably on his way, they ceased teasing the sea turtle. Lifting it by all four sides, they gave it a mighty toss into the sea. But because of their poor aim, it fell onto the sand and became stuck, unable to crawl out. So they picked it up again. This time, with more strength and a shout of 3, 2, 1. They threw it forcefully, finally landing the turtle into the sea. A shell emerged floating on the water surface, fully inscribed with the words, bad luck. They then walked over laughing and joking, making light remarks to the young missus. Your needlework is beyond our rough hands. Even Brother Yun went into self-isolation and hasn't recovered yet. Haha, you're dying. It's like threading needles when wearing these meat skewers. The only thing missing is carving a flower on the meat or giving it a tattoo. Girls are always so meticulous. This level of care for meat skewers, I didn't expect. Is there enough to eat? Oh my, so much. You've exhausted all the ingredients, right? Good. Good. It should be enough for all of us. Probably even have leftovers. Let's build a fire. Brother Yi will be here soon. Let's start roasting. Lu Yun sprang into action, taking a big handful of skewers and carefully moving them to the barbecue rack nearby. He knew firsthand how easily these items crafted by delicate girls could break. Thus, he couldn't help but tread carefully, fearing that if the meat broke and fell, it would be lost forever. Behind him, the young masters also stepped forward, each grabbing a large bunch and following Lu Yun to move them to the table next to the barbecue rack. Then, placing coal into the barbecue rack, they started lighting it, sparks quickly appearing. As the temperature gradually rose, they placed the skewers onto the rotating plate atop the rack, brushing them with a specially made barbecue sauce from a renowned chef. They pressed a button, and the turntable began spinning automatically. Let's build the fire. So saying, the group continued to place the skewers while ensuring the flames maintained steady warmth. Chapter 349, No Afterthoughts. Then everyone reclined on the beach chairs scattered around, wearing sunglasses and enjoying their sunbath, while waiting patiently for the meat to be grilled, thoroughly content. This was a rechargeable, modular barbecue rack with a battery that held tens of thousands of milliamp hours, enough for an entire day. It was convenient and effortless, making it incredibly relaxing. Not long after, most of the grilled meat had cooked through since it was sliced thinly, which made the cooking process faster. Lu Yun sniffed the delicious aroma, sampled the flavor, then nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded to take all the grilled meat off and placed it into a large platter. He then set another round of meat skewers on the rack, brushing them generously with the master chef's secret sauce and fragrant oil. Soon, the slices of meat started to sizzle. Tempting droplets of oil bubbled and quivered across the surfaces of the meat, enticing anyone who saw it. Their stomachs rumbled in response. At this moment, a muffled car horn sounded from the side, startling the group basking leisurely under the sun as they jumped up. A Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition, gleaming gold under the sunlight, approached like a black dragon and slowly came to a stop in front of the group. From it stepped a beautifully dressed woman in formal attire, a black silk thigh-high skirt, and she walked over to the rear passenger seat, respectfully bowing to open the door. She warmly welcomed out a 7- or 8-year-old child. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately greeted them warmly, shouting, Brother Yi, we've waited so long. Finally you've arrived. We've been waiting for you, Brother Yi, come quickly. The first round of grilled meat is already done. We can start eating right away. I could feel your noble aura even from afar, Brother Yi. You always say that, said another voice humorously. I've practically grown calluses from hearing it so often. Haha, Brother Yi has truly made us wait a good while. It's been quite some time since we last saw each other. Brother Yi looks handsomer every day, exuding elegance. Clearly no ordinary person. Brother Yi, taste this grilled meat we prepared today. It's by a specially hired top chef, Cost me a lot of money, but there's none better in Jinling. I guarantee you'll approve. The red carpet. Where's my red carpet? Spread it out for Brother Yi. Too much sand here. Don't be overly ostentatious. I find it embarrassing. Haha, enough with all that nonsense. Let's eat and drink, enjoy ourselves fully. As Yeshuan listened to this group of wealthy heirs and noble young ladies enthusiastically welcoming him, he also smiled. Leading Lu Yin ran over and teased. Let me see if you guys got tan lying in the sun. Did that grilled meat get scorched while sitting under the sun? Haha, with Brother Yi here, how would it dare to get blackened without permission? Isn't that right, Brother Yi? One glance from you and it turns whiter, Lu Yin joked. His words caused bursts of laughter among the surrounding crowd as they gathered Yeshuan to the main area. Surrounding the barbecue rack, they picked up their skewers and began feasting. Given Yeshuan's divine culinary skill, he naturally had a unique understanding of flavors. As soon as he tried the sauce, he was inwardly surprised, slightly nodding in approval. It indeed was as rare as they claimed, unrivaled in Jinling. Moreover, its taste was exquisite, combined with the tender outside yet juicy inside texture of the meat, leaving a lingering fragrance and making one desire for more with each bite. Following tradition, after consuming some grilled meat to fill their stomachs, everyone started drinking alcohol. A whole trunk full of fine wines, ranging in colors yellow, red, white, and black. All were well stocked and chilled with ice blocks, enhancing the taste further. What game shall we play this time? Doesn't look like we brought dice. Lu Yun scratched his head, looking at a truckload of wine bottles in the trunk, unsure what game to play. No sooner had the question been asked when someone responded. No worries, I brought a deck of playing cards. How about a game of blackjack? Or perhaps Texas Hold'em poker? You choose. I'm down for anything. Even Farmer's Battle is okay. With that, the heir returned to his car and retrieved an entire pocket full of card decks, counted closely, easily over 10 sets. Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap, you're a walking gambler. No thanks, I won't touch that Texas Hold'em. You're clearly an old hand at it. The heir chuckled, throwing the cards onto the table and took a sip of his wine, saying, how about Farmer's Battle then? That should work, right? But his proposal was promptly rejected by one of the misses. Nope, that's too slow. By the time we determine the winner or loser, we'll all be sober. Let's stick to blackjack, it's quick and more thrilling. Alright, let's do blackjack then. Who wants to deal the cards? Lu Yun inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, not wanting to be the judge, but rather just the players. It was then that Lu Yunran spoke up. I'll do it. Anyway, I don't really know how to play cards well. I'll just handle the dealing. But how does one do that exactly? Just give everyone one card to start. Then whoever needs more, you give them another card, until they don't want any more. That's all you need to know. Lu Yun explained while holding his glass of wine, glanced around at everyone, slapped the table and laughed. A beautiful dealer is dealing cards online. You guys must show your skills, or you'll end up drinking under the table and make Miss Lu laugh to death. Everyone laughed at this remark and started chipping in. Today with Miss Lu supervising, I won't hold back on Brother Yin. Blackjacks, I'm an old hand at them. Get ready to be taken down. You better watch out for yourself first, Brother Yin. You're a gambler, but blackjack isn't certain. This game needs guts. Ha ha ha, Brother Yin. She said you don't have guts. Let's take her down tonight and drink her into oblivion so we carry her back. Let me remind you all, this young lady has played blackjack with my incompetent brother since childhood. We've experienced all kinds of psychological warfare, so be warned. Yo, haven't even started and you're already scaring us off. My head isn't made of dough, no matter how hard-headed you may think I am. We'll see if Miss Ma can wield her power tonight. Yeshuan found amusement watching everyone banter, but himself had no intention to play. This sort of thing requires gambling with drinks to be fun, otherwise it's just dull. So, he remained seated nearby, sipping on his soda, basking in the ocean breeze. It was quite pleasant. At this point, Lu Yun waved his hand to stop the chatter, handed the deck to Lu Yunran, glanced around at the crowd and said, a round will settle whether you're bears or heroes. Words are meaningless, let the action speak. I'll go first, proceeding clockwise without disorder. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunran had already shuffled the cards and gently slid the first card to Lu Yun. Then, according to the clockwise rotation, she dealt one card to each person. The players peeked at a corner of their poker cards, lost in thought. Lu Yun picked up his card and glanced. It was King K. In the blackjack game, a king counts as 10 points, which meant that no matter how the next card turned out, his best combination would amount to 20 points, giving him complete confidence without worry. Chapter 350. This fast? Without hesitation, he immediately said, 3 shots of white liquor first to set a wager. Let me say this, the first round, 3 cups tops, otherwise there will be no game left, as we'll all throw up in 2 rounds. An ordinary glass of baijiu, white liquor, is about the size of a thumb, just right for one sip, so it's not that big. Everyone also agreed with this rule, nodding, and the first round went without much suspense. Everyone was more or less following suit, testing the waters without any raising yet. So Louis Rand didn't hesitate either, pushing another card toward each person. Louis glanced at the corner of his poker card and found it was a 2-point card. It was an awkward start. Worst case scenario for the third round might be calling a 10-point card which would then blow up. But gambling is thrilling, so he dismissed the thought and announced 3 cups again, making it 6 total. The group hesitated somewhat, glancing at their cards while mentally calculating if they should continue betting or not. But quickly, everyone decided to take one more card. Louis Rand also did not hesitate, sequentially passing a card to each person. All of them slightly lifted their cards' corners to sneak a glance. 3 people's faces turned flushed, indicating they'd stopped calling for additional cards but had raised the stakes to 5 cups. Louis saw instantly that these 3 likely had totals of 18 or 19 points, nearly 21, explaining their confidence. The other few looked grim. No need to check, clearly busted, surpassing 21 already. They were bound to drink. Louis chuckled lightly, lifting his own card to see. The third card turned out to be an old K. 10 points added to 2 points, plus another 10 points. Damn, I've blown up. Lu Yun mused internally, his facial expression immediately freezing into awkwardness as he cast a sidelong glance at Yeshuan, who couldn't stop laughing, prompting a laugh from himself too. In blackjack, going over 21 equals busting. Lu Yun was fully aware of this fact, although realizing he had blown up, managed to control his composure well, not betraying anything on his face. After taking a bite of barbecue, thinking carefully, Lu Yun feigned bravery, slightly curling his lips upward, and declared, "Just 5 cups to rinse my mouth, directly 10 cups. Why don't we add a rule? You can discard your hand if you want, but must still drink what was initially wagered." Upon hearing this, quite a few people discarded their hands. These were those with dark expressions due to having exceeded 21 points. Brother Yun rules, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. This rule works fine. Surrender and lose half. Big Brother Yun is being bold, isn't he? Afraid you won't break your tongue? 10 cups are it. Young lady here wants to see just how much you've got. Humph. Looks like Big Brother Yun's alcohol addiction has kicked in. We understand, and naturally, we're going to accommodate you. Open them already. Here, I'm throwing down. Wow, 20 points. Who dares to dispute? Drink up, Brother Yun. The others also revealed their cards, mostly having points in the 18 to 19 range. Seeing this, Lu Yun crossed his legs, full of disdain, picked up a skewer nonchalantly, and said, "It's still possible to surrender now. Only 3 cups will do, otherwise don't blame me for not being courteous." While speaking, Lu Yun appeared unconcerned while nibbling on a skewer, but deep down, he was utterly nervous. If these guys persist stubbornly, then Lu Yun was surely doomed to drink, hence purely playing psychological warfare now to bluff these people out, depending entirely on luck. Fortunately, after listening to these words, the others became rather hesitant, because they were not exactly 21, but merely approaching it. If Lu Yun had precisely 21, they'd lose. And at this moment choosing to surrender meant only 3 cups, but losing outright would cost them over 10 cups. For a time, everyone weighed pros and cons, occasionally checking their own cards, occasionally checking Lu Yun's. After some time, everyone finally succumbed to uncertainty and threw away their cards resentfully while picking up the wine glasses. What bad luck. Opening with 21 points. That's it. Are you even letting us play? You've killed me. I had 20 points, thinking I had you cornered, only to realize Brother Yun hit 21. Again, come on, I refuse to believe his luck is always this good. Lu Yun smiled upon hearing this conversation, turning to glance knowingly at Yeshuan, trying hard to suppress laughter which almost caused Yeshuan to chuckle out loud. Lu Yun exchanged a meaningful look with him. Lu Yun did not reveal his cards either, casually discarding them back into the pile, hiding his skills before proceeding to the next round. After dozens of rounds, everyone played to near exhaustion, those with bad luck who weren't cunning drinkers getting drunk, constantly claiming they wouldn't play anymore. During this period, Lu Yun employed this trick to win several rounds, none of the others noticing anything amiss. As the saying goes, often walking by the river eventually leads to wet shoes. Later, they unexpectedly encountered someone with a real 21, leading to Lu Yun's downfall. After being defeated in the psychological warfare, everyone cried out that they had fallen for a huge scam. In that round, they had wagered nearly 30 cups, making Lu Yun so drunk that his head spun, almost to the point of vomiting. After taking a short break following the game, everyone suggested going swimming and having a race. Of course Yeshuan would join in this game. Not being able to drink alcohol, he was still quite capable in the pool, where winning would be effortless. Alright, let's have 5 people in the first round. 2 rounds will do it, then we'll finish with a final. Lu Yun stood on a rock to announce the rules. He then pointed to another rock farther away. From here to there, and back, about 30 meters, freestyle or butterfly, or underwater swimming, anything goes. Are you all ready? Everyone eagerly nodded with excitement, fully prepared. Seeing this, Lu Yun nodded and divided them into teams. Boys would race first, girls in the second round, thus balancing things evenly. Everything set, Lu Yun lined up at the starting point along with 3 other wealthy young men and Yeshuan. As soon as referee Lu Yanran gave the signal, the 5 of them surged forward like untamed horses. But halfway through, something strange happened. Because Yeshuan had already turned around and quickly passed them, reaching the finish line. Like the propeller of a cruise ship, leaving a trail of splashing water, the race had ended just like that. Everyone stared in amazement, momentarily frozen, not reacting for quite some time before exclaiming, "My God, how fast is Brother Yi? He must be cheating, damn it. Is your motor built in, Brother Yi? Just motor speed. I couldn't even see what happened, and the race was over. What kind of speed is this? Too terrifying, my God. Report him. He's using an external aid. I'm out. My goggles moved. This is unheard of. This speed. Brother Yi, if you participated in the Olympics, wouldn't you effortlessly win gold medals every time? You'd directly be blacklisted from the Olympics, blacklisted by the UN. Who would dare to let Brother Yi compete?" Chapter 351, Going Home. Little swimming motor, didn't see a thing, it ended just like that. He took control of the race. Brother Yi really scared me with how smoothly he swam. My gosh, it was terrifying. Yeshuan accepted the silk towel Lu Yanran handed over, dried himself off, and then lay down on the beach chair without saying a word, hiding his skills deep within. This left everyone else in stunned silence. The swimming skill given by the system isn't for nothing. There's no way. It's like having a built-in cheat. With such a display, none dare to compete anymore. What's the point? The champion has already been predetermined. With a speed like this, there's no competition at all, back and forth in less than 10 seconds. It's like a yacht motor, splashing water everywhere. Seeing everyone return to their chairs gloomily, reluctant to swim anymore, Yeshuan also smiled slightly and stood up, giving out a call. "Let's go. Don't be upset. I'll take you guys to the club for a shower, and we can enjoy the water again. Look at how frustrated you all are." As soon as they heard this, everyone suddenly brightened and leaped up from their chairs, starting to clean up faster than anyone could blink, afraid that Yeshuan might change his mind. Within no time, everything was cleaned up as if no one had been there, even switching back into regular clothes. This made Yeshuan break into a sweat. Then he waved his hand, sat inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended, and headed towards a nearby luxury club. When they arrived at the club, the receptionist was startled by this massive convoy of luxury sports cars, plus a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended. She quickly summoned the boss, who himself was surprised. With the utmost respect, he welcomed Yeshuan and the group to the most luxurious open-air hot spring suite. Since they were all wearing bathrobes for soaking, they all indulged in a mixed-gender bath together anyway, but nothing untoward could be seen. It was merely about bathing. Each person grew quiet as they immersed themselves into the hot spring water, closing their eyes while enjoying the comfort delivered by the warm water as it washed against their skin, completely at ease. On the surface of the hot spring water, specially prepared wooden trays floated around containing various fine wines, milk beverages, snacks, and pastries. Additionally, massage therapists waited beside a table ready to provide services. Everyone was utterly pampered, feeling as though their souls had transcended to a higher level. After about an hour or two, the group finished soaking. It was already getting dark. Yeshuan entered the drying room, dried his body, changed his clothes, and came out to find everyone else already dressed. Without further delay, Yeshuan bid farewell to Lu Yun and others, leading Lu Yun ran back to the car and departed. Under the dim, yellowish lights, cityscape seemed incredibly enchanting. A gentle breeze brushed across the skin, delivering a refreshing sensation, making the heart feel refreshed and uplifted, akin to some kind of spiritual elevation. Yeshuan admired the charm of nature, gazing through the window at the starry night sky, utterly captivated. Before long, the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended pulled into the gates of the villa courtyard. Yeshuan didn't let Lu Yinran open the door, but instead opened it himself, jumped out, said goodnight, and ran home. The sisters sat chatting on the couches, laughing and joking. Seeing Yeshuan come back, they all rushed forward, hugging him like a lucky charm, covering his face with kisses. Yeshuan stood there speechless, escaped awkwardly, squeezed into a corner of the sofa, and used a pillow to hide himself away. This sight brought endless laughter to the sisters, filling the living room with joy and warmth. When the sisters' attention returned to their conversation, Yeshuan finally removed the cushion. Just as he was about to get up for a drink of water, a sudden flash of light appeared before his eyes. Ding! Please complete today's sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level photography. Feeling the mechanical voice in his brain fade away, Yeshuan scratched the back of his head and sighed softly. After years of the system's influence, Yeshuan's heart had long grown indifferent to such matters as check-ins. They felt as natural as breathing, fleeting thoughts that passed by just like wind through ears, stirring up no ripple. Just then, the sisters abruptly stood up and returned to their respective rooms to prepare. Yeshuan felt confused. Was everyone so early tired to sleep when the day was still newly dark? Hardly had the thought crossed his mind when Yifei turned around, remembering something to say to Yeshuan. Brother, hurry up and change your clothes. There's going to be a flower exhibition tonight. You're coming with us. After speaking, she returned to her room to change. Yeshuan understood immediately. It was a flower exhibition, hence why they all returned to their rooms suddenly. Since his elder sisters wanted to go out and have fun, and he had nothing better to do, why not join in on the festivities and add some liveliness? Thinking thus, Yeshuan jogged back to his room in 3 quick strides and changed into something more formal. When they came out, the sisters were already prepared in the living room. Yi-chan, the 4th sister, even had a DSLR camera in her hand, indicating she planned to take some photos at the flower exhibition. Seeing that Yeshuan had changed his clothes, everyone wasted no time. They grabbed him and headed out the door, getting into the car which drove towards the flower exhibition. A gentle breeze blew past their hair, taking away the heat and leaving behind a refreshing coolness. The elder sisters couldn't help but sigh lightly. There was indeed nothing more pleasant than the air after dinner. Before long, the car slowly arrived at the flower exhibition held in a garden park. It was an official civilian event. The aim was not only to showcase various flowers, but also to encourage some consumer spending, giving opportunities to the entrepreneurs nearby. It was also for city promotion, aiming for some positive reviews. Though this was so, there might be some unclear benefit relations behind the flower exhibition, but none of them cared much about it. If there was an event, why not have fun? With all the daily pressures from work, it's nice to occasionally step out and enjoy lively events like these. Even though traveling could be more enjoyable, this was certainly more cost-effective. Moreover, the place was nearby. One could even ride a shared bicycle to come here. So, by now, the flower exhibition was already crowded with people, bustling with excitement. Private cars, electric bikes, shared bicycles, and other vehicles encircled the garden, completely filling the yard. Around them, many snack cart owners were pushing carts filled with fried chicken racks, grilled chicken legs, tianqiao potatoes, cold noodles, egg pancakes, and candied haws. Here and there, people were holding big bundles of glowing balloons or setting up makeshift stalls selling glowing trinkets. Chapter 352, Flower Exhibition. It was bustling with cheerful laughter. After parking her car, Yi-chan glanced at the situation inside the flower exhibition, excitement filling her face. She got out of the car with her camera and bag, eager to enter and enjoy herself. The other sisters were the same way. They held their bags and picked up Yeshuan, rushing to the entrance of the flower exhibition. Looking around, the garden was illuminated by bright lights surpassing even the moon's soft glow, illuminating the entire area. Crowds buzzed with lively noise, adding a unique charm to the whole city of Jinling. Seeing this scene, Yeshuan thought it would be such a pity not to take a photo. Since he had just acquired master-level photography skills, he took the DSLR from Yi-chan's hand and said to his older sisters, "Let me take a picture for all of you. Stand over there, in front of the flowers, and remember to pose." When they saw Yeshuan volunteering, everyone exchanged glances and smiled before positioning themselves in front of the flowers surrounded by fences. They teased him. "Younger brother, don't make us look ugly, or we won't buy you snacks or balloons. The button on the right is the shutter. Don't press the wrong one, younger brother. Don't tilt the camera, keep it steady. And remember to capture the little flowers behind as well." Yeshuan rolled his eyes, thinking they clearly doubted his ability. In the past, maybe that was the case, but now with his master-level photography skills, taking great photos was effortless. So he urged them, all right, stop talking and strike a pose." The sisters didn't say more. They smiled and struck various professional poses for the photos. Their elegance and beauty shone through, exuding grace and charm that naturally captivated anyone who looked at them. Once all his sisters had struck their poses, Yeshuan adjusted his camera, found the best angle, and snapped several shots in quick succession. Each time, his sisters changed their posture for the next photo. After finishing, Yeshuan lowered his head to inspect the pictures. There was no doubt about it. With the help of his skills, the photographs turned out extraordinary, almost supernatural. Hearing that it was done, the sisters rushed forward excitedly to see what Yeshuan had captured. To their amazement, every single photograph revealed them looking more beautiful than ever before. The sisters were truly awestruck. Wow, younger brother, did you really take these? They're so professional. Yes, amazing work. You've become quite an expert at photography. They're stunning. Just too beautiful to believe. When did you get so skilled at taking pictures? I'll definitely treat you to some good food later. Look at this light source. Perfectly placed behind me diagonally, making the photo appear ethereal. And that moment when the wind blew my skirt, it was perfectly captured, looking gorgeous. Younger brother is incredible. We can show off your amazing photographic talent to our friends. One day, let's print and put these into an album. After growing old, we can take these out, show them to our children, and tell them that Uncle Xian took these photos for mommy. It would be fun to see their expressions. Hey, younger brother, take a few more photos. This time I have a good pose in mind. It should look fantastic. Right, I also thought of one. Take some more for us, younger brother. With a smile, Yeshuan responded. I'll use my phone to take more pictures. Do you want to add any beautifying effects? Upon hearing this, their initial smiles faltered as they hesitated. The pixel quality of phone photos may not look as good. The lenses aren't as good as DSLRs. But if you'd like, we could try. Just snap a few casually. If nothing else, we can keep them for personal use. Come on, younger brother, use the phone, and stay close, since phone cameras don't have great resolution, and the pictures might turn out unappealing. Forget beautification filters. The original camera is fine. My fairy-like beauty should hold up even without enhancements. Come on, take the pictures. While speaking, the sisters returned to the fence around the flowers, striking different poses once again. Yeshuan took out his phone, opened the default camera app, and followed the same method as before, adjusting his angles while snapping away. He used the burst mode function, quickly capturing dozens of photos in no time. Though phone pixels were less advanced, under Yeshuan's control and aided by the sisters' excellent posing, the pictures still turned out beautifully with rich artistic value. Satisfied with the photos, they then began wandering through the flower exhibition, admiring the various enclosed flowers on either side. Each fence contained a type of flower. Among the woody ornamental flowers were roses, plum blossoms, peach blossoms, peonies, crab apples, magnolias, Yulon magnolias, Judas trees, forsythia, golden bells, and more. Herbaceous flowers included spring orchids, violets, tsugu flowers, peonies, hyacinths, tulips, violets, toadflax, marguerites, cinerarias, sweet peas, summer orchids, carnations, and more. Potted flowers included night-blooming cereus, petunias, clivias, amaryllis, stonecrops, poinsettias, poppies, kale, nasturtiums, four-season begonias, asparagus ferns, peas impatiens, and more. There were hundreds or even thousands of varieties, leaving everyone thoroughly entertained as they snapped picture after picture, all close-ups. On their way, they came across a snack vendor, and they all bought some candied haws, grilled chicken wings, milk-white cakes, fruit platters, and other snacks. They enjoyed the snacks while admiring the flowers, savoring the lively atmosphere, filled with immense happiness. After playing for an hour or so, the night grew deep, and the crowd began to slowly disperse. The sisters also felt tired from the visit and thus exited the exhibition, heading home in the car. Yeshuan burped on the ride home, finding these snacks quite decent. Although the taste was ordinary, they left a lingering impression, making for a pretty good snack overall. This thought led him back to the barbecue Lu Yun made earlier that afternoon. Its taste still lingered vividly in his mind. If someone else were to sell it at a stall, the business would certainly be good. He speculated that perhaps one could even start a chain store. With business acumen, one might also set up a factory to mass produce and seal the products for nationwide sales. It was entirely possible to go public. Such a special recipe indeed held great potential. After all, Yeshuan had god-level culinary skills, with taste buds finely honed and tempered. In short, he had a kind of cheat mode. Any sauce acknowledged by Yeshuan would undoubtedly be excellent. At this moment, the view outside the window gradually changed from street scenes to landscaped areas. In no time, they arrived at the gates of the villa. Yeshuan parked the car neatly in the private parking garage next to the courtyard, holding her bag and carrying Yeshuan along with the sisters happily back into the villa. Chapter 353, Card Tricks. As soon as they stepped through the door, everyone changed into slippers at the entrance, dropped their bags, and then all collapsed onto the soft sofa. While resting, they discussed the meanings of the flowers they had seen that day, their faces full of smiles, extremely happy. Neither willow catkins be stirred by the wind, nor sunflowers incline but toward the sun. Have you guys ever heard this phrase? I know this one. It's the meaning of the sunflower symbolism. I looked it up before. It's said to be the national flower of Olens, a flower yearning for light, bringing people beautiful hope. Yes, yearning for light. I have a story about this. It's said that in ancient times, there was a farmer's daughter named Minggu who was endlessly bullied and abused by her stepmother, living a life worse than death. One time, Minggu made a mistake that enraged her stepmother, who then gouged out her eyes while she slept soundly during the night. Minggu woke up in excruciating pain and managed to escape by breaking down the door. Unfortunately, due to lack of timely medical help, she bled to death shortly after. After her death, bright yellow flowers bloomed on her grave, always facing the sunlight. This bright yellow flower is the sunflower. The sunflower represents Minggu's yearning for light and hatred for darkness. This legend encourages people to hate violence and darkness and pursue light. After Yexin finished telling this story, the other sisters all showed sorrowful expressions and sighed. What a good story, but what a pitiful person. Poor Minggu, her life was truly too tragic. That stepmother must have had an awful fate, too cruel. Sigh, just listen to it as a story. But if this is a made-up story, I don't think comparing things this way is quite right. There can be many parable stories that inspire people to hate violence and yearn for light. This story is too cruel, it hurts to listen. Perhaps it's not a fictional story. Who knows? Such events also happen in real life. Didn't we hear that news last time? The stepmother abused her daughter to death, and even dug up the grave after the girl died. Terrible, terrible. That's enough, let's not discuss this anymore. Hearing too much of these stories is really distressing. Sigh, true, let's talk about something else. Do you know any stories about roses? I have one. It's said that in a distant, listening to the older sisters discuss Minggu, Yeshuan felt a wave of sadness in his heart. The world was neither good nor bad, it was just so messy. As long as people lived, they would have desires, and with desires came disputes. Desires included jealousy and hatred among other things. You could never imagine what kind of seeds might lie hidden in the depths of someone's heart, or what kind of desires they harbored. Nor could you predict how people would act without moral and legal restrictions. The only thing you could know was that though the world might be dark, it also possessed beauty. And you knew that you wouldn't become like those people, just like sunflowers, seeking light and hope, dispelling darkness and violence, offering blessings for a better world. Yeshuan shook his head, driving away his thoughts. He felt he thought too much now as he got older. It was only 8 o'clock, yet he already felt a bit tired and wanted a good sleep. Just as he got up and walked a couple of steps, he was stopped by the sisters who called out, "Younger brother, come play poker with us. It's still early, how boring. Come on little brother, 3 need 1 more. It's 8:30 now. Play for an hour or 2 and go to bed. Come on little brother. The 5 of us playing alone is so boring. Hurry up little brother, show us your card skills. Win this time for sure." Yeshuan smiled faintly and replied, "No thanks, it's not interesting. If we start, you won't win anyway. I always win. It's no fun winning every time. It's like playing against robots, no competitiveness at all. I won't play with you." Hearing this, the sisters deeply felt mocked and clenched their fists in defiance. "There must be a time when we get lucky. And you, young man, there must be a time when your luck turns bad. I don't believe your hand can always be that good, winning every game. Yeah, good luck but still acting proud. Come over here, I'm sure to beat you, young man. I can't believe my hand would be this unlucky again, drawing all bad cards. Good fortune rotates. This time it's our turn to win. I feel my hands are shining now. Definitely good luck, surely drawing all great cards. Young man, come here quickly. Stop talking big or the wind will blow your tongue away. I'll go grab some soap and wash my hands for 10 minutes. See if you're still this arrogant." Seeing the sisters' indignant expressions, Yeshuan couldn't help but feel amused inside, but at the same time felt helpless and said, "It's not a matter of luck. Relying on luck is useless here. Haven't you noticed the severity of the situation yet? Watch as I demonstrate." Yeshuan, saying this, came to sit by the coffee table, picked up the deck of cards on it, shuffled a few times, and placed them in front of him. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "You can randomly pick a card for comparison, and no matter how I take mine, it will always be ace of spades, believe it or not. You could even pick the cards for me, doesn't matter. It'll always be ace of spades." Naturally, the sisters didn't believe that statement. Yifei reached out and took a card first, glanced at it, finding it to be the 5 of clubs. She then handed it over to Yeshuan and said, "This card is yours. I don't believe you can turn it into something else from nothing." Yeshuan smirked faintly as he grabbed the card passed by Yifei, not even looking at it once. With a snap, he flipped it onto the table, only for an ace of spades to appear thereon, while the 5 of clubs had seemingly vanished without a trace. At the sight, Yifei's face was filled with shock as she pointed at the ace of spades and cried out, "Changed. It changed. The 5 of clubs turned into the ace of spades. Oh my god, little brother, how did you do it? Where did the 5 of clubs go? I'm sure it was the same card I just handed over. I didn't see you swap it. So how did it suddenly disappear?" The other sisters were also completely astounded. They looked between the calm ace of spades lying peacefully on the tabletop, and Yeshuan's empty hands stretched lazily out in front of him. No one could speak momentarily. It truly resembled magic, just like Run FA in the gambling movies on TV. The moment the card was revealed, its appearance altered seamlessly. How in the world did he achieve this? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Yeshuan tipped the corners of his mouth upward with a small smile and explained, "I've already told you, it has nothing to do with luck. This deck of cards is new, and the ace of spades position is easy to identify. When I was shuffling the cards, I extracted the ace of spades and concealed it using the back of my hand. From your angle, you couldn't see it. When Big Sister Wu handed me the 5 of clubs, I instantly switched it out with the ace of spades from behind my hand, and then secretly tucked the 5 of clubs away behind my hand. So no matter what, the ace of spades will always be my card. You'll never win against me. That technique is called Thousand Arts." Chapter 354. You can't win against me. After Yeshuan finished speaking, he moved his hand horizontally. Sure enough, the 5 of plum blossoms was held between his 2 fingers, completely invisible from the front. For a moment, the few sisters who had just learned the truth were at a loss, standing there unsure what to do. This was their first time seeing such card trickery, which usually only existed in TV and movies. Their astonishment was natural. Yeshuan glanced at their expressions, smiled faintly, then picked up the deck of cards and placed it in front of the sisters. "I'm not going to look at or touch these cards. You can shuffle them randomly, then select a few cards face down. I can tell you what they are just by looking. Do you believe me?" After finishing, Yeshuan turned away, avoiding looking at the cards. The sisters finally snapped out of it, exchanging glances before shuffling the cards again and again, afraid that Yeshuan might have played another trick. Then they selected several cards, placed them on the table, and held them down with their hands as they said to Yeshuan, We don't believe that you could still see the cards under these conditions. Take a look, and remember not to touch them." Yeshuan nodded after turning back, then glanced at the cards without hesitation and said, "Sister 5's card is 10 of diamonds. Sister 3's card is the little king. Sister 4's card is the jack of hearts. How about that? Did I get it wrong?" Upon hearing this, the 3 were stunned, asking incredulously, "Little brat, how did you know what these cards were? Exactly, do you have x-ray vision or something? How could you possibly figure it out, little brother? This is too amazing. It shocked me speechless that even the suits like diamonds and plums could be recognized. Little brother, do you really have a pair of x-ray eyes?" Hearing this, Yeshuan continued to smile faintly, gathered the cards, and pointed to an area on the upper part of the poker card's backside while explaining, For this kind of deck, each card has its own mark on the back. Different cards correspond to different symbols. The area above marks the distinction among diamonds, plums, hearts, and spades. Therefore, one glance will immediately reveal what the card is." The 3 realized the truth suddenly. Then they all took a card to examine carefully, but looked for a long time without understanding anything. Completely confused, they asked, "Little brother, aren't you deceiving us? How could anyone identify these?" "Exactly, little brother. There are no marks at all. Confess, little brat. How do you actually do it?" Seeing the sisters' disbelief, Yeshuan laughed and said, "You naturally wouldn't be able to figure it out. Each mark corresponds to a specific type of card, like Morse code, where a sound can be matched to a word. Do you think cheaters become skilled so easily? It surely requires a lot of effort. At these words, the sisters were left speechless. Subsequently, Yeshuan retrieved the deck, fiddled around with it for a while, then chose a sequence from 3 to K, showing it briefly to the sisters. This deck included various suits such as diamonds and plums, seemingly random, except that the numbers formed a sequence. Not knowing what Yeshuan would do next, the sisters watched intently, not blinking once. Look closely, this is a sequence from 3 to old K with different suits. Yeshuan glanced at the sisters, closed the spread out cards into a stack, then spread them out again. When placed on the table, the cards had turned into a straight flush of all hearts. Seeing this, the sisters were so shocked their jaws dropped. They exchanged looks, none of them understanding what had just happened. Isn't this impossible, little brother? How did you do that? So terrifying, it changed right before our eyes like a magic trick. I'm astounded. So magical, little brother. How did you do it? Why do they obey your commands like that? To change from all sorts of suits into a straight flush instantly. It's incredible. Yeshuan remained silent, smiling faintly. Then, he gathered the deck again, randomly selecting a few cards to form a chaotic pattern. Using the same method as before, he gathered the cards together, then spread them out again. Instantly, the previously chaotic set of cards transformed into a straight flush of all plum blossoms from 3 to K. How about that? Isn't it magical? No matter how disordered the cards, I can turn them into a straight flush. Isn't it bewildering? Hee, because I've already concealed a set of cards earlier. The straight flush shown to you is always a different set. As for the deck drawn out, aside from being shown once at the beginning, it has been hidden by me, naturally making it invisible to your eyes. Do you feel more confused after hearing what I just said? Don't worry, it's going to get even more confusing. The technique I'm using now is called Sangshu and Huaxia. It's similar to the art of deception with cards. It involves concealing the card so quickly that you won't even see it happening. Then, I show you another deck of cards, such as the messy one I selected earlier. After showing it briefly, I close it together, right? At the very moment I closed it, I swapped it with another pre-concealed deck, the straight flush you saw. Then, I covered this set on top of the previous deck and used sleight of hand, blind spots, and visual tricks to hide the covered deck inside my palm. Finally, when I spread the cards out for display again, the concealed deck was already stashed between my fingers on my hand. This is just a demonstration. In actual gambling setups, the cards are usually hidden in sleeves or elsewhere, anywhere that remains unseen by others. After Yeshuan finished speaking, he flipped his hand over to reveal the other deck of cards clutched between his fingers. Seeing this, the sisters immediately covered their mouths in astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, "My goodness, little brother, this. It's terrifying. How could it be so seamless? I didn't see a thing. I didn't either. I never noticed the card switch. This is truly horrifying, little brother." Yeshuan smiled without saying anything, then gathered the cards again and demonstrated another form of cheating during card distribution. First, no matter how the cards were dealt to others, the ones he received were always the highest. The principle behind this was to figure out what the upcoming cards would be, either through counting cards or checking the back markings, and so forth. During the dealing process, if a strong card came up, he would slightly hold back and deal the card below instead, while keeping the strong card at the very top. This way, when it was his turn to receive the cards, all he needed to do was take the top 2 cards, and these would naturally be the best cards. Regardless of circumstances, they ensured certain victory. Chapter 355, Kid, you didn't even let sister win a game. The second method involves controlling the size of the cards dealt to others. The operation method is similar to the first one. When dealing cards, use some methods to identify the next card first. Then use the shrinking card technique. For example, in Ding Er Huang, when dealing cards, if the next card is a 5-point card, and giving it would make the opponent have 2 5s which form a pair, a strong hand type. You could then slightly push this 5-point card back, deal another card with a different point value to prevent the double 5 from forming. If the next card happens to be an ace spades which is also very strong, don't worry, continue pushing it back and deal the next card until a 4-point or 3-point card is seen, then deal that card to the opponent. However, this sleight of hand requires fast reflexes and reaction speed, and you can't push the card too far down, as it may easily be noticed. This is the card dealing sleight of hand for controlling card values. After Yeshuan demonstrated it, the few sisters were more shocked, their faces pale as they looked at Yeshuan like a monster. Yeshuan didn't say anything further, he shuffled the cards again and displayed several other sleights. Every sleight used on the market was showcased by Yeshuan. His actions flowed smoothly, and without explanations, these few little rookies wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. After demonstrating all the sleights, Yeshuan finally put down the poker cards, stretched his body lazily, and said, "Isn't it said that out of 10 gamblers, 9 lose? You still challenge me to play cards, and actually think you can beat me? Luck is just a joke in gambling. If it's for entertainment or small stakes, it might be about hand luck. But once money enters the picture and interests are involved, I'm sorry, but it becomes a free-for-all where everyone uses tricks. Nowadays, there are high-tech glasses that can see through the card's points, and all sorts of sleights. There's no way to defend against them, you simply cannot win. Gambling is just for fun. Alright, now are you convinced? It's not about luck. Playing cards with me, your chances of winning are less than 1%. Haha, you're all rookies." After hearing these words, the sisters couldn't utter a single word, their faces full of disapproval as they stared at the poker cards on the coffee table like they were dreaming. I'll never play poker with my younger brother again. I thought my hand luck was really that good because I won every time. I almost didn't believe myself anymore. Turns out you're cheating. I thought the same, my luck always got worse whenever playing with my younger brother. I thought I was cursed. I won't play cards with my younger brother anymore. It's terrifying. Yeshuan smiled faintly and said softly, "Mahjong, pai gao, dice, etc. all follow the same principle. You will never win." All of them remained silent. They planned to try something else to win Yeshuan, but after hearing what Yeshuan had to say, their dreams were shattered instantly. "Young brother, why bother learning so many things like these every day? We aren't playing anymore, going to sleep. I'm done too, going to bed. You stinking kid, can't you even let us win? Let the sisters win a game sometimes. Go to sleep already." After saying this, the sisters turned around and went back to their rooms, their figures brimming with frustration and disappointment. This made Yeshuan laugh happily as he returned to his room to sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, it was still dim when Yeshuan woke up since he had slept early last night and wasn't feeling drowsy despite waking up so early. The dawn hadn't yet spread across the horizon, making the scenery outside the window seem a bit somber and oppressive. Yeshuan took a shower, then came into the living room where it was still too early and the sisters were still sleeping. The living room was filled with peace and quiet. The birds chirping had begun, circling among the green trees surrounding the villa, accompanied by the pure freshness of the morning air, invigorating the mind and refreshing the spirit, as if being reborn. Expecting such a pleasant atmosphere, Yeshuan opened the door of the villa and went to the yard. A cool mist permeated his hair and skin, adding more strength to the feeling of refreshment. This villa has front and backyards. The front yard was arranged by the sisters as a flower garden, with many beautiful and elegant flowers planted. In the middle of the flowers, there was a moon-like swing cradle surrounded by intertwining green leaves on iron rods, a place perfectly suited for admiring the moon. In the backyard was a large grassy area where a wisteria tree stood in the center that required 2 people to embrace its trunk. The canopy of this wisteria tree covers over 30 square meters. Although it isn't massive, viewed from afar, clusters of wisteria flowers embrace each other. Walking under the flower waterfall feels like entering a dreamlike world, breathtakingly beautiful. Yeshuan took a stroll under the wisteria waterfall in the backyard, inhaling the faint floral fragrance and listening to the birds chirping. He felt much more relaxed. He then went around the flower garden in the front yard and looked at some roses that had just blossomed not long ago. These roses were fresh and slightly tender, dripping with alluring charm. Their bodies interlaced with pale pink and white, creating an elegant and sacred feeling. Yeshuan looked at these roses and was filled with emotion. Suddenly, he had an idea and hurried back into the villa, taking out his drawing board, paints, brushes, and pencils. He decided to paint the appearance of these roses in their early blooming stage, to pass the time during this dull morning and create a unique gift for his older sisters. With this thought, Yeshuan set up his tools, wet the brush, and dabbed various pigments onto the paper for testing. Then, he picked up a pencil and sketched a rough outline of the roses before carefully coloring them in with gentle, precise movements. In no time, the main colors of the roses came to life on the canvas, forming a preliminary image that captured their lifelike essence. Satisfied, Yeshuan nodded, put down the brush, switched to a finer one, dipped it into the paints, and began skillfully applying colors to the paper. Each stroke was accurate, delivering the pigments exactly where they needed to be. His hands alternated between forceful and gentle strokes, decisive yet focused, with not a single mistake made. Before long, the dawn light broke across the sky, bringing a vibrant breath of life, scattering sunlight upon the earth. Many residents of the exclusive villa compound had already finished breakfast and emerged from their homes, leash in hand, walking their dogs while exchanging pleasantries. "Mr. Lee, you're up so early. Looking good." Mr. Fu is also an early riser. "That dog is a husky, right? It's quite lovely. I've always wanted one but the tiger at home won't allow it, saying it will destroy our house. Haha. Ah, you're just lazy. If you take the dog out for walks more often, it won't have the energy to cause trouble. It's actually pretty fun. Mr. Lee, your golden retriever is great too. Very well behaved." Chapter 356. Painting. Alright, it's just that it eats a lot. I'm almost unable to afford keeping it. "Mr. Lee, come on, don't joke like that. If there's a dog you can't support, then it'd be a disaster indeed." Director Zhang. "Oh hello, who would have thought it was such an esteemed person? Don't make fun of me. My earnings barely cover my own expenses, and I'm also spending money buying dog food for this golden retriever. I really can't afford it anymore. But alas, the tiger lady at home refuses to feed him rice. I think back in my hometown, dogs were all raised eating rice. Why is it that when it comes to different breeds now, it doesn't work anymore? These pet dogs are simply precious. Look at my German Shepherd. Sit down. And look, it sits down already. Spin around 2 times. Oh, there it spins. Very obedient, very smart. A little bit of dog food? It costs what it costs." Director Zhang is right, haha. "If one day my husky becomes this obedient, I'll be grateful to heaven and earth." Haha, Mr. Fu, every type of dog has its own charm, right? Let's go, take a couple of turns by the disc. Director Zhang laughed and led the two straight to the fitness equipment near the public area of the villa zone. The speech had a unique charm. Normally, people wouldn't notice that he was actually saying that Mr. Fu's husky was dumb, and how could it ever become like the German Shepherd? As someone who has struggled in the business world and built such a vast enterprise, Mr. Fu naturally understood the implications of those words. But he didn't pay much attention. It was just a joke after all. Besides, Director Zhang, being the head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, his status spoke volumes. No matter how large your commercial empire grows, you still have to depend on his goodwill. How could there be even a hint of defiance? People sometimes need to pretend to be confused. What's the Lunsasai or Tangshuya? They're incomprehensible nonsense. Upon reaching the fitness equipment near the villa area, Director Zhang tied the dog leash onto the lamppost, shouted sit. And the German Shepherd sat there honestly, without moving a bit. Just as Mr. Li and Fu did the same. They stood beside, hands on their discs, waiting for Director Zhang to start spinning before joining him, slightly out of breath while talking and laughing. At this moment, a swarm of butterflies suddenly flew over from the low sky, fluttering with colorful wings. Crossing the trio's line of sight, they headed directly toward Villa Number 1. They exchanged glances and all found the scene curious. Counting carefully, there must have been dozens of butterflies flying together. What was going on? Just as they wondered, another group of buzzing, diligent bees suddenly flew over from behind them, following the same path as the butterflies, heading straight for Villa Number 1. Seeing this scene, the three couldn't help but comment. Phew, why are these insects all flying towards that direction? What's happening? That's true. I've never seen such a spectacle before. Old Mr. Fu, old Mr. Li. Have either of you seen anything like this? To tell you the truth, Director Zhang, I've never seen anything like this either. Not only are the butterflies going there, but the bees are following. Strange, isn't it? Perhaps something strange is about to happen in nature. That makes sense. It's said that insects and animals have an extra sense compared to us humans. They can predict the arrival time of natural disasters, which is why they hurry to migrate. Then, is it going to rain or perhaps an earthquake? I should hurry back and get my wife out. Hey, old Mr. Lee. Why do you act so superstitious at your age? The villas in this area are reinforced. What are you worried about? Besides, if there was an earthquake, alarms would have sounded already, and besides, it doesn't seem like it's going to rain. The sky is clear with no clouds. Well, that's truly odd. Unusual events often indicate some kind of omen. I feel uneasy inside. Then why don't we follow and take a look? Maybe there's something over there attracting them. After Director Zhang finished speaking, he didn't hesitate, grabbing the leash of the German Shepherd and followed the butterflies. Mr. Fu and Mr. Lee frowned slightly, hesitating a bit before deciding to follow along as well. Both were excited yet apprehensive in case it was a sign of an upcoming calamity. After all, the better people's living conditions become, the smaller their courage tends to be. Meanwhile, at Villa Number 1, upstairs, a few sisters woke up as the morning glow began to spread. Covering their mouths lightly, they yawned gently and, sleepily, pulled the curtains open. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a surprising sight. There were quite a number of butterflies and bees hovering outside, more than could be counted, continuing to grow without showing any signs of decreasing. The sisters were all curious. Following the direction from where the butterflies came, they looked around but found nothing unusual. Still wearing their pajamas, they decided to step outside and investigate. While descending through the hallways, they all met each other, surprised by the massive groups of butterflies and bees. They jogged quickly into the yard. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw little Yeshuan standing tall in front of a painting easel higher than him, painting intently. Surrounded by many bees and butterflies, some resting on Yeshuan's shoulders, others on the paintbrush, and still others landing on his head. But most of them had perched on the painting board where a pale pink rose stood out, as though it were alive. At this sight, the sisters realized with sudden clarity that all these butterflies and bees were drawn by Yeshuan's painting. In awe, they also became curious about what kind of painting could attract so many insects. They then jogged quietly to Yeshuan, making no sound in order not to disturb him while painting, and watched silently at the painting on the board. When they first glanced, the sisters were puzzled about why the little brother had pasted a rose flower onto the paper. But as the thought arose, they immediately understood, their faces filled with shock as they exchanged glances, unable to express their astonishment. The painting clearly depicted an exquisitely realistic rose, as if a real flower had been stuck on the paper. It felt like it was crafted with billions of pixels, with quality surpassing even 8 or 7K resolution. It was charmingly vivid, elegant yet solemn. Even the morning light's glow and color shifts shining upon the floral roses, along with the crystalline dewdrops brought by the cool mist, were all perfectly captured in Yeshuan's painting, akin to taking a photograph. Almost indistinguishable from reality, it had led so many butterflies and bees to mistake this painting for an extraordinary rose not seen in this world. It possessed such grace and life that one glance would send shivers through the soul, leaving the scalp numb and goosebumps arising in waves. The sisters' hearts were tossed into turbulence like throwing a giant rock into a calm lake, causing endless ripples that wouldn't settle. After a long while, when Yeshuan finally put down his brush and finished the painting, they were jolted back to reality, sighing with shared amazement. Little brother, your skill is absolutely absurd. Chapter 357, High Price. I thought it was my spiritual energy attracting the butterflies, but turns out it's your painting, little brother. It's truly breathtaking. The painting is so lifelike, I almost mistook it for real. Look at the details. These are the kind of details you can only discover with a microscope. Absolutely incredible, little brother. You're truly a genius, little brother. You're this generation's Mal Yang, and you've left me utterly astonished, sister. I never imagined that a painting could be this good, but still, compared to mine, there's still just a smidgen of difference. Little brother, if you practice harder, you'll reach my level. Yefei said with a feigned air of sophistication, provoking laughter from the other sisters. Any keen-eyed person could see that this painting was truly a divine masterpiece. Even if we compare it with the most outstanding works by modern master painters, it still surpasses them in every way. This isn't something humans could paint normally. Its sense of color has reached an indescribable level. To someone who knows nothing about painting, it seems like there might only be a few colors. But to those who understand art, they know that it contains hundreds of different shades of tones used to outline and fill in the painting. A novice painter may see a dozen kinds, while an advanced painter can identify several dozens. Only a master-level artist would be able to discern hundreds of different hues. This is a chasm that neither talent nor effort alone can bridge. A kind of innate absolute color perception, and eyes capable of seeing more colors than the average person can achieve such richness in tones. Only the more knowledgeable painters fully appreciate the hidden difficulty within this painting and marvel at its breathtaking color combinations. Come off it, big sister Yi. I don't see any butterflies flying to your painting. Look at all these on mine. Yeshuan teased, waving his somewhat sore hand and pointing at the numerous butterflies and bees fluttering and perching on the roses painted in his work. The sisters laughed even more happily upon hearing this. Only Yefei had a sour expression as she stared at the large group of butterflies with jealousy. She jumped up to grab some butterflies, wanting to catch a few and interrogate them about why they didn't go to her painting. Seeing this, the other sisters also began playing with the butterflies. The butterflies weren't flying too fast, making them quite easy to catch. When they were not paying attention, one pinch of 2 fingers could capture their wings. However, worried about hurting them, none of the sisters went ahead to grasp them. They just startled the butterflies instead, watching them hurriedly flee from the rose in the painting and then hesitantly return after a short while. This brought immense joy and happiness to everyone. At this moment, Mr. Zhang arrived with Boss Fu and Mr. Li, following the trail of the butterflies. The three exchanged puzzled glances when they saw this scene, then approached directly to where Yeshuan stood. Upon reaching close, they noticed the ethereal pink rose on the easel that seemed to have descended straight from heaven. In that instant, the three froze. They wore looks of astonishment. They had never seen a painting so exquisite before. It looked identical to a real flower, and even appeared more vivid. Even under a magnifying glass at close distance, no blur or lack of detail could be detected. It bore absolutely no resemblance to a 1080p wallpaper on a 2K screen. Even if placed on a 4K display, not a single blurry pixel could be found. This painting had achieved a height unprecedented by anyone before or since. A stroke worthy of divine beings, an achievement far beyond the capability of all painters combined. Is this really a painting? Boss Fu gawked, pointing at the easel with trembling fingers, completely shaken to his core as this shattered his worldview, leaving him incredulous. Mr. Li, however, remained much calmer. After catching his breath, he gleamed excitedly at Yeshuan and offered, "Boy, I will pay 500,000 for this painting. Would you sell it to me?" Upon hearing this, Boss Fu reacted instantly and countered, "I'll offer 1,000,000, brotherly. Everyone can clearly see the caliber of this artwork. We should offer a reasonable price. If this painting were to be put up for auction, it would easily fetch several millions or even billions if there were connoisseurs willing to pay." Of course, Mr. Li knew its worth well enough, yet he was trying to secure it at a bargain price. However, upon hearing Boss Fu's statement, his face showed a slight hint of awkwardness. He bid higher, saying, "Well then, I'll raise my offer to 3,000,000. What do you say? I'll offer 4,000,000, brotherly. Ever since I was young, I've loved paintings, and now in my old age, I have developed an interest in collecting them. This rose painting by this boy is truly rare, a dream come true. Brotherly, won't you help fulfill this wish of mine?" Boss Fu hung a tearful expression, clearly ready to play the emotional card. Naturally, Mr. Li wasn't swayed by such tactics. These were merely deceptive tricks designed to fool others. As a seasoned expert in human nature, how could he possibly fall for it? He promptly rebutted, "Hey, Boss Fu, you might want to reel in that talk. Not to hide it from you, but the tigress at my place has always been interested in paintings. This rose painting is so remarkable, and it happens to be our wedding anniversary. I intend to give this rose as a gift. I hope Boss Fu can help fulfill my wish." After speaking, Mr. Li turned his head and smiled at Yeshuan. "I'll offer 7,000,000. How's that, young man? You won't find a better price elsewhere." However, he was immediately contradicted by Director Zhang. "Good things deserve good prices. I'll offer 10,000,000. I've got more than enough cash lying around, and in a few days, the city will host an art exhibition. My granddaughter can take it for display." Hearing Director Zhang speak up, both Boss Fu and Mr. Li fell silent, unable to say another word. After finishing, Director Zhang looked expectantly at Yeshuan. After all, such a price for one painting was truly tempting. But Yeshuan merely smiled faintly and responded, "Thank you all for your appreciation, but I'm sorry, I'm not selling." Having said that, he took down the painting paper and handed it over to the sisters standing beside him. "Sisters, this painting is for you." Upon hearing this, the sisters initially appeared a bit dazed, quickly recovering their wits with delighted expressions as they happily received the painting. "You're worthy of being well cared for by us. Let's get this painting framed right away. We'll hang it on the living room wall so we can see it every day. Yes, it will look wonderful. I wonder if many butterflies will fly into the living room afterward. Haha, just imagining it makes me happy. Being surrounded by butterflies and bees every day sounds blissful." Watching the delighted appearance of the sisters, Yeshuan also felt happy for them in his heart. Director Zhang, seeing this, held back his words, then helplessly shook his head and sighed, leading the German shepherd away. Boss Fu and Mr. Li also shook their heads and remarked, "Truly remarkable talent, and even more exceptional character. Not batting an eyelid at something worth 10,000,000. Oh well, it's fine then. This person will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Let's go back. There's no chance for us to get this painting." As they finished speaking, the two followed Director Zhang gradually into the distance until their figures blurred and disappeared from view. Chapter 358, A Good Place. As soon as the painting was taken away, butterflies and bees gradually disappeared not long after. Yeshuan and the sisters walked around in the flower garden for a while, enjoying the pleasant feeling of morning light shining on them. They all felt much more relaxed, feeling at ease. Then they went back to the villa to wash up and prepare breakfast. Yeshuan, being in high spirits, improved her cooking skills even further, achieving a sense of oneness with the ladle. She made a few bowls of authentic Sichuan red oil wontons, garnished with chopped green onions, leaving everyone savoring the flavors and exclaiming how satisfying it was. Yeshuan's smile widened slightly, her posture straightened, and she was extremely happy inside. After finishing breakfast, the sisters returned to their respective rooms to busy themselves. Yeshuan brewed a cup of early tea, sitting on the balcony enjoying the time, relaxing and playing on his phone contentedly. He continued to play until it was almost noon when his phone suddenly rang. Yeshuan picked it up and saw that it was Lu Yanran calling, so without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Hey, young master, do you have time now? I found a good place. Would you like to take a look?" "A good place?" Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, thinking about it, realizing he had nothing else to do and agreed to take a look. So he replied, "Sure, come pick me up." After finishing speaking, he hung up the call and took a sip from his teacup of the finest by Tan Piao Shui tea, emitting a sigh of ah. Not long after, Lu Yanran arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version like a dragon gliding smoothly to stop in front of the villa gate. Yeshuan could see clearly from the balcony, so without delay, he put away the teacup and headed out. Lu Yanran had already opened the rear door, respectfully welcoming Yeshuan into the back seat. Then she sat in the driver's seat, pressed the start button, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version emitted a pleasing engine sound, driving off slowly. The weather in the morning was not too hot, so there was no need for air conditioning. The windows were half opened, allowing a warm breeze to flow through, offering a slow but natural cooling effect. It gave both Yeshuan and Lu Yanran a sense of ease and comfort. Before long, the view outside gradually shifted from green belts to street shops. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version drove down the road, there wasn't a single vehicle within a few meters that dared to approach. All stayed far away, occasionally applying brakes, and judging from the trajectory of the car, one could see various thoughts of concern, dread, envy, jealousy, and even contempt in the minds of the drivers. This made Yeshuan laugh inwardly as he leisurely crossed his legs, calm and aloof. Upon entering the district, the car slowed down after about 10 minutes. If not for the slower change in the scenery outside the window, Yeshuan wouldn't have realized that Lu Yanran had reduced the speed. Her driving skill was steady, providing an exceptional experience for passengers, indeed making her a rare talented driver. A minute later, the street scene outside the window came to a stop, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version slowly parked in a roadside parking space. Lu Yanran looked left and right, ensuring she hadn't mistaken the place, then turned off the engine, applied the handbrake, and got out of the car to open the rear door and bow to welcome Yeshuan out. She then pointed to a small alleyway and said, "Young master, it's inside this alley. It's a little restaurant I stumbled upon yesterday. The food is delicious." Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, curious about what kind of culinary skills could earn such praise from Lu Yanran that she would specially bring him along to taste it. His interest piqued. He waved his hand and said, "Take me there. We'll eat lunch here anyway." "All right," Lu Yanran responded, leading the way, taking Yeshuan into the alley and walking straight toward its deeper end. This alley was essentially a dead-end street, where the outer shops were more popular, but the inner ones, based on the foot traffic, were certainly less so. To be precise, there were basically no people visible. However, only one little restaurant was full of customers, with the queue even spilling out onto the street. Yeshuan squinted his eyes, guessing this should be the little restaurant Lu Yanran mentioned. Just as he thought that, Lu Yanran pointed to the place and said, "That's the shop, young master. I've reserved it, and a table has been kept. We can go straight in." Yeshuan nodded, not saying anything, following behind Lu Yanran amidst the envious gazes of the waiting crowd. He entered the small restaurant and sat down at a square table. Once seated, Yeshuan finally had the chance to take a good look around. The little restaurant wasn't large, about the size of a bubble tea shop. It had around 6 square tables with no elaborate decoration, looking rather retro but clean, and there was no unpleasant smell. Instead, there was a fragrant scent of sandalwood incense, quite stylish. There were many other eating places around, but they were mostly empty, whereas only this little restaurant was crowded with people. This truly validated the saying, "Good wine needs no bush, and gold will always shine." At this moment, a young lady who looked about 18 or 19 years old approached wearing a purple apron with lace. She placed a thick menu on the table and said sweetly, "Hello, this is the menu. You can order some dishes that aren't listed here as well. However, the dry braised beef slices are not available today because we've sold out of beef. It will be ready again tomorrow." Lu Yanran nodded, flipped open the menu, and passed it to Yeshuan, signaling that he could choose whatever he liked. Yeshuan's lips twitched slightly when he saw the thick menu, which was as large as a Xinhua dictionary. From the variety of dishes listed, it was clear that this restaurant had considerable strength. The menu seemed to include all kinds of Chinese dishes from both the south and the north. Without being shy, Yeshuan flipped through the menu and realized it wasn't just home-style dishes. There were also many exotic dishes that he'd never even heard of before. To his amazement, there were even simple dishes like plain boiled cabbage, as well as high-end dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, a luxurious traditional dish, and other dishes typically served at state banquets. Although the prices were a bit higher, just the names of these dishes caused a shock in Yeshuan's mind. On impulse, he ordered all the banquet-level dishes, causing the young waitress to cover her mouth and joke with a smile. "If you little ones can't finish all the food you ordered, you'll have to help us wash the plates. We don't allow any waste here." Yeshuan thought it made sense. He had been so excited by the banquet dishes that he impulsively ordered them all without considering whether they would be able to eat everything. So he canceled a few more dishes, leaving only 4 national banquet dishes: Buddha jumps over the wall, plain boiled cabbage, wincy tofu, and white cut chicken. The first 3 dishes especially required extremely high culinary skills, and Yeshuan wanted to test whether this restaurant truly lived up to its reputation or was just bluffing. After finishing ordering, Yeshuan handed the menu back to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran didn't really feel the need to add more since the selection was overwhelming, and she was unsure what else to order. Thus, she returned the menu to the young waitress and smiled politely, saying, "That's all. Thank you for your trouble." Chapter 359, After You. "Not a bother, there are quite a few people right now. I'll do my best to ask Grandpa to prioritize your orders." Hee. The young lady smiled, holding the menu and the list of dishes she had written down, hopping off to the kitchen. Apparently, she was charmed by her courteous attitude towards Yanran Lu, who radiated an aura in her formal attire that clearly signaled wealth, and had thus given the two of them a backdoor advantage for their meals to be prepared first. It was clear from her words that the chef here was an old man, and she was his granddaughter. This meant the old man's age wasn't small at all, still running a restaurant, and cooking at this stage of life indicated his immense passion for cooking. Yeshuan couldn't help but consider this as he took out his phone and started playing with it while patiently waiting for the food. About 10 minutes later, the young lady returned just as she had promised, bringing several dishes one after another. This caused murmurs of dissatisfaction at a nearby table where people were discussing quietly. "Hey, we got here first. How come their food comes before ours? We've been waiting for ages. If you look at that beauty, she obviously belongs to the wealthy class. Probably privilege, right? Let's wait a bit more. The good dishes should arrive soon. Fine cuisine is worth the wait." "That makes sense. Let's wait a little longer, and then we'll drink more." Listening to their discussion amused Yeshuan slightly, but he didn't pay much attention. His focus shifted back to the dishes on the table. The first dish placed on the table by the young lady was boiled Chinese cabbage. It appeared simple, just a few cabbage hearts with colorless broth, topped off with some salt and chicken flavoring powder. However, the intricacies hidden within this broth were numerous. Though it looked transparent like plain water, its true essence came from high-quality stock made with bones and spices. Then, 3 types of meat, pork, mutton, and beef, were finally minced into a paste that exuded water when squeezed. This paste was mixed with water and added to the murky stock to clear it, repeated 3 times, until it transformed from turbid to crystal clear like boiling water. Of course, Yeshuan understood the complexity behind it, thanks to his god-tier chef skill that made him well-versed in all global cuisines. Picking up the spoon, he tasted it to confirm if it was indeed plain water-boiled cabbage. The moment the soup touched his tongue, Yeshuan's pupils dilated sharply. The soup entered his mouth smoothly, warm yet not astringent. Its taste was subtle yet encompassing every flavor imaginable. It left a fragrant aftertaste that lingered endlessly, making it hard to stop at just one sip. One would only halt once completely full. Fortunately, Yeshuan had seen many things in life and maintained decent self-control. Even so, that one sip was enough to confirm this place wasn't ordinary, and their craftsmanship spoke for itself. Then, the young lady also brought wincy tofu, white-cut chicken, and fo shiakiang over and set them on the table. The aroma filled the air, and just the smell made one want to chew their own tongue. Yanran Lu could hardly suppress her excitement, continuously swallowing saliva while staring greedily at the dishes. Seeing this, Yeshuan smiled, preparing to invite Yanran Lu to start eating when suddenly, the young server returned again with another plate, setting it on the table. Hee, this is a complimentary dish from Grandpa called Young Prince Mansion stewed deer tendons, a royal dish from the past enjoyed exclusively by the Emperor's family. There aren't many ingredients used, but Grandpa says since you've ordered banquet-level dishes, you truly appreciate fine dining, so he decided to gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Yanran Lu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Ah, thank you so much. No problem. Enjoy your meal. After saying that, the server left cheerfully, leaving the surrounding tables envious. But what they ordered were mostly homely dishes, vastly different from the state banquets Yeshuan had chosen. Just in pricing alone, it was understandable why they received an extra item. When Yeshuan heard the name of this dish, a wave of shock surged through his mind. Young Prince Mansion stewed deer tendons. What kind of dish was this? This particular dish was simply unavailable in regular restaurants. Even if it was, most of it would be counterfeit goods. Hardly anyone could get the genuine article, because this was an ancient imperial delicacy, specifically served to the emperor, empress, and some favored concubines. Ordinary people wouldn't even get close to its aroma, let alone eat it. And now, this dish was right before his eyes. Instinctively, Yeshuan swallowed, realizing that if the plain boiled cabbage was authentic, then there was no doubt about this one either. Yet, the identity of his grandfather piqued Yeshuan's curiosity immensely. He casually said to Yanran Lu in a low voice, "Let's eat first. Once grandfather finishes up, you go and invite him over. I need to talk about something." Yanran Lu nodded, her face brimming with anticipation. "Yes, master. Should I start?" "Eat, eat. Have more. You're too thin already." Yeshuan smiled and expressed his care with a word, then picked up his chopsticks and joined Lu Yaran in eating voraciously. In no time, the dishes were eaten clean, not even a garlic clove was left. He felt completely relaxed all over, his soul almost ascending. One would not know how good these dishes are until one tastes them, and once they do, they'd realize that all the previous so-called delicacies were tasteless as chewing wax. The food before only filled their stomachs, but this table of dishes, that's what could be called real gourmet cuisine worth savoring. This craftsmanship, Yeshuan reflected with profound feeling, was nearly comparable to the god-tier cooking skill given by the system, perhaps representing the pinnacle of earthly fine dining. It had been a long time since he last tasted such delicious dishes, and for a moment, Yeshuan was genuinely elated inside. The pleasure was indescribable. At this moment, the sounds from the kitchen stopped. After a few breaths of time, an old man with a limp, a face full of wrinkles, and white hair emerged from the kitchen. In his hand, he held a slightly yellowed white towel, continuously wiping the sweat off his face and neck. His face was flushed red, obviously overheated from cooking, yet despite this, upon seeing the full hall of guests all enjoying themselves, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Lu Yaran remembered Yeshuan's instructions clearly. Seeing that the old master was free, she immediately rose and came to his front, speaking extremely politely. "Grandpa, my young lord wants to invite you to come over and chat casually." After saying this, she made a pleased gesture. A nearby server, who had just finished serving dishes, heard this and was a little surprised. She never would have thought that the kid who was served first would actually be referred to as young lord by such a wealthy sister. What kind of background does this child have? And those around them, upon hearing these words, were also astonished, glancing at Yeshuan and Lu Yaran, forgetting to eat their food. The old man saw Lu Yaran's attitude and paused briefly, then scrutinized her attire before following her gaze toward Yeshuan. After a while, a somewhat nervous smile appeared on his face as he rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, I'm coming. Please lead the way." Chapter 360, 3 Lifetimes of Good Fortune. Speaking, he followed Yanran Lu until arriving in front of Xianyi. Xianyi carefully looked over the old man. Though he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, he didn't seem frail. His voice was strong, and his body had some muscle. It seemed he was in good condition. The only defect was that he limped. He walked with a slight hobble, yet still insisted on and loved cooking, dedicating his life to bringing delicious flavors to the world, a man truly deserving admiration. As Xianyi observed the old man was also scrutinizing Xianyi. He was quite surprised that the 7 or 8-year-old child before him was called young master, hinting at someone who surely came from a wealthy family with substantial influence. At that moment, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face as he respectfully greeted Xianyi. "Hello, young master. I wonder why you called me here. Could it be that my dishes do not meet your taste?" Hearing this, Xianyi immediately waved his hands in denial, standing up and smiling as he shook the old man's rough hand. No, your dishes are truly rare delicacies, so delectable I nearly chewed off my own tongue. I noticed that even the imperial court dish young prince's deer tendon roast you could prepare, so I couldn't help but feel curious." The old man chuckled, wiping sweat with a towel and said, "My ancestors were imperial chefs and passed down some skills to me. It's just adding salt and stirring a bit. Nothing grand really, haha." Upon hearing imperial chef, Xianyi had already guessed correctly. The person capable of making young prince's deer tendon roast could be none other than one of the renowned imperial cooks. Then, he openly said, "It is like this. I intend to invest in you, enabling you to open a larger restaurant. You don't need to worry about construction or hiring staff. I will take care of all these matters fully for you. After the opening, all you need to do is cook inside. As for the name of the restaurant, that decision lies in your capable hands. And out of daily profits, I merely wish to take 1/10, leaving the rest entirely to you, old man. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression immediately turned serious as he exclaimed, "Oh, young master, I simply cannot accept such generosity. This is far too gracious of you. How could an ordinary cook bear such a great favor?" 1/10 of the profit meant what exactly? It was equivalent to giving the entire investment money to the old man, freely helping him start the business, manage promotion and initial advertising costs, all covered by Yi. Could anyone listening possibly accept such benevolence? Yet, Yi simply smiled lightly, holding the old man's hand firmly, and said, "Master Chef, your skills deserve it." After saying this, Yi turned to Yanran Lu and continued, "This matter must have your utmost attention. Make sure there are no mistakes. Find a shop downtown and try to prepare everything within a month. Yanran Lu nodded happily, replying, yes, yes, the mission is guaranteed to be accomplished. She originally pitied the old man for possessing such remarkable culinary skills, yet being confined to this small place, merely earning livelihood money. With the assistance of young Master Yi, naturally, she was delighted for the old man. Seeing how decisively young Master Yi arranged things without asking for any return made the old man deeply moved, feeling like living in a dream. All his life, he had never encountered such a generous benefactor. Despite his excellent abilities, he remained stuck in this small store, earning a simple living. Now over 50, he finally found someone who truly understood him. Numerous emotions surged within him, eventually boiling down to a deep sigh as he solemnly expressed his gratitude. I, this old man, am fortunate in 3 lifetimes. At this age, 1 foot already near the grave, to encounter you as my benefactor, I am sincerely grateful. Once this future store is handed to me, I shall operate it diligently and not fail your kindness, swearing upon my name, Mr. Ding Cripple. Seeing the old man's resolute and excited countenance, Yi felt a profound reflection. People often fear most not meeting someone who can truly understand them. No matter how talented one may be, if nobody understands you, how much accomplishment can one truly achieve? Just like faint aromas concealed in dark alleys, how impactful could they be? Yi deeply empathized, and thus upon encountering the old man, he instantly made up his mind. Clearly delighted, the old man matched Ye's intentions well. With a smile, Yi nodded and replied, old sir, you are overly modest. A benefactor I indeed cannot claim. I possess no extraordinary talent, merely contributing my humble efforts to the establishment of the store. The success or failure of the business relies solely on your skilled hands. This part 1 can certainly not assist. Having you help find a suitable shop location is already a tremendous help. I, this old man, am truly extremely grateful. The old man clasped his fists in salute twice, filled with respectful smiles, albeit still somewhat awkward and overly courteous. Seeing that everything was already settled, Yeshuan didn't say much more. He gave Yanran Lu a glance, and then spoke to the old man. Then it's settled this way. Once the shop location is finalized, my secretary, Yanran Lu, will come over, and at that time all arrangements will be made for you without your concern. After the shop is secured, if there are any issues, they can be discussed with Yanran Lu. Things to be negotiated or changed aren't major concerns, so don't feel the need to hold back. Ultimately, this store will last for a long time. With your physical condition, working another few decades shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first so as not to disturb you from doing business. The line outside has started to form again. Yeshuan chuckled, pointing to the growing queue of people outside, then bowed slightly to the old man before turning to head toward the door. Yanran Lu, seeing Yeshuan go, hurried along after him but suddenly remembered something. After walking a couple steps, she turned around and nodded at the old man and the waitress, smiling and saying, no problem. I'll inform you once I finalize the arrangements and the address. Then we can take a look together. Any decoration details or anything not to your liking can always be adjusted. I'll go now. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's no gift prepared in the store. I truly feel sorry about that. But rest assured, I'll make sure to visit next time. This kindness, Mr. Ding Cripple, I'll never forget. Thank you immensely. The old man respectfully followed Yanran Lu and Yeshuan, extremely sincere in his demeanor. His face still hadn't calmed down from his obvious flustered gratitude, showing how genuinely simple and kind he was. Neither Yanran Lu nor Yeshuan said anything further. Once they stepped outside the door, they stopped the old man from accompanying them further, considering the shop still needed tending to, and his legs weren't in the best condition either. They then walked straight out of the deep alleyway. As soon as they emerged, they saw many passersby surrounding a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine, taking photos and recording videos, their faces filled with astonishment. Chapter 361, Makeup. Seeing the situation, Yeshuan smiled faintly, having already been accustomed to it. It was reasonable for such a noticeable car to be surrounded by so many onlookers, and Lu Yanran didn't pay much attention either. After pressing the car key, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition instantly flashed several yellowish lights. The alarm sounded like a slumbering black dragon waking up, emitting a few low growls that startled the passersby, making them look around anxiously with eyes filled with anticipation. The car was unlocked, and without hesitation, Lu Yanran walked gracefully to the back seat, opened the rear door, and respectfully welcomed Yeshuan into the car. She then entered the driver's seat and slowly drove away amidst the amazed and shocked gazes of the passersby, leaving behind a waitress who had been holding a few Australian lobsters ready to give to Yeshuan, her jaw dropping in astonishment as she scurried back. On the road, people were in a hurry, while some ashen clouds floated across the sky, indicating an impending rain. With the arrival of these clouds, the stifling heat seemed to fade somewhat, with cool breezes swirling all around, refreshing Yeshuan and Lu Yanran enough that they didn't even need to turn on the air conditioning in the car. Before long, the car arrived at the gate of Villa Number 1. Yeshuan didn't let Lu Yanran open the door for him. Instead, he got out of the car himself and said goodbye before jogging home. Just as he reached the doorstep, a sudden flash of light appeared before his eyes. Ding! Please complete your sign-in, host. Sign in. Congratulations, host has obtained the divine makeup skill. Shivering slightly, Yeshuan returned to his senses. This system was truly strange, popping up unexpectedly. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and took out the key to open the villa door, casually walking inside. The sisters were sitting on the sofa, frowning deeply, completely unaware of Yeshuan's return. Alas, in a few days we will have to go to Tianjin to celebrate Elder's birthday. I really don't want to go. That's true. If only we could not go. Alas, I don't want to see the main family's people at all. Seeing them just irritates me. Why must our family be the collateral line? We are always treated as inferior compared to the main family. Look at how they behave. They even command the eldest sister to marry someone from the Lei family, being entirely impolite. How frustrating. It's what era is this now? And yet they insist on arranging marriages. Are they that great? Without them, can't we still live well, even better? Alas, no matter what, it's Elder's birthday. As younger generations, we should at least visit once, try not to get into too many arguments with the main family. Yes, after wishing him a happy birthday, we'll come right back. We certainly won't care about their faces anymore. No point ruining the whole day's mood. Only when the sisters spoke here did they notice little Yeshuan sneaking in, their frowns immediately vanishing as they crowded around, lifting Yeshuan up for affectionate cuddles. This left Yeshuan speechless. His face was squished, fearing that he might grow up looking like a plump chubby cheek forever. Not until the sisters' excitement subsided did they gently place Yeshuan on the sofa and spoke kindly to him. Little brother, in a few days, we're going to Tianjin to wish the elder a happy birthday. When that happens, you don't wander off, okay? Tianjin is a huge city. Getting lost there would cause trouble. Don't worry us. Yeshuan internally sighed but outwardly showed a naively obedient smile, nodding compliantly. Alright, don't worry about me. After saying that, Yeshuan pondered over this upcoming trip to Tianjin to celebrate the elder's birthday. The last time, the main family had ordered the eldest sister to marry the son of the Lei family from Tianjin. To put it nicely, it was a union of talents and beauty, matching families. To put it bluntly, it was using her like goods for trade, gaining business benefits in return. Yeshuan understood clearly and detested the main family's behavior deeply. So this time visiting Tianjin would mean some things had to be done. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp glint, fleeting yet chilling as steel, flickered through Yeshuan's eyes but disappeared quickly as his innocent smile reappeared. At that moment, the sound of beep, beep, came from the front door of the villa where renowned actress sixth sister Yimeng was entering after inputting the password. Stepping in, she complained loudly. So hot. This weird weather is really suffocating. She placed her bag down, swapped her shoes for slippers in the hallway, and walked straight to the air conditioning vent in the living room, stretching her arms wide enjoying the cool breeze, while sighing. Finally comfortable. Feels like I'm reborn. Her red-faced and sweaty state amused the sisters momentarily, but the mention of their upcoming trip to Tianjin to meet the main family brought their moods down again. One of the sisters reminded Yimeng, sixth sister, in a few days, we will head to Tianjin for Grandpa's celebration. You'd better arrange your schedule beforehand so that we don't run out of time. Otherwise, the main family will start showing their displeasure. Yimeng responded with a simple, oh, showing little interest in the occasion of wishing the old man a happy birthday. The sisters, seeing this, didn't say anything as they found Yimeng's lackadaisical attitude unsurprising. After all, how much respect could anyone have for someone who treated them merely as bargaining chips for business deals? So none of them voiced any complaints and remained seated on the sofa, their uneasiness growing as they gazed at the dark clouds outside. By this time, Yimeng had cooled down sufficiently from standing under the air conditioning vent. She stepped away and continued. I accepted a small variety show today. I need to get my makeup done. I'll let you know once it's recorded. Remember to watch. With that, she started walking toward her room. Seeing this, Yeshuan was reminded of the divine makeup skill he had obtained during sign-in earlier. A quick idea struck him, and he suggested, Sixth sister, how about I do your makeup? What do you think? Surprised, Yimeng glanced at Yeshuan, who appeared rather excited, and chuckled. Do you even know how to do makeup, little brother? This isn't just painting, it's not like playing house. Yimeng carefully explained it, though she suddenly realized that Yeshuan might be looking for a bit of fun, something children typically enjoy doing. And since her professional makeup artist still hadn't arrived, she walked up to Yeshuan and picked him up, whispering into his ear. Alright then, since my makeup artist hasn't arrived yet. But you have to make sure to make me look beautiful, okay? Yeshuan nodded furiously and gave a mischievous smile, already thinking of how impressive the results would soon leave her astounded. The other sisters also perked up upon hearing Yeshuan's offer, but said nothing more, choosing instead to take out their phones and engage in various tasks, deciding to check on the results later after Yeshuan was done. Not wasting any time, Yimeng carried Yeshuan upstairs straight to her bedroom. As they entered, a subtle and intoxicating fragrance filled the air, making Yeshuan more and more captivated by each passing moment. Chapter 362. Too beautiful. The room was neat and shiny, not a bit disordered, looking like it had never been lived in before. Sister 6 Yimeng placed Yeshuan down and walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, where she pulled the curtains aside and opened a small window for ventilation. She then entered the bathroom, removing her old makeup to reveal a rosy and beautiful face underneath. There was hardly any change between before and after removing her makeup, just some eyebrow shaping and lipstick. Her skin was flawless, making one envious. After washing her face, Yimeng leaned closer to the mirror to check her cheeks. Seeing no wrinkles or spots, she nodded in satisfaction, then gently wiped away the water droplets on her face with a towel and applied moisturizing essence. With everything done, Yimeng stepped out of the bathroom to find Yeshuan playing with various makeup products at the vanity table. Without hesitation, she walked over and sat in front of the mirror. Go ahead, little brother. Show off your makeup talent and give sister a unique and beautiful look. Alright, let me start then, sixth sister. Yeshuan smiled slightly, picking up the makeup items he had already chosen and started his demonstration. Because of his divine makeup skills, he had all the necessary knowledge in mind and his hands were incredibly proficient, every movement smooth and fluid without a hitch. It didn't take long before he was done. During the entire process, Sister 6 Yimeng hadn't looked into the mirror once, smiling as she watched Yeshuan's focused expression. Upon completion, she was about to check her reflection when her phone suddenly rang. Without even glancing at the caller ID, Yimeng pressed the green answer button directly. Hey, are you here yet? Yes, Meng Jia, I'm at the entrance of the villa. Alright, I'll be right there. After replying, Yimeng hung up, patted Yeshuan's head, and said, That's it, my makeup artist has arrived. Time's up for your makeup game, little brother. With that, she exited the room and bounded downstairs. The sisters were in the living room looking at their phones. Hearing the sound, they all turned their heads, their eyes simultaneously landing on Yimeng's face. The moment they saw her, they were shocked, mouths agape, frozen in place. Misjudging the situation, thinking perhaps the child's makeup wasn't good, Yimeng felt quite awkward and quickly walked through the living room, opening the door to step out into the yard. Outside the gate stood a meticulously dressed young lady. Spotting Yimeng, she waved enthusiastically, shouting, Sister Meng, I'm here. Upon hearing her voice, Yimeng steadied her gaze and rushed over, warmly opening the gate and inviting her in. Come in quickly, it's so hot outside. Let's cool down a bit inside. When the professional makeup artist caught sight of Yimeng's makeup, her pleasant demeanor changed instantly to astonishment and disbelief. Feeling quite embarrassed, Yimeng explained, This is done by my little brother. Kids like to play around, so I let him do it. I haven't checked it yet. It's not too great, is it? Hurry up and remove it for me, then redo it. Your little brother? The makeup artist, incredulous, said this sentence and then pulled out a compact mirror from her handbag. Opening it, she placed it in front of Yimeng. Pausing a moment, Yimeng moved her eyes towards the mirror, and upon seeing herself reflected, as if a celestial maiden descended from heaven, her expression changed dramatically. She picked up the mirror, stunned by what she saw in the glass. Sister Meng, this makeup is better than mine. Is it really done by your little brother? The makeup artist found it hard to believe that such exquisite makeup could be created by a child around 7 or 8 years old. However, Yimeng nodded, still somewhat lost in thought. Yes, my little brother did it. Come on, let's go inside first. This boy's skill is truly impressive. I must ask him where he learned it. After speaking, Yimeng led the professional makeup artist back into the villa. The other sisters were still amazedly discussing the matter. Seeing Yimeng return, their eyes fell again on her face, marveling at the effect. The professional makeup artist introduced herself politely to the sisters. Hello, sisters, I'm Meng Jie's makeup artist. My surname is Gua, my name is Gua and you can call me Xiao Gua. I often hear Meng Jie talk about all of you sisters. Today, meeting you indeed feels like encountering fairy-like figures. It's truly an honor to finally see each of you and satisfy my long-term curiosity. Hearing this, the sisters came back to reality and nodded, smiling while saying, Hello, please don't be polite. There's fruit around. Help yourself. I'll pour you a glass of water. It's pretty hot outside. Come sit and rest for a bit. Do you want an ice cream? I'll get you one. Do you like showbiz? Our sixth sister usually hasn't been giving you a hard time, has she? Being a makeup artist must be tough. You always have to follow her around for makeup. Come over and sit. You can rest before getting back to work. The beautiful makeup artist, obviously somewhat awkward and nervous at the sisters' diverging, hurriedly declined. No. Thank you all. I'll just finish Meng Jie's makeup and go home. No need to be so polite. Mentioning makeup, everyone then recalled Yimeng's makeup, looked at each other, and scrambled upstairs, directly heading into Yimeng's bedroom. Yeshuan was sitting cross-legged at the vanity, diligently trimming his eyebrows. Seeing the sisters rush in, he jumped in surprise and turned his head in confusion. The beauty makeup artist Guo and I looked at Yeshuan and spoke first. Little brother, you're amazing. Did you add anything special to the foundation for Sister Meng? What's the ratio? Can you teach me? Hearing this, Yeshuan scratched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Guanyi's eager face, he didn't know how to respond properly. After all, the skills given by the system had flowed naturally while using them, proceeding smoothly through every step, but explaining it would be troublesome. At this moment, the sisters behind also bounced excitedly and looked at Yeshuan expectantly, asking, Little brother, could you do my makeup too? It's so beautiful. I want one too. Little brother, please do mine as well. Can you, little brother? So delicate and flawless, with no imperfections at all. I'm going to remove my makeup now. Please give me a light one. I'll remove my makeup too and bring my own cosmetics. Little brother, do mine. I'll go too. After speaking, the sisters rushed back to their bedrooms to remove their makeup and wash their faces. Then they returned with large bags of cosmetics, filling up sixth sister Yimeng's vanity table to the brim, almost overflowing, dazzling to the eyes. Chapter 363, Drowsy. Yeshuan was extremely speechless at the situation. This old sister didn't even ask for his opinion and just went ahead without hesitation. However, as the old saying goes, it's not the scarcity but the inequality that matters. Since he had already given the sixth sister one, naturally the other sisters couldn't be neglected either, so he didn't refuse and said, Then you line up, one by one. Don't cut in or crowd everyone will get a turn. After finishing, he turned to the makeup artist Guo and I and said, You see later, I can't really describe it. Once you watch a few times, you'll understand. It's very simple. Guo and I nodded seriously with big eyes, feeling particularly happy that Yeshuan was willing to teach her. She then took a quick glance at the cosmetics on the table and started assisting enthusiastically. Yeshuan gave a satisfied nod, then instructed the fourth sister Yichan who had sat down first to lift her face because the sisters had already washed their faces with cleanser after removing makeup, thus skipping the first step. Sister Yichan's skin was relatively soft, so she needed some toner to tighten it, making the makeup look much better. He then stretched out his hand towards makeup artist Guo and I and said, Toner. The moment the words were spoken, the toner was handed over to him. Yeshuan raised an eyebrow, then evenly spread the toner on Sister Yichan's face with gentle and smooth movements, like flowing clouds and running water. After applying the toner, Yeshuan reached out again and said, Moisturizer, essence, hydrating milk. As soon as he finished speaking, these 3 skincare products were placed in his hands. Yeshuan gave a slightly satisfied nod and proceeded to apply them onto Sister Yichan's face for pre-makeup skincare. Since there were no pimples or spots on Sister Yichan's face, which was bright and white, concealers and complexion correctors weren't necessary, allowing him to move straight to setting the makeup. Although the makeup process was complicated, having such a professional assistant nearby made things easier for Yeshuan, significantly increasing his speed. Before long, he finished giving the fourth sister an elegant and refined makeup look, looking dignified and graceful. Upon completion, the sisters all exclaimed in surprise, never having seen the fourth sister so beautiful before, immediately captivated. They all took out their phones to take photos together. Sister Yichan was also amazed, never having imagined that Yeshuan could do such beautiful makeup. She had never seen herself look so pretty and was overjoyed, gazing at herself in the mirror indulgently. Next in line was the fifth sister Yifei. After seeing how beautiful Sister Yichan looked, her heart raced with excitement, unable to sit still, quickly taking her place on the chair. After all, who among girls doesn't love beauty, especially when they are made to look this beautiful? Of course, they would be excited. Seeing their demeanor, Yeshuan gave a faint smile, wasting no time to start the makeup procedure once again. Hydration, skincare, makeup primer, foundation setting, brow trimming, eyebrow drawing, eyeshadow and eyeliner application, curling lashes, mascara, blush application, finally following the fifth sister's preferred lip color, completing the whole makeup routine. In no time, all the sisters were beautifully adorned with a meticulous and exquisite makeup look, each of them admiring themselves in the mirror, holding their faces lovingly, exclaiming in delight. They had never seen such beautiful versions of themselves, reaching the pinnacle of makeup they had ever experienced, impossible to surpass. Amidst the astonishment, they also wondered where Yeshuan had learned such proficient makeup skills and asked, "Little brother, where did you learn this skill?" "That's right, little brother. Makeup is difficult, and it took me a long time to learn back then." "Where did you learn from? You followed every step perfectly. Just amazing, the makeup is so beautiful. It's killing me with beauty. I've taken so many selfies. I'll post them on my social circle tonight." Yeshuan had anticipated their questions, so he had already thought of a response, sticking to the same method, calmly replying, "I learned from short videos, watching more and more until I learned. It wasn't that hard." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment and then shouted, "Genius, little brother, this is truly impressive, learning makeup just by watching short videos. Truly a genius. Our family has someone extraordinary. Little brother really makes the sisters proud. Genius, truly a genius. I've never met anyone this talented." At such a young age, able to master these intricate and tedious makeup steps from short videos, little brother is indeed a genius. Love it. Love it. The little guy is simply good at everything. Besides calling him a genius, I don't know how else to describe him. Listening to the sisters' praises, Yeshuan gave a faint smile. There was nothing he could do. Men with built-in cheats were just this badass. As the sisters praised him, the beautiful makeup artist Lauren was also left astonished, echoing the commendations that Yeshuan was a genius with delicate and bold makeup techniques, controlling details impeccably while using the overall foundation setting and complexion enhancement methods appropriately. Moreover, he was just a kid of 7 or 8 years old. Apart from the word genius, she simply couldn't find any other word to describe him. After being praised for a while, everyone calmed down. Then those who wanted to take photos took photos, and those who wanted to tidy up cosmetics did so. In a short time, they got used to the exquisite makeup on their faces and no longer lost composure because of how beautiful they were. After everything was packed up, the sisters changed clothes. They were going to Tianjin in the next couple of days, so they planned to buy some formal dresses to wear at parties. The exquisite and beautiful makeup on their faces made them even more excited to go out. Just imagining the high turnaround rate / attention they would get on the streets and in the malls made them happy. At this moment, Yeshuan also came downstairs into the living room. He had just sat down when the sisters rushed downstairs, looking at Yeshuan and said, "Come on, little brother, the sisters are taking you shopping for clothes. Hurry up, little brother. We only have a couple of days until we go to Tianjin. We need to buy you something formal to wear. Wear something handsome, let everyone see. Hurry up, come on, we don't want to be late." But Yeshuan lazily waved his hand and said, "No, I won't go. It's too hot outside. I'm too lazy to go. Besides, I've already got enough clothes. There's no need to buy more." After all, he already had 3 custom-tailored suits which would be more than enough for a banquet. Seeing Yeshuan speak like this, the sisters looked at each other and didn't say anything more. They came to the entrance, put on their shoes, grabbed their bags, waved goodbye to Yeshuan, and left. In an instant, the once bustling living room became quiet. Yeshuan found peace and brewed a cup of tea before heading to the balcony. Lying on the chair, watching the flowers and trees in the courtyard, and hearing the cicadas chirping was a delightful experience. The afternoon of a scorching summer day always carried a bit of thrill, accompanied by the lullaby played by birds and cicadas. The atmosphere made people feel drowsy, with a cozy numbness filling the air that gradually lulled one to sleep. Chapter 364, The Black Card. Yeshuan lay on the rocking chair and, without realizing it, closed his eyes. Sleepiness spread over him like a fine net, tightening its grid bit by bit, pulling Yeshuan deeper into the abyss of consciousness. Just then, the sharp ringtone of a cell phone abruptly shattered the serenity. Startled awake, Yeshuan looked around and only came to his senses when he saw it was his phone. The caller ID showed Lu Yanran, so he picked up without hesitation. "Hello? Young master, the black cards that were promised for your use from the Huaxia Bank have been prepared. Should I send them to your villa or another location?" "Oh, just give them to my sisters. Let me give you a number to call, 135 ++++++++. Got it. I'm hanging up now." With that, he ended the call, tossing the phone onto the table. He moved his body up and down a few times, making the rocking chair sway incessantly before gradually drifting off to sleep. On the other side, the sisters were in the car enjoying the air conditioning, chatting and joking with each other. The car interior buzzed with happy vibes. On the streets lined on both sides, pedestrians hurried about. Many people dressed in mascot costumes handed out flyers, their actions cute and funny. Occasionally they would remove their helmets to take a breather, revealing beautiful faces drenched in sweat. In the scorching summer heat, they toiled for every small amount of money they could earn. After some time, the sisters arrived at the entrance of the parking lot beneath Wanda Plaza. As Yichan was about to steer the car inside, she was suddenly stopped by Yi Fei sitting in the passenger seat. "Wait, fourth sister, don't drive straight in yet. There might not be any parking spaces. I'll go inside first to check. If there's a spot, I'll call you, then you can drive in." Since Wanda has a massive flow of people, it was uncertain if there were any underground parking spots available. Entering without knowing risked trouble exiting, so someone going inside to confirm made things much simpler. Fourth sister Yichan thought this was reasonable, nodding her head in agreement. "Alright, I'll go check." She then parked the car, engaged the handbrake, and quickly walked into the dim underground parking lot. Inside, it was dark all around, though faint yellow lights illuminated it adequately enough. Using these faint yellow lights, Yichan looked around left and right. After a short while, she found 2 consecutive parking spaces. These spaces were next to a large support pillar, seemingly newly repainted with bright yellow lines. They appeared fresh, neat, and orderly. Satisfied, Yichan nodded and immediately took out her phone to call Yi Fei, connecting the call after only one ring. "I found a parking space. Let me see. Enter straight in, make a left turn at the first corner, then another right turn at the second corner, and you'll be here. Hurry up." After finishing her words, Yichan hung up the phone. She glanced around, let out a soft sigh, put away her phone, and started pacing back and forth near the 2 connected parking spaces, waiting for Yi Fei to arrive with the car. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from a distance. A sports car then dashed forward at an incredible speed, stopping horizontally between the 2 parking spaces before anyone else could claim them. Its arrogant presence radiated rudeness. Seeing her reserved parking spaces being occupied right before her eyes, Yeshuan froze for a second. But soon recovering, she rushed forward with a surge of irritation, frowned, and shouted. Hey, who parks like this? Taking up 2 parking spaces for just 1 car. How are we supposed to park? Are you trying to tell me that your sports car has a bigger ass, needing more than a single space? Plus, why do you even need to park across like that? What is your deal? The young thug inside the sports car, who had a dragon tattoo circling half his neck, smirked and disdainfully shot back. What's an old ant like you complaining about? I park however I want. What's it got to do with you? Another beggar? Can't you find another parking spot yourself? No sooner had the rich brat finished speaking than a girl with multicolored hair and leg tattoos opened the door and stepped out from the passenger seat. She held her head high and glared at Yeshuan through her nose, berating her loudly. My lord Xia parks exactly how he pleases. So what does it matter to you, old ant? Besides, this parking lot doesn't belong to you, does it? How dare you tell Lord Xia how to park? Mind your own business. Not to mention, old ants like you complain about everything. Go cool off somewhere else. If you can't find a parking space, just leave. Just seeing you is bad luck. Hearing their condescending attitudes and biting tones, Yeshuan instantly flared up with uncontrollable anger. She roared loudly. You almost hit me. Do you even realize that? You didn't even look where I was standing and charged recklessly. What's your intention? Driving a sports car makes you so arrogant? What if your speed had grazed me just now? Upon hearing this, the spoilt young master Xia still paid no heed, disinterestedly twisted his neck, and took a harsh puff of his cigarette. He flicked the butt onto the ground, sneering disdainfully at Yeshuan. Are you dumb, or do you have issues with your eyes? My sports car's engine was roaring so loud as I drove it here. How could you not see or hear it? Why didn't you move out of the way or avoid it? After young Master Xia spoke, the petite gangster girl chimed in agreement from the side. That's right, this old woman is just making trouble for nothing. Ignore her. She's ruining our good mood for the day. How could she not notice the car driving over here, and now she's criticizing us? This old lady might be planning to extort money from us. Disgusting. Yeshuan stood by growing angrier with every word, her chest heaving dramatically, and her nose huffing audibly. Her face visibly turned red, clearly indicating that she was incensed. Just then, Yifei also arrived with the car. Seeing Yeshuan clenched fists brimming with rage, glaring fiercely at the tattooed man and woman in front of her, and subsequently noticing the tattooed pair's sports car occupying 2 parking spots, everyone immediately understood what had transpired. An overwhelming sense of frustration arose within them. Without further ado, they recklessly parked their car facing the sports car of the tattooed individuals, completely blocking its movements. They left the gangster offspring and the young gangster with no room to move forward or backward. Subsequently, they all got out of the vehicle, glaring at the rich young master and the petite gangster while reprimanding loudly. Where do you buffaloes come from? Have your parents not taught you about manners and etiquette? 1 car taking up 2 parking spots. There must be something wrong with your right hand. Did you even take a driving test before driving? You don't even know how to park a car properly, and yet you have the audacity to drive a sports car. What an obnoxious behavior, truly revolting. Occupying parking spaces without yielding, acting arrogantly. A family with bad leaders breeds corrupted followers. That's true. I wonder who could give birth to such people. Probably a rascal since childhood, lacking any sense of decency. Usually, I only see these types online. I never expected to encounter one today. You 2 buffaloes are utterly nauseating. Chapter 365, Willing. When Yeshuan saw that her sisters had all arrived, the atmosphere immediately tilted in their favor, which alleviated much of her anger. She then pointed at the wealthy young man and the rebellious girl and scolded them. Not only did they take my parking spot, but they even blamed me. They almost hit me, yet he had the audacity to say I didn't know how to get out of the way. I've never seen such disgusting people. They are simply shameless, with distorted values, and still try to justify themselves as if they were totally right. What pretense of upbringing? It's nauseating. Arrogant because they have a bit of money, acting superior, doing whatever they please without restraint, as if nothing could possibly control them. Are they from a demolished household? The big families I know certainly don't have anyone as crude as you. It infuriates me. Truly, there are all kinds of people in this world. The young rich man and the rebellious girl, upon seeing so many sisters suddenly arrive, were initially taken aback, but soon after regrouped and regained their composure. Hatsue, what's the deal with numbers? You're acting like hooligans just because you're more. The problem was yours to begin with, yet you insist on blaming me. Women always bring up nonsense, really good at arguing. With mouths like yours, it would be a waste not to join black rappers. Your talent for argument is wasted on me. Running your mouth here with me. Seriously, you're hilarious. You all act like you're something special, but what we have here are various birds from a large forest. I've never seen anyone like you. Parking has always been 2 spots for luxury cars. What can I say? Respectability. If there's no space, just move along. Simple as that. Stop your incessant chatter. Outrageous. While Xia Xiao was speaking, the rebellious girl already thought of a rebuttal. Her face took on an even more hooligan-like expression, seemingly eager to rip Yifei and Yeshuan apart. As Xia Xiao finished his tirade and paused to catch his breath, the rebellious girl seized the opportunity. Taking a step forward, she pointed at them and shouted. I bet when you were kids, you were the unruly ones. A group of shrews. Is there any problem with Xia Xiao's sports car taking up 2 parking spaces? Any problems? No problem at all. Our Xia Xiao is rich and powerful, so what? You pitiful poor bitches want to extort us? Ridiculous. Look at your makeup, like some kind of demon. Hilarious. I think all of you see Xia Xiao's wealth and want to extort money from him, huh? Not gonna happen. You should go take a piss and look at yourselves in it. A bunch of demons. Today wasn't a good day to go out, full of bad luck and misfortune. As Yeshuan and Yifei looked at the rebellious girl spitting saliva and constantly bringing up money, they realized the situation all too clearly. It was clear the issue was about parking and manners, yet all her talk centered on money. Any reasonable person could see that the more someone cares about something, the more likely it will come up unintentionally. This exposed both their desire and the embarrassing nature of humanity. Additionally, the unreasonable attitudes of these 2 showed they were impossible to reason with. So the sisters stopped talking, shared a knowing glance, then silently turned around and walked towards the elevator, ignoring the screams of the wealthy youth and the rebellious girl. After all, arguing with people like this for an entire day would yield no results. This feeling was akin to encountering a nitpicker during your teenage years versus when you're in your 20s or 30s. When young, you'd always want to argue and correct those whose views and language were off. But perhaps, years later, that nitpicker hasn't changed one bit. Yet you're exhausted, realizing by your 20s or 30s that such people aren't worth anything, and it's not worth wasting words on them. Moreover, they'll never be convinced. So, the sisters smartly chose not to engage, unwilling to let their pleasant mood be ruined over such trivial matters. There were better things ahead, such as their delightful shopping trip. Wasting time on these people was utterly unworthy. Meanwhile, Xie Xiao, the wealthy young man, seeing that they completely ignored him and even parked their car blocking his sports car, stormed and cursed furiously. Shit, you hooligans, move your car. Are you not following any logic? How am I supposed to drive out with your blockage? You poor bastards. However, the sisters had long since walked away and were just entering the elevator, making them unable to hear Xie Xiao's words. The construction noise nearby was loud anyway, so they only occasionally heard some unclear but aggressive voices. The sisters paid no mind, treating it as mere barking. From the basement floor to the first floor, time flew by instantly. Barely catching 2 breaths, they had already arrived. Wanda Plaza occupied an extensive area with a total of 6 floors, each floor featuring a different shop style. The escalator spiraled upward around a central void area, which connected to the outdoor space, allowing sunlight to stream in and directly illuminate a small fountain below. The light rippled over the surface of the water, reflecting tiny ripples of shimmering waves that stood out among the many elegant decorations, creating a particularly dazzling sight. The architecture surrounding the escalator adopted a twisted spiral design in silver-blue hues, giving passengers a sense of futuristic visual impact even as they rode casually. On the ground, several smart vacuum robots occasionally passed by, along with artificial intelligence robots equipped with navigation, dialogue, and recommendation functions, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd and spreading laughter and joy throughout the plaza. Moreover, on the first floor, numerous high-tech stereo speakers and panoramic 3D visual screens were placed around, contrasting beautifully with the wall colors and creating an atmosphere of opulence and splendor. As the sisters exited the elevator and gazed at the bustling Wanda Plaza, they took a deep breath of the fresh air unique to this place, completely washing away the frustration from before. They then walked straight toward the escalator, planning to go to the second floor, which specialized in clothing, to buy a few suitable outfits for the upcoming banquet. Passers-by around them couldn't help but stare in awe at their makeup and beauty, discussing excitedly. Isn't it incredible? Look over there. Those women are absolutely stunning. They're like celestial beings. Are they part of some girl group? They have great figures and faces that seem unreal. I've never seen such beautiful people in my life. They're breathtakingly gorgeous. I wish I could look half as pretty as them. Their makeup is impeccable. I feel like all the years I spent learning makeup skills went to waste after seeing this. The makeup really is impressive. Honestly, it's the first time I've ever seen makeup done this well. I adore them, but I can only admire from afar. If I could marry one of them, I'd willingly sell everything I own just to make it happen. Chapter 366. Help me wrap it up. Ho ho. If I can marry her and take her home, dying after that would be worth it. She's just too beautiful. She completely redefines my understanding of what a beauty is. To die under the peony bloom would truly be romantic. Who wouldn't love a woman like her? Unfortunately, we can only glance at her from afar. Come on, the movie will start soon. The sisters walked through the crowd, boarded the escalator, and could feel the hot and awestruck gazes of those around them. They secretly grinned to themselves. Hey, did you notice? Our titulaire, head turning rate, seems much higher than usual today. Yes, I noticed that as soon as we entered. Without a doubt, Xiao Di has done an absolutely amazing job with our makeup. I feel so satisfied. Look at those boys over there. They haven't taken their eyes off us. Haha, Xiao Di is truly a genius at makeup. I absolutely love it. This feels amazing. That kid really is a genius. He's made me look so good that I don't even want to wear light makeup anymore. Me too. But heavy makeup does harm the skin. Oh well, why can't there be a way to look beautiful without harming the skin? So frustrating. Well, enjoying the occasional moment of beauty is fine. Normally, light makeup works perfectly fine for appearances. As they talked, the escalator had already arrived at the second floor, where many shops were laid out. Some prominent brand logos immediately caught everyone's attention. Without hesitation, the group headed directly toward one of these shops, wandering for a bit before finally stepping into the flagship store of Louis Vuitton. At the store entrance stood 2 neatly dressed sales associates with warm smiles on their faces. As soon as they saw Yeshuan and the others approaching, they warmly welcomed them. Welcome to the Louis Vuitton flagship store. This way, please. Only after saying this did they notice the stunning makeup on the sisters, and their expressions changed drastically, leaving them momentarily stunned by the sheer magnificence of the looks and facial features before them. The sisters gave them a slight smile in response, nodding gently, not uttering a word more. Such reactions were truly intoxicating, much like basking in springtime warmth, a sensation that grew increasingly pleasant and irresistible. Once inside the store, the sisters began browsing along the neatly arranged counters. The dazzling array of clothing seemed to make them feel even more vibrant. Not long into the exploration, Yi Fei, Sister 5, found a rather revealing dress and took it into the dressing room. After some time, she returned looking rather dejected. Seriously, the fabric is so thin, it doesn't seem like much until you wear it, and then it becomes too see-through. Coolness aside, it's simply too transparent. How am I supposed to wear something like that? It was such a nice looking piece. Oh well, what a waste. The other sisters, who were holding clothes up against themselves to assess their appearance, raised their eyebrows upon hearing Yi Fei's complaint. They started focusing more closely not just on the look and material, but also on its thickness. Soon enough, the sisters all picked out fairly decent clothes that provided sufficient coolness while maintaining elegance and propriety, making them suitable for banquets. Finally, only Yi Chan, Sister 4, remained indecisive, lingering between a few options. Seeing that her sisters had already chosen their respective outfits, she felt a peculiar sense of unease creeping in. Noticing Yi Chan's hesitation, the sales associate recommended one particularly outstanding option among the dresses. Though fitting for a banquet, it wasn't quite as revealing as some of the other choices, but still managed to stay elegant. After hearing the suggestion for a while, and considering the characteristics of this outfit herself, Yichan eventually made up her mind and chose this option. Well, okay, I'll go with this one. Now that you've mentioned it, it does have a lot of advantages. She inspected the garment thoroughly, pondering for a moment, nodded thoughtfully, and was about to ask the attendant to wrap it in a new package when her phone began ringing and vibrating from within her bag. Quickly searching through her bag, she pulled out the phone to take a look. It was a local number, though unfamiliar to her. Assuming it was yet another business-related inquiry or an advertisement endorsement offer, she didn't hesitate to press the accept call button since Yichan, being a top streamer with millions of fans, regularly received numerous endorsement and advertising requests, sometimes leading to a scenario where advertisers had to wait in line due to full slots. Hello? Is this Ms. Yichan? Yes, this is me. Who might you be? Oh yes. Could you kindly share your current location? We have some gifts that we'd like to send your way. Gifts? Yichan's expression flickered slightly. She wasn't sure what this person was about. Randomly sending gifts? This felt suspicious, almost like a scammer. So she replied, "Oh, I'm not at liberty to disclose my location, and I have no interest in the gifts either, sorry." After saying that, she was about to hang up when the person on the other side seemed to catch this meaning and immediately called out. Wait, we are from the bank. Sorry for not explaining clearly earlier. It's because of your deposit points with our bank that we're offering you these gifts. Hearing this, Yichan understood. Oh, so that's how it is. I'm currently on the second floor of Wanda Plaza on Dong Street buying clothes. Come as soon as possible. With that, she hung up the phone, feeling quite baffled. It was the first time she heard that deposit points could be exchanged for gifts, and they were even personally delivered by the bank, which still felt strange, like a scammer. The sisters noticed Yichan's perplexed expression after answering the call, and were also curious. They thought for a moment, and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing much. Someone said they want to send gifts. It's quite baffling." Yichan casually replied, and didn't pay attention to the matter anymore. Whether it's real or fake, she doesn't really care. Then, turning around, she handed the clothes to the sales associate and smiled, saying, "Wrap this piece of clothing up for me in a new package." "Sure, okay." The sales associate humbly responded, then took the clothes back to the counter, taking out an unopened same-style piece from the wardrobe behind the counter, and packing it in a gift box. After selecting the clothes, Yichan continued to stroll around the store with her sisters, but found there was really nothing else to buy, so she didn't plan to browse any longer. She leisurely made her way to the front desk, intending to check out and leave. The sales associate was still packaging Yichan's clothes, noticing that everyone had finished browsing, sped up a bit, packaging while smiling, and saying, "Please wait just a moment, I'll finish wrapping it up right away." Just as she finished speaking, two shadowy figures appeared at the entrance. Their footsteps were hurried and rushed straight towards the front desk. Before they arrived, their voices reached them. Chapter 367, all for free. We've also set our eyes on these clothes. Wrap them up for us. It was a relatively immature female voice, sharp and condescending. The sisters who had just gone through an intense argument not long ago naturally recognized this voice. There was no mistake. The ones who arrived were none other than wealthy playboy Xiao Xiao and the little gangster girl leaning against him. After shouting that sentence, the little gangster girl had already arrived at the front desk. Looking at the piece of clothing in the gift box held by the salesperson, she reiterated her words to Yichan with mockery and disdain on her lips. "I'm saying I've also taken a fancy to this piece of clothing, and I want this one." When the sisters saw that it was these two unlucky stars, their moods instantly became a bit heavier, because everyone had witnessed the unreasonable arguments of these two people. Thus, they reined in their smiles and put on a serious expression, saying, "This is something we bought first. Why don't you go pick something out yourselves instead of choosing the one we have? What if I like this one? Is there any problem with that?" The little gangster girl coldly snorted, looking disdainfully at Yichan and the other sisters, showing extreme arrogance. Evidently, this wealthy playboy Xiao Xiao and the little gangster girl were obviously here to pick a fight. Although the sisters all knew it clearly, they couldn't help but retort, "Not letting go, are you? Why do you always have such disgusting people around everywhere? Don't know if you don't have hands or eyes. Can't select among so many clothes. To buy clothes and still intercept halfway, truly unheard of." Hearing this rebuke from the sisters, the face of the little gangster girl instantly turned dark. Just as she was about to open her mouth to counterattack, she saw the wealthy playboy Xiao Xiao laugh nonchalantly and take out a few red notes from his handbag. With a bang sound, he threw them on the counter. "Give it to us, I'll pay." Seeing this, the hearts of the sisters immediately filled with anger. This kind of insult was something no one could endure, so they angrily said, "Go cool off somewhere else, truly absurd. What kind of person is this, grabbing while buying clothes? Haven't you seen clothes before? Go choose yourself. It's only after much effort that I found this piece of clothing. What sort of festivity are you trying to stir up? Joking around. Don't block the way here, stinking all over. A good dog doesn't obstruct the road. Do you know or not? Waitress, pack it up for me quickly, we're checking out and leaving. I really don't want to stay in the same room with such nasty people. Truly nauseating." Upon hearing the rather rude comments from the sisters, the expression of wealthy playboy Xiao Xiao, which was initially quite nonchalant, instantly turned dark, almost black enough to drip oil. "Fine, you don't respect me politely, then I'll make things hard for you," Xiao Xiao solemnly said, then rummaged through his handbag for a moment. In no time, he suddenly pulled out a card that gleamed gold and slapped it on the table, proclaiming, "I am a gold card member here, and I have the right of priority purchase. What's wrong with me buying this piece of clothing?" The salesperson, upon seeing this, tensed up slightly. She explained, "Yes, gold card members have the priority right to purchase all items in this store. In short, as long as payment has not been made, the gold card holder can buy this piece of clothing. In addition to this privilege, gold card members also enjoy an 80% discount throughout the store, unlimited return and exchange, home delivery, and priority notice of new products. In summary, this piece of clothing probably cannot be sold to you. Very sorry. Would you like to choose another item?" After the salesperson finished speaking, she looked apologetically at Yichan. There was nothing she could do about the rules of the company. The reasonable sisters naturally understood this point, but were shocked and hard to believe by the strange regulations of the company. At this moment, wealthy playboy Xiao Xiao was extremely pleased, and the little gangster girl beside him was the same. The two people were very arrogant and looked askance at Yichan and others, making one feel sickened. Yichan and the sisters were infuriated by the appearance of these two, but due to this regulation, they could do nothing. Thus, they glanced at each other and showed a hint of compromise in their eyes. They thought it was fine. If one piece of clothing was given to her, then let her have it, and they would pick another one. Just when they were thinking this, suddenly, a well-dressed middle-aged man walked in from outside. This middle-aged man had a rosy complexion and an unmoving face, yet always appeared to be smiling. His gaze seemed indifferent, revealing no emotion. At a glance, it was clear that he was a leader. The great Professor Zeng once said that in the eyes of a true leader, no emotions can be detected, because he must face many people and say many words. A person's mind is hidden in their eyes. As long as the eyes are indifferent, they won't disclose any messages, and no one will be able to discern his inner thoughts. After that middle-aged man walked into the door, he immediately spotted Yeshuan and the others standing around the counter. Thus, he hurriedly approached, moving his facial muscles slightly, and his smile grew even more intense. "Oh, Missy, am I not too late?" "Haha. After receiving your call, I set off immediately. The traffic was a bit jammed, and I almost didn't make it." The middle-aged man spoke while taking out an envelope from his handbag. With both hands respectfully presented to Yeshuan, he said, "Here you are, Missy, please accept it." Seeing this, the sisters all looked at the middle-aged man in confusion, then glanced at the envelope in his hand, and were momentarily baffled. Fortunately, Yeshuan quickly reacted and remembered a phone call she had received earlier. She hadn't expected it to be real. Thus, after accepting the envelope with courtesy, she thanked him with a polite laugh. "Then thank you, haha." As she said that, she squeezed the envelope slightly, feeling the hardness of a card inside, something like a bank card. Her curiosity piqued. She immediately opened the envelope and took out a completely pitch-black VIP black credit card. Upon seeing this, the salesperson's pupils instantly shrank, her face turning pale instantly as she stared incredulously at the black card. She immediately turned and rushed into the manager's office in the back. In no time, she brought out a well-dressed manager in a suit. The manager wore a skeptical expression, disbelieving what the salesperson told him about the black card, thinking she must have mistaken it. However, when they reached the front desk and saw the exclusive anti-counterfeiting mark of Huaxia Bank engraved on Yichan's black card, his face tightened sharply, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Being the manager of a renowned flagship store, he knew exactly what the black card represented. It was crystal clear to him, even clearer than how old his son was or what grade he attended. Thus, without hesitation, he swiftly wrapped the clothes, then respectfully handed them over to Yichan with both hands. His smile was full of respect as he said, "Miss, here is your garment. Your esteemed presence honors us, and we apologize sincerely for not greeting you sooner. All expenses for this visit will be waived, as our way of apology, haha." Upon hearing that all fees were waived, not just Yichan but also all the sisters displayed looks of astonishment. They still couldn't figure out what had happened. Suddenly, not only did they receive the clothing, but the entire cost was cancelled. Chapter 368, Parents Return. If it's free, why not take it? Since it's complimentary, the sisters didn't hesitate, exchanging a glance and smiling knowingly. They then accepted the gift box and said with a smile, "Thank you, manager. No, this is all we should do. Ladies, please don't be polite. If you're formal with us, that would be our fault. We hope you will visit our store more often for guidance." The manager walked beside the sisters courteously, talking while humbly pulling open the glass door, exuding an air of respect, but only towards the sisters. The sisters said nothing more, politely responded to the manager a few times, and then left, leaving behind a rich young man and a punk girl with puzzled expressions, deeply confused by the manager's actions. Only after the sisters disappeared into the crowd did the manager straighten up again and return after closing the glass door. Upon seeing this, the rich young man Xia and the punk girl glared at the manager, questioning angrily, "What's your meaning, manager? I wanted that outfit. Is the priority purchase right on the gold card a fake?" "That's right, what does it mean? Is the gold card useless now? How dare you give the clothes to those heritants? I've never seen you offer me any clothes despite having a gold card. Manager, are you opening backdoors and privileges because they're pretty? Be careful, I'll report you." How bizarre. A black card from who knows which store. Does it surpass my gold card in value? Besides, I seem to remember there isn't even a black card at your store. Is the highest level not the gold card? Listening to these words, the manager probably realized that these two people were troublemakers, but remained calm, smiling and explaining. "Hee, both of you, don't get too worked up. Let me explain. It's possible you haven't seen the black card, which many people haven't. It's quite normal. After all, this black card is rarely seen by ordinary people. It's specially customized by Huaxia Bank for those who deposit hundreds or even trillions of assets there. Their prestige goes without saying. And can someone who deposits hundreds or even trillions in Huaxia Bank have a small background or pedigree? So, do you think it was appropriate for me to give them the clothes?" The manager finished speaking, half humble and half mocking, giving a meaningful look at the expressions of the rich young man Xia and the punk girl. After hearing the manager's explanation, these two were almost paralyzed with fear, standing dumbfounded in place, their faces pale and lips trembling slightly, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Recalling what they had done and said to the sisters before, just thinking about it gave them goosebumps, their scalps tingling with terror, a suffocating feeling. Hundreds of billions in assets, what did that mean? Simply put, someone with that kind of wealth could make another person vanish without a trace from the world effortlessly. And it could be even simpler, simple enough to leave obvious flaws, but still leave no one able to investigate, let alone find your body. In other words, once targeted, there's no chance to escape. That despair and pressure felt like being under the 5 fingers mountain of Buddha himself, thinking you have a chance to struggle, only to find out it's all self-deception and nonsense. Young Master Xia, although he hadn't eaten pork, had certainly seen pigs run. An ordinary person might not grasp the concept of hundreds of billions upon hearing it. It seems abstract. But young Master Xia, at least a well-to-do young master with connections to many enterprises, had seen money in the hundreds of millions and used money in the millions, so he was very sensitive and familiar with such amounts of hundreds of billions. Now his whole body was numb, completely motionless, his scalp tingling so badly it felt ready to be torn off, fried with Sichuan peppercorn oil, making any dish spicier than anything available in the market. It had come to that extent. On the other hand, after leaving the shop, the sisters went to the bag store to browse and bought some elegant and simple handbags, complementing the clothes they had just purchased, making them perfect for attending banquets. Then they also bought a pair of high heels, as it was a formal event where one needed to look dignified and proper to remain graceful. With the heels already bought, necklaces and earrings were indispensable. A bright and elegant necklace and earring set could significantly enhance their overall appearance and add a touch of aristocratic beauty. So the sisters headed straight to the jewelry store and, in the astonished eyes of the staff, each bought a pure gold necklace with diamonds and a top-grade jadeite earring set made of ink green jade. Altogether, the cost came close to 100,000 yuan, but the sisters didn't even bat an eye while paying, strolling out of the store with the wrapped gift boxes, leaving behind an image of elegance for the service staff. With all the shopping done, the sisters carried large and small bags in their hands, feeling tired. They then took the escalator down to the second floor, strolled around for a while, bought some snacks, and left. The sports car parked horizontally across two spaces in the underground parking lot had disappeared. In its place were a Volkswagen and a Civic. Yichan's car, driven by her fourth sister, only occupied one space. It was undeniable that these two indeed had some skill to pull off such precise parking. The sisters arched their eyebrows in surprise but quickly accepted it. They hurriedly got into their car and drove off, as the domineering sports car was gone, leaving them unsure how rude the drivers might have been towards their obnoxiously parked vehicle. So Yichan hit the gas pedal, starting in second gear like she was escaping, driving out of the underground parking lot. After paying the parking fee, they joined the main road and disappeared into the sea of vehicles. It wasn't until they were almost home that everyone relaxed, reminiscing about the audacity of blocking the parking spaces with their car. They couldn't help but smile faintly and silently exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Upon returning home, the sisters didn't even take a breather, but immediately rushed upstairs to their rooms to adorn themselves. They tried on the clothes, shoes, necklaces, and earrings bought earlier and simulated in front of the full-length mirror what movements would look most graceful with the outfits. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly called out from the living room downstairs, resonating upward and filling the entire second floor. Where are my little darlings? Where's the boy? Has he not returned yet? Hearing the voice, the sisters' faces tightened momentarily, surprised. Then they abruptly rushed out of their rooms, stomping down the stairs. Seeing a middle-aged man sitting in the living room and a beautiful woman beside him pouring water, they excitedly exclaimed, "Dad, Mom." That's right. The visitors were none other than the head of the family, the sisters' father Yi Hongliang and mother Sun Xiaoqin. Yi Hongliang glanced at his daughter's makeup and slightly paused in awe of their beauty and refinement. Then he smiled and said, "You girls are getting more and more beautiful every day, becoming better and better at applying makeup." Chapter 369. Off to Tianjin. Sun Xiaoqin shot Yi Hongliang a glance, causing the sisters to burst into laughter. Then they gathered around Sun Xiaoqin and began chatting, asking about everything from family matters to trivial details. After all, children generally get close to their mothers, almost like friends who talk about everything. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Yi Hongliang came upstairs looking utterly confused, scratching the back of his head, and saying puzzledly, "Where has that little rascal gone? He hasn't returned yet? It's time for dinner. That's strange." As soon as he finished speaking, Yichan walked over from the rocking chair on the balcony outside the living room with a sleepy-eyed little one, smiling and saying, "Right here, Dad, still sleeping. That brat, where could he be?" Yi Hongliang approached happily, took the half-asleep Yishan, then gave him a series of tickles on the soles of his feet, while laughing heartily and full of joy. Yishan had been drowsy but quickly snapped out of it, his legs shaking uncontrollably like a sieve as he emitted cries of painful laughter, making Yi Hongliang even happier. After a long session of tickling, Sun Xiaoqin's face turned serious and she called out sharply, "If you make our son cry later, you're sleeping outside tonight." Only then did Yi Hongliang stop, putting the nearly lifeless Yishan down and sitting on the sofa to drink tea. After catching his breath, Yishan looked at Yi Hongliang in utter disbelief, and then helplessly pounced into his mother Sun Xiaoqin's arms for some comfort. At this point, the kitchen range had started making noise, and Sun Xiaoqin glanced at it, muttering, "This kid." Then she placed Yishan on the sofa, got up, and went to the kitchen to help Yichan, since there were many mouths to feed, and one person doing all the work would just be overwhelmed by all the vegetable prep alone. The sisters noticed and couldn't sit around idly anymore. Those helping helped, those cleaning cleaned, leaving only Yishan and Yi Hongliang not lending a hand. It's true that more hands make the job go faster. In no time, a big table filled with dishes was ready. The aroma of the food filled the whole house, making everyone's fingers itch to eat and their stomachs rumble in protest. Seeing this, Yi Hongliang didn't delay, picking up Yishan and sitting down before opening a bottle of his treasured fine liquor. He poured himself a glass, savoring it with satisfaction, then said to Yishan, "How about it, son? Want to give it a try?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Xiaoqin scolded him. "You have no seriousness in your entire day. Come on, let's eat. Try the dishes our little Chan made. Did you smell the delicious aroma?" With that, she picked up her chopsticks and immediately served Yishan a braised lion's head and a few sweet and sour spare ribs. "Son, eat quickly. You're in the growing stage. Eat more so you can grow tall and handsome." Hearing this, Yichan couldn't hold back her laughter and looked at Sun Xiaoqin, smiling and asking, "Mom, when you chose Dad back in the day, wasn't it because he was tall and handsome?" "True enough," Yi Hongliang smirked, his eyes lighting up with happy memories as he reminisced. "You know, in my youth, I was known as the jade-faced bodhisattva. Do you know what that means? It means tall, handsome, gentle, and compassionate. Tell me, wouldn't you moms pick me?" Yi Hongliang squinted, chuckling warmly as he delved into past stories. Sun Xiaoqin was also like this, but after giving a slight smile, her face quickly turned serious again. She added a steamed fish slice to Yi Hongliang's bowl, saying resentfully, "There are so many good dishes, and you're still blabbering. Here, eat some light food, since you've got stomach issues." The sisters saw this exchange, exchanged glances, and quietly chuckled behind closed lips. As wine glasses clinked and time flew, the meal concluded in a lively atmosphere in no time. Yi Hongliang, flushed slightly from drinking, looked at the feast on the table approvingly and smiled. "Wow, Chan's cooking is getting better and better. I've eaten at all the hotels in Jinling, tried all kinds of cuisine, none taste as good as what our Chan cooks. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt secretly pleased inside but said nothing further. She silently set about collecting the bowls and chopsticks. The sisters also pitched in. On the other hand, Yi-xian sat comfortably in the chair, patting his belly that was full of food. At this moment, Yi Hongliang continued. Alright, let's head to Tianjing tomorrow. After all, Grandpa's birthday banquet will be held the day after tomorrow, and we'd rather be early than late. Upon hearing this, the sisters quietly nodded their heads, bringing up the matter which caused them to all wear somewhat somber expressions, making the atmosphere a bit heavy. After all, the incident involving the main household left an indelible impression on them, something impossible to forget. Fortunately, it didn't take long for things to ease up again, and the atmosphere once more became lively. After washing the dishes, the sisters didn't rest, but instead each went upstairs to pack. Electric toothbrushes, flannel towels, facial cleansers, cosmetics, shampoo and conditioner, shower gel, handmade soaps, bath towels, pajamas, they all carefully packed daily necessities. Since everyone had been using the same brand of hair care and cleaning products, switching suddenly would not only feel strange, but also might not suit their hair, so they brought their own familiar products. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was worth it for peace of mind. They then packed some items that might be useful, followed by clothing and footwear appropriate for various occasions, as well as different rings, earrings, necklaces, and other accessories. Each item was meticulously organized in layers, each corresponding to a specific need, showing precision and thoroughness, and reflecting the refined qualities expected of a meticulous young woman. It took roughly an hour for everyone to finish packing, stuffing their luggage full to the brim, almost to the point of bursting. Leaving the room afterward, they wiped the sweat from their brows and stood on the landing, looking down at the living room below, letting out a long sigh of relief. The sense of readiness always felt gratifying, like finishing one's summer homework just in time, relieving tension and bringing joy soon after. At this moment, Yi-xian also squirmed out of Sun Xiaoqin's embrace, bounding upstairs 3 steps at a time to the second floor, rushing into his room to pack clothes and some personal belongings. Seeing this, the sisters followed inside, gathering around the wardrobe to help Yi-xian select suitable outfits, matching different scenarios with specific clothes and shoes. They even applied the same principle of bringing shampoos, conditioners, and toiletries for Yi-xian, which left him rather speechless. Yi-xian had initially planned to just bring a few clothes, easily stowing them in a plastic bag from the supermarket. After all, the hotel would provide most necessities. However, after being assisted by the sisters, Yi-xian found himself tragically dragging a heavy suitcase, filled with much more than he ever anticipated, a task far more burdensome than he could have imagined. Chapter 370, Boarding. The sisters were filled with a sense of pride, looking at the neatly arranged and fully packed luggage that was their masterpiece, and they gave each other a thumbs up as an acknowledgement from these refined ladies. Only Yisu was feeling heavy-hearted while looking at the heavy suitcase, suddenly thinking of a quote by a great medical scientist. Human pessimism does not resonate. I just find them noisy. So, dragging his weary body, he went to the balcony where he sat in a rocking chair with his father Yi Hongliang. As they rocked gently, they enjoyed the scenery outside and sipped hot tea every now and then, completely relaxed. After a short pause, Yisu took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Yanran. Prepare for the trip to Tianjing. You go first, I'll arrive tomorrow. Lu Yanran was lying on the independent latex mattress of her beach villa, munching on chips while binge-watching a TV drama. Just as she reached an exciting part, a message appeared on her phone screen, sent by Yisu. Startled, Lu Yanran immediately sprang up, paused the TV, opened WeChat, thought for a moment, and replied. Understood, master. I will leave right away and contact you when you arrive tomorrow. After replying, she threw down her phone, pulled open her wardrobe, stuffed a few pieces of clothing into a bag, had a quick shower, and set off in her Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition promptly. On Yisu's side, after receiving Lu Yanran's reply, he thought for a moment and found Zheng Jianghao's WeChat and sent him a message. I'll be making a trip to Tianjing and arrive tomorrow. You go ahead. Received. A response came back within seconds, decisive and sharp, revealing a blade-like momentum in just 2 words. Yisu's meaning for asking them to go first implied that they should set out overnight to reach Tianjing, which Zheng Jianghao, as a professional bodyguard, understood perfectly. As for Lu Yanran, familiar with Yisu, she naturally understood what he meant, proving why concise communication between subordinates and superiors is necessary. Seeing that both had received the message, Yisu put down his phone in satisfaction, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of tea with a composed manner that left Yi Hongliang blinking in astonishment. Early the next morning, the sky was faintly bright, the roads covered with a cool mist that swept over the green plants in front of the villa courtyard, leaving drops of pure dew behind, fresh and inviting. The sun hadn't risen yet, but Yi Hongliang had already woken up early and was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Older generations wake up incredibly early and finish breakfast before dawn, but also go to bed earlier. At this moment, Yisu also sleepily opened his eyes, feeling somewhat sleepy but decided not to sleep further. He stretched with a yawn and got up quickly. He went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water, brushed his teeth, and once the small bathtub was full, he grabbed a flannel towel and slipped inside the tub. Upon the warm water touching his skin, he became instantly refreshed. He squeezed shampoo and body wash onto his hands, enjoying a comfortable bath. After drying himself and blow-drying his hair, he changed into proper attire and dragged the heavy suitcase to the living room. Mom Sun Xiaoqin had already prepared breakfast, a very authentic bowl of wonton noodles, the soup clear and pure, a few drops of oil flowers even more prominent against the chives. It smelled tempting. It was like a ghost lock pulling at Yisu's stomach, making it rumble audibly. Putting down the suitcase, he moved to the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating voraciously. Mom Sun Xiaoqin was wearing plastic gloves and cleaning in the kitchen when she heard noises and peeked out. Seeing Yisu eat with gusto, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "This child, no one's fighting you for it. Slow down. If it's not enough, Mom can make more, huh?" Yisu smiled in return without saying anything. Somehow, he suddenly thought about his own mother from his previous life. Though now, he lived comfortably in this different world, he still wondered how his family and friends were doing there. Thinking was one thing, returning another, since there was no way for him to go back. All emotions turned into a long sigh, imprinted in the air around him. to reminisce occasionally as a moment of remembrance. In no time, a bowl of hot noodles was gone, the aroma of lard lingering, making Yisu wish he could eat more. Regretfully, his belly couldn't hold any more, so he had to stop. He then stepped outside intending to walk around in the front yard, but was spotted by his father, Yi Hongliang, who forcefully pulled him along to accompany him for morning tea and enjoy the morning view. After all, among the whole family, Yisu was the only son. The joys between men were something the women couldn't join in. At this moment, the sisters had also gotten up one by one, waving hello through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows to Yi Hongliang and Yisu. Their energetic voices made Yi Hongliang feel reassured. Mom Sun Xiaoqin had just finished cleaning and stepped out in her small sandals, drying her hands with a towel as she came to admire the blooming roses in the garden. Her mood brightened instantly at the sight. Not long after, the sisters had finished breakfast, washed their bowls, and returned to their rooms where they soaked in baths, changed clothes, applied light makeup, then dragged their suitcases into the living room. Yi Hongliang noticed his daughters were ready from the balcony and gave a nudge to his daydreaming wife Sun Xiaoqin. He then carried little Yeshuan back inside the villa. Since everything is ready, let's go. With that, Yi Hongliang picked up a suitcase prepared by his wife Sun Xiaoqin and headed out, carrying little Yeshuan and placing him in the back seat of the car. The sisters followed closely behind. Since there were quite a few of them, 2 cars were taken on the road. Luckily, every sister owned a luxury car, so there was no worry about transportation. The morning air carried a slight chill, and the mist had yet to completely dissipate, forcing Yichon and Yi Hongliang to slow down and turn on the headlights for safer driving. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, and they arrived at the airport in less than half an hour. Despite the early hour, the airport was bustling with people. Yi Hongliang and the 4th sister Yichon parked in a shaded area, then entered the terminal. After checking in and handling the luggage as checked-in baggage, the group proceeded to the boarding lounge to wait for the departure time. The waiting period was not long, and the flight departed right on schedule. As the announcement sounded, the aircraft's cabin doors gradually opened soon after. Upon seeing this, Yi Hongliang and the sisters stood up, grabbed their bags, took little Yishin along, and started boarding. The queue wasn't long. It took about 3 minutes before Yi Hongliang and Yi Chan's group reached the front. Chapter 371. How did you fall asleep? Because Yi Hongliang often travels around the world for business, according to his flight records, the airline naturally knows Yi Hongliang's name, so they warmly welcomed the group to the best seats in first class. Yi Hongliang was used to this treatment, so he didn't pay much attention. After sitting down, he put on an eye mask and started to rest. Sun Xiaoqin did the same, wearing an eye mask and lying back in her seat with a look of ignoring all outside distractions. Even so, the air stewardess still stood nearby with a bow and said Ly. Mr. Yi, welcome aboard. How do you find this seat? If it is not suitable, we can provide replacement services until you are satisfied. We have also prepared top-grade hot tea, coffee, milk, and various juices for you. For meals, we have steak, lamb chops, corn soup, and box meal packages. Which would you prefer? Thinking that ignoring the air stewardess would avoid further Juchan, this strategy had failed again. Yi Hongliang felt helpless and waved his hand, saying, No need, no need. I will call you if I need anything. For now, I don't need anything. Are you sure? I think I should bring something up for you. Mr. Yi, would you like hot tea or milk? Would you prefer steak or lamb chops for your meal? As if she hadn't heard, the air stewardess continued to chatter incessantly by Yi Hongliang's seat, causing him great frustration. Suddenly, he said, You, go ask my daughter and son. Ask them. They probably need service. This was appropriate, given Yi Hongliang's frequent flights and substantial financial background, making him a high priority and specially treated customer by the airline. And there were many people like him nationwide, providing nearly 20% of the airline's annual profit, who almost exclusively travel in first class throughout the year. Therefore, such enthusiastic service from the air stewardesses was understandable. Seeing that Yi Hongliang was no longer paying attention, the air stewardess shifted her target and turned to the other side, smiling at Yi Chan, Yi Xian, and the others, and said, Miss Yi, Master Yi, welcome aboard. How do you find these seats? If they are not suitable, we can provide replacement services until you are satisfied. We have also prepared top-grade hot tea, coffee, milk, and various juices for you. For meals, we have. It was exactly the same speech, as if it were lines memorized by stage actors, but the enthusiasm was genuine. Yi Chan, Yi Fei, and the sisters had never been served with such enthusiasm before, feeling both flattered and stunned. We don't need anything for now. We'll see after the plane has been flying for a while. Yi Chan replied politely and took out an eye mask, preparing to wear it and rest like her parents. However, the air stewardess did not nod and leave. Instead, she maintained her smile and said with warmth, I think we should serve you some drinks first. What about juice? Or milk? Let's serve some food as well. Haven't you eaten breakfast yet? How about having some steamed buns? The sisters were all surprised, seeing an air stewardess who insisted on serving them, not knowing how to respond at the moment. Finally, Yi Xin spoke up, dismissing the air stewardess. Just bring me a cup of hot tea. We'll call you later for the meal. I just ate and feel full. All right, it will be right here. After saying that, the air stewardess turned and went to prepare. A little while later, she returned, pushing a small trolley. She respectfully placed the tea in front of the sisters and Sun Xiaoqin, then sighed in relief. If you need anything, please let us know immediately. We're right here, always ready. Lastly, wish everyone a pleasant journey and a safe flight. Yi Xian nodded, watching the air stewardess leave, then lifted the teacup and sipped it. He thought this was a good time for the tea to come. If he'd asked for tea earlier, the air stewardess would have kept asking about food too. Yi Xian knew their rules, so after refusing twice, he asked for tea, allowing the air stewardess to feel like she had completed her duty and finally stopped. Though Yi Xian had experienced plenty of enthusiastic services, he found this particular one from the air stewardess unique, enriching his life experience and broadening his horizons. It was indeed good. At this moment, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, informing passengers that the plane was about to take off, urging them to sit still. Not long after the announcement, the plane slowly moved forward, then tilted upward. After a little while, the view outside the window finally stabilized. The slightly yellowish golden light fell upon the clouds, creating a peaceful and quiet scene, akin to heaven, leaving one in awe and utterly captivated. Around them, many young people were pressed against the windows, gazing at the cloud scenery outside, chatting with their friends or family, smiles all over their faces. Others had already taken out their phones and were snapping photos and recording videos of the window view, eyes filled with wonder. No matter how many times they saw it, it remained fascinating and beautiful. Yeshuan also felt this way. The wonders of nature could always create an array of captivating beauties, stunning all who bore witness to it. Regardless of how often one saw it, the experience was equally shocking. It was a meticulously designed beauty, but at the same time a perfectly crafted charm that emanated from pure nature. It purified one's heart while cleansing one's soul. Deeply moved, Yeshuan found himself touched by an invisible string in his heart, feeling strange as he watched the shimmering of the golden light upon the clouds. After an unknown amount of time, a gentle reminder over the broadcast startled Yeshuan awake from a dream. He rubbed his eyes, looking out the window towards the airport exit, somewhat lost in thought, muttering, "How did I fall asleep?" The sisters had already woken up, removing their eye masks and getting up to walk toward the exit. Seeing Yeshuan still dazed, they picked him up and teased him. "What's wrong, little brother? Haven't you seen enough clouds yet? You've been watching them the whole journey so attentively." Yeshuan didn't say anything, allowing the sisters to hold him dumbly as he reflected on the sense of tranquility and detachment that had welled up within him while watching the clouds earlier, still finding it curious even now. Not until they got off the plane and stepped onto the road did he fully recover, instantly feeling much more grounded. By this time, 2 deep green custom Rolls-Royce Phantoms had already been parked outside the exit. These were exclusive vehicles for the International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin, provided as services to guests. Chapter 372, The Suite. The drivers of the 2 cars were standing by the car doors, smoking and chatting leisurely. As colleagues familiar with each other, their conversation was quite open. Upon seeing Yi Hongliang and his group emerge in full force, they didn't hesitate, immediately discarding their cigarettes and respectfully heading over, bowing slightly as they said, "Mr. Yi, good day. We are the drivers from Tianjin International Grand Hotel, here specially to pick you up." Afterwards, they gestured towards the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantom deep green custom editions with an inviting motion. Yi Hongliang nodded lightly, without saying much, following the drivers towards the cars. These were special vehicles the hotel had sent at his request when he booked the accommodation, specifically timed for the pickup. Rolls-Royces were, after all, standard vehicles for 5-star hotels. When the drivers arrived beside the car, they gently opened the rear door, one hand on the top frame of the door, the other holding the door itself, bowing slightly and showing utmost respect. After all, the person before them had reserved the presidential suite at the Tianjin International 5-Star Grand Hotel. Someone at this level wasn't someone they could easily offend. Moreover, such respect was fundamental, taught from the very first class of professional chauffeur training at high-end hotels, covering etiquette like supporting the car door frame or holding the door. Thus, the drivers were extremely professional, satisfying Yi Hongliang enough that he nodded approvingly before gracefully settling into the back seat of the deep green Rolls-Royce Phantom Custom Edition. Yeshuan was pulled by Sun Xiaoqin and joined them, while the other sisters took another car. Once everyone was seated, the driver released the handbrake and smoothly drove the idling Rolls-Royce out of the spot. Not switching off the engine also symbolizes continuity and prosperity, a lucky sign for both businessmen seeking fortune and dignitaries looking for auspicious omens. Stability is paramount for those who deal with money or power. Just like in mahjong, if a machine breaks down, even someone with great luck might suddenly experience bad fortune. It's very mystical. So seasoned gamblers avoid changes like swapping players halfway or any issues with equipment at all costs. Therefore, 5-star international hotels aren't just about quality hardware, but also software, service, and even subtle details involving superstition. These minor details, detectable only under a microscope, were handled impeccably at this hotel. Who wouldn't love it? Yeshuan had heard of this practice, so he regarded this hotel more favorably. Probably no other hotel in the whole city of Tianjin could rival this International Grand Hotel. As the car turned into a wide square, within minutes they caught sight of the International Hotel signage. The hotel's luxurious decor radiated dignity and elegance. Everything was styled in deep green with red and gold accents, enhancing its brilliance and sophistication, exuding classiness. Yi Hongliang glanced at the hotel decoration with an unrippled expression, completely unperturbed. His demeanor mirrored Yeshuan's, devoid of any awe simply because such sights were commonplace to them. A red carpet extended at the entrance flanked by numerous floral arrangements, and lining either side of the carpet were 10 female greeters in elegant long red dresses, each strikingly beautiful. Upon spotting Yi Hongliang approaching, they bowed deeply and greeted in unison. "Welcome, Mr. Yi, to the Tianjin International 5-Star Grand Hotel. All our employees will serve you wholeheartedly." With a faint smile, Yi Hongliang nodded, displaying a charismatic air of leadership. This prompted Yeshuan to subtly imitate him, aiming to integrate such authority into his own presence. After all, as the chairman of Lingqing Group, the elder Yi possessed decades worth of gravitas, which was more authoritative than the younger Yeshuan. He figured there would be plenty of opportunities ahead to put it to use. Entering the hotel lobby, Yi Hongliang walked straight to the elevator without bothering with the front desk. Everything had already been arranged with a simple phone call. Being famous and influential made things not only easy, but also monotonously straightforward. The elevator was semi-enclosed yet spacious, feeling almost like a small apartment ascending. Its construction was impeccable, providing almost no sense of vertical movement, clearly crafted with care. After some time, the elevator came to a smooth stop, opening transparent sliding doors layer by layer. Without hesitation, Yi Hongliang stepped out, leading everyone directly to the presidential suite located on the south side with the best natural lighting. Upon entering, they found a vast reception area right at the doorway. Behind it was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window offering a clear view of Tianjin's bustling downtown center, Tiananmen Square, and the Zijin city, all the urban splendor within eyesight. Sunset and nighttime views were breathtakingly beautiful, nearly leaving one speechless. The sunlight gently touched the Jujuwa in the flowerpot on the windowsill, swaying gracefully with the breeze. It faintly reflected the rippling shadows against the wall, akin to a pure confession of first love or the whispers of cicadas during the hot summer days of childhood. The sight was enchanting and dreamlike. The total area of the suite reached an impressive 330 square meters, featuring a study, kitchen, dressing room, bar counter, living room, and a dining room that could accommodate 12 people at once. In simple terms, this suite had all the rooms you would find in a villa, and even some you wouldn't, along with ample space. The ceramics and calligraphy displayed within were exceptionally elegant. The interior decoration combined unique Chinese and Western styles, a TV equipped with an iPod dock, a Bose sound system, and a Cisco brand IP phone with a touchscreen, paired with the rising incense smoke from an ancient-style case table. This seamlessly blended classical sophistication with modern luxury services. The ceiling height of the rooms reached a stunning 4 meters, adorned with luxurious chandeliers. From the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, one could look out over the southwestern urban district of Tianjin, enjoying a uniquely elegant and serene atmosphere while taking in the exquisite views of the wetland gardens, a truly breathtaking experience. The overall interior design was meticulously crafted by the renowned American design firm Hirschbedner Associates. The walls were decorated with carved peach-red heartwood panels, complemented by a series of Siemens and other premium furniture. The suite was also equipped with advanced audiovisual entertainment systems and communication devices, as well as a comprehensive business support system, such as TVs with iPod docks, Bose sound systems, coffee makers, fax machines, and Cisco brand IP phones with touch screens. Special free car reservation services and limousine airport pickup services were provided, along with a 24-hour private butler offering full-service, personalized presidential-level guest experiences. The sisters couldn't help but marvel at the layout of the suite. After all, this international 5-star hotel was considered the best in all of Tianjin. Such a top-tier hotel's presidential suite was something they hadn't seen before. Having caught just a glimpse, they were instantly awestruck. Indeed, there's reason for it being so expensive. This suite was simply outstanding. Chapter 373, absolutely beautiful. Yeshuan didn't have much of a feeling. Although this suite was more luxurious than those in other hotels, to Yeshuan, it was just a place to lie down, so he didn't care too much. Just as he was thinking about that, there was suddenly a flash of light before his eyes. Ding. Please complete the check-in for the host. Check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tianjin International 5-star Grand Hotel. Is it really given to me? Yeshuan was a bit confused. He had just thought that there wasn't anything special about this suite, but the next second, he became the owner of this hotel. Why did it suddenly become luxurious? This configuration, this decoration, this service, this elegance, this prosperity, and the whole set of tones. How could I encounter such a good hotel? Yeshuan glanced around, feeling secretly pleased inside. Who would have thought that the system is so considerate? This is the best international 5-star hotel in all of Tianjin, and it was directly given to him. It's almost too enjoyable. But after calming down and thinking about it, with his wealth, buying out all the shares of this hotel wouldn't be that hard. It would just mean losing a few more feathers. Thinking of that, Yeshuan suddenly felt indifferent and listlessly collapsed onto the soft sofa. However, having something is always better than not having it at all. Free stuff is free stuff. If he had acquired it on his own, they might not even have wanted to sell. So it's fine as it is. At this point, he became at ease. By this time, the sisters had already finished touring the suite and each chose a room they liked, moving their luggage in. They were all excited, as if moving into a new home. Mother Sun Xiaoxin also walked through the rooms with great interest. With her unique insight and experience, she finally selected a room with good lighting and wind direction, happily telling Yi Hongliang to drag the luggage in as she was ready to tidy up. The sisters had by now decorated their respective bedrooms, and with happy bunny-like steps, they jumped out. They just sat down on the sofa when elder sister Yichan urged them. Come on, let's go shopping. We're in Tianjin. Let's tour the malls and parks. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed immediately. The sisters unanimously raised both hands and feet in approval, then went back to their rooms to take out their cosmetics, coercing Yeshuan into applying makeup for them. Yeshuan was left utterly flabbergasted, totally petrified. However, thinking about it, it was rare to come to Tianjin. Not going out with an exquisite makeup job would indeed waste this opportunity, so Yeshuan didn't resist much and complied half-heartedly. Using his god-level makeup skills, within moments, everyone's face looked completely renewed, beautiful like fairy maidens from a painting, giving anyone who saw them goosebumps and leaving their souls yearning. The sisters were once again mesmerized by their own beauty, holding their faces and staring into the floor-length mirror, their eyes twinkling with stars, exclaiming how beautiful they were. Subsequently, carrying their little handbags, they excitedly walked towards the door while shouting back into the room. Dad, Mom, we're taking our younger brother out to play. Without waiting for a reply, they grabbed Yeshuan and dashed out the door, taking the elevator straight out of the hotel. The front desk attendant recognized them. Seeing the sisters preparing to leave, he quickly approached, respectfully saying, Miss Yi, you're leaving? Do you need a car? No thanks, we'll just walk around nearby. Elder sister Yichan replied, then holding the little one, Yeshuan, walked out of the hotel without looking back, the other sisters closely following behind. The group marched forward grandiosely, their presence commanding. Speaking of playing, the first stop must undoubtedly be Tianjin's Tiananmen Square, followed by the adjacent Tianjin Museum. So, the sisters took Yeshuan walking leisurely to Tiananmen Square. Since it wasn't too far away, they reached the destination in just a few minutes, turning heads with a 100% rate along the way. After being adorned by Yeshuan's god-level makeup skills, the sisters almost twisted the necks of all the men. One after another, men stared wide-eyed, stumbling awkwardly down the streets. At the first sight, everyone had goosebumps, with their scalp tingling and hair standing up, covering themselves instantly with goosebumps. They all exclaimed, My God, are they celestial beings? Are the fairies descended? Is this not ridiculously beautiful? I swear I'm completely dumbfounded. I've lived over 20 years and have never seen someone this stunning, absolutely blown away. My mother, I feel like my soul has been taken. So beautiful it makes evil thoughts impossible. They resemble bodhisattvas. Could they truly be immortals? It should be. I've traveled widely these many years and have never encountered such beautiful young ladies. These must be fairies visiting Earth. I was so mesmerized that I nearly ran into a lamppost earlier. That level of divine beauty made some guy beside me squirt out a nosebleed, dumbfounded. That guy is you. Feel your own nose. Don't say you know me. Stay away from me. Do you know which of these sisters will you vote for in a beauty pageant? Is there any comparison? Those with red hats and black hats need to be understood. I want them all. Haha, damn it. But you're right, these young ladies are indeed all different beauties, none of them inferior, absolutely incredible. I would call this the pinnacle of beauty. I think today I am fortunate to see them, which raises my aesthetic standards overall. In the future, my evaluation of other girls may only have 2 words, nice. Don't say it. Seeing those few sisters makes me understand what the hell beauty means. Simply astonishing. While the young guys were discussing, the surrounding girls were also looking at them intently, their eyes almost green with envy and full of jealousy. The inequality of the world's beauty was fully displayed at this moment. These girls were originally happy, beautifully made up, dressed in beautiful clothes, and having beautiful manicures, feeling pretty themselves. However, after seeing Yeshuan and the others, they immediately felt inferior and embarrassed to the point of wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That's just human nature. When you think something you own is great, it feels perfect no matter how you look at it. But actually, you're just fooling or comforting yourself. Because there is always something better in the world than what you consider perfect. And when you encounter something more beautiful, comparing it with what you used to consider perfect, you immediately feel an overwhelming disparity, and a gap widens instantly between your vision and understanding. This is why humans always harbor desires, because there is always something better out there. As for the sisters here, upon noticing the intense gazes around them, they exchanged knowing smiles with mutual satisfaction shining on their faces. It's not their fault. Already blessed with high natural beauty, plus Yeshuan's godlike makeup skills, even if their stunning looks leave others breathless, that's simply unavoidable. Chapter 374. Come pick me up. At this moment, the group had also arrived at the center of the Tiananmen Square. They looked up at the portrait of the great man and the 5-starred red flags fluttering around it, and the sisters all felt profound emotions. Even the battle of crossing the Chishui River 4 times was known by heart by the sisters who were not particularly interested in such matters. All couldn't help but marvel at the supreme wisdom of the great man and the fearless spirit of the soldiers back then. The faith of the Chinese nation, the spirit of the descendants of Yin and Huang, was proven clearly in the sky where blood has been spilled time and time again. Because of the great man, all people in China who refused to be slaves stood up. And once they stood up, it was for a lifetime, thousands of years, forever and ever. As for us, we will never kneel down again. No matter who comes in the future, even if the son of the heavenly king comes, wanting to touch a single hair of the Chinese nation, let him try. The sisters gazed at the portrait with myriad thoughts, looked at the flag, saw the happy people throughout the square, and also the prosperous scenery of the capital city. This is the world that the great man wanted to see, and now it has been realized so thoroughly. Unfortunately, adults always save the good food for their children to eat, preferring to starve themselves rather than take a bite, accumulating a lifetime's worth of savings without misusing a single cent, and leaving it all to the offspring when finally laid to rest. Yeshuan could fully understand that the photos seen on TV and those seen in reality felt completely different. The image might be the same, but it is lifeless, without any essence or radiance, without a soul. Only through truly experiencing it, and seeing it with your own eyes can you see the spiritual charm contained within the photograph. The moment Yeshuan saw it, his scalp tingled, goosebumps covered the ground, and his usually calm heart suddenly surged with waves of emotion, impacting his mind one after another. After looking for a long while, he said nothing, all emotions eventually turning into a long sigh. Yeshuan shook his head slightly, feeling deeply moved. The sisters were also captivated, looking at the portrait with reddened eyes, finally clasping their hands in reverence, showing utmost sincerity, which touched those around them, causing many to follow suit in bowing. After bowing, Yeshuan thought for a moment and took out his phone, nodding at the sisters and said, "Let me take a picture of you. It's rare to come to the Tiananmen Square, stand properly and pose, smile, show grandpa the prosperity. Smile happily." Upon hearing this, the sisters came back to their senses, turned their heads, and looked at the portrait. They then adjusted their moods, revealing the happiest smiles of their lives, posing in the most graceful and dignified manner possible. Then they exclaimed, "Cheese." After finishing touring Tiananmen Square, the sisters led Yeshuan to the nearby National Museum. The museum has a square shape, with many cement columns resembling combs standing in front of it, neatly arranged, looking very solemn and sacred. Above the museum was a national emblem like a crown accompanied by 5 stars, making it even more dignified. At this moment, there were crowds of people here, voices rising above the commotion. Although it wasn't packed shoulder to shoulder, a glance revealed only heads, bustling extraordinarily. Seeing such a lively scene, the sisters became even happier. They subsequently avoided the crowd, gradually squeezing into the museum, managing to enter after a short while. Inside the museum, the artifacts were dazzling, all ancient relics presented vividly before their eyes as described in the textbooks, stirring something deep inside the sisters' hearts. With each relic, Yeshuan was asked to take a photo. He kept shooting until his thumb went numb from tapping, and the phone nearly ran out of battery before he finally stopped. Among the relics, what the sisters favored most was the piece of national treasure, the Shang Dynasty Mother Wuding. Usually, they only saw pictures online, but today they got to see it in person in the ancient China section of the museum, which made them extremely excited. Dozens of photos were taken, from various angles, and selfies with it included. Although it was just an old bronze ding, the things it concealed were numerous. The most straightforward point being, it allowed them to see their ancestors, to see the people of China from 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, meeting across thousands of years, meeting in front of this ding. Perhaps they would like to know how life is now, just as we would like to know how sweet was the mountain spring water back then. After touring the National Museum, the sisters were already exhausted. Considering how big both the Tiananmen Square and the National Museum were, everyone suggested going back to the hotel to rest and recharge. As for shopping streets and markets, they could visit them later without any hurry. Thus, everyone called a car, squeezed together, barely sitting. Even though the distance was not far, their legs were aching badly, truly unwilling to walk even one more meter. Yeshuan, on the other hand, was like nothing had happened. After all, His body had been enhanced by the system, so he still had the stamina and a strong ability to recover quickly. It had been a long time since he last felt sore feet and numb legs. It was also a kind of misery. After a few minutes, the taxi arrived at the hotel entrance. The doorman was already waiting and immediately ran over to open the door when he saw the car approach, welcoming them with great respect. The driver was taken aback, for this year it was rare to have a passenger going to the Tianjin International 5-star Grand Hotel. After all, the people who stayed here usually had chauffeurs. So the driver glanced around at Yeshuan and the others with a look of disbelief, utterly incredulous. The group didn't pay attention to the driver's expression, gave him cash as fare, and got out. Under the welcome of the doorman, they walked gracefully into the hotel and went straight up to their floor, returning to the presidential suite. Inside, Dad Yang Liang was sitting on the balcony drinking tea, while Mom Sung Siekin was making some unknown gadget buzz incessantly in the room. The elder sisters were all tired and didn't bother to be curious. They each returned to their own rooms, lying on the comfortable custom-made 3-meter-wide bagged spring natural latex mattress, covering their stomachs with small silk quilts, comfortably blowing air conditioning as they drifted off to sleep. Yeshuan sat alone in the lounge. Seeing that the sisters were all asleep, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yanran. Come pick me up at the entrance of the Tianjin International Grand Hotel. Then, quietly and furtively, while his parents weren't looking, he slipped out and took the elevator down to the first-floor lobby. The waiters all recognized Yeshuan. After all, he had gone back and forth twice, and with such good looks, they remembered him vividly. Now seeing Yeshuan come out alone, everyone was a bit confused. A child about 7 or 8 years old running out alone. If anything happened, the hotel couldn't possibly avoid responsibility. So the front desk attendant immediately came forward and smiled, saying, "Little friend, why did you come out alone?" My dad asked me to go get something. There's a driver picking me up." Yeshuan casually fobbed her off, and before the attendant could say another word, he ran out of the door. Chapter 375, Chairman. Lu Yanran was already waiting outside. When she saw Yishin coming out, she skillfully pulled open the rear car door and bowed slightly, saying, "Master." Yishin nodded, took one swift step, and leaped onto the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. As he sat in the familiar leather seat, he felt significantly more relaxed, and then smiled at Lu Yanran. "Let's go to the Tianjin branch of Dinglong Group." "Yes, master." Lu Yanran responded, released the handbrake, and slowly drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version away, turning onto the main road. The receptionist noticed Lu Yanran's respectful attitude and realized that what Yishin had said was indeed true. It was the driver who had come to pick him up. Her heart settled, and she hummed a little tune as she returned leisurely to her position at the front desk, continuing to watch her unfinished drama series. As for the greeters, they were miserable, feeling entirely uneasy. They had to stand by the door with perfect posture since this was the service industry. Nobody knew when the next guest might arrive, and if they got caught slacking off, their high-paying jobs could be lost. Thankfully, it was a 3-shift rotation system, so they just needed to endure it till the end. Elsewhere, sitting in the car, Yishin whistled and sang softly while relaxing his legs in a cross-legged fashion, occasionally swinging them back and forth. Basking in the cool breeze of the morning, he found himself deeply refreshed and completely at ease. He then took out his phone and called Lin Guanghua, the general manager of the Tianjin branch of Dinglong Group. After all, since the chairman himself was coming, they should know to make preparations and come to greet him. The call connected after just one ring. "Hello? Mr. Yi, it's me. I'm currently in Tianjin and on my way to your office. I'll probably arrive in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lin Guanghua clearly received quite a shock, unable even to speak properly. After all, the chairman's sudden visit with only 10 minutes to prepare would throw anyone into a tizzy. However, Lin Guanghua, being a man who had seen the world, quickly composed himself. Good. We will respectfully welcome you, Chairman Yi. Prepare well." After speaking these words, Yishin hung up the phone. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of how much chaos his simple request of "prepare well" might stir up at the branch. Yet he knew, given Lin Guanghua's capabilities, 10 minutes would be enough. So he leaned back against the massage chair, pressed the switch, closed his eyes, and began humming a tune leisurely, thoroughly content. Meanwhile, inside the general manager's office at the Tianjin branch of Dinglong Group, Lin Guanghua put down his phone, panic-stricken and pale-faced, never imagining in 1,000 years that the chairman would visit the branch, and worse still, within just 10 minutes. Even though there was nothing particularly secretive that needed hiding, he inexplicably felt terrified, like being quietly self-studying at school, but constantly fearing that the teacher might walk in at any moment. Wasting no time, Lin Guanghua rushed out immediately, shouting at his secretary who was tidying up some files. Xiao, hurry up and inform all department managers and supervisors, and gather all senior leadership at the entrance to wait. Tell them the chairman is here." With no delay, he hurried outside, jumped onto the elevator, and reached the entrance first, standing there anxiously looking into the distance, fearful that Yishin might show up earlier than expected before everything was ready. Fortunately, within 3 minutes, all senior leaders of the company rushed to the gate in a hurry, seeing Lin Guanghua panting and asking questions. "Director Lin, is the chairman really here? Tisk, quickly tidy your shirts and ties. Do you really think I joke about something like this? Where are your minds all day? Are you too idle, or what?" Lin Guanghua was somewhat dissatisfied. On such a significant matter, how could these thick-headed guys still be questioning its authenticity? Was this something to joke about when it came to the chairman? Seeing Lin Guanghua slightly annoyed, none of them dared to say anything further and silently started arranging their own ties and suits. Panic spread over their faces, hearts beating continuously. Upon seeing their leaders behaving so urgently, employees grew intensely curious and gathered around the fully transparent work area, peering out through the glass and discussing speculatively. "Hey, do you guys have any idea what's going on? This is the first time I've ever seen Director Lee so flustered." "Me too. It's the first time I've seen Director Yang in such a rush. Look at them fussing over their clothes and ties, making sure not a speck of dust remains. It looks like they're preparing to receive some big shot." "Big shot? What big shot can create such a commotion?" Even Director Lin seems so anxious, which is strange. After all, government officials visiting usually didn't faze Director Lin this much. What if it's some important official? All previous visitors were minor ones, so Director Lin wasn't concerned. But this time, it might be someone from the State Council or something, causing such worry. "Forget it. Those big officials coming here for what? We're just a small company doing some small businesses. If they come, it would be due to non-compliance or illegal activities, and even then, only minor officials would show up. I think so too. High-ranking officials definitely won't come. Anything important will be dealt with at our group headquarters with the chairman. Why bother with our branch? It can't be a high official. That's strange then. Who else could come that is Lin director and so many leaders worried like this? Could it be someone from a major family? Here to discuss business. You're foolish. I suggest you use your phone and search on Baidu about which companies are the biggest now in the country. Even if the largest families come to our group for business, Lin director wouldn't panic like this. Yes, our group has collaborated with many large corporate families over the years. Those who rank first and second in the country have also partnered with us. Back then, Lin director never seemed this nervous either. So it can't be them. Phew, that is indeed odd. What kind of person could this be, with such a strong presence that they haven't arrived yet, but already made Lin director and so many leaders feel suffocated? Everyone was at a complete loss, unable to figure out who exactly had this kind of overwhelming power. At this moment, suddenly a girl ran in and whispered in astonishment. I just asked Secretary Liu. It's the chairman. Our Dinglong Group's chairman is here. Chairman? The crowd froze for a moment, their gazes all fixated on the outside, taking a long while before reacting. Full of shocked expressions, they lost the ability to smile, simply staring at the outside with tingling scalps. Dinglong Group chairman. Was the chairman actually visiting the branch personally? No wonder Lin director and so many leaders were panicking. It turned out the chairman himself had come. While everyone was astonished, a fully black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version slowly drove to the entrance of the group, followed by a well-dressed beauty in a black silk pencil skirt stepping out respectfully. She came around to open the rear door humbly, carefully welcoming down a kid around 7 or 8 years old. The employees, upon seeing this, instantly froze in confusion. Chapter 376, Tianjing Branch. The chairman of Dinglong Group, a kid? Could it be that a 7 or 8-year-old brat is the chairman? The leaders looked at Yeshuan in bewilderment, their faces filled with shock. Many of them only knew there was a chairman but had never seen him. But no matter how they imagined it, they couldn't have guessed that the chairman was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. What was going on here? Not finding an answer, everyone shook their heads. Watching Yeshuan stroll toward them, they swallowed back their questions and greeted him with smiling faces, bowing slightly. Chairman Yi. Then they started welcoming him one by one. Welcome, Chairman Yi, to guide our work. We warmly welcome Chairman Yi for traveling so far to teach and lead us at the branch of Dinglong Group. Chairman Yi, please come inside. It's too sunny out there. Yes, Chairman Yi, please come inside quickly. The secretary has already prepared premium tea. Please, Chairman Yi, take a break and enjoy a cup. Chairman Yi, please. Yeshuan nodded with a faint smile, scanning the crowd once before walking straight into the company. His confident posture exuded power and grandeur, leaving those around stunned and immediately following closely behind, fearing to upset Chairman Yi. Someone beside the elevator had already opened it, standing humbly, and as soon as Yeshuan arrived, made a pleased gesture into the elevator, saying respectfully, Chairman Yi, please step in. Everyone, please follow. Yeshuan nodded, not saying much more, leading his secretary Liu Yanran and the other leaders directly into the elevator. Lin Guang was stayed close by Yeshuan's side. After entering, he immediately pressed the button for the 6th floor. Once the elevator door closed, he cautiously said, Chairman Yi, our strategic deployment in Huaxi seems to have some issues lately. We've lost almost 30 million this year, but our layout in Huanan was very successful, with a reasonable strategic plan yielding 200 million yuan in profits. Our pure profit reached 70%. 70% pure profit? Yeshuan subconsciously exclaimed, since the funds required for any project were substantial. Profiting 200 million yuan with 20% pure profit would already be considered good. 70%? What did this mean? He then patted Lin Guang's arm and said, You've done well. How much bonus has been given out? Add another 20 million yuan to incentivize employees. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Not a single cent owed should be lacking. Moreover, next year we'll add a performance-based bonus system. It will linearly stack up to a maximum of 60%. Upon hearing this, Lin Guangwa finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away the cold sweat that had accumulated in his palms. He had thought that Yeshuan had come to ask for accountability due to the recent sharp losses in the millions over a short period of time. Fortunately, nothing was mentioned. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Yeshuan continued, Your bonus will be 2% from the 200 million yuan, for million yuan, but the 30 million loss needs to be covered by you personally. The same rule applies next time. Any money earned will not bypass you, and any loss will still be on you. Old Lin, remember, you are the head of this branch. The entire branch relies on your leadership. Pay attention. After hearing about his own bonus of 2% equaling 4 million yuan, Lin Guangwa didn't even have time to feel happy before he was already covering the 3 million yuan loss. Truly a case of rewards and punishments being clearly defined. Yet, Yeshuan's method made Lin Guangwa feel no resentment at all. Instead, he felt at ease and was delighted to have such a wise and generous chairman. People always want to live better. Many capable individuals are often constrained by various things, rendering them stuck using their skills merely to get by, doing the bare minimum to clock out at the end of the day. With Yeshuan's words now breaking those constraints, as long as one makes an effort and strives to fully utilize their capabilities while seeking profits for the company, they will also gain benefits for themselves. Under this new system, who would slack off anymore? The linear stacking incentive system and tiered growth bonus percentage scale apply to even the most basic factory line workers. This meant what exactly? It meant that everyone now had a chance to rise and succeed, regardless of education level or social class. At this moment, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Guangwa stepped out first, making a respectful please gesture and leading Yeshuan straight to his general manager's office. The leaders followed closely, filling the guest sofa area to capacity. The atmosphere became rather heavy. Lin Guangwa's secretary, Xiao Lu, had already brewed the tea and carefully placed it in front of each leader. Seeing Yeshuan sitting nonchalantly with his leg crossed, hand resting on the edge of the sofa, she was greatly astonished, her expression clearly showing utter disbelief and confusion. Lin Guangwa noticed her expression and immediately gave her a hint with his eyes. Realizing the situation, Secretary Xiao Lu quietly retreated, closing the office door behind her. At this point, Yeshuan frowned deeply, seemingly lost in thought about something perplexing. After a long pause, he spoke. Set up a commission bonus department dedicated to managing, calculating, and distributing the bonuses under this system. It should be directly connected with finance, as the bonus system will grow increasingly complex in the future. The establishment of this department is necessary. Lin, how long will it take to set it up? Reply, Mr. Yi. Establishing this department could be simple or difficult depending on perspective. Without specialized professionals, we might need to hire some finance experts at first, then promote the veteran accounting staff, since newcomers may not be able to handle it. Lin Guanghua nervously rubbed his hands together but maintained a smile on his face. After all, he wasn't called a competent general manager for nothing. As soon as Yeshuan finished speaking, Lin identified the key points and proposed solutions, a move that impressed Yeshuan greatly. Good, arrange it as soon as possible. Let it undergo a trial period. If mistakes occur at the start, they can be corrected. Also, hire some programmers to develop an internal system to specifically calculate bonuses. Yeshuan looked at Lin Guanghua while issuing his instructions. His tone was sharp and concise, exuding sheer authority. Then, he picked up the teacup, blew gently on the surface, slurped down a couple of sips, and let out a soft sigh of awe. How could Lin Guanghua dare to object? He nodded cautiously. Yes, everything will be done exactly as Mr. Yi has said. Meanwhile, the news of the chairman of Dinglong Group visiting the branch office had already leaked out. Many executives received the information and drove immediately to the Dinglong branch, intending to pay their respects and establish rapport. By now, several luxury business vehicles were already parked outside the branch. Soon after, a few Rolls-Royces arrived as well, driven by executives of no small repute. After stepping out of their cars, they noticed many familiar faces who had also been informed and rushed over here. Everyone shared knowing smiles and entered the company building together, chatting amicably. Chapter 377, Overtime. The person still stood by the elevator. He recognized these executives since they were regular visitors, so without hesitation, he pressed the elevator button and politely said, "Hello, executives. The chairman is on the 6th floor, currently in talks with Mr. Lin. Shall I inform them about your arrival?" Since the chairman had just arrived, these executives picked their timing carefully to come together, something one could easily figure out with a moment's thought, hence his direct comment. Upon hearing this, the executives arched an eyebrow and pointed at the young man, smiling as they said, "Young man, you are indeed knowledgeable, unlike those dull ones, very good." Hearing this, the young man gave a modest smile, then turned around and spoke softly into the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. 6th floor, executives have arrived and wish to visit the chairman. Is their time available now? Since the executives made it clear that they should inquire, the young man unhesitatingly asked. Not long after, Secretary Lu's voice came through. Just a moment, let me ask. Having said that, Secretary Lu took a deep breath and walked over to the general manager's office, knocking gently on the door before opening it, then cautiously asking, "Chairman, there are some executives who wish to visit you. Are you available at the moment?" Seeing this, Lin Guanghua quickly gave Lu a look indicating, "Can't you see we're having a meeting? There's no free time. Why not wait until the meeting is over to ask again? How can you be so uninformed?" But Secretary Lu seemed unable to understand the glance and tilted his head curiously. Yeshuan, on the other hand, was indifferent. If someone wished to visit, let them come by for a chat. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So he nodded at Secretary Lu and replied, Let them come. All right, I'll notify immediately." Secretary Lu respectfully bowed deeply and carefully exited the general manager's office, making sure to close the door behind him. A few minutes later, the door was knocked on again. Then several middle-aged men dressed in suits entered. "Wow, Mr. Huang, Mr. Ma, Mr. Chui, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Li, please take a seat. Little Lu, is the tea ready?" Lin Guanghua warmly greeted and welcomed them to the sofa. He then introduced them. "This is our Dinglong Group chairman, Yeshuan, Director Yi." Hearing this, the executives looked at the boy lounging with his legs crossed and one hand resting on the back of the sofa. They exchanged glances, eyes wide open, utterly surprised. They racked their brains, but couldn't imagine that the chairman of a leading enterprise in China was merely a child around 7 or 8 years old. Was that reasonable? Could it be a case of dwarfism? Or some sort of special situation? Though the executives were full of doubts, they still bowed reverently and said politely, "Director Yi, greetings." Yeshuan nodded and casually waved twice. "No need to be formal. Enjoy a cup of tea and relax." Then he turned back to Lin Guanghua and added, This project can proceed soon. Let's do a trial run for some time. If it doesn't work out, provide me with a detailed data report for analysis, and we'll cut losses promptly if necessary. If viable, continue monitoring. In addition, regarding employee overtime, I don't think there's much to say about it. 8 hours per day according to national law applies. Anything extra is overtime, which must be voluntary. Internal competition among employees, known as NEI1, internal competition, must be immediately stopped. If any employee within the company causes such competition, they will be dismissed upon discovery without room for negotiation, regardless of their position. Having finished this serious speech, Yeshuan picked up his teacup and drank 2 large gulps of hot tea in slow savoring motions. The visiting executives heard every word, and their facial expressions flickered as they processed what they had heard. His tea-sipping manner and demeanor radiated with confidence, revealing the executives that despite his small size, Yeshuan was indeed capable. Thus, everyone readjusted their attitudes and no longer saw Yeshuan as just a kid. As for why Dinglong Group's chairman was so young, well, that was truly rare to find. Understood. We shall strictly follow what Director Yi said. Lin Guanghua solemnly nodded. Having gone through this conversation, his admiration for Yeshuan rose to unprecedented heights. As the saying goes, one short conversation can be worth more than 10 years of reading, which was exactly how Lin Guanghua felt at the moment. At this point, the visiting executives suddenly raised a question. "Director Yi, there is something I, Huang, am unclear about, and I'd like to seek your advice. Regarding managing employees, I also adopted a system where employees choose willingly to do overtime. I originally thought everyone would love to work overtime, but only a few rarely volunteer, others disregard that small overtime pay. What should I do in this case? Please enlighten me, Director Yi. Thank you infinitely." Mr. Huang's words seemed to resonate with the other executives, who all looked eagerly at Yeshuan, hoping for an answer. After all, Dinglong Group's employees were notorious for their workaholic tendencies, a well-known fact in the industry. There had even been a cleanup campaign, aiming to drive out the overtime workers, but they simply refused to leave, working tirelessly through the night. Thus, everyone was curious about how Yeshuan managed to achieve such results, making employees willingly work overtime. Hearing this, Yeshuan smiled faintly and pointed at Mr. Huang. That's a good question, and it's actually very simple. Employees can generally be divided into two types, young ones and those who are older. Older employees typically hold managerial positions or higher roles. They wouldn't work overtime. As for the younger employees, we need to understand one crucial detail: pressure. In short, they need leisure time, a period where they can completely let loose. Do you think someone would willingly give up 2 hours of gaming per day to earn just a few dozen yuan as overtime pay if they only get 1 day off per week? Today's youth aren't particularly cash-strapped. A few dozen yuan wouldn't motivate them. Therefore, we should rethink the approach. Previously, money was the primary need. Paying people for overtime made sense. But what do today's young people lack? Time. So what should we do? Hee, you should get it by now, right? At this, Yeshuan smiled faintly, took another sip from his teacup, and gave everyone some time to ponder. Finally, Mr. Zhao reacted first, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, I understand. Chairman, you means we should convert overtime into vacation time. Let them accumulate holiday days based on how many hours they work overtime daily, then increase the overtime pay slightly. That way, yes, that makes perfect sense. They'd all want to work overtime then, huh? I see it now. Chairman Yi is truly brilliant. Yeshuan chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Chapter 378. Mr. Yi, it's up to you. This model is simple. After an employee works 8 hours of regular work, every additional hour they work is counted as 1 extra hour for their paid leave, or can be converted to the next day, whichever day you count, or even save up for future use, just like using a saved 6 months of vacation time to take 6 months of paid vacation. It's that brutally straightforward. So far, in Dinglong Group, there has already been an old employee who took a 6-month holiday. After the vacation, this person came back tan twice as dark. When asked, they said they went cycling in XC, Tibet. They also visited many famous tourist spots and upon returning, worked overtime tirelessly, staying late into the night and coming early the next morning. Other employees began to follow suit, all wanting to enjoy their paid vacations by traveling to XC. This caused the management of Dinglong Group to worry about them working themselves to death, so they initiated a cleanup operation. However, this decision was met with street protests, leaving them at a loss for where to appeal. Hearing what General Manager Zhao explained, the other general managers finally understood, marveling at Yeshuan's ingenious method. They exclaimed that it was truly a stroke of genius, leaving everyone in awe. Inside, they could not help but admire Yeshuan, almost to the point of kneeling down in respect. To say that he is the chairman of the leading Chinese enterprise, Dinglong Group, indeed reveals that he is quite the remarkable individual. Listening to everyone's exclamations of amazement and admiration, Yeshuan smiled faintly, but did not say much. Then, he stood up and looked out of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window at the view outside, his eyes deep in thought. On the horizon, a golden-yellow light illuminated the sky, the twilight piercing through the thin layers of clouds, reflecting on the crowd, highlighting weary and hurried figures while echoing the restlessness and noise of the times. Yeshuan sighed softly, then turned around and said indifferently, Let's have dinner together tonight, on me. Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily, then quickly declined courteously. How could we let Chairman Yi treat us? I'll do it, I'll pay. Yes, absolutely correct. There's no way Chairman Yi should treat us. Instead, it should be us treating you. Today, we've gained so much insight from your guidance, and if you were to treat us again, it would truly be embarrassing to accept such kindness. Let us handle it. Chairman Yi, I will immediately go book a hotel. Lin Guangwa spoke, casually moving towards the office phone intending to call to reserve a spot. Seeing this, Yeshuan smiled faintly and said, It's rare for all of you to come once. As the host, I naturally need to entertain all of our esteemed guests properly. If we were to let any of you pay, wouldn't that be against propriety? Such a gesture would not look appropriate when spoken about publicly. At these words, the general managers looked uneasy, nervously rubbing their hands. In terms of protocol, this did make sense, but the critical issue was that Chairman Yi was the chairman of Dinglong Group, a leading dragon in China's business landscape. Having him foot the bill seemed simply improper. Caught between both dilemmas, the executives were indecisive until Lin Guangwa finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. In this case, we won't refuse respectfully, and everything will proceed according to Chairman Ye's arrangements. Hearing this, the executives breathed a sigh of relief, throwing a grateful glance at Lin Guangwa. Nodding his head, Yeshuan smiled and said, Now that we've made a decision, let's depart. Let's go to Tianjin International 5-star Hotel. Saying that, he signaled Lu Yanran with a wave, stepping forward as the first one to exit the office. The executives hurriedly followed behind with utmost respect, forming a grand procession descending via elevator to the ground floor. They boarded their respective luxury vehicles under the astonished gaze of the employees, especially at Yeshuan's Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. The employees' jaws dropped in awe, the kind that 3 screws couldn't secure. On the road, the convoy of luxury cars lined up neatly, with Yeshuan's Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version leading the way. Passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads to stare, taking pictures and videos with their phones, their faces glowing with excitement. Yeshuan watched silently, sitting cross-legged and humming a tune, idly tapping the rhythm on the armrest of his massage chair. Not long after, the convoy arrived at the entrance of Tianjin International Hotel, where a bellboy rushed over to open the car door for Yeshuan, acting with extreme deference. Since a call had been placed ahead of time, the hotel's general manager personally came to greet them, standing humbly bent slightly at the hotel entrance. Glancing briefly, Yeshuan then stepped out of the car and led the executives straight inside. The receptionists greeted them all warmly. Welcome, esteemed directors, to our international hotel. All of our staff are ready to serve you. At this moment, the hotel's general manager approached Yeshuan directly, bowing slightly, and said, Boss, welcome, may you have peace and comfort tonight. Upon hearing this, the executives instantly went numb. Boss, Could it be that Tianjin International 5-star Hotel, the top-ranked 5-star hotel in Tianjin, was under Chairman Ye's name? The executives' faces displayed shocked expressions, completely taken aback by this simple revelation. But upon further reflection, with Chairman Ye's capabilities, what hotel could he not obtain? With that realization, their minds found peace. At this moment, the general manager continued. The wine and dishes are all prepared. They are the hotel's specialty dishes and rare fine wines. Please follow me. As he spoke, the general manager had already opened the elevator and then led Yeshuan and the executives directly to the 5th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a waft of delicious aromas from the dishes filled the air. The smell alone was enough to make one's mouth water, incredibly enticing. The general manager stepped out of the elevator first, turning around every few steps to gesture a polite please towards Yeshuan and the executives. This gesture was repeated every few paces with utmost respect. Soon, he led everyone into the best private VIP room. The room was decorated luxuriously and meticulously, exuding elegance paired with an antique grandeur, making it perfect for business affairs. On the table was a 3-layered glass revolving round table, already laden with hot and cold dishes, as well as various alcoholic beverages and drinks. The cool air from the air conditioner mixed with the fragrance of the dishes, creating a unique ambience throughout the entire VIP room. Seeing this, Yeshuan didn't hesitate and raised both hands, patting them downward slightly. Everyone, please take your seats. Don't be too formal, relax a little. If you need anything, just call the waiter. Saying that, he sat directly in the main position and let out a comfortable sigh. The executives, seeing this, finally felt at ease to take their seats. Then they opened a bottle of Feiqian Maotai, pouring each person a cup. As for Yeshuan, yogurt would suffice. Mr. Yi, I'd like to toast you. What you said today truly enlightened me and offered immense insight. This glass must be raised to you. Cheers, I'll drink it down. You can replace wine with milk. Come on, I'd also like to toast Mr. Yi. Wishing Dingle Long Group flourishing businesses and vast profits. And wishing Mr. Yi good health and smooth sailing. Here's to my drink. Do as you wish. Let's go. I must also toast Mr. Yi. Cheers, I'll drink it dry. Do what feels right, Mr. Yi. I'll join too, Mr. Yi. Do what feels right. Chapter 379, quite adorable. Yeshuan felt a little speechless. How come drinking yogurt became something casual? However, he didn't say anything, just raised the yogurt and toasted with the executives, then drank down a big cup in a gulp. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating a piece of soft-shelled turtle meat. When the executives saw Yeshuan start eating, they finally dared to pick up their chopsticks too. There were indeed quite a few rules at the dinner table. The more serious the occasion, the more the rules were emphasized. This was an iron rule. So everyone waited for Yeshuan to start before they began, and soon they were all eating heartily, oil dripping from their mouths. At this moment, Manager Li suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked Yeshuan with a troubled look on his face. Director Yi, I want to ask you about salary increases. How exactly do you handle them? There's an old saying. It's not the scarcity but the imbalance that causes problems. After giving one person a raise, many others feel discontented, become unmotivated at work, and some even leave the company. For many years, the company has lost a lot of talent because of this, and now we dare not give raises to outstanding employees. The other managers also deeply empathized and looked forward to hearing Yeshuan's solution to the problem. However, Yeshuan merely smiled faintly and said, giving a salary increase is indeed a troublesome matter, and relying solely on bonuses may make employees feel unstable. But what I use is a bonus system. Those who work harder get more, transparent and open. Every day, we announce the rankings, informing everyone who worked the longest hours yesterday, and at the end of the month, those people receive higher bonuses. Others can't complain about it. Rankings, I see. The executives had another moment of enlightenment. Establishing a ranking system not only displayed which employee was more hardworking, but also incited a strange competitive desire among employees, making it truly a two-pronged approach. It was quite impressive. Director Yi is truly wise beyond measure. Today, I have learned a lot. Here's another toast to Director Yi, in gratitude for your teaching. I will join in too. Once again, the executives stood up and raised their cups, offering drinks to Yeshuan. Yeshuan didn't refuse, high-fived with yogurt, and gallantly drank it all down. Afterward, they sat back down to eat. The meal lasted about 2 hours before finishing, and everyone ate to their heart's content, calling it both enjoyable and invigorating. After eating, the executives returned to their private cars, bid farewell to Yeshuan, and slowly left. Yeshuan sent off Lu Yanran, then took the elevator directly back to the presidential suite on the top floor. When he opened the door, he found the living room empty. In Yi Hongliang's room, snores roared, clearly showing he was asleep. At this time, the sisters woke up as well, and Yeshuan could hear the sounds inside their rooms distinctly. He slipped out onto the balcony to sit, acting as if nothing had happened. Mother Sun Xiaoqin seemed to be somewhere else. She was nowhere to be seen. Yeshuan didn't care much either. He went into the living room to brew a cup of premium Tiguanyin tea specially provided by the hotel, then comfortably returned to the rocking chair on the balcony, enjoying the cool breeze while sipping tea. By this point, the sisters had also emerged from their rooms, yawning and still half asleep in their pajamas, looking incredibly cute. Yeshuan glanced at them once, pretending he'd just woken up. Stretching lazily, he entered the living room, where the snoring had ceased. Father Yi Hongliang, dressed in pajamas and squinting his eyes, walked out and directly approached the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Outside, the sky was gradually turning to dusk. The slanting sunlight poured through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, slightly entering the living room space, casting objects onto the walls like water ripples, shimmering brilliantly. At this time, Mother Sun Xiaoqin also emerged from the other side, holding some small flowers, heading straight to the living room to find a vase and arranging them happily. Seeing everyone present, Yi Hongliang wasted no time, walking over to the entrance vestibule and picking up the landline phone to call the front desk, ordering a variety of fruits, pastries, exquisite dishes, along with a large number of beverages. Not long after, the waiter arrived, presenting wine and food on a small cart not much taller than their waist, divided into 3 layers. All dishes were covered with silver domes. On either side of the cart were railings as thick as arms, hanging several bottles of Feiqian Maotai and various drinks. Yi Hongliang greeted the waiter warmly, instructing him to place the dishes on the table and helping to unload them personally, leaving the waiter flustered, repeatedly insisting Yi Hongliang not to be so polite and that he could handle it. Seeing this, the sisters did not idle either, rushing forward to help unload the dishes. They were squeezed together near the trolley in their pajamas, causing the young waiter's face to flush red. Watching all this, Yi Hongliang and Yi Xian silently chuckled in their hearts. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, all the dishes were served. The waiter respectfully bowed, then backed out of the suite, not daring to even glance at the sisters, leaving behind an air of regret. The sisters noticed the waiter's awkward demeanor and exchanged glances with each other, smiling knowingly. Then they picked up their chopsticks, serving a full bowl of food to Mom Sun Xiaoqin and Dad Yi Hongliang, followed by a bowl for Yi Xian, eating heartily until their mouths dripped with oil. After the meal, the family sat for a while on the 50-square-meter open-air green balcony, chatting and cooling off. They listened as Mom Sun Xiaoqin kept complaining about Dad Yi Hongliang only wanting to sleep and never taking her out shopping, causing everyone to laugh at her complaints. Not long after, night quietly swallowed the day. As the city lights came on, the beautiful night scenery of the enchanting capital spread before them in a dazzling interplay of elegance and prosperity, allowing everyone on the balcony to enjoy a refreshing moment with the cool evening breeze gently brushing their faces. The next day, with nothing much to do, the family went to various scenic spots around the city, spending some time shopping along the way. This greatly pleased Mom Sun Xiaoqin, making her feel thoroughly comfortable and joyful. Time flew quickly throughout the day, and in the evening, they finished dinner and retired early. The following day was the old man's birthday, so the sisters woke up early, showered, applied makeup, and then changed into the formal dresses and jewelry they had bought previously in Nanjing. A platinum pearl necklace gleamed softly under the morning light, complementing their elegant earrings and adding grace to their simple yet chic attire. Dressed head to toe in dignified sophistication, their beauty was breathtaking. Looking at themselves in the full-length mirror, the sisters were amazed at how stunning they looked. It was rare for them to wear such formal and elegant gowns, and they found themselves truly impressive in them. Despite this, joy was absent from their hearts. Thinking about the main family matters weighed heavily on their minds. Dad Yi Hongliang had noticed their worries and kindly consoled them, saying, "Don't worry, just don't say anything inappropriate when we get there. I'll handle it. Everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, the sisters nodded but still couldn't shake their gloomy moods. Chapter 380, The Sun Family's Grand Celebration. At this moment, Yi Xian had already changed into formal attire. To be precise, he was dressed by his mother, Sun Xiaoqin. The bow tie and necktie were neatly tied with a slight tilt, looking dignified yet slightly adorable. This made the sisters all take notice, and they came over to pinch Yi Xian's cheeks, smiling slightly, which made their moods improve a little. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yi Hongliang didn't hesitate, picking up his genuine leather business bag and waving his hand as he said, "Let's go for a stroll, and we'll be back after shopping." With that, he took the lead and walked out of the door first, leading everyone to the elevator and out of the hotel. Then they hailed a taxi, heading straight towards the old man's villa. The celebration of the old master from the Yi family in Shanghai had already spread widely. Every known figure in the city knew about it. All distinguished guests received invitations and were coming today, creating a grand and luxurious atmosphere that gave the entire Shanghai a royal aura, shining with an ethereal brilliance under the sun. From above, one could see that the surroundings of the standalone villa belonging to the elder of the Yi family were encircled by 8 rows of flower clusters. Petals and tinfoil confetti were scattered everywhere, creating an imposing sight upon viewing. The grandeur was evident without being ostentatious, leaving people in awe. In front of the villa's gates, various luxury cars were already parked, Rolls-Royces, Bugatti Veyrons, Bentleys, Maybachs, etc., various models crowding the entire courtyard completely filled. And outside the front courtyard, more vehicles continued arriving endlessly at the villa. Only the top figures in Shanghai could drive such expensive cars. Otherwise, even if one had the financial capability, it would still not be wise to bring such a lavish car on such a day. Sometimes, merely having some money doesn't allow one to just show up driving an extravagant luxury car to a banquet. It comes down to something called status. To put it differently, if someone with greater wealth drives a Wuling, then you should only dare to drive a second-hand Alto. If you arrived in a Rolls-Royce instead, that'd be considered incredibly disrespectful. After all, in China, generation after generation has always emphasized 2 words, rules. But as long as the difference isn't too great, it's fine. No need for excessive extravagance. Too much flair could backfire and make others uncomfortable. After the luxury cars had parked steadily, the bosses stepped out arrogantly but respectfully through the assistance of their drivers and headed toward the entrance of the villa. They wore branded custom suits, smoked cigars, and their hair was slicked back with gel to a shiny gloss. A secretary carried their bags and outerwear, while sporting mustaches, puffing cigars nonstop and greeting other bosses along the way. "Mr. Gu, it's been such a long time. How have you been?" "Mr. Li, we haven't seen each other for days, and you seem even more energetic. I heard your company is doing well lately. Stock prices soared." "Not bad, but Mr. Gu is the real talent." During the last bidding, that piece of useless land was miraculously transformed under Mr. Gu's hand into the second largest plaza of our time. Something that leaves us envious. Haha, just luck. I was going to let it go, tried something different, and unexpectedly succeeded. Hey, isn't that Mr. Zhang? Hello there, Mr. Zhang. Long time no see. Mr. Gu looks so radiant, glowing like never before. It's clear that your company is breaking records again this year. My achievements are like children playing house compared to Mr. Zhang's empire. 5 companies already, right? At this rate, we won't even get food scraps in the future unless you spare us some soup. Please stop exaggerating. As an internet businessman, I can't match the stability of those in physical industries. I've got to seize this wave and grab as many projects as possible before ending up broke someday. Ho ho ho, Mr. Zhang sure knows how to joke around. Alright, let's go and wish the elder happy birthday. I brought a rare ginseng I've cherished for years, perfect for his celebration. Mr. Gu is generous indeed. I received a gift of deer antlers, which I'll also give to the old man. All of you gentlemen look quite prepared. Let's enter together. We can have some company. Gentlemen, please. Mr. Zhang, please proceed. You go first. Please, let's go. Just as the executives were about to enter the villa, a yellow taxi also arrived at the gate outside the villa. The taxi driver had already turned onto this road and was shocked when he saw these passengers destined for the villa area. Looking at the array of luxury cars in front of the distant villa, he subconsciously glanced back at the elegantly dressed people in the back seat, his expression visibly changing. As the crowd by the villa entrance watched a yellow taxi pull up to the gate, their steps paused momentarily. Questions and disgruntled mutters arose in their minds. Did this taxi take a wrong turn or something? It doesn't seem like a mistake, it's heading straight here. But which boss is it? Coming in a taxi? Did the family driver call in sick? Who doesn't have several drivers on rotation duty? Whoever this person is, they're coming to Yi family elder's grand celebration in a taxi. This is simply disregarding proper conduct. Indeed, inappropriate. It's my first time seeing someone like this, totally unreasonable. I wonder who it is. This is amusing. Who's the genius that decided to attend an elder's birthday celebration in a taxi? I need to see and analyze this person closely. At the very least, renting any old car would have been better than showing up like this. Seriously, who's so poor they have to take a taxi? It seems they don't respect the old master at all. This is indeed disrespectful and utterly rude behavior. If they can be so impolite during such an important banquet, I really can't imagine what sort of manners they possess. There are always weirdos every year. Well, no surprises here anymore. The crowd chattered heatedly about the situation when suddenly, people began moving aside from the front to create a pathway. At the end of this path came Yi Hai. All attention immediately shifted from the taxi to Yi Hai, as they quickly started complimenting him. Hello, Brother Hai. Things must be quite busy inside, right? Brother Hai must be tired today, with such a grand celebration going on. Are you accustomed to cigars, Brother Hai? Try one of these imported Cuban cigars with a great aroma, smooth, and leaves a lasting aftertaste. It's getting pretty hot out today, isn't it? Brother Hai, are you feeling warm standing here? Lou Secretary, go fan Brother Hai a bit to cool him down. We wouldn't want him catching heat stroke. Chapter 381, arrived. Brother Hai, come try this imported cocktail I have here. It's quite good as a drink, especially in this hot weather. Drinking an ice-cold one is simply amazing. I have some too, just got it yesterday. Brother Hai, try mine as well. The flattery from the bosses rang out across the entire front yard of the villa, pleasing Yi Hai immensely. He enjoyed the feeling of being flattered. It was prestigious and classy. On the side stood many young masters who were also ingratiating themselves among the bosses towards Yi Hai. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. Hey, Brother Hai, where's your Pagani? Why didn't you drive it today? Upon hearing this, Yi Hai's previously glowing face immediately turned sour and darkened. He couldn't help but feel regretful and resentful as he recalled what had happened earlier in Nanjing. If he hadn't gone to Nanjing that day, his Pagani wouldn't have been lost. Ultimately, all this was due to those troublemakers in the collateral branch. Thinking about this, Yi Hai felt even more displeased. As he raised his eyes to speak, he suddenly noticed a yellow taxi driving straight toward them, leaving him momentarily stunned. This is a taxi? Just as he muttered this, several beautifully dressed ladies in evening gowns, along with two older relatives and a little child, stepped out of the taxi. Seeing this, everyone paused for a moment before quickly starting to chatter amongst themselves. Who are these people? They seem unfamiliar. They might be from the Yi family's collateral branch. Never seen them before, doesn't matter anyway. Ignore them. Indeed, they came by taxi, so what kind of status could they possibly have? Don't worry about the collateral branches. I'm curious, how dare they come by taxi, especially from the collateral branch? After all, there's still a blood relationship. Isn't this embarrassing the family? Who knows? Perhaps their financial situation isn't great? Anyway, just collateral, don't pay much attention. Yeah, collateral is collateral. Not worth caring too much about. As the bosses and young masters discussed nearby, Yi Hai said nothing. Instead, with a fake smile, he walked over to Yeshuan and others, clearly dissatisfied, saying, You've arrived? Nice outfits. These formal dresses look decent, but why did you take a taxi here? Did your car break down, or did the driver go on strike? Others following Yi Hai echoed his sentiment. That's right. How could you dare to come by taxi? Is the Yi family bringing shame upon itself? This is rather impolite. On the occasion of an elder's birthday, at least you should arrive in a car worth 100,000 or more. Even a car worth tens of thousands would do. Coming by taxi. What does that mean? That's truly disrespectful. How do you teach propriety and etiquette in your collateral branch? With no respect or understanding of tradition in this era of progress, this behavior is unreasonable. Seeing this, how pleased can the birthday celebrant be? Manners must be instilled from a young age. Proper education is necessary so that descendants won't forget them. If they don't know any better, that's one thing, but why don't elders know either? To come in a taxi is ridiculous. Not talking about other places, within the family, showing up like this without decorum is disgraceful. Bringing shame upon the family yourself is unacceptable and lacking discipline. This wave of not-so-friendly minor reprimands caused the Yi sisters to feel infuriated. Although Yi Hongliang and Sun Xiaoqin were also displeased, they really couldn't say anything. Just as they were speaking, another middle-aged man saw the gathering on this side and strolled over. Recognizing Yi Xian and his collateral relatives, he forced a slight smile and casually said, You've arrived? Come in then, and wish the old man a happy birthday. The feast should have started early for helping out the family, but never mind now. Quickly come inside and wish him happy birthday. His tone carried a slightly condescending manner typical of elders addressing juniors, making Yi Hongliang somewhat uncomfortable since they were peers, yet because they were from the collateral line, they were looked down upon and undervalued. Truly, it irked him, but he couldn't argue back, merely nodding and leading Yi Xian and the sisters into the banquet hall behind the middle-aged man. Yi Hai coldly watched the group walk away safely and let out a disdainful humph. He crooked his mouth and muttered under his breath, A bunch of unlucky stars. You took a taxi and made it here, lucky for you today. Otherwise, I'd make sure none of you unfortunate ones would keep your pride. After saying that, he followed behind and entered the villa banquet hall, with every step radiating arrogance. Seeing this, the surrounding bosses and young masters followed closely, puffing cigars and chatting cheerfully as they made their way towards the banquet hall. Since it was a grand birthday celebration, they had to first go through the formality of wishing someone a happy birthday. Inside the banquet hall, dozens of tables were arranged with precision, carefully considering placement. The setup seemed almost like a feng shui arrangement. A 2-table wide aisle was left in the middle, covered with a red carpet. Since it was a joyous banquet, it naturally had to be lively and grand, symbolizing flames and signifying prosperity. At the end of the aisle stood several chairs. At this moment, Old Master sat in the central dragon throne, leaning on a yellow poplar wood cane intricately carved with patterns. He wore a classical Zhongshan suit, and on his right thumb was an emerald ring. His expression was composed and dignified without anger. On either side behind him stood the hosts, namely the direct descendants of Old Master, respectful in attitude, their faces full of smiles as they warmly watched the CEOs approach gracefully, carrying gifts for his longevity. The atmosphere was solemn and serious. The entire hall permeated with authority, causing even the executives to feel slightly intimidated. However, thanks to their own status, they were able to maintain composure. Thus, they all stepped forward warmly and courteously, smiling and saying, "Congratulations to the venerable birthday celebrant. May your blessings be as vast as the East Sea and your life shine brightly like the sun and moon. This is a humble gift from me. 10 cases of caterpillar fungus. Please accept them kindly. Wishing you long life, eternal spring, reinvigorating at 70, happiness lasting forever. Here's my heartfelt token. 300-year-old ginseng roots. Congratulations to the venerable birthday celebrant. May your wealth, health, and fortune increase. May light, glory, and good fortune fill your home. Blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing Mount Nan. Here, I offer 2 10-pound deer antlers to the celebrant as a small gesture of respect. My words fall short, unable to express much, but here's expensive sable fur and bear ball specially collected for the venerable birthday celebrant, presented with sincere wishes. Wishing the venerable birthday celebrant every year be today, every year have its joys. These are my humble offerings, jadeite and carnelian pearls, hoping the celebrant will kindly accept." All the CEOs presented gifts, while the children of the Old Master warmly received them, their faces glowing with smiles. The Old Master also showed a smile, nodding his head while politely saying, "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for gracing this occasion with your presence. I, an old man, shall humbly accept your gifts. Please, do sit wherever you like, act freely, and don't hesitate to make yourselves at home." Chapter 382. Is this your way of doing things? The executives, hearing this, were indeed a bit rude. They each found a prime seat and sat down, chatting with each other while making some business connections. After the executives had paid their respects, Yi Hongliang also led his children forward. The old man looked at them without much change in his expression. Then he glanced at the Lei family patriarch and Lei family young master, standing not far away, and earnestly said to elder sister Yuan, "Yuan, I've arranged an excellent marriage for you. You should have already heard about it from your cousin. This match is appropriate both emotionally and logically, equal in status, and brings unimaginable benefits to both our Yi family and the Lei family. You should understand." After finishing, leaning on his yellow wooden carved cane, he stood up and beckoned to the Lei young master, who immediately came over. The old man continued, "Lei Xianzhong, you are truly an outstanding person, talented and elegant. Moreover, you're a returned overseas student who has done many businesses on your own. Now you have 3 companies under your name worth tens of millions. Your integrity and gentlemanlike demeanor will surely bring her happiness if she marries you. Lei Xianzhong, this is our Yi family's eldest daughter from the collateral line, Yuan, current vice president of Southeast Securities. She is well versed in poetry and literature, graceful and beautiful, as they say a face that could topple a kingdom, and her character is gentle and cultivated. Marrying Yuan would also be an equal and appropriate match." The Lei family patriarch, sitting beside him, leaned on his cane. His face showed no expression, and wrinkles due to old age had already overlapped, covered with spots. He didn't pay much attention when looking at Yuan, since both families knew that this was merely an arranged marriage, a so-called alliance by marriage, or putting it harshly, using the younger generation's marriage as a bargaining chip for the 2 families' business cooperation to build trust. Thus, after just glancing twice, he said, it's indeed an equal match. It's good for Yuan to be united with my Lei family's capable grandchild. Hereby, I wish the 2 of them white-haired companionship and eternal unity beforehand." White-haired companionship and eternal unity. These words were likely aimed at old patriarch Yi, meaning the deal should continue without issues. Yi Xian here also understood that the matrimonial alliance brought a lot of advantages to the main family, including business, status, and all sorts of interpersonal relationships. Sacrificing only someone from the collateral line could gain so many advantages, it wasn't something to worry about. However, after Yuan heard what the 2 old men said, her face didn't show any fluctuations. Calmly, she slightly bowed her head without hesitation and replied, "Sorry, I refuse." Upon hearing this statement, there was an immediate stir in the entire venue. Everyone froze in place for a moment, unable to react. Noisy voices in the banquet hall disappeared instantly. The atmosphere became silent. Everyone kept quiet and dumbfoundedly stared at Yuan. It took quite a while for everyone to snap out of it, and discussions broke out. "Wait, why did she refuse? This marriage looks pretty good to me. How does someone from the collateral line think like this? Marrying into the Lei family, having the 2 families unite through marriage will bring numerous benefits. To outright reject in front of so many people, especially the birthday celebrant and the Lei family patriarch, that's too impolite. No wonder she came in a taxi. That's true, extremely lacking in manners. Such a great alliance, yet she refuses it. How clueless. Anyone else would be jumping at the chance, yet this fool refused it. So unfortunate. And reportedly, this marriage was settled long ago, and now she refuses. This really shows how disrespectful she can be. It's indeed been mentioned by the Yi family main branch that the marriage was arranged, but judging by the collateral side, there might have been some mistakes along the way, who knows. While the crowd was talking, Yi family's old patriarch's face also couldn't hold its composure. Being rejected publicly by one of his juniors was simply embarrassing, and behind the main house people, displeasure appeared on their faces, darkening expressions as they scolded. "What's wrong with you, Yi family girl? Why do you go against what was planned now? Spoiled isn't enough to describe you. At such a significant occasion, you don't leave us any face at all. Why are you so immature? Marrying Mr. Lei will make you feel slighted." "That's right. Mr. Lei has such great conditions. Do you know how many people outside would be fighting to propose? Doorsteps almost broken. Really ungrateful. Moreover, born as a Yi family member, why don't you consider your family at all? In our current state, the marital alliance between the Yi family and the Lei family is the best choice. How come you don't understand anything at this age and not think more about your family? Totally ridiculous. All the family elders are finding you a good future, yet you, young lady, are truly unappreciative. The for your own good talk from the main family had the elder sisters fuming, and Yechan was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of her ears. Unable to contain her temper, she shouted angrily. Why don't you let one of your own main family members marry him? Why us? We never see any benefits during normal times. None of the advantages ever reach us. Now when it's about bringing you gains, you suddenly remember us. Sacrificing elder sister Ye's lifelong happiness for your benefit? Seeing his daughter already speaking up, Yi Hongliang couldn't let her face the confrontation alone either. Extremely angered, he pointed at the contemporaries from the main family and cursed them. Do you even know what kind of people you are? Have we ever seen a bit of profit from all the businesses you've done? Normally, you're always scheming against me. Every dirty or messy matter lands on my shoulders for you to have resolved. And now you actually want me to let my eldest daughter join with the Lei family in marriage just to bring you advantages. What about us? Even if there were some profits, I wouldn't agree to this marriage. Whoever she likes, even if it's a penniless young man, I would still approve. You people are no better than beasts, and yet call yourselves family? Want my daughter married off? Forget it. Yi Hongliang released all the anger that had been building inside him for such a long time, heightening the tension dramatically. The other elder sisters joined in the heated confrontation one after another, shouting angrily. We've never seen such shameless people as you. All you do is sacrifice others to gain benefits for yourselves, and yet you dare to call yourselves family. Do we of the collateral branch deserve to be sacrificed and consumed by you like this? What an utterly selfish group. I've been upset with you guys for a long time now. What family is this? Even without you, our lives won't be worse. They'll only get better and better. Truly disgraceful and selfish. This is how your main family behaves. Truly ridiculous people. And you claim it's all for elder sister Ye's well-being. How fake and selfish of you. Just looking at you makes one sick. All the older sisters poured out their years of accumulated grievances without regard for consequences, completely lost in their burning anger, irrational and enraged. Chapter 383, Yi Xin and Yi Dong. The entire family stood united, unanimously criticizing the actions of the main family. This left the members of the main family seething with anger, their faces red with embarrassment since many guests were present. It was disgraceful to quarrel under the eyes of so many people, airing their dirty laundry for all to see. Certainly an invitation for ridicule. Grandpa was equally enraged. Never had a younger generation dared to be so disrespectful and presumptuous in his presence. Their audacious words completely ignored his position as head of the family. He immediately tapped his cane on the floor and pointed at Yi Hongliang, yelling furiously. Outrageous. But Yi Xin immediately stepped forward, pointing at him and shouted. The one being outrageous is you. An old man who doesn't die is indeed a thief. I see no issue labeling this onto you. Boom. The entire hall was shocked. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Xin. Disbelief etched deeply into their expressions. My goodness, a child dares to speak like this? And he says it directly to Grandpa? He's truly fearless. There's no sense of discipline here. How did the side branch of the Yi family raise their children? This is ridiculous. The youngest member actually scolds the eldest like that. Such vulgar language. He even accuses Grandpa of impropriety. That's essentially cursing, you decrepit old man. Why haven't you died yet? Thought-provoking. Very thought-provoking indeed. The key point is, he called Grandpa outrageous. My goodness, this kid has gone too far. It's hard to imagine how a child around 7 or 8 years old could understand such things. I think this must have been instilled by Yi Hongliang, waiting precisely for this moment. Sigh, it's just unbelievable. Guests sitting at the banquet table began whispering amongst themselves, shocked to their cores at the words Yi Xin spoke. The main family became incensed. Smoke was practically coming out of their ears, veins bulging as they took a step forward and yelled at Yi Xin. Bring someone. Throw this brat out. The Yi family has no such rebellious offspring. Who dares? Several sisters instantly stood in front of Yi Xin, protecting him, serious expressions scanning the crowd from the main family, exuding authority. The atmosphere shifted instantaneously, reaching its peak tension, like swords drawn, extremely intense. The bodyguards stationed around the banquet hall moved closer upon hearing the order from the main family. Just as they were about to approach Yi Xin, suddenly loud, grating noises came from outside. Next, several patriarchs of powerful families in Tianjin along with some of the most influential corporate tycoons walked into the banquet hall. While entering, they surveyed everyone around, asking, what's going on here? Why so lively? The atmosphere seems a little off. It does seem strange. What exactly happened? Why this tension? What's going on? All the tycoons were confused, unaware of the situation. They couldn't understand why the birthday celebration seemed so severe. Suddenly, voices emerged from among the crowds gathered. Someone has overstepped. The kid accused Grandpa of impropriety and cursed him as an old man unwilling to die. Upon hearing this, the patriarchs and tycoons froze momentarily, surprised because having a young child curse their elders as an old man refusing to die was indeed offensive. Thus, they fixed their gazes on Yi Xin, curious to see who this person was, so daring and disrespectful. However, the moment they saw Yi Xin, they all froze instantly. Everyone's steps came to a sudden halt. They stared intently at Yi Xin, speechless, silent, a behavior so odd that it baffled others nearby. Right then, the faces of these patriarchs and tycoons turned drastically. They glanced once at the second-tier tycoons seated at the banquet tables, looked at Yi Xin again, and finally set their gaze on the bodyguards closing in. Suddenly, something clicked in their minds. They then angrily reprimanded. What do you intend to do to Yi Dong? Outrageous. Who dares show disrespect towards Yi Dong? Let me see that. With that said, the top-tier patriarchs and tycoons from Tianjin hurried to move forward, standing guard around Yi Xin, creating a confrontation between them, the bodyguards, and the main family of the Yi clan. Yi Xin recognized them. They were the same tycoons he'd previously dined with at the International Hotel. Thus, he wasn't overly surprised by their arrival. However, the second-tier tycoons couldn't comprehend this action, starting discussions. What's happening with these tycoons? Yes, it's strange. Aren't they here to celebrate old Master Ye's birthday? Why are they standing in front of that little kid? And what's this talk about Yi Dong? Have I ever heard of a Yi Dong? Is there any Yi Dong here? Could it possibly refer to Yi Hongliang? Has Yi Hongliang grown his business to such an extent that commercial giants come to protect him? That doesn't seem possible from my memory. So what is really happening here? It's truly bizarre. I can't understand it at all. What exactly is going on here? The second-tier executives were all puzzled, lost in a fog, not understanding what these tycoons and family patriarchs of commercial giants were doing, especially why they had suddenly taken a stance against the Yi family's main branch. The main branch of the Yi family was equally confused about this maneuver by the business tycoons. They whispered among themselves. Why are these executives protecting Yeshuan? I don't know. Why would they protect that disobedient child? Aren't they here to celebrate old Master Ye's birthday? Truly strange, indeed. How could this happen? In my recollection, Yi Hongliang's business wasn't so big that he could have met such influential commercial tycoons. Strange. The key point is, they're all protecting that rebellious son. Did you notice how strongly they're guarding him? Everyone from the main family was mystified but had no answers as to what the tycoons were up to. Thus, they carefully asked in a timid voice. May we ask, what does this mean, gentlemen? What does it mean? Mr. Zhao glanced around at the bodyguards surrounding them and coldly snorted. I would like to ask what your meaning is. This gentleman right here is none other than the chairman of Dingalong Group, Chairman Yeshuan. Whoosh. Everyone present gasped in horror, their faces turning ghastly pale. Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell silent, as though the music had gradually faded away, plunging the atmosphere into a deathly quiet. Guests who came to congratulate and the lesser executives stood with bulging eyes, their lower lips trembling slightly, incredulity written all over their faces as they looked at Yeshuan. Members of the main branch of the Yi family also froze in shock. Their faces visibly turned green from disbelief at this revelation. Stunned and in a state of confusion, their hands let go of the gifts, causing them to drop with a clang onto the floor. On the side, Yi Hai's face turned pallid white, his entire body shaking uncontrollably like a sieve, his lips trembling involuntarily as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 384, Indestructible. Grandpa Yi, upon hearing the news, dropped his Huangmu wooden-carved cane with a clatter to the ground. He collapsed onto the chair like he had lost his soul, leaning back against the armchair, his eyes vacant as they stared forward, his entire body numb. After all, everyone was in business and the name of China's leading enterprise, Dingalong Group, was well known to all. Everyone knew what Dingalong Group represented, and right now, its chairman was standing right in front of him. How could this not be shocking? Not only that, but they had even rudely scolded him and even wanted their bodyguards to throw him out, showing disrespect to the chairman of Dingalong Group. How absurd was this? It was simply the most foolish thing to do, and the main branch of the Yi family had done it, and did so without giving any face. They had always been unfriendly towards the collateral branch, behaving poorly. They had even sacrificed the chairman's own elder sister in an arranged marriage with a lay family, bringing benefits exclusively to their main family. A despicable action indeed. Such hypocrisy and selfishness were evident in everything they had done, and how couldn't it make others afraid? They were aware of their actions. They clearly knew about their long-standing poor behavior. Their selfishness and hypocrisy were undeniable facts, yet they never thought anything of it. They treated the collateral branches as mere bargaining chips, disregarding them entirely and using them for the interests of the main family. To them, the collateral branches weren't even people. They were just tools, sacrifices to be used freely to obtain more profit. But now, the collateral branch they once looked down upon turned out to be the chairman of Dingalong Group, the corporate giant whose power made all other commercial titans yield. The profits of such a group alone would cover a year's earnings of the Yi family's main branch, and that wasn't even talking about net profit. The chairman of such a group was actually standing right in front of them, a person who had been bullied and never truly acknowledged as human by them. Absurd. It was simply absurd. All the Yi family's main members could think of was this one idea. It was impossible to believe that a child around 7 or 8 years old could possibly be the chairman of Dingalong Group, let alone someone from their collateral line. How could anyone believe such a thing? But this is exactly what happened, and it was far more real than anything else. Real enough to make one doubt whether this place was a dream and the reality was within the dream. Like an illusion, the elderly grandfather sat swaying on the Grand Master chair, his eyes now completely lifeless and dull. He seemed as if he would pass away at any moment. However, the main family had no time to care. Their faces mirrored the same blankness of the patriarch, staring blankly at Yeshuan and then glancing at the high-profile tycoons gathered in front of them. If his identity were fake, then what about these other business giants? Were they also false? Would they deceive others with lies, making fun of them for the sake of a child? Clearly, this would never happen. Clearly, the truth before them was real in every way. Chairman of Dingalong Group, Yeshuan chairman, was standing right before them, a fact more solid than anything, unshakable and indisputable. Everyone realized this in their hearts. Even the sisters and parents wore expressions of amazement, as though seeing some strange and novel object never encountered before in this world. Each appeared bewildered, as though in a dream listening to a false deity singing hymns, deeming everything to be ethereal and unreal. Not a single atom felt real. A child about 7 or 8 years old, someone who had lived with them day in and day out, someone they knew thoroughly. This little brother was actually the chairman of China's leading enterprise, Dingalong Group? How could that be possible? He was still a child. How could he be the chairman of Dingalong Group? So many influential industrialists saying the little brother was the chairman. Was it all a lie? It must be a lie. It simply had to be. Yet, this dream seemed so vivid, so tangible that you could hear the wind around you, see the boy breathing, smell the flowers wafting in the air. It felt truer than anything else, truer to the point where everyone believed it to be a fabrication, something fictitious. Facts don't lie, and what lay before them was the purest truth, whether believed or not. Yi Hongliang, a seasoned businessman, was very familiar with Dingalong Group. In the past, he had even taken on outsourcing projects from Dingalong Group and earned substantial profits. Now he finally learned that his youngest son was none other than the chairman of Dingalong Group, that he himself was the father of the chairman of Dingalong Group. His throat tightened as though sealed with concrete, unable to produce a single word. Staring blankly at Yeshuan, his mouth slightly agape, his face showed an overwhelming expression of shock, indescribable by words. Sun Xiaoqin was the same, but amidst her shock, There was a faint trace of pride regarding the fact that her son was the chairman of Dinglong Group. All the sisters were also pale-faced, staring blankly at Yeshuan with lifeless eyes. This boy who they spent every day with, and who turned out to be the chairman of China's leading enterprise Dinglong Group, left them frozen in place as though in a dream, unable to utter a single word. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Yeshuan saw that the moment had come. He pushed aside Mr. Zhao, the commercial tycoon protecting him, stepped forward, and walked to Grandpa Ye's side. He coldly stared at him and said, "Am I now qualified enough to speak?" After speaking, he raised his eyelids and scanned the group of people from the main branch behind the old master with emotionless eyes. At this very instant, his aura transformed drastically. His face darkened, exuding an intimidating presence that filled the entire banquet hall, enveloping everyone from the main family. A single glance from him made their bodies tremble like sieves, an uncontrollable chill rushing through their bones. It felt as if they had suddenly become as insignificant as ants, while Yeshuan loomed over them like a giant, his eyes flashing red, appearing as though a demon god had descended from heaven. There was no longer any sense of innocence typical of a child. It was as if he had become someone entirely different. Once his commanding aura was released, all traces of doubt disappeared completely from the onlookers' minds. This child, though only 7 or 8 years old, possessed a unique presence unmatched by anyone present. There was no question that he was indeed the chairman of Dinglong Group. At this point, Yeshuan retracted his cold stare and refocused his gaze on Grandpa Ye's face. After evaluating him again, he said coldly, "Starting today, I will cut off all means of livelihood for the Yi family. Your moral character is truly unworthy." Chapter 385, Cutting Off the Path of Survival. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was once again taken aback. Cut off the path of survival. The implication was clear, no one should cooperate with the Yi family. After hearing this, all members of the Yi family revealed expressions of terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They fully understood the meaning behind these words. Although they were aware of it, none of them reacted immediately to what might happen, staring blankly at Yeshuan like statues. After Yeshuan spoke, a group of commercial tycoons behind him also stepped forward one by one and declared, "From today on, my East China group, led by old Zhao, will no longer have any cooperation with the Yi family. I vow on my word. From today, my Huang group cuts off all cooperative relationships with the Yi family, and 5 subsidiaries will cease all cooperation with the Yi family. I pledge under heaven. Artistic Broad, Jet Cheng, Xingxing Prosperity, Tai Dong Tai, Huihua, and In Beauty, 6 companies announced by me, Mr. Liu, cut off all relations with the Yi family from now on. The Bangyuan group from now on no longer cooperates with the Yi family, officially declared. My White Sales Holding Limited Liability Company will no longer cooperate with the Yi family starting today. Generals do not retire. Let us go our separate ways. My Wan Sheng Group declares that it no longer has any cooperation with the Yi family from now on. May your gold pan carry silver wealth. Yi Elder, forgive me. From today, Norton Real Estate Company, Limited no longer maintains any business relations with the Yi family, cutting off all ties, official declaration." After the tycoons finished speaking, they returned to stand beside Yeshuan. This time they didn't protect anyone anymore, but respectfully stood on either side, their attitude evoking much sympathy from others. After all, it was an immense Dragon Spire group, one of the top enterprises in Huaxia, with a market capitalization exceeding tens of billions of dollars, ranking in the top 3 globally among the Fortune 500. Its subsidiaries spread throughout Huaxia, and its extensive businesses almost encompassed all foundational structures. This very architecture formed the operational space for the tycoons. So why cut off their own way? Instead of aligning themselves with Dragon Spire Group, why instead align with a third-rate enterprise? The tycoons certainly weren't that foolish. They clearly knew which side weighed more heavily. And Dragon Spire Group dealt sincerely with people, treating not only its employees well, but also the various cooperating companies with courtesy. When a project went awry, they'd rather bear the loss themselves than let partner companies take on the risks. Such is the demeanor of a major enterprise, and this kind of behavior brought good reputations. Good reputations bring the trust of all Huaxia people, the unconditional trust and reliance of all commercial figures, ensuring Dragon Spire's position as a leader. That's the responsibility of an elder brother in commerce. On the other hand, consider their Yi family, deceitful, selfish, and willing to sacrifice the lifelong happiness of younger generations just for their own benefits. Such lack of integrity and humanity would leave no one wishing to align with them. Is your brain flooded with blood, or have half your nerve cells paralyzed? So naturally, everyone understood the situation well and measured the consequences accordingly. After the commercial giants expressed their stances, several heads of prestigious families present also stood up one after another, making declarations. Our Li family henceforth breaks all forms of collaboration related to the Yi family, and terminates all family businesses associated with the Yi family. Our Gu family follows the Li family's decision, cutting off all relationships with the Yi family, including all products and projects. Contracts shall be terminated outright. The Ma family likewise. Starting from today, we sever all connections with the Yi family. On behalf of the Ma family's reputation, I pledge this. The Zhang family adds to this. I have no positive feelings towards such disingenuous families. From today on, we terminate all cooperation. Right away, I'll order personnel to stop projects and end contracts. I've already given the orders, and shortly, the secretary will deliver the contracts to terminate all cooperation. Apologies, Yi Elder, but the Yang clan chooses to support Yi chairman here. The Wang family can clearly differentiate between what is right and wrong. Yi Elder, your actions this time were indeed less than honest. Thus, beginning today, we will terminate all collaborations with the Yi family, including all projects and related companies. Given that the industry leaders had made their statements, while their status might not be as high as the leaders, they still carried some influence. In other words, even if you're merely running a street stall in this scene, you'd better speak up to make your stance known. It always helps when declaring alliances in situations like these. Although stopping everything suddenly might harm profits, and losses won't be small by any measure, plus contract termination comes with compensations, everyone resolutely chose this tough decision without hesitation. To put it conversely, those who are heartbroken over such trifling profits risk losing even greater gains in the future. standing against Dragonspire Group historically hasn't ended well for anyone. All disappeared into the currents of time, erased even from memory. Things have reached this point, showcasing Dragonspire's methods. Those who vanished were all enterprises that relied on counterfeit goods and deception to make profits. Some of them even dared to defraud the Dinglong Group. Even if they were destroyed, it would not be excessive. The Yi family patriarch's household saw that all commercial giants and the heads of all families present stood firmly with Yeshuan, completely severing all business relations, terminating every single project. In an instant, panic spread as all businesses were abruptly halted, which meant the funding chain was cut off, leading to total chaos in operations and nullifying all previous efforts. It was just like a conveyor belt carrying goods on the production line being suddenly severed. One doesn't need much imagination to know how shattered the goods would end up. Naturally, the Yi family patriarch understood these consequences. The heavy impact of this severance and the shocking contrast of going bankrupt within moments made their eyes vacant. Cold shivers ran down their spines, sending goosebumps all over their bodies. Even Yi Lao Shirye, upon witnessing this scene, became frantic. Blood vessels instantly bulged in his eyes. He clearly knew what would happen after this, so at this moment, he disregarded any sense of dignity and quickly begged Yeshuan for mercy. Mr. Yi, I'm old and confused, blind to the greatness before me. Please raise your noble hand and forgive us this time. With this move, our Yi family will really have nothing but northwest wind to drink. Mr. Yi, considering we are grandfather and grandson, please forgive us this time. There will absolutely never be such a thing again. I swear upon my integrity. Yi Lao Shirye's face, lined with aging wrinkles paired with an abnormally grim complexion, made him look like an alien creature from outer space, truly repulsive. Hearing these words, Yeshuan internally scoffed in derision. Talking about being grandfather and grandson, this man had never given him anything or provided any benefits to the family. Now he suddenly mentioned being grandfather and grandson. It was utterly laughable. And talking about integrity? If this old man had any integrity, how could he have done something as despicable as sacrificing distant branches of the family for arranged marriages to secure his own interests? This was simply laughable to the extreme. Chapter 386. Mr. Yi, please be at your leisure. Yeshuan slightly shook his head, feeling deeply disappointed with the current state of Grandpa Yi, and had entirely lost any sense of family affection for him. People blinded by interests will forever live in pain and ignorance, unable to see or hear clearly, like someone wrapped in a black cloth, walking aimlessly towards darkness without any destination. Yet they still think they have a goal, blindly searching in all directions within the darkness, thinking everything is a target, but as if there is no end. You'd better shut up, it's over. Yeshuan coldly spat out these words to Grandpa Yi, his eyes filled with cold hatred and surging disappointment akin to ocean waves. Then he turned around resolutely and left, leaving behind a proud and noble back. The business tycoons behind him, along with the dignitaries and families present at the banquet, seeing Yeshuan depart, all stood up and followed him out of the banquet hall. In a short moment, what was a grand birthday celebration with numerous guests became desolately sparse, and silence filled the entire hall. After stepping out of the banquet hall, Yeshuan took a deep breath of the moist air in the suburbs of Tianjin, then looked around the villa before calmly walking out of the gate onto the roadside. After adjusting his mood, he turned around and smiled to the company presidents and clan leaders. I sincerely apologize for letting everyone leave without eating a single bite. So, let me treat you to lunch. Let's go to the International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin and celebrate properly over some drinks. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the president and leaders immediately showed an expression of being greatly honored, but quickly calmed themselves and politely said, "Then we'll humbly follow your command. We appreciate your efforts, Mr. Yi." Afterwards, each of them got into their own luxury business cars and drove majestically towards the International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin. Yeshuan had already contacted Lu Yanran and the hotel earlier, so by now, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked by the roadside. Among them, the extended version driven by Lu Yanran especially stood out, giving a sudden sense of prestige which impressed even his sisters and parents. At this moment, seeing Yeshuan coming out, Lu Yanran immediately got out of the car and opened the rear door, standing aside with great respect. The drivers from the other Rolls-Royce Phantoms also got out, opening the rear doors and bowing slightly, waiting respectfully for them to board. Without hesitation, Yeshuan waved at his father, mother, and sisters. "Get in, let's eat." Saying that, he ran up to the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, closed the door, and relaxed on the leather massage seat. His sisters and parents were still in a daze, not fully recovered until Yeshuan called again, prompting them instinctively to get into the cars and slowly move towards the International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin. Luxury vehicles formed a majestic convoy on the streets, causing passersby to watch in awe. Many pulled out their phones to take photos and videos, discussing passionately in forums and chat groups, adding some excitement to their daily lives. Not long after, the scenery outside the window began to slow down, eventually coming to a halt. Yeshuan glanced outside the window, where many welcome attendants were standing by the entrance of the hotel, red carpets laid out, surrounded by flower arrangements. The general manager personally came to receive them, respectfully standing at the door. As soon as the convoy arrived, the general manager came forward and bowed, greeting respectfully. "Boss, hello." Then, looking at the clan heads and business tycoon presidents, warmly welcomed them. The International Hotel in Tianjin welcomes various presidents and esteemed guests. All employees are dedicated to serving the esteemed presidents. The alcohol and food are ready. Please come this way. The presidents were shocked when the hotel general manager addressed Yeshuan as boss, realizing that this top-ranked International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin was actually under the name of Dinglong Group, evoking sheer awe. But upon reflection, they found it reasonable. After all, it was Dinglong Group. Was there anything they couldn't accomplish? Thus, they all chuckled and looked at Yeshuan, making a please gesture. "Mr. Yi, please go ahead." "Mr. Yi, please." Yeshuan nodded lightly, showing no courtesy. He gestured to his parents and sisters who were still in a haze, then stepped out one pace and walked into the hotel under the accompaniment of the general manager, family patriarchs, and corporate giants. The front door greeters had been prepared, collectively welcoming with a chorus. "Welcome, Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, sir, and all presidents to the International 5-Star Hotel in Tianjin." Your presence honors us immensely, bringing comfort and joy to the hotel. The voice resonated strongly, echoing through the entire hall, lingering in the air for a long time. Yeshuan nodded, smiling gently at them without saying much more. Under the guidance of the general manager, they went straight to the king-level VIP private room. Inside the private room, wall murals adorned the entire space, luxurious and grand, blending classical and modern elements seamlessly, emanating a refined elegance permeating the whole atmosphere. The square table was constructed with a three-layer design, each level already laden with hot dishes. Around the table, along the walls, hung an impressive circle of famous wines, mostly rare vintage and cellar-stored bottles, worth a fortune and almost impossible to find on the market. Yeshuan scanned the private room's setting, nodded in satisfaction, then gestured invitingly at everyone present. Please, don't be shy, act as you wish. After speaking, he pulled his father, Yi Hongliang, to take their rightful seats, while his mother, Sun Xiaoqin, sat beside them. The sisters arranged themselves orderly around the table. Everyone waited until they saw Chairman Yi take his place before finding their own positions, leaving the main seat for Yeshuan. Upon seeing everyone seated, the general manager didn't linger any longer, bowed respectfully, and took his leave without disturbing the atmosphere of the grand feast one bit. The waiters all retreated in turn, extremely respectful, carefully closing the heavy doors behind them and sealing out any noise from outside. The room fell into perfect quietness. Feel free, no need for formalities. Eat and drink however you like. I can't drink alcohol anymore, so I'll substitute it with milk instead. With his hand shaking slightly, Yeshuan made a signifying gesture that the corporate leaders understood clearly. They stood up, each grabbing a bottle of their favorite wine, and poured themselves a glass. The sisters also found some fresh fruit juices and passed over a carton of milk to Yeshuan. Mother Sun Xiaoqin opted not to drink anything alcoholic, sticking to plain water for health reasons. She kept glancing pointedly at her husband, Yi Hongliang, who had just picked up a large bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, making him hesitant. Ultimately, Yi Hongliang placed the bottle forcefully down on the table, displaying a pick me or not, here I am attitude. This action caused Mother Sun Xiaoqin to roll her eyes repeatedly and send a bitter glance towards her husband, a look that silently promised, just wait until we get home. Once all drinks were ready, no one lingered on formalities further. Everyone rose, picking up their glasses, and toasted toward Yeshuan. Well, old Zhang will seize the honor of giving the first toast. Here's to our remarkable Chairman Yi and our glorious Ding Long group. May everything be prosperous in the future. Cheers, Chairman Yi. Old Zhang drained his glass, leaving Yeshuan to respond at his leisure. Chapter 387, Nearly Bankrupt. Mr. Zhang raised a glass the size of a paper cup and downed it with great generosity before pouring himself another one and raising a toast to Mr. Yi Hongliang. Mr. Yi, we've met once before, and I felt familiar with you at that time. Now comparing Chairman Yi with you, it's like you both came from the same mold. Haha, here's a toast to you. Wishing you good health, endless wealth, a harmonious family, and many grandchildren. Cheers. With that, he emptied his glass, prompting everyone around to exclaim, Mr. Zhang sure has an immense capacity. Mr. Yi Hongliang didn't hesitate either, and he drank his glass in one go, which made his mother Sun Xiaoqin feel quite pained but unable to say anything since it was a significant occasion. After 2 cups of alcohol, Mr. Zhang showed no discomfort at all and smiled as he poured himself another full glass. He then turned towards the ladies. Miss Yi, truly beautiful like fairies from the heavens. The aura around you carries the grace of poetry, and your attire is impeccable, refined and luxurious beyond description. I must toast to each Miss Yi, wishing you eternal youth, everlasting beauty. Cheers. Thank you. The elder sisters exchanged amused glances, lifted their ice-cold fresh squeezed juice, and gave a respectful nod toward Mr. Zhang before draining half a glass at once, feeling incredibly refreshed inside. After finishing this toast, Mr. Zhang had truly amazed everyone present with his vast capacity. Even Yeshuan couldn't help but marvel silently. For these 3 rounds, he had consumed almost half a caddy of baijiu. Could he really endure so much? Meanwhile, Yeshuan took a glance at his father Yi Hongliang's face, noticing that it had started to redden slightly, and knowing there were still several executives waiting eagerly with their glasses in hand, he decided not to say anything more. Instead, he promptly stood up, grabbed a plate filled with small thimble-sized cups from the liquor cabinet, and placed them on the table. Come, use these little ones. Drinking should be about enjoying a sip or two. Getting drunk harms the body. It isn't worth it. The executives were relieved by this gesture, because when Mr. Zhang had directly drained the whole paper cup initially, they had to follow suit according to the unspoken rules of drinking etiquette. Everyone understood this well. Now seeing Chairman Yi providing small cups, they breathed an imperceptible sigh of relief before smilingly pouring themselves tiny servings from the decanter, enthusiastically offering toasts to Yeshuan, Yi Hongliang, Sun Xiaoqin, and the elder sisters alike. The entire private dining room brimmed with joyous atmosphere, drenched under the slanting rays of the noonday sun, evoking a mood of intoxication and yearning, making the ambience lively and vibrant indeed. It wasn't until approximately 2 hours later that the feast finally concluded around 1:30 p.m. Everyone was thoroughly exhilarated after ample drink consumption, engaging deeply in conversations with Yi Hongliang, even sealing deals during pleasant exchanges, signing contracts for 2 separate business opportunities, much to Yeshuan's amusement. After bidding farewell to the senior managers, Yeshuan, his parents, and sisters returned to the presidential suite. Upon entering, his mother Sun Xiaoqin immediately let out a complaint, glaring at him disapprovingly. You stink, reeking of alcohol everywhere. Take a nap on the couch by yourself. Do not enter our bedroom. I'll not be able to sleep with that stench. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Hongliang scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing. What can I do? With so many people, refusing would be disrespectful, wouldn't it? Fortunately, our son brought over those smaller cups. Otherwise, today would have been quite challenging. You could have limited yourself anyway. I see through you. It's your love for alcohol talking, using excuses to justify it. Why don't you care for your health? A sip here, and there would have been enough. As Mrs. Yi voiced her concerns, her husband gave a simple smile and muttered, Chuckles, maybe I did crave it a bit. You? Sun Xiaoqin's glare widened her eyes, causing the older sisters watching to cover their mouths, stifling laughter. Beyond the humor, the older sisters all simultaneously directed their focus towards Yeshuan, finding it difficult to shake off what they had learned earlier. Having now caught their opportunity, they sought answers straight away. Younger brother, you're the chairman of Dinglong Group? What exactly happened? That's right, younger brother. How are you the chairman of Dinglong Group? You're so young. Did you conspire with someone to put on a performance? Come clean. I tell you. Hearing this left me utterly astonished. Hearing their daughters questioning each other, both parents momentarily ceased teasing and inclined closer to observe Yeshuan expectantly, awaiting his explanation. After all, such a matter was nothing short of inconceivable. A child just 7 or 8 years old who should be in grades 2 or 3 is actually the chairman of the prestigious Dinglong Group. The renowned Dinglong Group enterprise leading Huaxiao industry? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Nevertheless, when faced with everyone's queries, Yeshuan merely shook his head faintly and responded coolly. To explain fully will take a long while. We'll talk when there's time. Having said this, he stood up and walked over to the balcony recliner, leaving behind only a proud silhouette. Upon hearing Yeshuan's words, his parents and sisters were instantly deflated. However, the sisters suddenly recalled incidents from the past and realized that perhaps many of the crises they had faced before were resolved because of their younger brother. Realizing this, a surge of emotion welled up in their hearts. Their noses turned red and their bright eyes shimmered with tears, prompting their mother Sun Xiaqin to rush over and comfort them one by one, hugging each sister tightly into her arms. The scene shifts to the banquet hall at Yi family's main villa. Inside the grand hall, even after all this time had passed, it remained eerily silent, not a single sound to be heard, so quiet that the drop of a pin would have been audible. All the members of the main Yi family were sitting there dazedly, sprawled on the ground. Their lifeless, hollow eyes stared blankly at the messy floral-patterned wooden floor. No one could utter a word. After a long while, suddenly a young man dressed in formal attire rushed inside, holding a stack of documents. He appeared to be one of the younger members of the Yi family. Grandpa, the Zhang, Ma, Gu, Wang families, as well as the Norton Group and other companies, have all severed their cooperation with us. Mr. Liu has declared permanent non-cooperation, as have Mr. Ma, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. Li, all commercial giants who have now announced that they will never cooperate with us again. And projects currently underway have been halted. All engineering works and factories have ceased operations. The stock market crashed straight to the limit down position, costing us tens of billions in losses. If we continue to lose like this, we'll go bankrupt soon. What are we supposed to do, Grandpa? Hearing the young man's outburst, the Yi family slowly snapped back to reality, feeling as if they were being deserted once their tree fell. Much like the proverbial phrase, when the walls fall, everyone pushes. They had never thought something like this could happen to them. This most unfortunate scenario, akin to getting struck by lightning on a stormy day and then losing signal when calling emergency services, somehow managed to befall them. They had assumed everything was firmly under control. Offline and online businesses, both physical and internet entities, factories and projects, real estate ventures, all developing steadily. With good management, coupled with the anticipated benefits from their engagement alliance with the Lei family, visions of future prosperity for the Yi family had already taken shape in their patriarch's mind. But now, suddenly overnight, they were almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Chapter 388, Waste. In just a few hours, the stock plummeted to its limit down, and in a matter of hours, the company had lost tens of billions of funds. Tens of billions. Yet all this happened because of one sentence from the chairman of Dinglong Group. He didn't even have to lift a finger to bring about the downfall of the Yi family. A simple statement. I will cut off your Yi family's livelihood. With just these plain words, they were as powerful as an imperial edict, erasing tens of billions from the Yi family in mere hours. And he didn't even need to mobilize Dinglong Group's power. This single sentence was so simple, yet incredibly effective. As for that supposed misfortune, was it truly unfortunate, or was it retribution? Yi Jiazi didn't know, nor did he want to. He believed he had done nothing wrong, thinking his only mistake was not investigating Yi Xian's identity earlier and not taking full control of certain matters sooner, leading to such colossal errors today. But now the situation was irreparable. There was no room left for turning things around. With a deep sigh, the old man calmed himself, raised his suddenly aged face, and swept a sorrowful gaze over the gathered clan members. After some thought, he spoke seriously. Everyone, lift your heads up, compose yourselves, and we must not panic. No business can proceed smoothly forever. I believe that with our collective efforts, we can still rise again. Rise again? A member of the main branch asked sarcastically, then scoffed. Do you know who stands before us? The chairman of Dinglong Group, the leader of Huaxia's top enterprise. Do you realize what this means, Grandpa? It means from now on, there won't be a trace of the Yi family name in the entire business world. If it weren't for your insistence on having Yeshuan marry into the Lei family, none of this would have happened. Generations worth of our hard-earned family business, gone, evaporating in just a few hours with tens of billions lost. There will be more to come. Do you even know what you're doing, Grandpa? I've warned you many times against doing this kind of thing, but you wouldn't listen. What are you thinking, old man? Even without the arranged marriage, we've held enough resources to last several generations. Our younger ones are already starting their own businesses. Eventually, we could have become a great family, a renowned house. Why did you insist on marrying into the Lei family just for those paltry resources? To elevate our family status a bit higher? Then look at what's happened now. Money isn't enough for you? Good living standards aren't enough for you? You're after power? How greedy are you? Very well, haha. Very well. This is the outcome, ha ha ha. Are you satisfied? You make decisions without ever consulting our opinions. We must unconditionally obey you. Fine, your authority works well within the main household, but do you have to use it on the side branches as well? Is Yi Hongliang someone to mess with? Do you think too highly of yourself, Grandpa, just because people respect you at home? Are you satisfied now? Can you provoke the chairman of Dinglong Group? Can any of us afford to provoke him? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely wonderful. Old man, your move backfired perfectly. So many young relatives rely on the Yi family's network and industries to make their way in the world. Anyone who knew the Yi family gave the younger generation some respect. But now, Grandpa, because of your arranged marriage provoking the chairman of Dinglong Group, you've ensured our descendants will never see the light of day again. Not ever. Not for a lifetime. Never being able to step foot in the commercial world again. Not a single step. never being able to enrich themselves through commerce ever again. Never. Damn it. This is the choice you made. A splendid choice, Grandpa. Ha ha ha. The heart-wrenching laughter from the main family echoed throughout the hall, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Half of the laughter turned to sobs, utterly pitiful. Any listener might feel sympathy, but knowing the truth behind the matter, one would think, they deserve it. Yi Jiazi, hearing his junior's harsh criticisms, remained silent. His authority had been completely shattered by this ill-conceived decision. No one respected him anymore, and no one took him seriously anymore. Because he knew, he had offended someone he should never have crossed and doomed the future of both his juniors and younger generations. Not far away, a group of extended family members also couldn't suppress their anger. Now, except for the lineage of Yeshuan, the chairman of Dinglong Group, every member of the Yi family would forever be excluded from the business world, all because of Yi Jiazi's ill-advised marriage arrangement. Thus, they voiced their grievances, venting their frustrations openly. I have no idea what you're thinking, old man. You should just stay home and amuse yourself as you grow older. Going out to enjoy life would have been fine, but you insisted on managing family affairs, didn't you? Look where that got us. Are you happy now? Happy to ruin the futures of all the clan members just because you couldn't keep your hands off things, huh? It's a good thing my father passed away early, leaving everything in your hands. Otherwise, I'd be so angry. All this is your fault. Humph. The saying an old man who refuses to die is a thief couldn't be truer. Our fathers from different branches are all gone, yet you remain and insist on controlling family matters nonstop. One day without meddling leaves you uneasy. What great achievement do you think you've brought our clan? Sufin, how dare you speak to Grandpa like that? What's wrong with speaking my mind? For heaven's sake, it's high time someone told him straight. Do you still respect him as Grandpa at a moment like this, Yangwa? Don't you see clearly what he has done? Over these years in business, he's always sought help from us, but did we gain any benefit? We've worked ourselves to the bone and offended countless people, yet every benefit was pocketed by those under his control. Not a single drop of profit came our way. Can't you see it, Yangwa? Are you not a man, calling him Grandpa even now? Oh, so not only have we failed to gain anything, but he has also destroyed all of our futures. My son's company was just starting to pick up steam. A few days ago, he even called to say they had landed an order that would bring in hundreds of thousands by year-end. Do you remember how thrilled he was? Do you remember, Yangwa? Whoa, now his company can't survive anymore. You idiot. You're not even a real man to still show him such respect. Whoa, why must you defend this heartless old man? Oh God, how could I ever marry you, such a spineless coward? Whoa. Chapter 389, it's all over. Yinongwa's wife cried while pointing her finger at Yinongwa's nose, cursing him. Her eyes revealed immense sorrow, a sadness so extreme it felt as though one's heart was being torn apart, unbearable pain. Wasn't Yinongwa also in such despair? He had always respected the old man out of filial piety. After all, he was his elder uncle, the older brother of his father. He was taught to be obedient and respectful from a young age, living in a very disciplined household. But what did that bring him? What good came from it? It only brought destruction, the annihilation of himself and all his descendants, all because of this old man, who held on to the authority given to him by the younger generation, leading to such a suffocating consequence. Thinking about these things and watching his wife in unbearable anguish, Yinongwa's veins bulged, his eyes seemed ready to spew fire, and he fiercely smashed his mobile phone onto the large LCD screen behind the hall. With a bang, the LCD screen immediately cracked, its colors distorted, shattering the media clips playing on it, breaking apart the birthday banquet, severing years of familial bonds in one fell swoop. Yinongwa, from now on, I am no longer part of your Yi family. Old man, listen up. When you die, I won't even glance back at you. You hear that? Remember it well. You cursed star, it wasn't enough that you ruined our lives. You even ruined my son's and grandson's futures. You are just. Yinongwa's face turned entirely red, although he refrained from saying the harshest words. Instead, he wrapped his arms around his wife and decisively walked out of the banquet hall. The other distant relatives, upon seeing Yinongwa lose his temper, were inspired to let their emotions run wild as well. In an instant, the banquet hall became chaos, with curses filling the air. The younger generations of the main family could no longer hold back their anger. As they screamed curses, they stormed off. Old man, if you died sooner, there wouldn't be so much trouble. I'll go buy you a coffin right now, and you can just stay in it properly. Damning me for years, and now I've gained nothing. You've even sacrificed my daughter's and son's future careers. You're not human. You have disgraced our ancestors. You're a disgrace to the Yi family for eternity. You, old thing, if I'd known, I would have learned from Anmin, cutting ties with you people earlier, sparing us all this trouble. I'm really impressed. Yi family's patriarch stared blankly at the backs of his juniors walking away, mouth slightly agape, unable to say a word. He slumped down like a deflated balloon, sitting lifelessly on the floor. He looked as if he had aged 10 more years. He knew that the Yi family was done, ruined entirely under his watch. Even though everyone still existed, the Yi family as they once knew it had fallen apart. On this day, during this birthday feast, the Yi family officially stepped into decline. Because of a single wrong decision, his attempt to elevate the entire clan's status. It was over, all over. Everything was thoroughly destroyed. The patriarch stared vacantly at his own hands before blacking out and collapsing. Time passes quickly in the afternoon. A gentle breeze caressed Yeshuan's face, snapping him awake suddenly. Checking the time on his phone, it was almost evening, time for dinner. His father, Yi Hongliang, had already ordered food and sat by the dining table drinking hot tea. The effects of alcohol from lunch had not fully dissipated, giving him a somewhat weary look. The sisters sat on the sofa with their mother-son Xiaoqin, chatting animatedly, unknown discussions sparking surprise on their faces. The setting sun's glow filtered through the curtains, casting elegant shadows across their faces. Yeshuan yawned and entered the living room. Seeing that Yeshuan had awakened, the sisters all got up and took their seats at the dining table, gesturing enthusiastically for him to join. Clearly, they were hungry. After dinner, let's head to the entrance of the People's Square for a walk. Then, we can soak in a hot spring to relax. Upon hearing this, the parents and sisters glanced at Yeshuan and then exchanged looks. Smiling, they nodded in agreement. With the matter of reuniting with the main branch resolved, the long-buried grievances within them finally surfaced and were released. Everyone relaxed significantly, becoming joyful. Particularly the eldest sister Yuan, whose gaze towards Yeshuan grew softer, as if she were looking at some rare treasure, full of fondness. Yeah, little brother, the people's square is lively at night, livelier than during the day. True, there are lots of street snacks, right? I'm not sure. I think there aren't any. Law enforcement in Tianjin seems quite strict. Silly girl, there are shops. No matter if there's no small stall, there will be shops. Later, Dad will take you all to buy a Tianjin roast duck to taste. Oh boy, it's so authentic, simply top-notch. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're so funny. Everyone was amused by Yi Hongliang's pinched voice. Their eyes squinted into crescents as they flashed their adorable little tiger teeth. Yeshuan also felt a wave of happiness inside. Seeing everyone so delighted brought him comfort. Since everything had been discussed and agreed upon, he took out his phone and made a call to Zheng Jianghao. With his identity now revealed, there was no need to hide anything anymore. He naturally activated the speakerphone function, calm and composed. Beep, beep. Mr. Yi, what do you need? Come over in half an hour to pick us up from the People's Square. All right. After finishing the call, Yeshuan raised his head and noticed that his parents and sisters wore slightly awkward expressions. Of course, this made sense. Their younger brother, their son, turned out to be the chairman of Ding Long Group, like the roommate or childhood friend you grew up with in the countryside. Only for a Rolls-Royce to suddenly stop in front of him one day when you both came to the city to look for work, calling him master. This sort of situation would leave anyone dazed for a few days. Yeshuan understood this matter, so he had prepared himself early on. He gave a faint smile and said, how does it feel? Won't we all be extremely proud when going out from now on? You might even need to arch your back as your waist gets too straight. Oh, Dad, there will be a lot of people wanting to talk business with you in the future. Make sure you take a good look at them. Better decline those who shouldn't be met, so you don't get into trouble. It does feel pretty great. I already feel my aura is particularly strong. Yi-chan, the fourth sister, softly added. Her words were quite contrary to her usual demeanor, making everyone look at her and smile knowingly while nodding in agreement. I'm imagining that when I return to the company, even the boss might not know how to face me. It's going to be awkward but hilarious, haha. Sister 1 might even rise higher than her current position as vice president, another chimed in. Chapter 390, The Plaza. It's all the same. I don't even know how to face them after making a scene at Master's house yesterday. It must have spread already, and now probably everyone knows. It's on the trending list. Kid brother is famous. It's very lively online. Our parents are definitely going to be busy with this. In a while, they're probably going to receive tons of phone calls. Yi Hongliang picked up a piece of sour fish with his chopsticks, smiled slightly, and said, There's nothing wrong. For those disreputable bosses, I don't even contact them. Over the years, I've traveled around and made good partnerships. They reach out to me. I'm happy to respond. As for others, well, there isn't much more to talk about. Don't worry, son, your dad still has some discernment. Whether it's man or dog, I can tell clearly. You were scammed out of several 100,000 last time by a young, inexperienced guy, humph. Mom Sun Xiaoqin suddenly got upset, pulling a grimace, not even caring whether kids were present or not. She let loose a reprimand, which made Yi Hongliang quite embarrassed. He defended himself saying, What kind of scam is this? The reasons inside are quite complex. Initially, he was supposed to deliver the goods, but southern floods damaged everything. According to the contract, compensation of hundreds of thousands were required, but he fled without compensating. How could that be called a scam? At the time, our construction project wasn't due yet, so I didn't force him to compensate, allowing him to restock instead. Eventually, he compensated later, and things are fine now. Last time, he even sent us a box of preserved southern pork. Do you remember? Humph. That's still considered as a scam. Mom Sun Xiaoqin gave a haughty sniff, switching into an unreasonable mode. Seeing this, Yi Hongliang quickly picked her favorite dishes and carefully served her some, watching as sisters and Yi Xian stifled laughter with their hands over their mouths. Happiness permeated the entire living room. Not long after, the meal ended in a joyful atmosphere, with almost no leftovers from the delicious food on the table. Everyone was satisfied and leaned back on their chairs, comfortably catching their breath. After a brief moment, seeing that the sky outside had gradually darkened, Yi Xian gently urged, Since everyone's had enough rest, we should head out then. The weather is perfect now, it's cool outside. Alright, let's go and have some fun. Clearly pleased, Mom was the first to stand up and went back to the room to prepare. The sisters also stood up, returning to their rooms to touch up makeup and change clothes, full of happiness. As for Dad Yi Hongliang, there was nothing special for him to prepare. With a slurp, he drank a mouthful of hot tea, recovering his usual seriousness as he looked at Yi Xian. Son, managing such a huge Dinglong group must be tiring. But it truly makes me look at you in a different light that you can manage a group of this size. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his father Yi Hongliang and replied, Do you really look down on me like that, still impressed by me? It's not that exhausting. You see me playing around everywhere normally. Just handle some big matters properly. The rest will be handled by someone else. I see, having confidence, huh, good. Yi Hongliang suddenly understood, laughing and patting Yi Xian on the shoulder, yet deep within his smile, seemed to be carrying a tinge of regret and envy. Yi Xian could see that sentiment. He knew that Yi Hongliang's business career spanning these many years, traversing all over, meeting countless types of people, had already rendered him unable to trust anyone else, whether it be strangers or family members related by blood. So every large and small matter in the company had to be dealt with personally, leaving him exhausted both physically and mentally. It's alright, Dad. In the future, if you want, your company can merge with Dinglong Group, be a relaxed boss, and leave the management to me. Hearing that, Yi Hongliang immediately burst into laughter. Hey brat, thinking about inheriting the family fortune when you're less than 9 years old? Your old man here is still strong. I can work for a few more years. Many small enterprises depend on us. If we merged, although it might seem good, it would create problems for them too. We'll see. Yi Xian cast a meaningful glance towards his father Yi Hongliang, knowing that his company's success amidst so many difficulties was far from accidental or lucky. At this point, the sisters and mother Sun Xiaoqin also came out, already dressed in comfortable attire, stepping on floral sandals, looking fresh and radiant, exuding the warmth of midsummer. Well, let's go. Your mother has been waiting impatiently, nagging about shopping trips nonstop. Stretching after standing up, Yi Hongliang took a step forward, opening the door and walking out. Mom, casting him an aggrieved glare without saying anything, dragged along her daughter's little hands and followed. Other sisters hoisted Yeshuan up, closely following behind. The whole group, grand and imposing, descended via the elevator to the lobby. Faced with their arrival, servers and receptionists anxiously bowed deeply, respectfully greeting. Mr. Yi, please enjoy your trip. Wishing Mr. Yi safe travels. Yeshuan nodded, gave them a smile, then shifted his gaze to a Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch limousine that was parked right outside the hotel entrance. Zhang Jianghao was already waiting outside the car. Upon seeing Yeshuan arrive, he quickly opened the door, took out the Rolls-Royce exclusive R emblem black umbrella, and respectfully said to Yeshuan, Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Hearing this, Yeshuan glanced around briefly and soon spotted several concealed Rolls-Royces. They were filled with bodyguards providing covert protection. However, usually there wouldn't be any trouble. It was just a trip to the plaza, but one can never be too careful. This was also Zhang Jianghao's professional habit. Though speechless, Yeshuan didn't comment and simply nodded, saying, All right, let's go. The sisters and Yeshuan's parents looked slightly surprised at the Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch limousine, but they quickly calmed down. However, they felt somewhat wary of the burly man standing in front of them, exuding an intense presence. But seeing his respectful demeanor, they eased their concerns. After all, due to the unique nature of Zhang Jianghao's profession, he carried an uncomfortable aura about him, which was merely residual. If he fully released it, it would be enough to make even an adult tremble with fear. Once everyone was seated comfortably, Zhang Jianghao released the handbrake and smoothly drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch limousine out, turning onto the main road from a side lane near the hotel and heading straight toward People's Square. Seeing this, the other concealed Rolls-Royces waited for a short moment before quietly following behind, splitting into 3 groups to occupy various positions. Their movements appeared casual, blending seamlessly with ordinary traffic, akin to scenes directly out of a movie. Meanwhile, on the other side, People's Square was bustling with activity, crowded with people. The soft yellow flower lanterns hung high above, casting light onto joyous faces. Accompanied by the cool evening breeze of midsummer, the atmosphere merged amidst the clamor, elevating the entire square to a breathtaking height. Chapter 391, Rules. The square was spacious, with many people bringing their children to play. Some held glowing floating balloons, some rode colorful luminous bicycles, and others sat in electric remote-controlled four-wheelers. The group of laughing children provided respite for the adults amidst their busy lives, easing them significantly. Outside the square, vehicles frequently arrived, small ones like VW Civic Passat, large ones like Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi. There were even super luxury cars worth millions, including Chinese-made Maseratis. The passers-by paid no special attention. It was common for luxury cars to come to the square for a cool-off, so they didn't think much of it. After all, in Tianjin, there were countless talented and influential individuals who regularly spotted supercars and high-end business cars on the streets. What were a few million yuan cars worth mentioning? Just as they were contemplating, a convoy of supercars, none taller than an adult's waist, arrived grandly at the edge of the square and stopped. These were Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Aston Martins, McLarens, and Bugatti Veyrons. Their value was immense, indicating that these were the sons and daughters of large corporations. The pedestrians in the square looked on in surprise. It was rare to see so many luxury cars gather at the People's Square, surprising everyone. Once the supercar fleet had parked, many young men and women dressed extravagantly, wearing expensive watches and high-end brands, stepped out of the cars. They took a deep breath of the lively atmosphere of People's Square and exhaled, looking around contentedly at the bustling scene. The leader, dressed in a high-end custom suit, sighed and said, Phew, finally we're here. It's been too hectic at the company these past couple of days. My old man has me locked up tight, working on projects even during meals and sleep. It's better to be busy, Mr. Liu. Unlike me, who wishes I could be busy but can't. Our company is not doing well this year. My old man's hair has turned gray from worrying. Oi, Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? Hair turning gray? Your father is stressed because his company's ranking in the top 500 increased by dozens of places. If it were me, my hair would go white entirely. Ha ha ha, Miss Yang speaks truth. This guy loves to brag. If your family's company is struggling, mine must be going broke. You show off. Mr. Zhang smiled shyly, scratching his head and feigning confusion. Is that so? I don't know. My father doesn't tell me anything. I thought we were really faring poorly. But listening to you guys, it seems not so bad. At this, the group all gave him disdainful looks and raised their middle fingers. After all, he always liked to act this way, and everyone knew him well. Then, Miss Li glanced around and, seeing the envious expressions on the bystanders' faces, smirked and said, You should look at how envious they are, haha. Their eyes are green just from staring at our sports cars. I'm dying of laughter. Upon hearing this, all the young masters and misses glanced around. Seeing the green-eyed envy directed at their luxury cars and designer clothing, they all wore highly satisfied expressions and laughed. Alas, there's nothing to be done. After all, this is a Lamborghini. So many people dream of driving it, yet they never get the chance. My Ferrari isn't bad either. A few days ago, I visited a car forum, posted pictures of my Ferrari, and got cursed for being pretentious. Haha, but then I humiliated them. Now they call me dad, and I'm laughing myself silly. Look over there. Those basketball-playing kids can't take their eyes off my Bugatti Veyron. Haha, exciting. I'm going to open my spider-like gull-wing doors and give them a real shock, haha. Oh, you're pretty skilled. Good job. Next time, I'll also buy a car like yours and drive it to the People's Square anytime. You'd better be careful. Someday someone might arrive in a Rolls-Royce, embarrassing you to death. Not possible. Rolls-Royce? Are you joking? If I had a Rolls-Royce, I wouldn't waste my time coming to this square every day. That's something for real big shots. They'd park at golf courses or private clubs instead. Yeah, true. Though who knows, 90% of the time it won't happen anyway. In all my time coming to this square, I've never seen a Rolls-Royce. To hell with that. Look over there. Some girls are taking pictures. Quickly, let's strike a pose, flaunt our charm in front of them, and showcase our aura. Where? Shit, those girls are gorgeous. Let me take center stage. Nobody fights me for it. This girl fits my style perfectly. Yikes, Mr. Zhang, playing the field again? Always using your sports car to lure little sisters. I'll report this to your father. Yes, and why shouldn't we? Aren't the 3 of us sisters good enough for Mr. Zhang? That hurts deeply, Mr. Zhang. HMPF. the young ladies teased playfully, making the other young masters burst into laughter. Zhang was left speechless. After all, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass around its own burrow. Everyone knew each other too well for anything more to develop naturally. However, the envy and jealousy of the surrounding onlookers brought satisfaction to both their minds and spirits. Driving supercars was all about experiencing that feeling of being envied by others. Otherwise, why would they bother coming to bustling People's Square where nothing really happened? Seeing Zhang remain silent with some awkwardness, the young ladies stopped the topic. Everyone understood in their hearts that even if it were them making the choice, it would be hard to start a romance with these familiar young masters. It limited certain feelings and excitement, lacking that heart-racing sensation. By the way, do you remember what happened this morning? My father was brimming with enthusiasm. I've never seen him like that. Yang's expression turned shocked as her words struck a chord among the group. The young masters and Mrs. became serious. How could I not know? My father attended a grand banquet, and he kept talking about it when he came back, telling me to cut all ties with the Yi family, causing at least 2 billion in losses. It made my wallet cry, one exclaimed. My father also went. Can you believe it? Dinglong Group's chairman turned out to be a collateral branch of the Yi family, and just a 7 or 8-year-old child. At first, I didn't believe my dad when he told me, but then it hit the hot search list. I couldn't believe it either, a kid that age being Dinglong Group's chairman. Truly breathtaking, Chairman Yi. But who would have thought their main family would sacrifice a side branch for their own gain? If I had been there, my fiery temper would have scolded the Yi family patriarch to death. I don't care about rules. Chapter 392 Beauty. It's the cycle of heaven. Old Mr. Yi probably took his secret to the grave, never knowing he had messed with the wrong person. It's just like in a novel, isn't it? He challenged the chairman of Dinglong Group. Now, all the family business is gone, erased from the business world. He deserved it because of how shameless the Yi family has been. When I found out, it totally changed my view on life. Who would have thought that there's a chairman of the Dinglong Group who is only 7 or 8 years old? Ridiculous. What's so surprising? I've seen someone over 50 but looks like a little child. But that one can't grow up. He looks exactly like a kid with no difference at all while being mentally much older, like 50 or 60. This Mr. Yi is different. I'm curious too. My dad said that he was normal, from his mom being pregnant for 10 months, and now several years passed, everything was normal. It's just strange that such a young person became the chairman of Dinglong Group. There's nothing impossible in this world. To be honest, I admire Chairman Yi very much. At such a young age, he is already the chairman of Dinglong Group. Do you know what that means, friends? Dinglong Group, led by Chairman Yi, dominates the industry in Huaxia as the leading enterprise. Even their toes are unreachable for other companies. It's also an honor for Grandpa Yi to lose to Chairman Yi. Other enterprises don't even come close to Dinglong Group. Who doesn't admire Chairman Yi? I fell in love right when my dad told me about him. So majestic. He directly scolded Grandpa Yi and ordered him to shut up. I heard the wet sound. Every single commercial giant protects Chairman Yi, and all the managers take his side. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Chairman Yi is truly impressive. If only he were a bit older. Are you serious, you pervert? Even if he grows up, he will be mine. He's certainly not yours. Chairman Yi is suave and dashing, and obviously should end up with me, a gentle and wise lady who manages her home well, as the official pairing. All of you need to step back. Not likely, you two hags. I am the true goddess. Look at my skin, it's so tender. There's a saying, skin like congealed fat. That describes me perfectly. Oh yes, I can wait 10 years for Chairman Yi too, since I look forever young with my beauty secrets. Time won't leave any trace on a goddess' face. The young aristocrats looked at those ladies acting silly, exchanged glances, and tacitly agreed. Who wants to go? I just went. I'll go. I've been holding it since morning. It's turning yellow. I'll try to. I've got pure urine, sure to wake them up. Who has uremia? Don't let them taste anything sweet. You and your whole family must have uremia. Screw you. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter and talk, a commotion suddenly came from another direction, more unusual than ordinary noise, drawing everyone's curious attention. As soon as they shifted their gaze, a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended limousine slowly approached and parked at the corner of the plaza. The sight made both the young aristocrats and Mrs. pale visibly with horror written all over their faces. Wow, didn't someone just say Rolls-Royce wouldn't show up? Here it is, and it's a Phantom extended version. This car costs tens of millions. Millions, please. It's over 100 million yuan, 200 million. Good heavens, my teeth ache just looking at it. This is the first time I've ever seen a Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch limousine here in People's Square. Well, this is actually the first time I've ever seen one, period. Usually, I only see them online. Don't talk anymore. My dad once mentioned seeing it at a banquet and was astonished. He also warned me not to mess around if I see anyone driving this kind of car. One scrape could wipe out our entire family fortune. Would you dare mess with that? I'd rather crawl away quickly instead of jumping into trouble. I'm speechless. Do you guys know who it might be? According to my dad, these cars are usually driven by upper-class individuals from distinguished families. Ordinary people, even if they could afford it, wouldn't dare drive such luxurious vehicles. You need connections that reach the sky to pull this off. Perhaps it's some big-shot CEOs? Besides them, who else could drive such a car? Most likely. Today, I finally get to witness top-tier society. Let me take a photo of this car. It's so majestic. If I get a chance to drive it, I'll strut around arrogantly for an entire year, from Jing South to Jing's North. How thrilling. Haha, you're really just a hard-headed kid. Have you ever heard of a car called Hongqi? Imagine if one day you come across it, and a person in Zhongshan suit with gold-rimmed glasses steps out politely addressing you as comrade, saying you were speeding. I wonder if you would be nervous then. There's only a 1% chance of that happening, so why should I be afraid? Hey, didn't someone just say there was only a 10% chance for Rolls-Royce to show up here? Now you've been proven wrong. Don't say it, don't say it. Someone's getting out over there. Let's quickly check who it is. As Zhang Xiao spoke, all the young aristocrats and Mrs. fell silent, aligning their attention towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. From the driver's side descended a driver clearly built like a rock, his exposed arms bulging with muscles, exuding an intimidating aura that struck fear into onlookers at first sight. After stepping out, the driver swiftly pulled out a Rolls-Royce exclusive R marked black umbrella from inside the vehicle, proceeding to the back seat where he opened the rear door respectfully, shielding a small figure descending with the umbrella. At this sight, every aristocrat and Miss felt paralyzed. Their eyes lost all light while their faces turned pale, completely overwhelmed with astonishment. Damn, Yi, Chairman Yi. This, Chairman Yi of Dinglong Group has arrived. I'm utterly dumbfounded. Here is Chairman Yi, truly looking only 7 or 8 years old. It might not seem too shocking when hearing about it, but seeing him in real life is simply too astonishing. Can you feel Chairman Yi's commanding presence even from such a distance? And his facial features, so refined. He's incredibly handsome, surely destined to grow up as another charming man. I can already picture myself waiting patiently for 10 years. Truly worthy of being Chairman Yi. Not only is he handsome, but also powerful. He embodies my ideal of what a domineering CEO should be. Are those behind him Chairman Yi's sisters? Wow, they are breathtakingly beautiful, each more stunning than the last. They are absolutely gorgeous. Never have I seen beauty like this. My heart feels squeezed. Chapter 393. Those who understand, do understand. Wow, it's truly beautiful. My whole body has goosebumps. Yidong's father over there also exudes such presence, and the mother looks so gentle. They are indeed a divine family. Love them. Should we go up and ask for an autograph or contact information? Contact number? Are you crazy? He is the chairman of Dinglong Group. My father wouldn't dare to ask, let alone us with our level of standing. Would you really dare? That's true. Just thinking about greeting him makes me nervous. He's too impressive. I feel my legs getting numb already. Forget it. Let's just stay here and look. I'll take a photo and show it to my dad. I can use this as some bragging rights. I'll take one too. Oh, by the way, let's go soak in the hot spring later, bathe, then head back. Alright, after taking the pictures, let's leave to avoid any awkwardness. Just a quick glance at Chairman Yi's beauty will be good enough. That's all I need. I'll take one too. I might as well record a video, Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. It sends shivers down my spine. Everything feels surreal. I'll record one too. Incredible day today. The young masters and misses kept talking as they filmed videos and took photos on their phones nonstop. Once they were done, without hesitation, they left hurriedly like running away, heading directly towards the hot spring resort. With Chairman Yi present, their supercars didn't even come close to comparing. Staying longer would have been quite embarrassing, so leaving earlier made more sense. They could avoid being mocked. On Yeshuan's side, after stepping out of the car, he led his parents and sisters without going anywhere special for sightseeing. They simply strolled through the corner areas, enjoyed the evening breeze, and absorbed the lively atmosphere at People's Square, a cozy and relaxing moment. Nightfall gradually enveloped the world. Amidst the darkness, colorful lights stood prominently bright, shimmering across people's faces, casting shadows reflecting happiness. In those shadows, a prosperous scenery was revealed. It was a scene that no artist could ever fully capture, a masterpiece that all painters yearned to create but couldn't achieve in their lifetime. And it was a sound that no singer could hum, melodious tones beyond human reach, a splendid waltz that no dancer could perform, a romantic time that no piano could replicate. This form of happiness couldn't be captured in any way. It was alive at every moment. It was what everyone aspired to, embedded in all things around. In conversations between people, in the coming and going of vehicles, in the cries of magpies, and in the breath of life itself. It endured eternally. In China, in the world, unshakable. No one could ever break this collective supported happiness. Never. Yeshuan watched this magnificent scene, overwhelmed with emotion. He engraved it in his mind forever. After touring for a bit, seeing everyone satisfied, he signaled subtly to Zheng Jianghao. Understanding immediately, Zheng Jianghao quickly folded the umbrella and returned to the side of the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. He pulled the door open respectfully, waiting for them to board. Yeshuan nodded, stepping into the car first, followed closely by his sisters, with his parents bringing up the rear. Fortunately, due to the extra space in the extended version, all of them fit inside comfortably. Once everyone was seated, Zheng Jianghao released the handbrake and smoothly drove the still-running Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version out. He headed directly towards the finest nearby hot spring resort. In the car, Yeshuan's mother's son Xiaoqin happily chattered with her daughters. To her, it was already incredibly joyful to go out and play with her entire family. It was simple yet pure-hearted, which brought great comfort to Yi Hongliang, Yeshuan's father, who felt fortunate to have such a wife, making this life free of regrets. In no time at all, they reached the destination, just about 10 minutes drive away, very close. The hot spring resort had a strong brand presence. Unlike previous venues, it featured a plaque-style signboard carved with elegant characters. Shangshan Ru Shui, virtue is like water. At the entrance, many greeters dressed in Han clothing awaited them, revealing that the place had a classical aesthetic design. The entire interior decoration followed a similar ancient elegance, while complementing modern touches in both design and service. Because the hot spring resort faced the street front with no parking spaces available, Zheng Jianghao parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version elsewhere. Afterward, he stepped out, respectfully opened the car door, and guided Yeshuan to the spa's entrance. Upon arrival at the entrance, the greeters bowed deeply in unison, warmly saying, "Welcome, Mr. Chairman, good evening." Yi Hongliang gave a nod without saying anything. He walked straight into the resort gate. Listening to welcome speeches daily from the staff had desensitized him to their words. Yeshuan felt the same way, thus said nothing either. He followed his father and crossed the threshold into the establishment. A receptionist approached immediately, offering a warm welcome. "Welcome, Mr. Boss, to the Shangshan Ru Shui Hot Spring Spa. We use all-natural hot spring water and provide you with top-tier services. Rose petals and ginger are added into the water to exude elegance while removing dampness, blending healthcare and relaxation for an ultimate experience." "Mr. Boss, is it just this many of you? Would you prefer a large private room for mixed bathing or smaller ones separated?" There were no outsiders present here, and since clothing was required even during mixed baths, Yeshuan spoke up. "Mixed bath. Arrange the best place available for us." "Understood, young master, please follow me." The receptionist smiled, and then gestured towards the inside with a this-way motion, leading the group towards the most premium private room in the back. Everyone followed closely behind. They walked for a bit, and soon came across a downward staircase. After descending for about a minute, they arrived at the underground open-air bath area. Judging by the depth, it indeed seemed like natural hot spring water, though there was still some doubt about its authenticity. The decorations had a rich classical style, with green bamboo planted around. Bamboo leaves scattered gracefully, dancing slowly amidst the steam rising from the hot springs before finally falling to the ground. The hot spring pools had a semi-classical, semi-modern design, giving off an elegant and dignified charm that made one feel immediately comfortable. Alright, boss, this is our most luxurious hot spring pool. There's a changing area behind, along with various snacks and beverages available here. You can first look through the menu and request service whenever needed. I'll leave now so as not to disturb your enjoyment. With that, the receptionist politely bowed out, leaving everyone an atmosphere of peaceful soaking. The character for bath is homophonous with prison, so those in the industry understand the implications. Therefore, receptionists always refer to it as spring instead, replacing terms like entering the bath with something less controversial. This can upset certain high-ranking officials with guilt on their minds. It's similar to how that major milk tycoon, Mr. Hua, once became furious upon hearing the manager weigh his caviar using scales. In every profession, there are unwritten rules that remain unspoken but understood. Chapter 394, The Club. After the manager left, everyone looked around and soon spotted the locker room. They then changed into Quan clothes and comfortably soaked in the hot spring water at around 41 to 42 degrees Celsius. As their skin touched the hot water, goosebumps erupted all over their bodies, and a feeling of comfort instantly arose from deep within them, spreading throughout. Zheng Jianghao, due to the special nature of his profession, needed to remain vigilant at all times, so he did not take part in the bath. Instead, he sat alone nearby, neither drinking alcohol nor beverages, keeping an eye on the bamboo grove and the surrounding area, wary of any unexpected situations. His professionalism did not go unnoticed by everyone, much to Yi Hongliang's amazement, who usually didn't hire bodyguards for himself as no one had ever given him trouble. However, Yeshuan was different. As the chairman of the leading company Dinglong Group, there were many people domestically who sought to cause trouble, along with others from abroad. Although it seemed safe within the country, many dangers lay hidden beneath this veneer of safety. In other words, the poor dare not commit crimes, as they would be caught immediately, but the rich or the elite echelon of society, if they chose to commit crimes, possessed extensive connections that enabled them to do as they pleased. Yeshuan always believed in one saying: rules are set by humans, and law enforcement is conducted by humans. Thus, through the dark underbelly of society, these rules can all be altered, provided one has the capability. With sufficient ability, anything is possible. Zheng Jianghao was also very aware of this fact, hence even within the relatively safe confines of Huaxia, he remained on high alert, as the person he protected was the chairman of Dinglong Group, a top-tier figure domestically. For someone of such prominence, even the slightest error could not be tolerated. After turning all the information over several times in his mind, Yeshuan's parents and sisters also realized this, so they didn't pay attention and simply enjoyed their own hot baths. They also placed some drinks on floating boards, allowing them to float on the water's surface. They leisurely bathed while sipping warm milk, various juices, and red wine, finding immense relaxation. Even though it was midsummer and the weather was extremely hot, the cool dampness from the depths underground made the environment rather refreshing. Combined with occasional cool breezes, the natural hot springs became as comforting as in winter, providing a sense of well-being. In no time, everyone finished bathing, their faces flushed red and their bodies internally overheated. Despite the icy winter-like temperature of the environment, sweat poured out, making everyone quite satisfied. Their entire bodies felt reborn, refreshed to an extraordinary degree. Seeing that everyone had finished, Zheng Jianghao also sighed with relief, then got up to escort Yeshuan back to the locker room to dry off and change, protecting him closely, almost to the point of accompanying him to the restroom. Though Yeshuan found it somewhat amusing, since they were all men, it wasn't too much of a bother. Hence, upon arriving at the drying room, they quickly dried themselves, changed into their own clothes, and headed straight to the hall. The sisters and parents followed closely behind, calling out how refreshed they felt. The sisters and mother continuously praised the fresh squeezed juice provided by the hot spring club, unanimously agreeing how delighted they were. While speaking, Sister Yichan, absorbed in conversation, failed to notice a ceramic vase placed near the doorframe. Accidentally brushing it with her arm as she passed, the vase wobbled and fell, shattering on the ground with a loud clunk, breaking into pieces scattered everywhere. At this scene, everyone was stunned, Sister Yichan frozen in place. However, she quickly recovered, apologizing to the server. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. How much is this vase? Can I compensate you? The server also recovered, replying with an unsavory expression. This vase costs 5,000, it's white porcelain. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised, looking at the vase and then the server, protesting. Not really. Isn't this just an ordinary vase? Why should it cost 5,000? That's right, we aren't unfamiliar with goods like these. This vase is pretty common. How could it possibly cost 5,000 yuan? As the saying goes, even if one hasn't eaten pork, they've seen pigs run. Everyone was experienced, and although they may not have been collectors of porcelain, they had seen enough to roughly know its value. Clearly, this was an ordinary vase, poorly crafted with rough textures, likely worth only 100 or so yuan. Could you be mistaken? Elder Sister Yiwan gently probed, suggesting it might be excessive seemed inappropriate, so she spoke tactfully. But the server appeared unwilling to budge, firmly repeating, sorry, this vase is white porcelain, and its market price is around 5,000. Seeing that the server was clearly trying to rip them off, Yi Hongliang subtly shifted his demeanor, letting out his imposing aura, solemnly stating, call your manager over, we'll talk things through. The server didn't hesitate either, nodding decisively, and then turning to briskly walk towards the back office, bringing over a middle-aged bald man in a suit. The manager had already known the details of the situation on his way, his eyes quickly glancing around before curling up into a barely noticeable cunning smile as he looked at everyone and said, Sir, it's like this. This vase is a white porcelain collector's edition. The server just arrived, so doesn't know much yet. Apologies, but the market price of this vase is exactly 50,000 yuan, collected from an underground cellar in a village. It's highly collectible. The manager originally thought about quoting 10 or 20,000 yuan, but upon seeing these people were from out of town, decided to intentionally take advantage of them. He wouldn't dare do this with locals from Tianjing, After all, there are dragons hiding here, and no one knows how deep the background could be for those who dress simply. He wouldn't dare provoke them. Therefore, dealing with outsiders like these gave the manager a perfect chance to speak his mind. After all, the salary for this job isn't very high, so some methods need to be used to get extra money. Otherwise, surviving on the basics would be impossible. So, will you be paying by card or cash? We run a small business, and we don't allow credit purchases here. The price for this white porcelain vase hasn't been exaggerated either. You can verify it yourself if you want. Our large shop surely wouldn't deceive you, right? The manager grinned craftily as he watched the group, internally ecstatic with joy at the impending extra cash, already considering whether or not to buy a new car worth about 100,000 yuan to replace his decade-old Volkswagen. At the same time, he was also thinking about how much to pay the server as hush money so that the owner wouldn't find out about this incident. However, since the entire store was under his management and the boss only occasionally showed up, this issue could be temporarily put aside. Chapter 395, Close the Door. Thinking about this, the manager pulled back his thoughts and refocused on the faces of the crowd. Seeing that no one was moving, he became somewhat displeased and urged, "What do the bosses mean? You don't want to compensate for breaking things? If that's the case, then it will be difficult for us to handle it. If you don't pay, then today you won't be leaving. Our shop owner is a native of Tianjin, with companies spread across all of Huaxia, so wherever you run, we can still find you. And our store owner also has their own team of lawyers. Even if you sue us, we're not afraid." After the manager finished speaking, he looked at the group very arrogantly, not putting any of them in his eyes. At this moment, a group of young people came out from the inner hall. Exactly the same rich young men and misses who were previously at People's Square. They had just come here for a bath. When they came out, they noticed the hallway was full of porcelain shards and saw two groups of people staring at each other. They quickly glanced around, then asked the manager, "What happened? Why haven't you cleaned up the fragments in the corridor yet? If someone steps on it and bleeds, your shop will have serious problems." The manager saw the young masters and misses. He knew all of them and understood their formidable backgrounds. They were all influential figures in Tianjin. His expression immediately turned respectful as he fawned. "Good day, young masters and misses. It's like this. When these several bosses left, they accidentally broke the vase. This vase is white porcelain, worth about 50,000 yuan in the market. I asked them to pay compensation, and they would be allowed to leave, but they have been delaying. That's why I haven't tidied up the shards yet." Although the manager kept calling them bosses, when he talked about Yeshuan's group, arrogance clearly showed in his eyes, completely ignoring Yeshuan and company, only showing respect to these young aristocrats. Upon hearing this, the young masters and misses furrowed their brows slightly and took a glance at the vase, sensing something amiss. After all, coming from prominent families, they had collections of fine porcelain at home, some of immense value. From daily exposure, they naturally developed some ability to appraise ceramics. Upon looking at the rough workmanship and dim, coarse patterns on the porcelain, they immediately deduced that there was something wrong and concluded that the manager was trying to swindle the others. However, since it didn't concern them directly, none of them spoke, maintaining silence. It's often said that it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Even though they had strong backgrounds, getting involved in anything unpleasant might cause negative effects on their businesses since they were public figures. They needed to be careful. With that in mind, the young masters and misses chose not to get involved. They simply raised their heads and observed everyone briefly. However, what they saw startled them. When they laid eyes on Yeshuan, both the young masters and misses were instantly shocked. They'd felt earlier that the silhouettes of these beauties seemed familiar. Now seeing Yeshuan brought everything into clarity. At once, both the young masters and misses became enraged. Someone was trying to extort money from Yeshuan, the chairman of Dinglong Group? Who could stand by and watch such an offense? Given Ye's identity, was it within the manager's power to provoke him? The truth was, even if the main owner of this shop arrived, he wouldn't dare make trouble before Chairman Yi. Seething with anger, Zhang Shan lifted his hand and slapped the manager hard across the face. It was so forceful that the imprint of 5 fingers appeared instantly on the manager's cheek, leaving him dumbfounded, unclear what had happened and why this young master would slap him. Just as the manager was pondering this, he heard Zhang Shan respectfully gesturing towards Yeshuan, scolding the manager harshly. "You are outrageously bold, attempting to extort Yi Dong himself. Let me tell you, this is Yeshuan, the chairman of Dinglong Group. Understand? Apologize right now." Hearing this, the manager's face stiffened, his pupils constricted, his whole body shaking like ice, visibly pale. That slap truly woke him up. After all, Dinglong Group was known to every single person across Huaxia. Thus, the manager hastily apologized with humility. "I'm sorry, Chairman Yi, sincerely sorry. I failed to recognize you, sir. It was rash of me. I apologize here, Chairman Yi. It's my mistake. I'm so sorry. Extremely sorry." Zhang Jianghao, full of anger, looked at the manager's attitude, glanced at Yeshuan, then suppressed his rage and shouted, "You're merely a manager. Do you have the standing to apologize? Are you even worthy?" The young masters immediately understood and immediately ordered the manager. "What are you waiting for? Go call your boss down. Is this person stupid?" With a terrified look, the manager glanced at the young master, and then Zhang Jianghao, whose intimidating demeanor was sending shivers down his spine. He nodded frantically and took out his phone saying, I'll call right away. The boss is upstairs. He'll be here in a minute." The moment the words left his mouth, the call was made. It only took a few seconds to connect, and the manager stammered through an explanation of what had happened. His changing expression clearly showed how furious the boss on the other end of the line was. After hanging up, the manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nervously looked at Yeshuan and the others behind him. He knew in his heart that this time he'd messed up big time. Picked a fight with someone truly formidable. Immediately filled with regret, he reflected on how hard-earned his job was, sitting comfortably with a monthly salary of nearly 10,000 yuan and year-end bonuses. Yet his insatiable greed led to such grave consequences. He could only blame himself. If he had quoted a proper price honestly, he wouldn't have dug his own grave. Thinking about it, the manager's heart ached, his face alternating between blue and red as he stood there speechless, unable to say a word. Not long after, the owner of the hot spring resort rushed in. The moment he caught sight of Yeshuan, he hurried forward and apologized. "Chairman Yi, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. This is all my fault for inadequate management, causing Chairman Yi to go through such an incident. My deepest apologies. Seeing the owner come personally to apologize, the young masters and Mrs. Moods improved somewhat. They still glared at the owner and scolded. Starting from today, you should close down your business and get out of Tianjin. You disgraceful person. The owner recognized these young aristocrats, opening his mouth as if to say something, but dared not protest. Neither did the manager dare to speak, both of them nodding incessantly. Despite any internal dissatisfaction, neither had the courage to utter a word. After saying this, the young masters and Mrs. gathered before Yeshuan, bowed respectfully, and politely greeted. Chairman Yi, are you satisfied with this resolution? Hello, Chairman Yi. If you're unsatisfied, we can use our family connections to expose all information about this manager and today's conduct, ensuring no place will ever hire him again. Today's incident disturbed your enjoyment, Chairman Yi. Another day, when you have time, we'll host a grand banquet in your honor. Chapter 396, Benefits. Yes, Mr. Yi, today we really owe you an apology for this incident. Yi Xin smiled and nodded at the group of young masters and misses, originally intending to have Zheng Jianghao bring bodyguards to smash this store. But now that things had calmed down, he didn't push it further, politely addressing them. That's enough, let's leave it at that. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a ruthless yet stoic figure. Zheng Jianghao followed closely, his anger not entirely dissipated, but significantly reduced compared to before. Even so, the aura he carried left the owner, manager, and young masters trembling, knowing all too well what would happen if this matter escalated further. In mingled frustration and relief, the owner also realized that without the intervention of the young masters and misses, the outcome might have been worse. No physical injuries meant avoiding medical costs, and they still had some wiggle room. The group then bid farewell to Mr. Yi with utmost respect, escorting him into his Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Seeing the luxury vehicle, the owner sighed in relief, grateful that Mr. Yi had not lost his temper, or else the day could have ended in catastrophe. After seeing off Mr. Yi, the young masters and misses turned their attention to the owner and reprimanded him bitterly. How do you hire people? Such an event happening in Tianjin is utterly disgraceful to our cityscape. Worst of all, it happened to the chairman of Dinglong Group. If we hadn't acted swiftly today, you'd be crying yourself to sleep by now. Do you know how many people this person has swindled? You better investigate immediately, take appropriate actions, return the swindled money, and do business honestly from now on. There are dragons and tigers everywhere, people you shouldn't dare offend. If this happens again, no one will be able to save you. Let's go. With a commanding wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaolong led everyone into their supercars, driving away without a second glance. The owner bowed repeatedly in gratitude, watching them depart. Then, his face darkened with fury as he slapped the manager twice across the face, yelling, "You useless son of a gun. Haven't I treated you well? How dare you use my store to scam people? That vase costs only 100 or 80 yuan, just for decoration, and you reported it as 50,000? Do you need your entire family in ICU? Or why would you do something so stupid? Why don't you just rob a bank instead of overcharging customers by such amounts? I must have gone blind to hire you. This nearly got me expelled from Tianjin. After spending decades here building connections, this is where my roots lie. How will I survive after this? Just wait. I'll destroy you, you damn troublemaker. Filthy bastard." Saying that, he took out his phone as if about to call someone. Seeing this, the terrified manager dropped to his knees before the boss, hugging his legs and screaming, "Boss, please don't do this." It was a momentary lapse of judgment. My wife recently fell ill, and I desperately needed money. I couldn't come up with it fast enough, which led me to take this shortcut. Boss, look at me. I've worked under you for years. Even if I haven't contributed much merit, I've certainly put in effort. Please, I beg of you. The owner softened slightly at the sight of his old employee breaking down in tears and already on his knees. He furrowed his brows, kicked him once, and barked irritably. "Get out of my sight. The further the better. If I ever see you again, you'll pay dearly for it." Thank you, boss, I'll leave right now." Grateful and sobbing, the manager quickly fled, afraid any delay might prompt a change of heart from the boss, potentially landing himself in ICU. Once the manager left, the owner stared at his hard-earned hot spring resort, eyes glistening with helplessness as he focused longingly on the sign that read Shangshan Ru Shui. The staff members quietly packed up their belongings, changed their clothes, and timidly approached the boss, bidding him farewell. "Boss, don't be too disheartened over this matter, Sai. Boss, since it's come to this, we'll take our leave. Don't be too upset. This was all due to the manager. You can continue developing in Modu. With your skills, you surely will succeed. Yeah, if you need us in the future, we're willing to join you in Modu and continue working for you." This manager was truly incompetent, always treating us harshly and unreasonably. We just didn't want to say anything before. Tears streaming down his face, the boss looked at his staff, moved by their words of comfort. Raising his hand to gesture, he indicated, thank you all. This time it was my mistake to misjudge people, and in the future I will definitely be more careful. If I settle down elsewhere, I will surely inform you all. The wages for this month, I'll have finance calculate them once I return. You shall receive exactly what you deserve, not a penny less. This is my resignation of you all, and I'll compensate with the appropriate severance pay. Thank you all for these many years of help. Thank you. The boss bowed deeply in gratitude to the waiters and waitresses, greatly moving everyone. When someone is out of luck, their attitude towards those around them changes significantly, much like the boss here. Normally, he never showed much respect to these servers. Yet now, after falling out of favor and receiving comfort from them, tears were shed without restraint. People need quiet reflection no matter how high one's position or robust one's wealth. One must remain true-hearted. Otherwise, they become restless, unable to see things clearly. Gradually, step by step, they descend into an abyss with no return. Meanwhile, after returning home, the young masters and Mrs. all recounted the incident to their parents, mentioning how haughty the manager's behavior had been and the calmness exuded by Dinglong Group's chairman, as well as the menacing aura of Mr. Ye's bodyguards. They said that if they hadn't forced the boss to leave Tianjin, the outcome might have been very severe. The bodyguard seemed ready to take action at any moment. It could have resulted in the store being destroyed, people landing in ICU, and even the company leveled. That would have been catastrophic. After all, as the chairman of Dinglong Group, his power speaks volumes. Just hearing about their children meeting Mr. Yi already made the executives feel fortunate. Plus, assisting Mr. Yi in handling such an issue and exchanging a few words brought delight among the executives, who couldn't stop praising their children. Acquainting oneself with him, even slightly, was better than remaining unknown, presenting endless benefits for the future and the development of their enterprises. Chapter 397, Security System. In the presidential suite of Tianjin International Grand Hotel. As soon as everyone returned home, they nestled on the couch, lazily stretching out their legs, looking exhausted. The night view outside the window gradually darkened. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the yellow chandeliers illuminated the living room, accompanied by the gentle breeze of a cool evening, making everyone feel slightly more comfortable and relaxed. At this moment, Dad Yihongliang yawned and said, I can never understand why in this era there are still so many swindlers who target out-of-towners. Don't they fear getting into trouble? Probably he has some connections backing him up. I guess the boss tolerates his actions, hence allowing him to act so boldly. He targets tourists. Fortunately, we had our younger brother with us today, otherwise, he would have scammed us for 5 million again. Sister For Yi-chan said lightly, her eyes still carrying traces of anger from what had happened earlier. It made sense. Having an enjoyable bath ruined by a careless mistake breaking the vase was bad enough, but charging without any regard to whether the vase was genuine or not was clearly unfair and unethical. Truthfully, it was one of the rare incidents that the sisters had encountered, and it was even rarer for Yi Hongliang and Sun Xiaoqin to face such issues. After all, they don't look like ordinary people, and no one dared to deceive them. But indeed, the manager of the hot spring spa was stubbornly unyielding, disregarding circumstances and simply targeting out-of-towners indiscriminately. Thinking about all this, Yi Xian felt somewhat amused at the manager's mindless behavior. You could say it might be forgivable if it was just a young waiter due to lack of experience, naivety, and perhaps being a little stupid. However, a middle-aged man holding the position of manager, trusted by the boss to fully manage a branch of the hot spring spa, someone who must have dealt with countless businessmen over the years, didn't those experiences give him discerning eyes? Could he really fail to see the expensive suit on Dad Yi Hongliang, or the exclusive jewelry on Mum Sun Xiaoqin? Not to mention the branded outfits, luxury handbags, and pricey jewelry on the sisters, and Yi Xian's tailor-made formal suit. Even stepping back 10,000 steps, regardless of how blind or foolish he might be, wouldn't he notice the imposing aura radiating from Zheng Jianghao that ordinary people couldn't compare to? Yet he treated them as mere rubes from out of town, easily deceived small-time business owners, which truly seemed absurd. Banning them from Tianjin was already showing mercy. If it wasn't for some implicit pleas from certain high-profile figures, Yi Xian's temper would have had them worse off. Destroying the store would have been the least. Worse yet, he could make the company vanish overnight, leaving them drowning in debts and stock failures. Today serves as a warning shot. From tomorrow onwards, shops in Tianjin known for scamming will probably get a thorough cleaning. News spreads fast, and by now it must have reached several executives' ears. They'll likely be sleepless tonight, rushing to emergency meetings. Eldest sister Yiwan smirked before glancing at her lit phone screen, noticing a text message from the chairman of her securities company. Not wanting to delay, she immediately picked up her phone and opened the message. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, only a brief sentence. Ms. Yi, the company after discussion decided to enroll you in a financial training program. We expect your punctual attendance tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The address is provided below. Upon reading the content of the message, eldest sister Yiwan subtly revealed a smile. Then she got up and addressed everyone. I have a training session tomorrow. I'll rest early tonight. Little brother, come, sleep with me tonight. Without further ado, she picked Yishin up and headed toward the bedroom, closing the door behind her as Yishin looked perplexed. This elicited laughter from the rest, followed by more conversations. After all, elder sister Yiwan is the vice president of a securities company. For the company to send her to a financial training program signifies much. This isn't a reflection of her lacking ability, requiring further education, but rather an acknowledgement of her potential for further promotion. It's a gentle push from behind, ensuring that in the future, she can take up higher responsibilities, bringing more profits to the company. She understood this meaning well, and thus felt happy. With her younger brother as a sleeping companion, her nights would undoubtedly be sweeter. The next morning, just as dawn began breaking through the sky, but hadn't yet illuminated the horizon, eldest sister Yiwan and Yishin woke up amidst the melodious chirping of birds. Yiwan glanced at the wall clock. It pointed at 6:30 a.m. At this hour, the other sisters were still asleep, and both father and mother were resting. Seeing no one to accompany her, Yishin thoughtfully offered, "Why don't I go with you, elder sister? The sisters haven't woken up yet, and besides, I have nothing better to do." In the past, Yiwan would definitely not agree. After all, she was going for training, and a child wouldn't understand financial knowledge. It would only cause trouble and bring complaints from the mentor. But now, knowing Yishin's identity as the chairman of Dinglong Group, he must possess exceptional skills in finance, making his presence even more desirable. She nodded promptly and said, "Good. There happen to be 2 spots available. Are you ready?" "Sure, let's go, big sister." Yishin replied, then stepped forward and opened the door of the presidential suite, entering the elevator one after another with big sister Yiwan, reaching the hotel lobby. Upon seeing the two, the receptionist immediately bowed respectfully, her tone nervous as she greeted them. "Good morning, Chairman Yi." "Good morning, Miss Yi." Yishin nodded, returned a smile, and said, "Could you please arrange a car for us? Is the driver on duty already?" "The drivers are available 24 hours a day. Please wait just a moment. The car will be here soon." The receptionist responded, then hurried back to the front desk, picking up the walkie-talkie to communicate briefly. Within a minute, a Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the entrance of the hotel. "The exclusive car has arrived. Chairman Yi and Miss Yi, please proceed." Yishin nodded without further words, observing the chauffeur opening the rear car door before leading big sister Yiwan directly over. The receptionist followed closely behind in respect, showing utmost sincerity. With no traffic hindrance, they reached their destination in little time. It was a modern office building located at the center of a bustling intersection in Tianjin. It formed part of an industrial park where the environment inside differed significantly from outside, creating an almost entirely distinct place. After getting out of the car, big sister Yiwan wasted no time, holding Yeshuan as they walked through the park gate and entered Building A, following the address given by the chairman into a classroom on the first floor. This classroom was spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. It resembled a university church with its stepped rows ascending, though it featured more equipment, each equipped with a professional computer designed for office use and specialized security systems tailored for financial operations. Chapter 398. What to do? By now, quite a number of people had already arrived in the classroom, most of them well-known fund assistants and individual investors from the financial sector. Regardless of gender, they were all dressed in formal attire, poised and dignified, showing that this special training class was indeed at a high level. It could attract so many outstanding figures from the financial world to attend its lectures. There was no doubt that the teacher running this training class wasn't an ordinary person and possessed real skills in this field. After entering the classroom, these elites found their seats and started taking out various documents they had prepared in their bags, not wasting any time. During this period, someone noticed a beautiful woman sitting by the side. She was captivating, so he looked at her for a few more seconds and suddenly recognized her as Yeshuan. He exclaimed, "President Yi. President Yi is here as well. What a pleasant meeting." Saying this, he walked over, saluted respectfully with a smile full of warmth on his face. The others were drawn by this exclamation, aligning their attention towards Yeshuan. After a quick glance or two, they stood up one after another and approached her. After all, senior sister Yeshuan was the vice president of Southeast Securities Company and had quite a reputation in the business circle, especially in the financial sector. From great financial sages to newcomers just entering the financial world, almost everyone had some knowledge of Yeshuan's name. Now seeing her in person, everyone naturally greeted her warmly, bowing in respect. "President Yi, what a pleasant meeting. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Pleased to meet you. It's truly fortunate to run into you here. I've heard much about President Yi. Seeing you today really leaves me impressed. At such a young age, you have already demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of finance. Your future prospects are undoubtedly immeasurable. Hope President Yi will kindly guide us." Haha, I've been reserving a seat for this lecture for half a year. Today, I finally got my chance. The schedule of this training class teacher is always fully booked throughout the year. Listening to one of his lectures is truly cumbersome. However, today I consider myself very lucky to both hear the lecture and meet President Yi. Truly, what a pleasure. Ho ho. After all, this teacher is a towering figure in China's financial sector. In the past, he successfully profited using reverse financial rules and followed the stock market trading principles to make profits in the billions. Usually, so many people want to seek advice from him that it's worth waiting half a year. Right, such a teacher is definitely worth the wait. Even learning just a little bit would be valuable. Ho ho indeed. I've been battling in the financial sector for many years, encountering countless questions without resolution. Today is finally my opportunity. As the crowd conversed with laughter, the teacher of the special training class also entered through the door. He was wearing formal attire, holding a leather notebook in his hand, his hair gray and slightly long. With a serious expression on his face, he seemed like a stern elder in the family whose mere gaze made one shiver in awe. Upon the arrival of the teacher, the silence immediately spread among the gathered fund managers and investors. They gave a polite nod and smile towards Yeshuan, then returned to their respective seats. Yeshuan returned a smile and took out some materials and notebooks she had brought along, spreading them on the desk. She prepared to take extensive notes because, after all, it was the chairman who had enrolled her in the course. If she did not learn well, she would feel somewhat embarrassed and undeserving. The teacher placed the leather notebook on the podium and opened it, then swept his eyes around the room. Finally, his gaze rested on Yeshuan's face, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. How is there a child here? In this solemn course, those attending were usually middle-aged people, rarely young people, let alone a child around 7 or 8 years old. It would leave anyone puzzled. Seeing this, big sister Yeshuan quickly explained. "Well, this is my younger brother. I have 2 quotas, and one is used by my younger brother." Hearing this, the teacher's expression slightly changed, but he couldn't say anything further since the spots were reserved. Nevertheless, he found it rather silly and absurd to bring such a small child to a sophisticated class on finance. He mumbled softly, "This is nonsense. Such a small child can understand what kind of financial concept. Judging by his age, 7 or 8 years old, it should be the time to start learning pinyin and numbers, not finance. This is utterly ridiculous." Though the teacher grumbled, he kept his voice low, seemingly talking to himself. Although others didn't comment aloud, their thoughts were likely similar. Starting from when they saw the little boy, it felt preposterous. But being Ye's younger brother, naturally they couldn't criticize openly. They only thought that President Yi must be interpreting finance education starts from childhood too seriously, leading to a chuckle amongst them. However, Yeshuan appeared unconcerned. He leisurely glanced at the content of the notebook materials belonging to his older sister Yeshuan, paying no attention to the teacher's complaints. After finishing his grumble, the teacher wasted no more time. After looking at the contents on his leather notebook, he cleared his throat and said, "Well, let's begin. The first part of this course will focus on theory, and the second will be a practical session. For the practice, each of you will invest 1 million yuan. Then we'll begin operations. Those who perform outstandingly will advance to a higher level class." They were all financial experts. 1 million yuan was not much for them. Moreover, with theoretical support, as long as they weren't total novices, none of them would lose money. After all, everyone knew the teacher's competence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited half a year to attend his class. Therefore, no one felt concerned about anything. At this point, the teacher continued. "First of all, the first thing we need to understand is the essence of finance and the connections within economics. Perhaps some of you may already understand it, but I still need to emphasize the most fundamental point. Everything in the world follows a principle, a rule that can either go smoothly or against the flow. Any game or procedure emerging from this principle cannot violate it. Otherwise, it will result in a total loss. And where there are rules, there will inevitably be variables. I suggest those of you who have free time can take a look at the I Ching, Book of Changes, and the 8 trigrams. We who engage in finance aren't necessarily incompatible with studying the I Ching. Many things, in fact, follow the principles outlined by the trigrams. It's just that many people haven't figured it out yet. So, these variables mean that many things you believe you have control over often fail due to a lack of contingency plans addressing these variables, resulting in a complete failure and total loss. Many of you probably already know this point, right? But why does it always feel like you can't handle unexpected situations, these variables? It's simple. Think about your life. Isn't it true that there are always countless unforeseen events in daily life that prevent you from having full control over everything? After all, there's a saying, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. So what should we do? Chapter 399, so much money. Yes, in finance, it is similar to life, but more like a reduced version of life. It also has variables and many things we cannot control. To master it, actually, we don't have to think so much. We are not gods. We don't have superpowers. We can't predict the occurrence of many events. All we need to do is give our all to grasp the matter at hand, ensuring there's no error, maintaining its purest form, at least as we perceive it. So, in this class, I want to talk first about how to fully grasp the task before us and make theories like don't put all your eggs in one basket even more reliable, allowing us to fully utilize our confidence in ourselves and independently complete work that deserves our praise. The teacher paused here, unscrewed the lid of his thermos, blew on the floating tea leaves on the surface, took a sip with satisfaction, and spat the tea leaves inside afterward, looking completely relaxed. And the audience below applauded upon hearing this, agreeing with the teacher's opening remarks and feeling grateful that their trip today wasn't in vain. Then, the teacher closed the thermos cap, glanced at the contents of the notebook, and continued. All right, let's start with the first point. How to get started, accurately identifying entry points and endpoints. A silence fell over the classroom as everyone listened attentively to the teacher's lecture, occasionally jotting down notes. Everyone was conscientious, just like students in a university classroom, perhaps even more so. The theory part of the lecture lasted for 2 full hours before coming to an end. Yeshuan knew they would be using 1 million for practical exercises later, so during this time, he had his elder sister open an account to use during the practical session. After the theoretical lecture concluded, the teacher closed the notebook, unscrewed the thermos for a sip of tea, and then looked at the students ahead of him, saying mildly, "Theory ends here. Please turn on your computers. Let's practice what we've learned within the system. Ensuring that you've truly absorbed it is the ultimate goal of this class." Everyone nodded in agreement, turned on the computers in front of them, accessed the terminal virtual system, linked a bank card of their own, transferred 1 million, and began practicing. Yeshuan and his elder sister Yeshuan sat in the farthest corner, following along with the others to engage in the practice exercises. Keyboard strokes and mouse clicks filled the entire classroom. There was no other sound aside from this, as everyone was fully focused on their operations, occasionally glancing at their notes with serious expressions, without a single person distracted. About an hour passed, and by noon, the sun was already high, shining through the windows and casting hot golden light into the classroom, dazzling and bright. The teacher glanced at the time on his wristwatch, stood up, and signaled, "Time's up. Let's take a break. I'll come around to check." He began checking each student's computer from the first row, assessing how many percentage points of profit they had made, whether they were in loss or gain, and determining grades based on these outcomes. Everyone stopped working, sitting straight and waiting for the teacher to conduct the checks. At this moment, near Yeshuan, a 30-something man in a suit behind, Yeshuan had finished all tasks. Upon seeing an abrupt 22% gain on the computer screen, he couldn't help but smile smugly. Following the teacher's theory indeed increased his returns, making his direction in financial coordination more precise. His invested 1 million had yielded 10,000 yuan in less than an hour, which was highly satisfying. His respect for the teacher deepened further, and he felt extremely fortunate to have initially booked this class. In addition to his personal contentment, he looked around at the others. While some appeared worried, most people had delighted looks on their faces. It was clear their returns had shattered records. His gaze then shifted forward toward Yeshuan, noticing Yeshuan's monitor displaying the terminal system's operational page. He became curious instantly, stood up, and came closer to look at Yeshuan's computer screen, only to be startled to the point of losing composure. Just then, the teacher happened to be checking nearby. Seeing this man's expression change drastically, he became curious too and moved over to take a look at the computer screen. At first glance, it didn't seem important, but one glance shocked him thoroughly. On Yeshuan's computer screen was a glaring red number indicating a 200% return rate, with principal amounting to 10 billion yuan, now totaling 30 billion yuan. Seeing this, the teacher exclaimed in shock. 10 billion? A 200% return rate. Everyone, noticing the teacher's surprise, stood up and crowded around, revealing astonished expressions upon seeing the prominent numbers on Yeshuan's screen, all filled with sheer amazement. After all, in the field of finance, achieving a 50% return is already very impressive, and being able to reach 70 or 80% is practically the elite of the industry. However, Yeshuan had managed a 200% return, which wasn't even human. It was like he was cheating. Yeshuan, Yeshuan's older sister, also leaned over when she saw this astonishing result and couldn't help but express her shock. "Little brother, 200%? How did you manage this? It's terrifying." Even though she knew Yeshuan as the chairman of Dinglong Group, it was still incomprehensible how he could achieve such a result, completely redefining Yeshuan's perception. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she looked at him. The surrounding crowd noticed Yeshuan speaking and quickly chimed in. "I've worked in this industry for years, and I've never seen anyone in the financial world accomplish returns this horrifying. How on earth did this happen? This has never happened in the history of the financial sector. I'm absolutely stunned. It's outrageous. If I could get 30% myself, I'd feel incredibly lucky. Yet, 200%? What does that even mean, my goodness? And 10 billion yuan investment? That's ridiculous. 10 billion yuan. To transform 10 billion into 30 billion yuan within just over an hour, purely earning 20 billion in profit. Wow, what crazy returns. It's far better than any business venture out there. Terrifying. I've never witnessed anything like this before. 200% gains have shocked me speechless. I'll definitely tell my friends about this. Truly amazing talents hide among ordinary people. Just look at the structure here, and the coordination between these 3 stocks. It's simply incredible. Amazing, really incredible. This must be some sort of economic prodigy. His skills are so smooth. I never thought operations like this were possible while still adhering to the rules, yet generating such immense profits. Chapter 400, Sudden Realization. While Yeshuan listened to the amazement of the crowd, he didn't pay much attention. Since the practical part of the course was already over, he didn't hesitate further and transferred back the 20 billion yuan profit and his own 10 billion yuan principal into his card. He then stood up, holding Yuan's hand, and walked out of the classroom amidst everyone's awe, leisurely leaving the industrial park. On the road, older sister Yuan was still a bit dazed, staring blankly at her younger brother, who held her hand. After a long while, she asked lightly, "Little brother, how exactly did you do it? How could you achieve 200%? Following the teacher's method, I only managed 50%. There was simply no way to go any higher." Yeshuan smiled, guessing that his elder sister would ask this question, so he didn't hide anything and replied indifferently. "I didn't follow the method he taught entirely. I used half of it, and the other half is my own understanding. I applied both." After hearing this, Yuan suddenly realized something. Since Yeshuan was the chairman of Dinglong Group, he must have had his own set of methods, which is why he could remain at the pinnacle of the financial world. As for what this method was, it wasn't really appropriate to ask, so she said nothing and just nodded silently. At this moment, Yeshuan stopped by the roadside, picked up the phone, and made a call to the front desk of the Tianjin International Grand Hotel, instructing them to send a car. After finishing, he told elder sister Yuan, "Now that we are done with everything, let's go back to the hotel to have dinner. We'll celebrate giving the older sister a return on investment of 50 points. Yuan let out a bitter laugh, thinking in her heart that this wasn't even worthy of celebration, more like celebrating little brother's 200% yield since nobody in the industry had ever achieved such a level. She thought about it, but didn't say anything, nodding instead with a smile. Fine. It's indeed the first time older sister has broken the record. I must admit, the teacher's lessons were truly excellent. A lot of details were explained clearly, enlightening me greatly. Exactly. I felt the teaching was also quite good. The control over details and the rhythm were very well handled. While listening, I also found it pretty decent, putting some parts into practical use as well." Yeshuan fully agreed with the elder sister's comment and praised this teacher's professional knowledge mentally. It was rare for someone to leave him so amazed. Truly commendable. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce Phantom dispatched by the Tianjin International Grand Hotel smoothly pulled up in front of Yeshuan. The driver got out of the car and bowed respectfully to Yeshuan. "Director Yi, Miss Yi." After speaking, the driver politely opened the rear door, welcoming Yeshuan and elder sister Yuan onto the car before slowly departing from the industrial park. Gentle breezes swept past along the road, the sunshine was bright, passers-by hurried, and the vehicles around gave way one after another, forming a spectacular and breathtaking scene. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianjin 5-star International Grand Hotel. The driver gently parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom, then got out of the car, opening the door respectfully to welcome Yeshuan off the car. After getting out, Yeshuan took a deep breath of warm air, then led elder sister Yuan towards the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, at the hotel reception, a somewhat overweight boss dressed in a suit and tie hugged his jacket tightly as he said to the receptionist, "Book me a private room, about 15 people or so, preferably as big as possible. Your upstairs ocean view room will do nicely." The receptionist nodded and checked, then apologized to the boss. "Sorry, boss. All the private rooms upstairs are already booked. Sorry, today is Saturday. There are simply too many guests. Really sorry. How can there be none? With such a large hotel, how can there not be enough private rooms? Especially not even an ocean view room." The boss was slightly reluctant, frowning as he questioned. The receptionist was also helpless. Although there was still one last ocean view room left, the hotel had stipulated that no matter how full it might be, the last one must never be open to customers because it was reserved exclusively for the hotel leaders, specifically for the chairman. So the receptionist could only apologize sincerely. "Boss, we truly have no private rooms available. There are just too many guests today, no other ways around it. Forgive us. If you had made a reservation, we could have retained it for you. What kind of hotel is this? Being so huge, why couldn't it accommodate larger groups? Where would I find time to make reservations every day? Sometimes meals are unplanned and happen spontaneously. What can I do about it? Can't you think of a solution? Help me find another hotel. Dinner time is coming soon, and there are clients waiting for me." The plump boss sounded a little displeased, similar to arriving at your favorite internet cafe, feeling extremely good, only to find all the computers taken in another cafe far away. The mood turned sour, uncomfortable. The server understood the boss's feelings, but if there was none, there was truly nothing they could do. So she helplessly said, "I'm really sorry, sir, but our hotel no longer has a private room. If there was one, I would definitely have arranged it for you, but they are all fully occupied. I sincerely apologize." "All right, help me check again. Don't just look at the computer, go and check the private rooms directly in case there's one that's still empty. Check more carefully." The receptionist sighed helplessly, feeling troubled by this kind of persistent customer who wouldn't give up easily. You couldn't be angry with him since such patience was part of the service industry. So she politely replied again, "I'm truly sorry, sir, but there is absolutely nothing I can do." She was interrupted halfway through her sentence by the manager walking over. The manager had seen everything clearly and knew what the situation was, so he quickly took over from the receptionist and apologized to the boss. "Sir, we really apologize, but there are currently no private rooms available. However, if you're willing to wait a moment, we can arrange one for you." Upon hearing this, the boss glanced at his watch and realized he didn't have time. Hearing the manager speak already, he could only let out an exasperated sigh, shook his head, and turned to leave. Just then, Yeshuan also walked into the hotel lobby, bypassed the boss, and went straight to the front desk to inquire, "Is there still an ocean view room upstairs?" There is. Let me take you there." The manager immediately replied, extremely respectful. After all, their own boss was recognized well enough. But the boss upon hearing this wasn't pleased at all, his face darkening as he turned around, glaring at them and grumbling. "Hey, why are you treating people like this? You said there were no private rooms, yet how does he get one? Not just any room, but an ocean view room. I asked several times. What do you mean by this? Are you bullying honest people? I want you to know, doing business isn't done like this, is it? Are you discriminating against customers, or what?" Chapter 401. Bullying? "I've been standing here for half a day, my waist hurts. I asked several times if there was a private room, and each time you said no, but as soon as he came, it suddenly became available. What's that supposed to mean? You obviously weren't planning on letting me use it, were you?" The boss was furious, his face flushed with anger at the unfair treatment by the hotel. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to cause a scene. The manager looked at him with an almost wry expression, placing his hand in front of Yeshuan and said seriously, "This is our chairman, and one of the panoramic sea view rooms is specifically reserved for him. Do you still have any objections?" Hearing this, the boss felt immediately embarrassed. He understood the rationale. Many hotels reserve rooms or private suites for their top executives, and he would do the same in his own operations. There was nothing objectionable about it. Initially, he had felt justified, but now it seemed like he was causing unnecessary trouble. At this moment, several influential officials from Tianjin emerged from the other side. As soon as they spotted Yeshuan, their expressions tightened before they hurriedly approached and greeted Yeshuan respectfully. "Ah, Mr. Yi, great meeting you." "What a coincidence, Mr. Yi. Meeting you here is truly an honor." "Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yeshuan nodded slightly to this group of semi-familiar CEOs, smiling and shaking hands with them one by one. His demeanor remained calm, exuding a gentle yet commanding presence. The embarrassed pot-bellied boss naturally recognized these prominent officials from Tianjin. Seeing such important figures treat the young man so respectfully made him shudder with fear over Yeshuan's background and power. These high-ranking officials and business magnates of Tianjin already wielded immense influence, often walking with an air of superiority within the city. Yet, they treated this seemingly ordinary youth with such deference. It didn't take a genius to understand just how terrifying Yeshuan's true background must be, reaching levels far beyond anything the boss could even dare approach. With this realization, the pot-bellied boss panicked and quickly slipped away unnoticed by the crowd, vanishing into the fading light outside the hotel door. Meanwhile, after greeting Yeshuan, the elevator doors opened slightly, signaling their departure. Sensing the appropriate time, the bosses politely declined joining further and bowed respectfully. "We wish Mr. Yi and Miss Yi an enjoyable meal. We won't intrude further. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Yi. Let's gather again when we have more time." "That concludes our time here, Mr. Yi. Enjoy your meal. With that, we shall leave you two to enjoy your meal. Please take your time, Mr. Yi, Miss Yi." With these parting words, the bosses bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Yeshuan did not comment further. Leading his older sister Yuan, he stepped straight into the panoramic sightseeing elevator and ascended amidst breathtaking scenery until they reached the private dining floor. After stepping out of the elevator, the manager stood beside Yeshuan and gestured with a please motion, guiding him directly into the panoramic sea view suite. Decorated extravagantly, the suite contained a large table accompanied by a panoramic window, showcasing an endless stretch of blue sea. Under the soft glow of sunlight rippling across the horizon, dining while viewing such a magnificent landscape truly provided an incomparable sense of relaxation and enjoyment. "Mr. Yi, here's the menu. All ingredients listed are available." The manager politely presented a menu in front of Yeshuan. After acknowledging, Yeshuan skimmed through the items briefly. Given it was only himself and his sister, ordering too much would have been excessive, so he settled for 2 dishes she favored, along with an egg drop soup. Accepting the menu respectfully with both hands, the manager bowed deeply and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi, and we will make the arrangements immediately." He then stepped backward, exited the suite, gently closing the door behind him, preserving peace and beauty inside. Elsewhere, the group of bosses who had greeted Yeshuan earlier had already left the hotel and were enjoying tea at a well-known tea house in Tianjin, savoring the afternoon leisure. One boss lifted his teacup for a sip, gazing outside at the pavilion scenery. A slight movement caught his eye, prompting him to say with solemnity, "Shouldn't we visit Mr. Yi to express our respect? Although we've met, formalities demand a proper visit." Upon hearing this, the group of bosses readily agreed, laughing and adding, "Absolutely, I thought the same thing. Running into Mr. Yi again without making a proper visit seems improper. Yeah, we can't just sit around waiting for Mr. Yi to visit us, can we? Ha ha, ha ha, President Lee has a point. We definitely need to visit, but what should we bring as gifts?" "That's true. Look at Yeshuan's Dinglei Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. What could they possibly not have?" "You're right. With his capabilities, anything he desires in terms of collections or luxuries can be easily obtained. Besides, given his age, drinking alcohol wouldn't suit him either. There's truly nothing proper we can present. Perhaps tea? Like some rare and special ones that may qualify for such an occasion. While tea is good, I think someone of Yeshuan's age might not favor these things." Sigh, this is indeed quite a tough problem for all of us presidents here. At this point, ideas seemed stuck, and silence engulfed the group. The atmosphere grew dead silent. Yet amidst the stillness, everyone's eyes darted around, secretly contemplating treasures they might own. But it wasn't wise to speak up since everyone knew the benefits of gifting something to Chairman Yi. Thus, each person preferred to act privately, lest mentioning their prized possession also gave others the same idea, which would only lead to unnecessary embarrassment. No one voiced any further thoughts, allowing the silence to linger, while the cold breeze from the air conditioner brushed against their well-dressed shirts, slowly dissipating the heat. Elsewhere, a grand circular table was paired with a few modest side dishes, setting a slightly unusual formal tone. However, atop this arrangement sat none other than Chairman Yeshuan of Dinglei Group, making the setup oddly fitting. Already, the dishes were almost finished. The chef's excellent skills had been acknowledged several times by elder sister Yuan, bringing an inner joy to Yeshuan. After all, this was his hotel, inseparable from the day he first acquired it, binding all employees under his care. Praise directed toward the head chef, especially coming from his elder sister, naturally stirred deep happiness within him. "All right, little brother, I'm so full. Let's head back and rest." Sister Yuan yawned, picked up her handbag, and began walking towards the door. Chapter 402. What's the matter? Yeshuan closely followed behind, and as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw the manager respectfully waiting outside. Upon seeing Yeshuan come out, the manager quickly approached and respectfully bowed, saying, "Director Yi." Yeshuan nodded at him, and while walking, said, "The chef's skills are excellent. You can appropriately give a bonus. When you have time, hold a meeting and teach the receptionists and waiters how to deal with troublesome customers. Understand?" "Yes, Director Yi, I'll follow all your instructions." The manager bowed in agreement, showing extreme respect. Yeshuan didn't say much more. He opened the elevator and stepped in, returning to the presidential suite on the top floor. After entering, The sisters had already returned to their rooms for an afternoon nap, and the snoring of his father, Yi Hongliang, echoed through the living room despite the bedroom partitions. Yeshuan yawned and went straight to the rocking chair on the balcony. Just as he sat down, suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. Please complete the check-in. Check-in. Congratulations, host obtains 90% shares of Cartier Company. Yeshuan slightly raised his eyebrows but felt no ripples in his heart. He lay on the chair and kicked it with his foot to make the rocker sway. Then, amidst this gentle swaying motion, he slowly drifted into sleep. Time flies. There were no particular memories in his dream. When he woke up, the slanting sun was descending, but the heat was undiminished. Yeshuan yawned, covering his mouth slightly with the back of his hand. The sisters had already woken up and were chatting animatedly on the sofa in the living room. The laughter rang out boisterously. Dad, Yi Hongliang, and Mom, Sun Xiaoqin, were nowhere to be seen, possibly out shopping, Yeshuan thought. Then he stretched, stood up, and entered the living room. As he prepared to pour himself a cup of hot tea, he suddenly heard the doorbell ringing. Glancing briefly, he walked over and opened the door without thinking much about it. A white-skinned, golden-haired foreign beauty was standing outside. Upon seeing Yeshuan, she immediately bowed and respectfully greeted. Director Yi, hello. I am the president of Cartier. Since you acquired 90% of our company's shares, I've come to meet you personally. Only then did Yeshuan recall signing in for 90% of Cartier's shares before his afternoon nap, which explained why the president of Cartier had arrived personally. After all, Cartier now virtually belonged to him. 90% of the shares simply meant acquisition. He owned all rights, including personnel layoffs and company development directions. Everything must follow his will. Thinking about this, Yeshuan no longer found the arrival of the Cartier president strange. He gave her a faint smile and opened the door, saying, "Come in, please. Let's drink some hot tea." The Cartier president politely nodded and followed Yeshuan to the sofa. The sisters, upon seeing this foreign beauty, were somewhat surprised and cast puzzled glances at Yeshuan. Realizing this, Yeshuan slapped his head and introduced her with an open palm toward the Cartier president. "This is the president of Cartier. Now Cartier belongs under my name." So she came by to chat. After that, he continued looking at the Cartier president and said, "These are all my sisters. There are too many of them, so I won't introduce them one by one. Let's get down to business." The Cartier president glanced around at the sisters and then looked at Yeshuan, smiling and nodding, saying, "All right, Director Yi, here's the matter. The field personnel sent out by the company have newly discovered a natural diamond in Africa, and they've specially brought it as a gift to celebrate your new position as chairman of Cartier." Upon finishing her speech, the Cartier president pulled her crossbody bag to the front, unzipped it, and took out a small, soapbox-sized exquisite gift box. She placed it on the table and opened it, revealing a natural diamond inside, slightly larger than a goose egg. The sisters witnessed the whole scene and covered their mouths, their eyes filled with astonishment. Such a large diamond larger than a goose egg was almost unheard of, let alone being natural. Its value was self-evident. Yeshuan also showed slight surprise inwardly, but quickly regained composure. He picked up the gift box and thanked the Cartier president. "Thank you. This is quite a generous gift. I appreciate your goodwill, so I'll accept it." As he spoke, he handed the gift box to the sisters and smiled. "It's for you ladies. It's useless for me." Upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged looks of surprise again, incredulously taking the gift box and laughing. "You little brat, we haven't loved you in vain. Haha, what a huge diamond." They then gathered together and examined the diamond from all sides, their faces full of joy. Seeing the sisters so happy, Yeshuan felt quite consoled. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Pausing briefly, he got up, went to the door, and opened it. A well-dressed executive who was about 50 years old stood before his eyes. "Hee, Director Yi, good afternoon. The weather is nice today. I came at this time to visit you. Haven't I interrupted anything important of yours?" The visitor was none other than Mr. Zhao, a commercial tycoon and a notable figure in Tianjin. No, Mr. Zhao, please come in quickly. The tea has just been brewed." Yeshuan welcomed Mr. Zhao with a smile. Although he felt a little surprised by the latter's visit, he soon regained his composure. After all, given his current status, if nobody visited him in a day, that would be the time to ponder what went wrong. "Wow, I've been wanting to visit Director Yi for quite a while now, but there hasn't been a suitable opportunity. I thought you, Director Yi, have many things going on every day, so I didn't want to bother you. Today we happened to meet in the hotel, and I feel like fate led us." While talking, Mr. Zhao moved towards the living room, but his words trailed off as he froze at the sight of the scene in the living room and the diamond, slightly larger than a goose egg, held by Ye's sisters. He looked as if struck by lightning, appearing dazed and disoriented. Then, his gaze shifted to the face of Cartier's president, startling him once more, and he asked subconsciously, "Why are you here too?" Being in the jewelry business, naturally, he knew Cartier as one of his suppliers. He had seen the Cartier president many times when signing large orders, so he recognized her face immediately upon seeing it. The Cartier president also recognized Mr. Zhao and smiled as she said, "Director Yi is our chairman of Cartier. I came this time to deliver a congratulatory gift." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao was utterly shocked. With panic-stricken eyes, he glanced at the Cartier president, then at Chairman Yi of Dinglong Group, making him feel uneasy. Seeing this, Yeshuan quickly pulled Mr. Zhao to sit down, poured him a cup of hot tea, and inquired, "Mr. Zhao, have a cup of hot tea first. I wonder what brings you here this time." Chapter 403, The Big Diamond. Mr. Zhao finally came to his senses and looked at the diamond on the table, which was even bigger than a goose egg. His face showed a hint of unusual expression as he pulled out a small gift box from his tote bag, while saying, "I've recently acquired a few fine natural diamonds, and I intended to give them to you. But now it seems like..." He opened the small gift box to reveal 3 diamonds about the size of bottle caps, which were indeed large with clean and shiny colors. Despite their size, they paled in comparison to the giant natural diamond on the table, which dwarfed them significantly. Ha ha ha. This is a bit embarrassing. Mr. Zhao looked rather flustered as he compared his own diamonds with the enormous goose egg-sized one on the table, wishing there was a crack in the ground for him to hide. He felt humbled and very awkward. Yeshuan didn't mind. Gifts are about the heart, not comparisons. Making comparisons would be inappropriate. So he took the small gift box from Mr. Zhao and thanked him by saying, Don't say that. I see a different kind of beauty in the diamonds Mr. Zhao has given me. Their hue differs from the big one here, but each possesses its own beauty. Thank you, thank you. Upon hearing Yeshuan giving him an easy way out, Mr. Zhao sincerely expressed gratitude and apologized. If Mr. Yi likes them, then I have no other issues. Since the gifts have been delivered, I'll take my leave first. We should have a good gathering next time when Mr. Yi has the opportunity. As he said this, he picked up his tea, drank it all in one gulp, then got up and walked towards the door. Yeshuan didn't know what words to use to keep Mr. Zhao longer. Besides, if Mr. Zhao stayed any longer, he might embarrass himself even more, so letting him go seemed the best option for both sides. So Yeshuan simply smiled and saw Mr. Zhao off at the door, bidding farewell with these words. I won't escort you far, but next time we get a chance, I will surely gather with Mr. Zhao. Ah, excellent, excellent. Hearing those words from Mr. Yi makes me feel relieved. Ha ha ha. Then I, Zhao, will take my leave. Mr. Yi, please continue with your work, please. After all, the purpose of bringing gifts was to secure an opportunity to eat dinner or share a drink with the chairman of Dinglong Group. With the mission accomplished, Mr. Zhao figured it was best to step back and avoid doing anything inappropriate or annoying that could ruin the moment. Turning a good thing into a bad one is absolutely unacceptable. As for dining, everyone knows that sharing a meal with the chairman of Dinglong Group means a smoother road ahead. Although they were already giants in China's commercial world, they could still encounter problems in various matters because their influence wasn't as absolute as Dinglong's yet, lacking respect from many foreign enterprises. But having a meal with the chairman of Dinglong Group symbolizes that their backing comes from Dinglong Group itself. This carries weight outside. Aside from respect, stock prices could skyrocket overnight, possibly leading to immediate limits on gains. After all, as the leading enterprise in China, if the common people or foreign companies do not trust first-class enterprises like Zhao's, they at least trust Dinglong Group, the big brother in the market, who provides unwavering support from behind. Thus, everyone feels secure. Yeshuan understands this principle too. As for eating together, it's just polite conversation. Whether it happens depends on whether Zhao's company truly merits such attention and qualifies. Receiving gifts can be accepted freely without much issue. It's just respect shown from below, but meals cannot be agreed upon carelessly. The meaning between receiving gifts and eating meals is vastly different and requires careful deliberation. After seeing off Mr. Zhao, the president of Cartier also rose to prepare her departure. The gift had already been delivered, and the chairman of her company had met with Yeshuan, so lingering further wouldn't be appropriate. Respectfully, she said, Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave as well and not disturb you anymore. Okay, please drive safely. Yeshuan responded politely, following the Cartier president and escorting her to the door. He continued, I won't escort you far, but please be cautious on your way back. If there's any matter in the company, you may inform me, and I'll try to find time to handle it. Yes, Mr. Yi, please return inside. I shall take my leave. The Cartier president finished speaking and respectfully bowed to Yeshuan before turning around and stepping into the elevator, disappearing from his sight. After seeing the Cartier president depart, Yeshuan returned to the room and handed over the 3 diamonds Mr. Zhao brought to the sisters, laughing and saying, Be happy. Here are 3 more large natural diamonds for you. Haha, naturally. It's been worth all our love for you, young man. You've brought us so many diamonds. They're gorgeous. If we were to set them into rings, TSS, absolutely beautiful. 4th sister Yi Chan happily commented, fondling the 3 diamonds endlessly as her eyes sparkled like the stars in a galaxy. The other sisters were no different, each holding the diamonds and staring at them intently, their joy overflowing. Not long after, Dad Yi Hongliang returned to the room with Mom Sun Xiaoqin, chatting and laughing all the way. They carried various packages, sweat covering their faces. As soon as they arrived home, Dad slumped onto the sofa, taking deep breaths for a long time before recovering. He muttered, Goodness, it's unbearably hot today. You know better than to go shopping in the pedestrian street, when you could have stayed in the mall. No air conditioning at all. In response to Yi Hongliang's complaints, Mom's Sun Xiaoqin retorted indignantly, I'm sick of shopping malls. The items on the pedestrian street are far more appealing. What's your issue, old Yi? Are you saying that I've wronged you by asking you to accompany me? But why do you always pick those pedestrian streets anyway? Shopping under this weather is just punishment. Yi Hongliang kept complaining, but then straightened up as he noticed his daughters holding a diamond larger than a goose egg along with 3 bottle cap-sized diamonds. First stunned, then puzzled, he looked around and asked, What's with these diamonds? Little brother gave them to us. How do you find them, Dad? Aren't they beautiful? Elder sister Yiwan responded, then placed the diamond right in front of Yi Hongliang, so he could inspect it closely. They're indeed fine pieces, natural ones too. Son, where did you get them? These aren't easy to come by. They were gifts from the visitors we had today, 1 diamond per guest. Here, Mom, this big one is for you. Let's set aside some time to make it into a ring or earrings. 5th sister Yi Fei took the large diamond that was slightly bigger than a goose egg and handed it to Mom's Sun Xiaoqin. Her eyes lit up like stars, and her face radiated with happiness, as if she'd instantly grown 10 years younger. But after looking left and right, she returned the diamond to Yi Fei with a loving smile. Your dad has already given me plenty of diamonds. You girls should keep this one. You can make something useful out of it later. Your mom would be delighted to see you all dressed beautifully. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 404, Watches. Hearing this, Yi Fei, the 5th sister, her eyes shone with a glimmer of moved light. The greatest people in the world are mothers who leave all that is good for their children, just as can be seen in Sun Xiaoqin's eyes at the moment. Although she clearly liked this goose egg-sized diamond very much, when faced with the choice between the two, she still chose to leave it for her daughters. Though she still has a heart for beauty, she has already passed her prime years. This adornment of beauty would be most appropriate for her daughters who are right in their youth. The other sisters were also deeply moved and could barely speak looking at Sun Xiaoqin. After all, women are more emotional by nature, so the atmosphere became slightly quiet for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Hongliang smiled gently, rose up, and teased. 1 diamond has got you all like this. One day I'll go and get you an artificial diamond this big back, let you feast your eyes on it at home. He made a size comparison with both hands, similar to a large basin, coupled with his humorous smile, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Watching this, Yi Hongliang laughed loudly too. Then he continued, all right, I won't joke with you all anymore. I'm going to call for food. It's almost evening now. What do my little cotton coats want to eat tonight? A father gives his children the most direct sense of security, which is what they can never forget, timely meals and asking what each person wants to eat. Recalling himself from before, and looking at the present, Yeshuan couldn't help but feel a smile inside, and said with a laugh, "Dad, I want sweet and sour spare ribs and Coca-Cola wings." As soon as these words came out, the sisters chimed in agreement one after another. "I want braised pork belly and basil catfish stew. I want cold jellyfish salad. I'll have some hollow vegetables then. It's all meat dishes, too oily. Add fried hollow vegetables. I want." Yi Hongliang quietly listened to everyone's requests, then picked up the fixed-line phone and reported the dish names to the front desk one by one. Not long after, a full table of dishes was pushed into the presidential suite on a food cart, placed on the table, exuding mouth-watering aroma. The slanting rays of sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, spreading onto the carpet-laden ground, reflecting off the surrounding screens, and creating wavy shadows akin to water ripples, making the scene exceptionally beautiful, truly a magnificent view. The food had been served, and the sisters didn't waste time either. They pulled Mom's son Xiaoqin to the table, each taking a chopstick and filling Mom's, Dad's, and Yishian's bowls to the brim, full of love. Yishian did not hesitate either. He grabbed the chopsticks and stuffed a big piece of beef, roasted until it melted in his mouth, straight into his own small mouth. Then drinking a gulp of freshly squeezed juice, it was indeed incredibly delightful. Dad, Mom, and the sisters ate heartily without restraint, enjoying rich delicacies under the glow of twilight, truly a rare pleasure. Not long afterward, the meal came to its end amidst a joyous atmosphere. By now, the sky had gradually dimmed down, and night fell silently. Amidst the colorful lights of skyscrapers illuminating, hints of cool evening breezes carried a touch of natural freshness, driving away all traces of heat. Mom, Dad, and the sisters all suggested taking a walk outside. However, Yishian felt somewhat lazy about it, and ended up comfortably tucked in a rocking chair on the balcony, savoring peaceful personal time. In the meantime, he turned on his phone and went to the Vacheron Constantine flagship store online, ordering a top-tier million-yuan worth watch for each of the sisters, elegant and luxurious. The next day, cool morning air penetrated through the window, cutting through the confines between door and room, delivering precisely onto everyone's face. Startled awake by the chilly breeze, Yishian stretched lazily, got up, opened the window, took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, feeling utterly refreshed. Then he entered the bathroom for a bath, dressed, and arrived at the living room. Dad Yi Hongliang had already ordered breakfast. Being in Tianjin, of course, one must indulge in local stir-fried liver and meat buns, along with a bowl of fermented soybean drink that could cleanse the stomach completely, absolutely satisfying. However, those who like it can't get enough of it, such as Dad Yi Hongliang, continuously drinking bowl after bowl, unable to stop, becoming increasingly invigorated. Some of the sisters also loved it, drinking enthusiastically while Mom's son Xiaoqin frowned tightly, pinching her nose, eating while reprimanding, drawing bursts of laughter. After breakfast, Dad and Mom, as usual, headed to the park for a stroll, whereas the sisters did not follow, instead lazily sprawled on the couch, showing signs of drowsiness yet unawakened. Yishian brewed a cup of tea, watching the sisters say, "Last night, I specially ordered each of you a top-end model from Vacheron Constantine. It seemed quite suitable for all of my older sisters, so I went ahead and placed the orders." "What? Top-notch watches from Vacheron Constantine?" Fourth sister Yichan jumped up hastily from the sofa, looking at Yishian with some astonishment. The other sisters also became spirited, sat up straight, and criticized Yishian. "Why are you buying watches, little brother? We already have plenty of watches. This is really a waste of money." "That's right. Vacheron Constantine watches aren't cheap. What's the point of buying them? Save some money, little brother. We all know you have money, but it's better not to spend too extravagantly. Save it for when you grow up and want to marry." "Ha ha ha, little brother, what can we say about you?" Although the sisters criticized Yishian, they were happy inside, and were looking forward to the watches. Yishian smiled faintly, naturally understanding the sisters' thoughts, and said with a laugh, "They will deliver them. I left an address. Just wait and accept them since they're already bought." We'd better go get them ourselves. We'll go shopping anyway. The Vacheron Constantine flagship store is in the mall." Fifth sister Yifei helplessly said a sentence, then got up and went back to her room to change clothes. The other sisters also followed closely behind, happily returning to their rooms, changing clothes and applying makeup, visibly delighted. In no time at all, they were ready, stepping out like fairies, stunningly beautiful. "Do you want to come, little brother?" Eldest sister Yiwan asked a question and quickly received a reply. "No, I don't feel like going. You go ahead, be careful on your way." Yishian waved to the sisters, picked up his teacup with a book, and directly walked into the balcony, becoming a quietly handsome man in the rocking chair. The sisters didn't say anything, setting off to the entrance, changing shoes, picking up bags, then opening the door and taking the elevator straight out of the hotel. Because they didn't want to be too ostentatious, they didn't request a car from the hotel. They took a taxi casually, encountering traffic jams all the way until they reached their destination. This Century Mall was located in the most prosperous area of Tianjin, where all the stores that had moved in were big brands, and the foot traffic belonged to one of the busiest places around here. After getting out of the taxi, the sisters did not linger, walking into the mall and taking the escalator straight up to the luxury goods floor, then arrived at the Vacheron Constantine flagship store. Chapter 405, Too Expensive. The beautiful saleswoman immediately noticed the sisters and instinctively took stock of the clothes and attire they wore. She was part of the luxury goods circle and naturally knew these to be expensive big brands. Immediately, she stepped forward to take precedence before the sisters, bowed her head humbly, and politely said, "Welcome, ladies, to our Vacheron Constantine flagship store. Are you here to look at watches? Please follow me." Then she made a please gesture, leading the sisters to the high-end section. After all, the sisters wore big brands. They obviously looked rich, so it was necessary to invite them into the high-end section. After entering the high-end area, the beautiful saleswoman introduced the various watches displayed in the glass cabinets. "These are all our top-tier watches. Their appearance is elegant and solemn, and they match everything when worn. There are more lively styles here, as well as more serious ones. Tell us which style you prefer, and I will introduce accordingly, so as not to go in the wrong direction." The sisters only glanced slightly at those magnificent watches and withdrew their eyes. Looking seriously at the saleswoman, they said, "We previously reserved watches and have now come to collect them. Here are our ID cards." As the sisters spoke, each took out their ID card from their respective bags and handed them over to the saleswoman. The saleswoman respectfully accepted the ID cards with both hands, nodded, and smiled. "All right, please wait a moment while I check." With that, she turned to the counter and swiped the ID cards one by one on the magnetic card reader. Initially calm, she suddenly froze when seeing the items shown on the computer screen. Her complexion paled, full of shock, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at the pictures of the watches on the screen, completely stunned. All close to 10 models of watches listed were the top-notch products of their Vacheron Constantin brand, priced above $1 million. They were certainly not within reach of ordinary people. Originally, she assumed that since the Yi sisters wore big brands, they would at least buy watches worth hundreds of thousands. However, they had directly reserved watches valued in the millions, exuding an air of not arguing with you. What kind of background could this be? Buying such expensive watches, how wealthy must their families be? Thinking about this, the saleswoman dared not contemplate further and carefully returned with the sisters' ID cards, respectfully and humbly saying, Please excuse us for a moment. One of these watches needs to be transferred from the Tianjin headquarters, so it may take some time. I'll hurry and follow up." After finishing her sentence, the saleswoman returned the ID cards to the sisters and then turned to walk toward the manager's office at the back. At this time, a man and a woman leisurely strolled in, their eyes glancing around at the various watch luxuries in the store, full of smiles. After the two entered, they immediately noticed the Yi sisters standing in the high-end area. The girl squinted her eyes and took a closer look. After a while, she suddenly relaxed her face and patted the man's arm beside her in surprise. "That's my high school classmate. I didn't expect to meet her here." The man followed the girl's gaze and looked at the Yi sisters. As soon as he laid his eyes on them, he was dazzled. His eyes sparkled with excitement. At this point, the girl also walked up and greeted the sisters. "Yifei, Yichan, what a coincidence. All of you are here." The sisters were slightly stunned but quickly reacted and looked at the girl in surprise. "It's you, Xiaju. It's been a long time. What a coincidence to meet you here." "Yes, haha, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You're getting more beautiful every day now. I almost didn't recognize you just now." Xiaju laughed and then pulled the man beside her to introduce each other. "This is my boyfriend, named Xie Chong. He serves as the general manager in the hoodie group. These are all my high school classmates. This one is eldest sister Yiwan, second sister Ying, third sister Yi Xine, fourth sister Yi Chan, fifth sister Yi Fei, sixth sister Yi Ming." After quite some time, the introduction was finally completed. Xie Chong smiled throughout the introductions and continued to observe the sisters' beauty. After Xia Zhu finished the introductions, he hurriedly added politely, "I'm very glad to meet all of you. It's truly an honor to get to know such beautiful ladies." The sisters remained silent, responding only with smiles, feeling somewhat inexplicably repulsed by him, and thus maintained a polite exterior only. At this moment, Xia Zhu held Yi Chan's hand and made small talk. "Yi Chan, I heard before that you became a live streamer. I even watched you in your live stream room. Now you're doing really well. So many fans, big streamer, earning a lot every day, right?" "Not bad, it's alright. And what about you, Xiaju? What industry are you in now?" Sister Yi Chan replied politely. Though they were high school classmates, it had been many years since they last met. Meeting suddenly now gave her a sense of unfamiliarity, but at least the person hadn't changed. "As for me, it's just okay. I work as a design supervisor in the company, mainly focusing on designs, so it's not that hard. Earning a few 10,000 RMB per month, just barely enough to make ends meet." After finishing, Xiaju shifted her gaze towards fifth sister Yi Fei, smiling. "Yi Fei, do you have a boyfriend now? There used to be so many people chasing after you. They said you're a celestial fairy who loved reciting poetry and painting. That's a great quality. Are you still practicing those things now?" "Just a hobby. I continue to work in this field too. As for boyfriends, I'm not in a hurry. Let's enjoy life while young." Fifth sister Yi Fei responded politely, then turned her gaze to the watches displayed in the counter, drifting her eyes. Meanwhile, Man Xiachong, just standing aside, felt rather awkward. Seeing the beauties' faces, he wanted to leave a good impression and show off a bit in front of them. So he stepped forward and smiled. Watches are just for freshness. Fundamentally, they're tools for telling time. There's not much real use otherwise. A regular watch just has 3 needles. A better one has finer craftsmanship without needing batteries. All its springs can last for a long time after being wound. The watches costing several 10,000s here are low-end stuff. They're no good. When worn outside, they put you right between having face or not. Very awkward. Plus, their craftsmanship isn't good either, and the styles aren't appealing. Tell me, who would wear a watch that costs only a few 10,000s? That's dull. In fact, there's a major flaw with watches priced at several 10,000s. It's not easily noticeable when you wear them out. If you don't announce it, no one will know it costs that much. How embarrassing. I see all of you ladies are here to buy watches. I suggest you don't go for watches that cost a few 10,000s. It's meaningless. If you want to buy a watch, you should go all the way from the start. After saying this, Xie Chong turned his head to ask the saleswoman, "Hey, did the watch I reserved over 10,000s arrive yet?" "It's been quite a while." The female salesperson smiled and nodded, replying, "Hello sir, it has arrived. Let me fetch it for you." Chapter 406, Relief. After saying this, he came to the counter and picked up the more than 10,000 yuan watch that Xie Chong had booked. The watch was housed in a delicate gift box, looking extremely luxurious. The moment Xie Chong laid his eyes on it, he showed an expression of pride. He then opened the gift box, took out the watch, deliberately showing it off in front of the sisters by turning it around and looking at it from all angles. As he bragged, he said, "Hey, take a look. This kind of watch is worth hundreds of thousands, but is still considered pretty good. The brand can be recognized instantly. The craftsmanship is relatively meticulous, and the materials used are also quite excellent. Moreover, its design isn't too ostentatious. It's very suitable for business people like us. For you all, even though buying watches, there's no need to go for low-end ones. But those middle-range watches priced at 7 or 8 10,000 yuan should be enough. They look just right when worn and suit you well." As he spoke, he pointed to an over 8 10,000 yuan golden-edged watch in the glass cabinet and told the beautiful sales assistant, "Miss, could you take that watch out and let these beauties try it on? It seems really suitable for them." The assistant nodded and carefully opened the glass cabinet, taking out the golden-edged watch and placing it on the counter in front of the sisters. Xiachang glanced at the watch and then handed it to the sisters, saying, "This one, trust me, it will look great on you and matches your temperament particularly well." The sisters slightly looked at Xiachang with their lowered eyelids, then glanced at the watch. Inside, they somewhat disapproved of Xiachang's incessant babbling, so they neither wore it nor said anything. After all, their younger brother was about to purchase a 1,000,000 yuan watch for them. Would wearing an 8-10,000 yuan one make any sense? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? However, the sisters didn't say anything about it, and quietly watched Xiachang pretending to know everything, which couldn't help but make them feel amused inside. Seeing this, Xiachang felt slightly embarrassed, but he quickly recovered. Pointing at the watch confidently, he declared, "The manager is my friend and can give you all a discount. Why don't you place an order and try it?" He still hadn't realized where the mistake was. He thought the sisters were hesitating because of the price, so he suggested the possibility of a discount to ease their concerns. Just then, the manager suddenly rushed out from the back office into the hall. Another female sales assistant preparing gift boxes backstage also followed him out. She then introduced the manager. "Manager, those are the several young ladies." Hearing this, the manager nodded, walked over hurriedly with nervous eyes, a tense and stiff manner, and cautiously bowed respectfully to the sisters. "Ms. Yi and guests, thank you for waiting so long. I'm truly sorry to keep you waiting as there was a slight issue with the warehouse, but it has already been resolved." Subconsciously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the manager's respectful attitude transcended the superficial appearance, reaching deep into his soul, making anyone who saw him feel how overly cautious he appeared. But the manager didn't think so. Knowing what level of watches the few present had purchased and their values, their backgrounds were beyond question. Thus, such respect was genuinely warranted. "I've already fetched your watches. The first one is a Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series Model 5000T/000P B048. Watch diameter, 43 mm, case thickness, 12.94 mm, movement type, manual mechanical, case material, 950 platinum, water resistance depth, 30 meters. This watch's surface is elegant, its craftsmanship exquisite, and it indeed suits each of the Yi family's esteemed women." Upon hearing these words, everyone present trembled internally. Their faces turned pale immediately, bloodshot eyes filled the pupils, trembling lower lips, tingling scalp. It was as if they'd been struck by lightning and momentarily forgot their own names. They were all aficionados of watches and knew quite well about the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series Model 5000T/000P B048. This watch was worth more than 11 million yuan and far surpassed ordinary watches. It was nothing short of an art piece on one's wrist, transforming the concept of timekeeping into art. It's often said that even if you haven't eaten pork, you have certainly seen pigs running around. Though not financially capable to buy such a Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series Model 5000T/000P B048 themselves, these people often discussed it in groups and within their circles, hoping someday in the future they could possess it, allowing this masterpiece on the wrist to become truly theirs. When they witnessed someone actually purchasing this watch now, they were all as if struck by lightning, instinctively focusing their gaze on the Yi sisters. Then, they moved closer, examining the actual Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series Model 5000T/000P B048 enclosed in its lavish, intricate gift box within the glass display cabinet. Instantly paralyzed and fixed, they gazed at the artifact in awe, their nerves completely numb. And the moment Xiachang heard the name of the watch, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, causing a sudden opening of his meridians. Stunned, he stood rooted in place. Just now, he had been trying his best to recommend an 80,000 yuan gold-edged watch in front of the sisters, thinking that they were not moved because the price was too high. He was still figuring out how to bargain with the manager later to show off his charm. It turned out that he was the clown all along. How could it be that they thought the price was too high? Clearly, they thought the price was too low. While he was still stuck on which 10,000 yuan watch offered better value for money and status, after hesitating for a year or two, they directly placed an order for a 1,000,000 yuan watch without even seeing it. What's this called? It's just pure dimensional reduction attack. There's no logic to this kind of behavior at all. Thinking about all this, Xiachang felt his scalp tingle with embarrassment, wishing he could scratch a fissure in the ground with his toes and crawl inside to tear off his face and grind it into powder. Xiazhu beside him was equally stunned, but apart from her astonishment, she also felt embarrassed for Xiachang. She quickly dragged him away, looking disheveled. The sisters didn't even pay attention to the two of them. After receiving the watches, they each tried them on and admired them individually. They found that these 1,000,000 yuan watches were indeed remarkable, both grand and aesthetically pleasing. Wearing them seemed to enhance their entire demeanor significantly. They then took off the watches and put them back into the gift boxes, thanked the manager, and left the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. Behind them, the manager respectfully saw them off, remaining bowing until the sisters disappeared into the crowd on the escalator before calmly returning inside. After getting off the escalator, the sisters casually browsed around a bit, buying a few pieces of nice clothing and a couple of handbags before heading home. The immense joy of purchasing the watches far outweighed the minor pleasure of clothes shopping, so they temporarily lacked much enthusiasm for buying clothes and instead kept thinking about the watches. Thankfully, after calming down for a while, their moods finally eased. They stepped outside, got into the car, and happily returned to the Tianjin 5-star International Grand Hotel. Yeshuan was sipping tea and playing with his phone on the balcony when he noticed the sisters returning. He poked his head out and grinned, asking, "How's the watch look?" The sisters all showed expressions of satisfaction, but simultaneously glanced reproachfully at Yeshuan, complaining, "You're such a spendthrift, little brother. A single watch costs over 1,000,000 yuan, and all of ours together add up to tens of millions. We have money, but you don't need to be so extravagant." Chapter 407. Can't afford to lose? All the sisters also echoed one by one. But while complaining, a joyous smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of their mouths, all seen clearly by Yeshuan. Yeshuan also knew that the sisters were just saying it for the sake of conversation. They truly liked it, but it was indeed very expensive. But for Yeshuan, it wasn't really something valuable, so he chuckled and said, "Like it, that's all that matters. Money is a small issue, we earn it to spend it, otherwise what good is keeping it? You guys agree, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at his phone and then looked up, continuing. By the way, there's a swimming pool on the top floor of this hotel which I can rent out for us. Let's go swimming. It's so hot. At the mention of swimming, the sisters lit up instantly and became interested, happily saying, Great, great. With such hot weather, swimming is just perfect. I'll change into my swimsuit. Luckily I brought it. I'm lucky I brought mine too. I'll change as well. I don't know how to swim. What should I do? No worries. Just use a flow tie, kick your legs around a few times and you'll get it. It's not hard at all. Haha, Sister 5, that's oversimplifying things. Come on, let's change first. We'll sort everything else out later. Let's go. With that, the sisters turned and returned to their respective rooms. During this time, Yeshuan picked up the hotel room phone and called the front desk. After only 2 rings, it was answered. Mr. Yi, may I help you with anything? Reserve the rooftop swimming pool for me. Nothing else. All right, Mr. Yi. Pardon me, Mr. Yi, it's reserved already. Just head straight up. Thank you. With that, Yeshuan hung up the phone. By this time, the sisters had already changed into their swimsuits and stepped out of their rooms one after another. Some wore bikinis, others wore one-piece swimsuits, and without loose clothing covering them, their figures were revealed in full, just a glance being enough to stir up excitement. Yeshuan didn't feel comfortable looking for too long. Seeing that the sisters were all ready, he stepped forward and announced, Let's go, the pool is booked. He then pulled open the door to the presidential suite, walked towards the elevator, and pressed the button to call it down. The sisters followed closely behind him, the group filled with a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and some nervousness. However, overall, the cheerful mood among them predominated. Once on the rooftop, when the elevator doors opened, a huge transparent swimming pool came into view. The water was clear and still, shimmering faintly under the sunlight, incredibly picturesque. After glancing at the pool, Yeshuan took a running start, leaped onto the diving board, propelled himself into the air, spun a few circles, then straightened his body and entered the water silently, without a single splash, comparable to an Olympic diving athlete. Seeing this, the sisters were all startled, immediately clapping and scoring his performance. Not bad, little brother. I give you 10 points. Me too, 10 points. No splash at all, quite impressive. Little brother has impressive diving skills. Excellent, excellent. Yeshuan surfaced from the water, wiped the water off his face, and hearing the applause and comments from the sisters, smiled. He waved a hand and said, Come on, what are you waiting for? Jump in. Saying this, he dove back into the water like a swaying-tailed goldfish, swiftly shooting several meters forward, moving as easily as walking on flat ground. Seeing this, the sisters were somewhat surprised at Yeshuan's swimming technique. They warmed up, twisting their bodies, and cheered enthusiastically, much like a cheering squad supporting a swimming star. After warming up, the sisters gradually made their way into the water. Despite the scorching heat, entering the cold water proved slightly uncomfortable at first, making all of them shiver and eek in shock, looking rather cute to Yeshuan. Thankfully, they soon adapted to the water temperature. After acclimatizing, the refreshing coolness against their skin felt indescribably comfortable, enveloping their whole body with every movement. There were many props beside the swimming pool, such as floaties, inflatable rafts, and inflatable rides. After adapting to the water temperature, the sisters first swam around happily for a lap, and then went ashore to grab some props to play with on the surface of the water. Sister 4, Yi-chan, grabbed a large yellow duck flow tie, threw it onto the water, and did a small jump to ride on it. However, because the duck wasn't large and was also inflatable, it lacked stability on the water surface. With one spin, Sister Yi-chan fell off into the water unprepared and gulped down bubbles through her mouth. But after only a few seconds of submerging, Yi-chan resurfaced, showing just her head as she pouted angrily at the duck. She then climbed ashore and placed the duck near the shore to attempt a recognition ceremony, once again. But Yi-chan, after climbing carefully on it again, still fell into the water due to lack of balance. Yi-chan emerged from the water and grabbed the big yellow duck high up before throwing it aside with a frown. Take that. Seeing this, all the elder sisters burst out laughing uncontrollably, filling the entire pool with an atmosphere of joy. At this moment, Yeshuan suddenly darted over from the bottom of the pool like lightning in a dark night where one can't see clearly, picked up the big yellow duck, hopped on it with one flip, and tilted his head to pinch his throat, mimicking a peculiar voice toned sarcastically at Yi-chan. Huh? What's going on here? Is this big yellow duck about to choose its master? Oh my, I seem to be able to ride it right away. While talking, he also grasped the duck's head, making his body sway left and right like a tumbler, swaying back and forth without falling off. Sister Yi-chan was enraged as her eyes bulged, immediately swimming towards Yeshuan with a doggy paddle style, shouting, You little brat, you have some guts not to run from me. The elder sisters burst out laughing again, their laughter causing them to double over. Yeshuan, seeing this, didn't rush to escape either. When Sister Yi-chan was almost at his side, he then kicked both feet and propelled forward several steps with a big yellow duck, neither too far nor too near, staying just beyond Sister Yi-chan's reach, causing her hand to miss and lose her balance, falling into the water once more, taking down 2 gulps of water harshly. Upon seeing this, Yeshuan let out a ha-ha laugh. Just as his laughter ceased, Yi-chan surfaced from the water, puffing angrily with her lips pouted, directly paddling doggy style toward Yeshuan. Yeshuan found her swimming technique hilarious when she caught up, yet he wasn't rushed. He waited until she was nearly beside him before moving his feet and pushing the big yellow duck forward another step. Yi-chan appeared ready this time and refrained from acting hastily, maintaining her balance while glaring intently at Yeshuan with a pout, using every ounce of strength to try and capture Yeshuan. Seeing Sister 4 becoming wiser, Yeshuan switched tactics. Slowly, he rode the big yellow duck in front of her, but deliberately applied great force with his feet, splashing water everywhere, so much that Yi-chan couldn't open her eyes anymore, and shouted, Ah, you brat, take your black feet away. Where is your water virtue? Are you afraid of playing properly? Chapter 408, Horse Riding. Ha ha ha, if you can't catch me, then you can't. Are you mad? Ha, are you mad? Hee hee hee. Yeshuan threw his head back in laughter and pressed down harder with his feet, splashing Yi-chan's face full of water, so much that she couldn't even see the road clearly. However, at this moment, Yeshuan suddenly felt a lightness on his body, and before he knew it, he was dangling above big yellow duck. Before he could react, He heard his elder sister's voice thunder into his ears. Caught you, little brat, always bullying others. It turned out that elder sister Yeshuan had lifted Yeshian up by his armpits, holding him high over her head with such precision that no matter how he squirmed and kicked, he couldn't break free. All he could do was shout, "Put me down. I need to go down." Elder sister, that was an ambush. Upon hearing this, elder sister Yeshuan let out a mischievous smirk and said to Yeshian, "I'll put you down too, but only if you teach fourth sister how to swim. Teach her your fastest swimming technique, and I'll let her forgive you." With that, the sisters all gathered around, together with fourth sister Yichan, forming a united front against Yeshian, a case of outnumbering and overpowering him. Faced with the united resistance from his sisters, Yeshian looked grim-faced. Then he sighed long and deep, speechless, and said, "Really must it come to this? Since you want to learn, I'll teach all of you. I'll show you some fast yet splendid swimming techniques." Elder sister,